Good morning, L.A. 97.1 The Fan. It's time for Derek and Decker here for the next 4 hours of your Los Angeles commute right here on 97.1 The Fan. Of course, we're live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. And, of course, our phone number right now, 855-97-LA-FAN. Cody Decker with the one, the only, 5-time champion, Derek Fisher. What up, D-Fish?
When you said 4 hours, sometimes it feels like it takes 4 hours to get around L.A., so.
It does.
Somebody on here will be listening all 4 hours
No
consecutive.
question about it, driving around this town, because we don't have the traffic like we had yesterday, because there was none. Oh, God.
Yeah, that was nice.
How nice was it feeling driving around L.A., like almost like it was a normal city? It was wild, because we'll get into it. You and I went to the Dodger game yesterday, and I will say it's the first time I've ever gone to a Dodger game where I was able to leave 30 minutes before I intended to arrive. And I arrived exactly when I intended to arrive. It was wild to see. Got on the 10 freeway, no traffic on the 10, all the way to Dodger Stadium. Now, getting into Dodger Stadium, that was a different conversation. But getting to Dodger Stadium, dude, I couldn't believe it. I can't believe how quickly I got there.
Yeah, it was nice. It'll feel like torture as the week goes on, this week.
Oh, yeah.
It won't stay that way, of course. But, yeah, it was nice, beautiful day out. And, yeah, man, it was nice to check out the Dodgers with you for a little bit yesterday.
Ooh, man. And by the way, I don't know if you got a lot of texts. I got a lot of texts yesterday because apparently who would have thought this? I was apparently dressed like a billboard yesterday. Had no idea. I was wearing my very normal outfit, which is, of course, a 97.1 The Fan t-shirt with gigantic block letters all over my chest, where I often sit directly behind home plate at Dodger Stadium. And a lot of people were noticing. Some people said viral marketing. Some people said shameless. I agree with everything.
Those two words could be synonymous sometimes.
I think they are synonymous in this particular scenario. And I also want to thank Odyssey and 97.1 The Fan right out the gate, because they gave me a shirt that totally fit. It was a schmedium. It said large, but it must have been a large for a child. And I'm sitting there just on the struggle bus, just having trouble breathing wearing this straitjacket next to you. But I wore it for a full seventh inning stretch came around. I took the shirt off.
Yeah, the shirt had stretched itself out.
It served its purpose. I'm like, you know what? I put in the hours.
Yeah, no, you definitely, the texts were rolling in for sure.
They were. We got a lot of video of it. A lot of people were digging, seeing us there. And, dude, by the way, Raj, you got to go places with D-Fish. You need to go anywhere with D-Fish, specifically in L.A. I'm not saying we're getting drinks bought for us, but everywhere I go, it's like walking around with a 4-star general.
Wow.
It's odd. It was at Dodgers. It was around just everywhere we're walking. People are like bowing to him, go like, "Thank you for your service. Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you've done for me in the city."
Fish in the building,
dude. He left. He gets up, so he leaves in like the 6th inning. Now, make no mistake, guys. We get up real early. I get up every day at about 3:50 a.m. to get here on time. I don't know what time, D-Fish, you wake up. What time do you normally get up?
I'm about 4:20 right now.
4:20.
Yeah.
Nice. So
I'm working on it.
We're sitting there, like, you're leaving around the 6th inning. I remember you got up and you walked out, and the guy next to you did the same thing. He's like, "Thank you for your service. Thank you." And I just sat there, put my head down, kind of smiled, and I looked at him like, "It's got 5 rings, dude." He's like, "I know. I didn't want to say anything the entire game." And I'm like, "That's Derek Fisher. I'm sitting here losing my mind, man."
It's interesting how, like, sometimes I get that energy, and then sometimes, people are just kind of going about their business, and it's a normal day where I don't look at myself that way always. So sometimes it catches me off guard when they're surprised or they're excited. But
how often do you notice it? Like, how often do you see, like, when you're like sitting there and somebody kind of like keeps glancing at you and you can't help? It's like when you're at the gym. It's like when you see like an attractive person at the gym, you try not to look. You always try not to look, but you're picking up the 35s, and as you're picking up the 35s, you glance over the 30s, so a little bit of your peripheral can kind of catch a glance without them catching you catch a glance.
And then you flex the tries,
and then always flex the tries.
Yeah, no, I notice it, but when it's a little annoying, I would say, is more so when, like, the camera or phone comes out to take a picture while you're not looking.
Okay, that's weird.
So if you're mid-bite with a hot dog, or you're, having a conversation, your mouth's wide open or whatever, and they're already snapping a picture as though, like, you're an animal at the zoo. as opposed to saying, "Hey, can we take a picture?"
It's like, look, Derek Fisher in the wild.
Yeah.
What do you think he does? Yeah. Do you think he knows? Do you think he knows he's Derek Fisher?
So that's the only time it's kind of like, I mean, all right, but people in LA have been so good to me, man. It's hard for me to complain about, getting attention and people showing love. So I try my best, even when whether it's with the family or out with you, and I'm trying to focus on enjoying that moment. Yeah, sometimes people are going to have some fun and want to say what's up and just try to roll with it the best I can, man.
Absolutely. And by the way, we were at the Dodger game last night. If you didn't see us behind home plate, go check us out, 97.1 The Fan on Twitter and Instagram. There's plenty of video of it. Of course, you can follow me, Anti-Hero Baseball. I took video of the entire experience and excursion, but I have to say, we were behind home plate. And those of you who've never been behind home plate at the Dodgers Dugout Club, it's very awesome. I've had the luxury several times in the past, but I didn't take advantage of it at all. I feel kind of stupid because, Odyssey was nice enough to get us the tickets, and we went to the game, obviously, and I normally should have pigged out. I should have gone inside, gotten all the free food, all like the food they got in there. I didn't touch any of it. The only thing I grabbed, I got 2 Dodger dogs. I had 2 Dodger dogs, and I ate them. And here's the thing. I've been hearing fans, like, really complaining online, like, man, they changed Dodger dogs. They're not the same. They're terrible now. I had 2 of them. You know what it tasted like? A hot dog. Like a Dodger dog's always tasted like. Have we somehow put in our heads rose-colored glasses going like Dodger dogs were just the greatest it's a normal hot dog. There's nothing to a Dodger dog to me outside of any other baseball stadium I've ever been to.
Yeah, I haven't had enough of them to compare them to what they were like to what it was like yesterday. I can say though I did notice a little bit of a difference.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was still good.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like the last time I had one, it was the exact same as the one I had yesterday. Still enjoyed it. Still enjoyed the experience. Not complaining at all. Don't want us to go back to the Dugout Club and they tell us we can't reach for the Dodger dogs because we complained about it all day on the station.
No,
Not happening.
No, I had 2 of them. I was fine. I was enjoying myself some Dodger dogs. We went inside. We grabbed a little tequila, and it was funny. We went inside to grab a little tequila. I get a text message from Andrew, our program director. He's like, "Did you guys leave? Where are you guys at?" We're just down at the bar, dude. We're just grabbing a good drink. I'll be right back up there in my gigantic billboard shirt momentarily. Don't worry. You'll be happy.
Yeah, we tried to catch, the in between the top and bottom of the inning and go grab a Dodger dog or a drink or whatever. But yeah, it was a beautiful day out though, man. The fans everybody was excited, turned up. It was a good
crowd was packed.
Good competitive game.
And by the way, I left in the 8th inning. And I have a story about that whole thing, but I left in the 8th inning, and you know how it is with everyone talks about with Dodger fans. They're like, oh, Dodger fans, they always leave early, leaving in the 7th. Dodger fans didn't go anywhere. I got up and was leaving, and I got to my car, luckily, right at the bottom of the 8th inning, which did take some doing on my end. But I will say I got to my car, and I was able to get out in the fastest record time I've ever gotten out of Dodger Stadium in my life, because if you don't get out of Dodger Stadium at the right time, you're in for a 2-hour excursion.
Yeah, which is one of the reasons why I just over the years I haven't really hit a lot of sporting events in LA.
You Ubered, man.
Yeah, because I'm looking for the most efficient way in and out every time. Yeah. Straight from the car, straight to the seat, head down. I need to know which escalator, which elevator gets me the closest right to where I want to go.
Well, they didn't.
Not walking all the way around the stadium to get to the.
Well, here's the catch. Hey, Raj, you'll love this. Here's the absolute catch on the tickets that they gave us yesterday, because they were phenomenal seats, phenomenal.
Sure.
You know what the parking is like at Dodger Stadium, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
Well, these Dugout Club seats didn't come with parking.
Uh-oh.
So we had to pay for parking, which is why D Fish went ahead and took the Uber. Now, I don't mind paying for the parking. That's not the problem.
Okay.
The problem is when you get there and you pay for parking, you can't upgrade said parking. You have to park at general admission, which means I parked on Sunset Boulevard, which means I parked a 20-minute walk from the stadium.
You got a good exercise.
Which also means I had no idea where my car was after I went back to try to find my car.
What?
Took me 20 minutes to find. I'm walking around with my key, hitting the button over and over,
you one of those.
hoping I could see a flash. I knew I was in the vicinity.
Yeah.
But there are 70,000 goddamn cars there, Raj. What a nightmare.
Oh, I've done that before. I would laugh, but I'd laugh harder, but I've been there. I've done that.
Yeah, I had to avoid that all the way around. Man. I was like, nah. I looked up the parking situation, and I was like, yeah, no. I'm gonna get this Uber, and I'm gonna know exactly where my spot is.
Smart man.
Which gate I'm the closest to. In and out of there quick. But it was fun though.
Great time.
Yeah, man. Going to Dodgers games is always a good time.
Yeah, well, guys, 97.1 The Fan LA. Derek and Decker with you for the next 4 hours. Lots to discuss. Of course, the Dodger game last night. Dodgers did get the win, 5-2 against the Colorado Rockies. It was a comeback win, a bunch of runs, 4-inning, 7th inning. A lot of fun seeing that. Freddie Freeman getting an RBI double. Shohei Ohtani beating out it was funny. Shohei Ohtani beat out a double play ball with bases loaded, and he was called out. They had to do a review, but I was laughing when he was called out because I knew that umpire at first base. He was an umpire when I was in the minor leagues. And let's just say, not the best umpire that I had in my career. So right when he called him safe, I just started laughing. I'm like, I called him out. I started laughing like, yeah, he was safe. And not only was he kind of safe, the replay showed he was safe by over a step. It was like an embarrassingly safe call that he caught wrong. Dodgers ended up putting up a couple of runs. It was a fun game. Blake Trinan gets his first save of the season, and there you go, Dodgers. But let's switch it over to the NBA real quick because congratulations to the Knicks. They have tied up the series analytically.
No,
Analytically, it's 2-2. You can't convince me otherwise or Kenny Atkinson. They have Game 5 coming in the analytics sweepstakes. Probably.
No, it's a wrap. The Knicks,
It's a wrap.
The Knicks have advanced, man.
Boy, what an ass kicking. Actually, how about let me rephrase that? What an embarrassing ass kicking.
I mean, the last 2 games, yes.
Dude.
The first 2 games, the Cavs actually, they had their opportunities to possibly win the games, but obviously in Game 1, they let 22-point lead evaporate in the fourth quarter. Game 2, I think they were up 2 at halftime, maybe. Mm-hmm. So the second half just proved to be problematic in Game 1 and Game 2. In Game 3, after being down 0-2, you come back to on your home court in Game 3.
Starting tonight,
the Cavs give up 37 points, I think, to the Knicks in the first quarter of Game 3, which doesn't send a message to your opponent at all that now you're on our home court. Everything's going to be hard. We're going to be physical. The crowd's going to be crazy. You're not coming in our building and winning. They hang 37 in the first quarter of Game 3. Last night, the Knicks scored 38 points in the first quarter of an elimination game in Game 4. And so it's tough when you don't provide a certain amount of resistance to an opposing team right from the beginning. Where everything is just hard, they're going to have to literally slog through the mud in order to go 2 steps. Mm-hmm. That's how you're supposed to make it feel. And the Cavs could never do that on the defensive end. So the Knicks just got, after the rust kind of wore off, they just got, I don't even want to necessarily say better. It just flowed easier as the series went on because they weren't meeting enough just physical resistance from the Cavs defensively.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. Is this as much of the Knicks? And the Knicks look great. Make no mistake. I thought the Knicks were going to win this series. I thought it was going to be at least, though, a series. I did not expect this to be the route that it was. But looking at this Knicks team, was this as much as the Knicks just playing really well or, frankly, the Cavs just letting up in a huge way? I agree with you on the first 2 games, but these last 2 games, I didn't even watch yesterday's game. In fact, I was sitting there behind home plate, and you got there, and I was about to pull out my phone and pull up the game, and you almost slapped my hand out saying, "Don't worry about it, Deck. Don't worry about it, dude. It ain't good." He was like, "It was 18 points last I checked. You pull out your phone. 30 points. Never mind. We're good."
Yeah, no, when the Cavs were able to go into Detroit and win Game 7, Detroit's a physical team. They play good, hard-nosed defense. I thought the Cavs had maybe found something that they could carry over into the Knicks series, which through 3 quarters and 3 minutes and 10 seconds in Game 1 they did. But something definitely flipped once that comeback started that the Cavs were never able to regain. Confidence, belief, whatever it was, but they just couldn't figure out how to make things hard for the Knicks offensively. I don't know. You have to give the Knicks credit. I mean, they're shooting the ball really, really well. They're sharing it. The energy is flowing. But Game 3, the Knicks shot 56% from the field, 39% from 3, 11 out of 28 from the field. To their credit, they shot 89% from the free throw line, 24 out of 27. But then you go to Game 4 and you're like, okay, like the Cavs have to feel like we got to figure out a way to slow these guys down. They can't shoot the ball that good in another game on our home court. So then the Knicks come in, they shoot 49%, basically 50% from the field, 44% from the three-point line, 19 out of 43. The rebounds, 60 to 33. 20 offensive rebounds given up. And so it just, like, it all just kind of adds up to, like, defensively, I think if there's anything the Cavs have to kind of go to sleep and dream about and wake up trying to figure out is if they're going to run it back primarily with a similar roster, or even if they're considering adding talent, I don't even know if they have the cap space to do that. Like defensively, other than, Jared Allen, excuse me, Jared Allen at the rim. Sound like a
Tone Loc
Man,
up in here.
long night, huh?
Yeah.
Must have been at the Dodger game or something. Must have had some tequila with Daddy last night.
I didn't know we got Doc Rivers. I thought we had D Fish.
Other than Jared Allen at the rim,
Loc.
or that was a good one, right? Tone Loc.
I'm sorry, I should have laughed at that immediately. It didn't hit me until just now.
Jared Allen and Evan Mobley's length at the basket, like defensively, to me, other than Max Strus, it didn't look like the Cavs were interested in putting the requisite amount of energy and effort into the defensive side of it. And that's what really, over the course of the series, to me, caused issues. Yeah, they couldn't score, but like they literally couldn't stop them either.
Yeah. Well, listen, watching this series was really tough. Let's hear what Sir Charles had to say about the Cavaliers' performance post-game yesterday.
Starting tonight, Chuck has requested special time to begin the halftime report.
Special time? Yeah. Kids at home, if you want to see what the word quit means,
Oh, come on, Chuck.
to give up. The verb of that is Cavaliers.
Oh, come on.
This is what you see.
You think they quit or the Knicks are just that good right now?
Oh, they were down 29, Kenny. Kenny, look, this is just effort here. Come on, man. This is just effort. Look at this here.
Yeah, you shouldn't be sprinting.
No, watch this here.
By the way, that's him at halftime. Like that's not even after the game. These are professional players. And then also, obviously, Harden after the game, he was asked some pretty tough questions. And, to Harden's credit, he does not shy away from it, although he did drop this quote, which was, he said, genuinely, I do feel like we are the better team. Kind of a tough thing to say after a rout like that.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to say. You can believe that, and then you probably have to follow that up immediately with, but they were better than us these 4 games, and you have to tip your cap. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure in what aspect they would feel like they were the better team in terms of like, sometimes you don't perform up to your standard or up to your level, but it just seemed like, again, after that first game, they couldn't really find a level that was sustainable where they really showed that they were the better team. On paper, they may feel that way, but it did not look like that out on the court. And I mean, it's sometimes intent is hard to speak on. I think it's why we love Charles, though, because Charles doesn't overthink what he wants to say. Like
he
he
keeps
just
that
says,
simple.
And whether you agree with him or not, it's straight to the point. For me, it's a little more subjective in terms of like saying somebody quit that's tough. They're grown. I don't know if they quit, but when the performances kind of like mirror one another from game 2 into game 3 into game 4, it starts to look like a pattern of giving in or giving up, which then, that starts to look like you kind of quit on maybe not even each other, but just quitting on the opportunity to like you're 4 wins away from the NBA Finals. There's no way you stop running your race at that point. Even if your hamstring is torn, like you just keep running. And it looked like the Cavs at some point decided they were going to stop running and kind of jog a little bit. And the Knicks just kept sprinting and got separation.
Absolutely. Hey, final question before we move on. Of course, we're going to talk about this throughout the show. Do you think this would have been better series if Detroit was in this series?
Possibly.
I think so, too.
Just Detroit definitely would not have given in. They may have lost the series, but it would not have looked like on television, watching it as a basketball fan, that the other team was kind of giving in a little bit. That would not have been the Detroit Pistons.
Well, guys, we'll be talking about it all show long. 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on the Knicks' victory and going up against the Western Conference in this upcoming finals, which, by the way, starts in, and I'm not kidding, 8 more days. 8 more days that the Knicks need to sit around and rest and wait for one of the 2 better teams to come take them on. I am excited to talk about this for the next 8 days with you because, as we've discussed on this show, the rust is real. And speaking of rust, oh boy, we got to talk about the Raiders today. Not to mention, on top of that, a little UCLA love, a little work going on over there at the Rose Bowl. Legendary broadcaster Jim Hill will be joining us today. And when coming up, Raj, we're going to talk about them Raiders because how long should we wait to see the golden goose that is Mendoza? We're going to discuss it right here on 97.1 The Fan LA.
Federal guy.
Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan. It's Derek and Decker live here all morning long till 10 a.m. on your morning commute here on 97.1 FM. Hopefully you're joining us live on your commute, or maybe you're taking us on the go on the Odyssey app, or maybe you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And where can you find us? Well, that would be at The Fan LA. Get in the chat, and yes, the chat is already very much going off. Everybody awake and alert bright and early, and I love it out here in Los Angeles. We got to pay off that tease, Raj. We got to talk about the Raiders. Oh, D-Fish.
Do we have to?
Yes. Oh, no. I'm not going to. This is not a place for Raider blasphemy. No. L.A. Raider fans, I know you're out there. I know you grew up on the Raiders the way I grew up on the straight out of Compton Raiders. I never abandoned my team, and you guys didn't either. D-Fish, a lot of Raider fans out here. Lots of them.
That's great. There should be, but it's May.
Yeah, it's May.
So,
okay, you want to talk more? Where's LeBron going?
Yeah, instead, let's talk about where LeBron's going to go.
I mean, it's still basketball season, so
of course
yeah,
it is.
you are going to talk about.
But football season is year-round. That's the way it goes. Listen, I'm a baseball guy. You think for 1 second I wouldn't want to do just 4 straight hours of baseball? I would love to, but unfortunately, football is still king in this world of sports.
Okay.
It just is. But I will tell you this. The Raiders have a lot of questions this offseason because, listen, I really like all the moves that they made, D-Fish. I really do. They made some actually very great moves. Obviously, the first pick overall, everybody was looking at Mendoza. And I immediately raised my hand while going like, well, if we're bringing in Mendoza, is Geno Smith going to be your guy? I'm assuming the answer is no. So, of course, they moved Geno Smith over to the Jets. And I started just yelling one name. I've never been the biggest fan of this name. But listen, there was something about it that seemed like a really big fit for me because we're going to pick out this weird kid Mendoza. We need a weird veteran to kind of usher him in. And cue in Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins gets picked up by the Raiders. Not to mention on top of that, another nice move that I thought the Raiders made this offseason, which was getting Tyler Linderbaum. Tyler Linderbaum is the best center in this game. He is now the highest paid center in the NFL, which is great because the Raiders have had no line to protect anybody. So now that you got this young quarterback, it's good that you get your hands on some guys to protect him. Not to mention Ashton Genty as the running back. The guy was a first rounder last year. I've had the opportunity to interview him a few times. Seems like the sweetest, brightest kid. I want him to be successful for this team out of Boise State. But last year, this guy had to break like 19 tackles before he even got to the line. It was a nightmare watching this guy try to get something going. New start, new head coach, front office giving another shot. But I do want to ask you about that real quick. This is something that like I've always wanted to push back on people because when people are talking about the Raiders, like, well, you're going to be fine. Tom Brady's at the helm because he's one of the owners and he's supposedly making those decisions. What about Tom Brady in ever? Like, I agree. He's maybe the greatest quarterback of all time. He's a legend. No question. But what about Tom Brady's history? Am I supposed to believe that he's going to right the ship for the Raiders in a front office capacity? Because so far, in his couple of years of being a guy running the front office capacity, he hired that entire team last year. He hired our coaching staff last year, half of which was fired before the season was over, not to mention head coach Pete Carroll being let go right after the season was done.
Yeah, I'm not certain on even the timing of, like, is he unilaterally making these decisions?
We don't know. That's the other thing. Like, we're kind of told the narrative is that Tom Brady's making decisions and he's really at the helm behind it all, but we don't know for sure. They do have a very good GM in Kubiak.
Yeah, there's got to be, there has to be some chain of command in terms of, whether general manager or VP of football personnel or operations, et cetera.
I'm sorry, Spytek, not Kubiak.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if Tom Brady would be making these decisions alone, but it also takes time, regardless of how good you are or bad you are. Even it takes a little time to kind of figure out your processes, your systems, how you're going to make the decisions, what type of players are you targeting. who's coaching and what style of play. Is it an offensive-minded group? Is it a defensive-minded group? What's your salary cap situation? And so all of those things go into it. I would say Tom Brady, not necessarily he's not the general manager, so he's not the one running the cap numbers and trying to figure out the exceptions in the contracts and the bonus structures, et cetera. But I do believe, his feel and eye for like what good football is supposed to look like. As a quarterback, that you are an extension of the coaching staff. You've been in so many conversations with head coaches, with offensive coordinators, probably even, kind of having some back and forth with defensive coordinators about situational football. And so you do have a sense of, what should this look like? What does our offensive line need to look like? We're going to have the number 1 pick. Mm-hmm. We're going to draft a young quarterback. What does our offensive line need to look like to protect a kid like this that likes to throw the ball this way, or he's good at getting the ball out quick, or he likes more of the downfield throws? So our left tackle needs to look like this. Our right tackle needs to look like this. I think Tom Brady would have a great feel for those things.
He should. I mean, he is Tom Brady.
And then I think defensively as well, like he's played against every defense and some of the greatest defensive players we'll ever know of.
Unquestionably. And played with them, too.
Yes, and practiced against them and played with them. And so also having a sense for not just when you watch a guy on video, what does he look like? What are his stats? How many tackles does he have, et cetera? But in the interview process, during draft, during free agent visits, et cetera, like having his perspective and or insight in the room, to me, would be golden. Again, there should be a gap between having his insight, his perspective, and being able to pull on that and call on that, but then executing the decision probably should still be folks that are football executives that kind of understand some of the ins and outs of, contracts and negotiations and salary cap structures, et cetera, at a deeper level than maybe what he does right now.
Yeah, and by the way, you did ask a question, are they going to be offensive or defensive? I want to believe they're going to be a more offensively minded team this year. And the reason why is because they hired Clint Kubiak. He was the offensive coordinator in Seattle, defending champions over there, won the Super Bowl. I'm excited about this thing, but now the question kind of becomes, when do you roll out Mendoza, your first pick overall? You go ahead and you pick up Kirk Cousins. I really like that pickup, and obviously they seem to be getting along fine if you believe the schedule release video where they did the Step Brothers thing, just two awkward middle-aged men hanging out together, which I'm like, agreed. Go all in on this. I know the Raiders have a reputation of being, who am I kidding? I'm one of their fans. Criminals. We're looked at as criminals. Us Raiders and our Raider fans, we are looked like we are criminals. We wear spikes, we are road warriors, and we show up for a team that does nothing but disappoint us year in, year out. However, this does feel like a legitimate chance for a new beginning for the Raiders. But notwithstanding, they're in arguably one of the toughest divisions in the NFL, the AFC West. They still got Patrick Mahomes they got to deal with. They still got to deal with the Chargers. Hey, listen, everyone knows what I think about the Chargers. I can't stand the Chargers. I, in fact, hate the Chargers. I can't stand the Chargers are in L.A. I think they belong in San Diego. No one here likes the Chargers. But I know the Chargers are damn good. I know Justin Herbert can throw that damn football. I know they're going to be good until January when they eventually get knocked out of the playoffs. And then, of course, you also have the Broncos, who were just one play away from pretty much going all the way. It's just, whew, what can I say?
Yeah, it's a tough division.
It's a tough division. The Raiders got a long way to go. So my question for you is, how long do you hold off using a Mr. Mendoza this season? Do we even see him this year? Like, you can make the argument. Do we sit him a year? Do we do the Jordan Love, Patrick Mahomes thing and see if we can hold off so we can really hit that hit rate that everybody loves to espouse?
I mean, I would assume with Kirk Cousins, the conversation they had to have with Kirk Cousins was like he's going to have a legit opportunity to be QB1.
Yeah, at least to start
in this
the
scenario. And I don't know if you predetermine, okay, by week 4 or week 6, like we're just definitely going to make the change. Mm-hmm. I do think it has to be more in real time based on how's the team playing, how's the team performing. if the guys are bought in, to Cousins as a leader and as a voice of the team and of the offense, and if they're going good, if the Raiders are 3-3 through 6 weeks, 4-2, why change it at that point, right? I think the only time you probably have to think about having the conversation is if things are going really, really bad, and you're not going to watch Kirk Cousins get destroyed all year and get beat up. And so, you don't want to throw Mendoza into a bad situation, but you as a Raiders fan, you're not going to sit there for more than 5 or 6 weeks. If it's going,
it'll get loud.
Yeah, if
it'll
it's
get
going
loud.
bad, then the change is definitely going to come. But I have a sense. I mean, you start out with the Dolphins, the Chargers, the Saints,
but then they hit a patch that I got to admit. I don't want Mendoza anywhere near the field during these games.
No, that's understandable.
Yeah,
Chiefs, Patriots, Bills, Rams.
That's a gauntlet of a month.
No, it is, but hopefully Cousins can build some rhythm and some confidence in those first 3 weeks, and then get you through that stretch. Maybe you see Mendoza against the Jets on November 1st, but before that, probably I don't know if you should pull it off that quickly.
Absolutely. Well, a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, coming up, Canada. Boy, oh boy. It seems as though Raj has got Canada on the mind. What does that mean? We'll find out because we're playing a little bit of Top 5. 97.1, The Fan LA. That's right. We bring in our hype man, Raj, because we got to do a little game we like to call Top 5.
That's right, guys. And it's the birthday of a man today who, of course, won awards for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. And he was the voice of Shrek, as well as starred in Wayne's World. That's right, Mike Myers' birthday today, gentlemen. So it got me to thinking, oh, Canada, who are your favorite Canadians? Top 5 Canadians, I should say. What you got, Fish?
Top 5 Canadians?
Yup, who you got for number 5?
I'm going to go with Wayne Gretzky to start out. That's
the great one.
Yep.
Number 99.
You know what? I had Wayne Gretzky on my list, and I did remove him recently because I felt because I feel like Canada has bigger national treasures, and I think they're getting a little narrow-minded with what their national treasures are. I love Wayne Gretzky. You know what I love more?
What?
Pamela Anderson. Pamela Anderson is absolutely one of the many prides of Canada.
You got a couple of reasons to enjoy that.
So
I get you. All right, Fisher. What you got, D-Fish? Number 4 Canadian.
You guys remember Donovan Bailey?
Yeah, the sprinter.
Bailey?
Yeah, man.
Was he in the enhanced games?
No, he was not. Not that I know of.
Oh, we'll get to it.
All right.
Yeah, not that I know of. But yeah, watching the Olympics, back in the day, like it was impactful to see. Like, I don't know if we understood that as kids in the States, that like there were black and brown people in other countries that represented other countries as well. Like, it wasn't something that crossed your mind as a kid sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, you thought it was just people from where you were from.
Yeah.
So it was cool to see somebody else running for Canada, and he always carried himself really well. So Donovan Bailey was impressionable for me as a kid.
I like it. I'm going to go with Marty McFly himself, Michael J. Fox. That man not only saved our future and our past, he's also raised more money for Parkinson's than any 5 people and its research. The man is a real-life superhero on and off the screen. I
like it. Good job. That's a clever one there. Okay. And what was the show he played for?
Family Ties?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, where he played the young Republican cat. He was so great in that show.
Yep.
He's hilarious in it.
What you got, Fisher? Number 3 Canadians, of course, because it is Michael Myers' birthday, so we're celebrating our friends up north.
I'm going to go with Jim Carrey.
Oh, good one.
I'm mad at myself.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jim Carrey, but the in Living Color Jim Carrey.
Oh, yeah. Fire Marshal Bill Jim Carrey.
Yeah, Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
Classic Jim Carrey.
I did enjoy Mask. I watched that.
Oh, classic. You know what, actually, every time I think Jim Carrey, and I know this is not their first movie they would think of, but Liar Liar is one of the greatest comedic performances that's ever happened.
Shouts out to you, Justin. I think he's listening. Good friend of ours. All right, what do you got at number 3 Canadian?
I am going with 7-time world heavyweight champion Bret the Hitman Hart.
I thought you were going Lennox Lewis.
No, I'm going Bret the Hitman Hart. I'm going for the important titles. That's right. 2-time WCW champion, 5-time WWF champion, Bret the Hitman Hart, the pride of Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
It's a little boring to me, but that's
Wayne
all right.
Gretzky comes off the list for Bret the
Bret the Hitman Hart. You bet your ass. Wait. Did you say boring?
To me.
You said Bret Hart is boring.
To me, yeah.
Do you not remember 97, the pro-Canada anti-U.S. run he was doing as a heel?
Yeah, you told me.
It was gold.
All right.
I can't even look at you right now.
Missed those
That's the excellence of execution,
All
man.
right, my bad. All right, number 2 for you, D-Fish. We're looking for top 5 Canadians from you guys.
I mean, I'm going to go SGA. 2-time NBA MVP.
It's hard not to go with
All right, okay.
Representing Canada in the Olympics the last, 2 runs. And, it's for our young listeners. So they can hear something that they recognize as well.
Okay.
On their way to school this morning.
Okay.
There you go. I like it. What do you got?
Now, there is a TV show. And yes, I'm putting a TV show on the top 5 list.
Whole damn cast.
It's called Shoresy. Now, D-Fish, I know you're probably not aware of Shoresy. Raj, are you aware of Shoresy?
I'm not, my friend. Enlighten me.
This is the single greatest, and I'm not saying this as hyperbole. I'm saying this out loud. I think it's the greatest sports television show ever produced. I think it's the most accurate portrayal of athletes. I think it's the most accurate portrayal of what like lower tier athletes have to do to survive, to be and continue to being those athletes. I think it breaks down the psyche of athletes, especially when it gets towards the end of their career, on battling those demons, on whether or not to stay in or get out, and what to do post-career, which is a huge thing for a lot of athletes. Shoresy is the funniest damn show on TV. Best performances.
Okay,
everything.
all right. We don't
Check
got all
out
day for
Shoresy.
this show we never heard of. All right, give me your number one.
A lot of people have heard of Shoresy.
That was a long rundown of a show that we've never heard of that he likes a lot. But it's cool. For me, I'm gonna go with Steve Nash at number one.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Steve Nash.
Wow. Why Steve Nash?
Because it's my list.
Yeah, me, award-winning show bad. Steve Nash, who I didn't even know was Canadian.
Yeah, love soccer too.
It's my list. Steve Nash. We were in the same draft class in 1996, and like Steve's journey, I've always wanted as a competitor. Like I've always loved just competing against Steve. Like he got drafted higher than me, which happy for him, great, he deserved it. But I always used him as motivation as a competitor to just stay grinding and keep putting the work in. He was the MVP back-to-back years. Steve kind of helped to push me beyond my limits because I wanted to make sure every time I got to compete against him, I was ready.
Does Steve Nash know that?
I don't know if he knows it.
Well, guess what? He hangs out to a couple establishments. I live in Manhattan Beach, so I will let him know next time I see him.
You let him know that D-Fish wants his ass one-on-one
right
now.
Steve said, Steve will crush you.
One-on-one on the radio.
D-Fish says he's got your ass.
You're number one Canadian in honor of Mike Myers' birthday.
Number one Canadian of all time, unquestionably. He's a superhero, and when I say that, I mean that literally. The Wolverine. Wolverine, the character, is Canadian and the greatest Canadian that's ever lived. Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, brought back by, of course, Ryan Reynolds, who also is Canadian. But the Wolverine is the greatest Canadian that's ever existed.
All right. Well, there you go.
X-Men style.
It's your list, so you get to,
Yeah, well, Wolverine pushed me as well in the gym all the time. There you go.
Well, yeah, he's built, boy. But hey, speaking of built in gym, the enhanced games. We had some returns on that, not what people anticipated in terms of records.
By the way, have you heard about this, D-Fish? We talked about the enhanced games a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, but not more than what we talked about yesterday.
All right, so those of you that don't know what the enhanced games are this new Olympic-style setup that they have put together where everyone is not only allowed to take steroids, but they are, in fact, encouraged to take steroids. And this has been put together by like Donald Trump Jr. and Peter Thiel, and it has not gone off the way I think they expected. I think they expect this to be a huge hit. They were trying to make this argument that like, we're going to push the boundaries of human experience and human achievement. We're going to show everyone what they can do. Raj, do you have the list of how well everyone at the enhanced games did and how many records were broken?
Well, one.
One record was broken, only one. Another, people failed at every potential record they got while all juiced up to the gills. You had the Mountain from Game of Thrones trying to set a record, couldn't do it. You had runners that were like, I'm going to destroy Usain Bolt's record. Didn't even come close. Didn't even come close. So, I what can I say? Steroids, not all what they used to be, I guess, huh, Raj?
Yeah, I was shocked. I was kind of shocked by it, especially with the deadlift record.
That actually did kind of surprise me. But I don't know. We're in like a kind of a different day and age these days.
Were there age limits to?
I don't think there was a limit put on this thing whatsoever. I don't think there was a. They would list what you were taking. So, like, say you're taking Tren or you're just taking TRT. Like, listen, I currently take TRT. I am currently prescribed by a doctor because I am now the age of 40, and I have the testosterone levels of like Estelle Getty or one of the other Golden Girls. So yeah, they had to give me levels of testosterone to get me back to normal.
It's hard to continue a conversation after you use that analogy.
I felt very good about it. So I take TRT. So technically, I wouldn't be able to compete currently in a normal sport right now. Right. But I could compete in the advanced games. What's up?
Now, D-Fish, you played, was Rashard Lewis in the league when you played?
Yes.
Now he got busted for PEDs, right? Is that a common thing in the NBA? I mean, even hush tones. I don't need names or anything, but is that something that
it's not common. Most of the guys that have gotten, hit for PEDs in the NBA that I know of, were actually taking maybe like not TRT, but one guy I think was Extends.
Oh,
and
yeah, like one of those that'll
like,
mess up your numbers and everything like that.
Maybe, I don't know if it was Viagra or not, but just things that mess with your numbers in terms of your blood and kind of what things will come back if you did take a drug test.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where guys have gotten in trouble, where it's not actually like steroids or something to enhance performance, but maybe enhancing other performances. But it is on the list of things that you're not supposed to take. So a few guys have gotten banged for that.
Like, I've seen a lot of guys, even after that, like, so in 2003 is when they made steroids illegal in baseball. And I've always made the argument, before 2003, I kind of give everybody a free pass because it was called the steroid era. That's why I hate when people, like, try to get on Barry Bonds or try to get on Roger Clemens. I'm like, dude, it wasn't the Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens did steroids era. It was the steroids era. Right. They all pretty much did it. It's wild to me that anybody takes it these days. With the amount of drug tests, I got drug tested. I was a nobody. I got drug tested at least once a week for steroids.
Yeah, I mean, PEDs is like, that testing is still at the highest levels. Some leagues, including the NBA, have kind of relaxed a little bit in terms of cannabis.
We have to. Baseball has to.
And how often the guys are tested. But PEDs are always going to be at the top of the list of things that they're continually tested for.
As they should.
It just goes to the integrity of the game, similar to sports betting and other things. Like, the fans deserve an opportunity to watch the sport knowing everybody's at least as best as possible on the same playing field.
Absolutely. So congratulations to all the no records at the Enhanced Games. We're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, the Knicks are heading to the finals, and we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN, 97.1 The Fan, LA. Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan, 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you, LA, as you're driving around in your morning commute here on 97.1. Maybe you're checking us out on the Odyssey app. Maybe you're checking us out live right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Of course, we have a poll up right now over there on YouTube. Which one of us had the better top 5 list? And that, of course, was our favorite Canadians of all time. Some very good Canadians on that list. A couple great NBA players on that list, and we got to learn a little something about D Fish and who kind of put. I'm not surprised. It's interesting that you're kind of parallels with you and Nash.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know a lot about Steve coming out of Santa Clara until we got into the pre-draft process, and but once I kind of started learning more about him and just like in any business, like you're watching the competitors, you're watching the trends, you're paying attention to the things that could add value to what you're trying to do. So that's how I kind of viewed Steve as like, okay, if he's able to do certain things and accomplish certain things, I think I'm just as capable. What do I need to do to maintain a certain level of performance? And so he was an early kind of like barometer for me to kind of figure out how much I need to get done in order to be a guy in the NBA, man.
Well, speaking of the NBA, we finally have one of our members of the NBA Finals this year. Congratulations, New York Knicks. But by the way, you know what my favorite thing? I saw a lot of great stuff from the game last night. It was a terrible game, but I did see a lot of great stuff from it, and one of which was watching Josh Hart after the game in the press conference, walked up just as classy and as calm as can be, wearing like this wonderful cardigan, white t-shirt, great diamond necklace around it, and just a smooth glass of wine. Just puts down the glass of wine, sits there like with his fingers crossed like he's about to go to a book reading. Like, you would never know this cat just won a game to go over to the NBA Finals, man.
Yeah, no, that's one of the best parts about the league now is there's more space for the guys to kind of be who they are and show fans that side of them. Some guys bring their kids up to the podium with them after games, and their kids are knocking the microphone over and making all kind of sound, and whether he was drinking wine with some protein powder in it or whatever he was doing, like in those moments, like, you deserve that opportunity. As we watched the baseball players win the pennant, and right away it's celebration time. Oftentimes that gets disrupted with the post-game interviews and things. So for him to come up there just super chill,
it was awesome,
relax. Yeah, that's Josh Hart though.
And by the way, I agree with you. I do like it when they bring their kids up, but I have a caveat because we saw it a couple of weeks ago when Joel Embiid did it after the loss. I think if you lose, you can't be bringing your kids up there. You can't do it, man. You got questions you got to answer, and some of these questions are going to be tough in a very tough moment for you.
Raj, spoken like a guy that doesn't have kids and doesn't understand
in a loss.
So you're going to tell your kid, no, you can't come with me because we lost.
Yeah, that is what I'm going to. Exactly that.
Sorry, Dad can't pick you up because we lost the game.
Yes, Dad cannot pick you up. Dad's got to go answer very hard questions about my legacy.
So that's you right now.
How is that me right now?
Don't worry.
So I got a question for you. So let's say that Joel Embiid thing, because I think a lot of reporters wanted to ask him some questions about his performance, his health, and it kind of felt like at the time he was using his kids kind of as a smokescreen to keep the questions from being asked.
Okay, that's different if you feel like that was the energy of it. I didn't see it. So I didn't see it.
I don't know. A win, I think bring all your kids up. Bring all your family up. It's a celebration. In a loss, though, like if Harden was there yesterday after an 0-4 loss and he's just got his kids with him, he's like, come on, ask any question you want. They ain't asking any hard questions because the kids are there as a shield.
Yeah, but that's okay. They're not asking hard questions, that are laced with expletives and curse words and inappropriate topics. It's about sports. So you can still ask.
Raj, I think we got another poll coming, man.
Dad can still be asked a hard question about why he didn't shoot the ball well in this playoff series, even though his daughter's sitting there.
You can't wait. Come on. You don't see him going like, you're going to ask me that question with my daughter sitting here? I could definitely see that happening. I could see that turning into a full-on bleep show if it goes that way.
Yeah, no, I could see how some people would do that and use it as a smokescreen.
Yeah.
But that's an entirely appropriate question after a game.
I agree.
If you say, hey, you shot it well, you didn't shoot it well, you fouled out tonight, how did you feel the game was officiated? Because my 4-year-old is sitting here doesn't change how I feel the game was officiated. Mm-hmm. Now, I may have to watch what I say, right, in terms of, okay, my kid's sitting here. I may not answer it exactly how I would normally answer it, but I don't have to run from any questions.
That being said, if a guy did bring his kid up there and they did ask a hard question and he just was like, what was your question? He's like, what are your thoughts on the refs? If he did do this and go over to his kid, his daughter or his son, earmuffs, it covers his that was some BS. And just
right.
I would laugh hysterically at that.
Yeah, or some guys would say, hey, what do you think about the refs today? And the kid would just give us the truth bomb of all time.
The greatest soundbite ever. Yes. Okay, you might have sold me that there might be sometimes you can bring your kids to the podium. If you're going to use your kids as that prop, I am definitely listening. But hey, listen, the Knicks last night, an absolute rout. 130-93. Let's start with the halftime aspect of this show, because listen, we had some harsh thoughts from our good friend Charles Barkley, and this wasn't even after the game. This was halfway part of the game.
Starting tonight, Chuck has requested special time to begin the halftime report.
Special time? Yeah. Kids at home, if you want to see what the word quit means,
oh, come on, Chuck.
To give up. The verb of that is cavaliers.
Oh, come on.
This is what you see.
You think they quit or the Knicks are just that good right now?
Oh, they were down 29, King. Kitty, look, this is just effort here. Come on, man. This is just effort. Look at this here.
Yeah, you shouldn't be sprinting.
No, watch this here. I got a little thing here. Look here. Come on, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, there was way
we
too
got
much
some more now.
Hey, Chuck.
No.
Listen, he's calling them out pretty hard about them being full on quitting. I don't think you have the same read, although those last two games were a tough watch.
Well, no, I mean, I feel like you can have the same read.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't necessarily like to attach a bunch of intent to what adult people are doing.
Of course.
Right? Like, I don't know if James Harden quit last night. Sometimes you aren't yourself. You just aren't. Now, for a number of reasons, sometimes quitting could also be a lack of confidence and belief in self. So it's not so much quitting, it's just, I'm not sure we can do this. Mm-hmm. And so I'm not as bought into putting all of the energy and effort I need to put into it. But I don't disagree with the read, like in terms of some things from an effort perspective, regardless of whether you believe or not, like you're still supposed to be providing maximum effort and energy, a certain level of physical toughness, even if things aren't working out well. That kind of is the job description of a professional athlete.
Yeah.
And so I think Chuck has always just been great at like way less words than me. Like
straight up. You give him full analysis. He's like, yeah, they quit.
Yeah. and that's why we love Chuck.
Yeah.
Right. But for me, there's always, context and nuance to things. But sometimes, it's just straight to it. Mm-hmm. And it looked that way for sure. And even when you look at the numbers, it's like all 4 games were by double digits. And obviously last night's game was, I mean, that was ridiculous. They had the largest lead of 45 points at one time.
Yeah, and a series-clinching game, too.
And that happens sometimes, too, when you're just, like the 0-3 scenario, it feels so insurmountable that there's a point in Game 4 where the team down 0-3 realizes we have no shot of winning this game or the series, and they just let go of the rope.
So you kind of touched on that also in your, like, a few minutes ago, kind of this idea. Because here's the thing, I always tell people this all the time, and this is where I always get my problem with the talking heads in the sports world all the time. Not what Chuck's saying. I mean, I agree with him. I felt there was a certain amount of quit that took place, but I actually am more inclined to think about it along your lines. Because I think every athlete who's a pro athlete is astonishing. Every single one of them. But people are like, oh, this guy sucks. Guys, the worst player in any league is truly not that far off from the best player in any league, and they're astonishing. Just every guy that's played professionally is astonishing at what they do. However, you mentioned something there, like, how often at that level, like, take a guy like Harden, a superstar player like Harden, but when you have these moments, how often does that imposter syndrome kind of still even creep in, even when you're at that level?
I would say quite a bit.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, because you're still human. And so regardless of age or years of experience as an athlete, you're still kind of figuring out, who you are, what makes you tick, how you're going to respond in certain situations. You're trying to live up to your own standards. You're trying to make sure that your teammates have a certain level of belief and confidence and trust in you, your coaches, the fans, the media. Like, there's all of these external things that you kind of feel connected to, as though you have to live up to those things that are expected from you. So that imposter syndrome can kind of creep up on you, because it's not necessarily authentically how you would represent yourself. Mm-hmm. But you have to carry yourself a certain way, or try to prove that you can do certain things, whether you truly believe or know you can or not. You have to try. I think that's the part that is sometimes surprising for people at home, is when it looks like a guy's not trying. Because I think even in terms of imposter syndrome or fake it till you make it kind of thing,
yeah,
you at least want to go down trying, and it just looks bad, right? Mm-hmm. Like, for example, in the playoffs in 1997, Kobe shot the air balls in Utah to end the game that, are like, they're world famous air balls now because of what he built after those experiences. Mm-hmm. There was a form of, like, as a rookie, he felt like he was ready for those moments. And maybe it was imposter syndrome because maybe he wasn't ready for those moments, but damn it, he wasn't going to not try, because that's how much he believed in himself. I think that's the question that people sometimes have with whether it's James Harden or other athletes in these situations where it's Game 7 or it's an elimination game. Why do they look like they're not throwing everything at this opportunity to get to where they say they want to go, even if it shows up as imposter syndrome? I think we'd rather see somebody go 2 out of 22 from the field and try really hard, and it just absolutely fails.
It just wasn't there.
Just wasn't there. Then kind of almost fade to the back as though they don't want to really be out there. And so I think that's where some of that imposter syndrome kind of is creeping in, because it's been something they've been carrying all season.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you get to that one moment, it's kind of a fade to the back, because now I can't fake it now, like, because I'm not really comfortable necessarily in this situation.
I was always kind of blown away by those athletes that could just really compartmentalize that so far in their back pocket. Because I remember I would hit around double play. I'm like, oh, man, maybe I just don't got this. Or a bad strikeout where I got, like, beat. And I'm like, man, maybe I just don't got this anymore. And it always kind of creeps in. You know better, but somehow it just kind of creeps into your psyche every once in a while. It drove me nuts.
Yeah, it's part of the experience, though, and learning how to kind of deal with that and wrestle with that and figure out, how do I get around this kind of block that seems to be here? Like, I'm not necessarily performing at the level I know I'm capable of. I think negative self-talk, is in every sport at almost every level. Like, that's probably the one thing that most athletes are struggling with. I mean, you think about golf, the way it's all about that.
Oh, yeah.
How you talk to yourself, the things you're saying, the things you don't say. And so all of that is showing up in these big sports moments. I mean, whether it's NHL, NFL, or NBA, MLB, like, they're all trying to navigate how to control this part.
Yeah.
The physical tools are there. but it's really controlling, the mental aspect of the game.
By the way, we do have a poll going on right now at the Fan LA. Check it out. Is it okay for an athlete to bring their kids to the podium after a loss? Go ahead and check that out right now on YouTube as we stand. And you know who seemingly didn't have any imposter syndrome last night? Boy, oh boy, it was that man, Josh Hart. Let's play a little clip of what Josh Hart did.
Turnover, Anunoby, Brunson, alley-oop, and Anunoby with the slam. The turnovers once again killing the Cavaliers. Hart picks it up. Brunson sets up, three-pointer. Anunoby with the follow.
Oh.
Once again, the Knicks with an avalanche.
Of course, that was ESPN right there. They're broadcasting of that game. This team was just firing on all cylinders. And by the way, I saw a really funny meme this morning that the Knicks haven't lost since Cat has chatted up Anne Hathaway in Devil Wears Prada 2. Did you know Cat was in Devil Wears Prada 2?
I did not.
He is in Devil Wears Prada 2, and he chats up Anne Hathaway. And what have the Knicks done ever since? Not lost a game.
That's interesting. I always felt like it was tricky to, have a lot of, even if you shot the commercials or the movies or whatever in the off season, I always thought it was tricky, when like those things would come out during the season because it appears like, you're doing too many things and you're not keeping the main thing. Mm-hmm. But it's actually cool to see. The guys that have shot commercials or movies in the off season or on an off day, and they just knocked it out, and then now they're back at work doing their thing.
And it's kind of coming out at the right time, right?
Yeah, it is. It's very smart, in terms of timing and marketing, branding, etc.
Oh, but on the flip side, you know what New York fans will be doing if they lost this series. They're like, yo, maybe if Cat wasn't in Devil Wears Prada too.
Yes, of course. That's definitely. And that still could happen.
Absolutely could happen. Hey, let's get over to the phones. 855-97-LA-FAN. Jeets in the Central Valley, one of our best contributors to our YouTube channel. What up, Jeets?
What's up, fellas? It's a pleasure to be on with you guys. I got to make it quick before my boss finds out I'm not in the bathroom.
Good man.
Thanks for not calling us in the bathroom.
I wanted to start. D-Fish, you were right. Harden didn't quit last night. He quit after game one, and that was very, very obvious. Also, man, he needs to find a new career. I'm thinking maybe a magician because he's mastered that disappearing act. He's done it for years, man.
Wow. Okay.
He's like an Oz the Mentalist.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. You want to make sure you don't get in trouble.
I wouldn't pick that guy on my church league team, honestly. I wouldn't.
Yes, you would. Yes, you
come
would.
on. Who's
Yes,
on your
would.
church league team, Jeets?
Yes, you would.
No. I would. I couldn't. How can I trust him? What's he going to do? He's going to turn the ball over more when he makes it in the basket.
Well, I would bet you that there's no defenders in your church league that look like OG Anunoby.
Unless there
I
are.
don't know, man. I don't know. I got a few tall brothers.
Okay.
That a baby. Hey, Jeets, how you listen to the show today?
On YouTube. I listen to it every day until it gets me through the morning.
My man. Well,
Sweet.
Jeets, make sure you get over back to work before your boss gets you in trouble. I don't want to be responsible if you're losing income, my guy.
Hey, I appreciate it, fellas. I'm a big fan of the show.
You're the best, Jeets. Thanks for calling. And, of
Thank
course,
you
guys can call, too, 855-97-LA-FAN. And, of course, make sure you check out the poll that is currently on YouTube as we currently stand. Is it okay for an athlete to bring their kids to the podium after a loss? Definitely want to hear from that. By the way, do we have any of that Josh Hart sound post-game? I'd love to get some of that Josh Hart sound post-game because there is something about I do make fun of Knicks fans a lot. But if there's one thing they have really shown this playoffs, and they've shown in the past as well, it drives me nuts. But, man, they travel and they show up for their team. When the Knicks are good, the fans travel.
Even when the Knicks are not good, they travel.
Yeah.
I remember some games here in L.A., as a player. Like, Knicks fans still showed up to Staples/Crypto, and they showed out whenever the Knicks were playing well, for sure.
Well, here's Josh Hart on that team showing up.
You hear that? You're in the other team's building.
This New York, man. And Sham, we got to give Sham a big shout-out, man. He played huge these 4 games. Great defense, huge shots, big shots. And everywhere we go is like the Garden. So, man, shout out to the fans.
Thank you and congratulations to you, Josh.
It is like the Garden. And that right there, of course, those were the hottest plays of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. There's something to it. I mean, of teams that you think in the NBA, who do you think travels the best as a fan base?
I mean, it would be close between Knicks, Celtics, Lakers. I mean, I feel like everywhere we went when I played for the Lakers, there were Lakers fans everywhere. I mean, it didn't necessarily matter, and that's oftentimes why we got the other team's best shot, because it was going to be sold out. The Lakers fans were going to be in there rocking, and the home team didn't want to allow Lakers fans and us as a team to just walk in there and smack them up and then leave.
Yeah.
So it always kind of brought special energy to the building. But yeah, I would say it's between those three teams: Celtics, Knicks, and Lakers. And I mean, the Knicks, fans traveling well. I mean, they probably deserve more credit because, I mean, the Celtics have 18 titles, the Lakers have 17 titles. The Knicks have 1?
Yeah, since 1973.
Yeah.
And that is actually kind of wild that a team that with only one championship, and it hasn't been since 1973, and they've only been, one finals since then, and that was when they lost to the Spurs in 99?
Yes.
Like, it is kind of wild how die-hard that fan base remains even after all of this.
That's why they deserve probably more credit for just being who they are, despite not having a ton of success over the last 5 decades.
Well, you hear what we think. What do you guys think? 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Of course, join us over on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Check out our poll that we currently have going on, and we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up after this last series and after last night, do the Cavs need LeBron, or does LeBron possibly need the Cavs? We're going to discuss it right here on 97.1 The Fan.
I'm alive.
Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan LA. Hey, D-Fish, turns out that Raj and I are going to get into a huge fight over Metallica at some point. I'm really excited. I didn't know that until just now, but it turns out Raj and I are going to get into it about Metallica at some point in this show. Raj.
Yeah, we will, and I know we got a lot of things to cover, but I think the fans will agree this is when they clearly sold out and started doing whack music like this. This is weak.
Oh, you mean their single biggest hit ever?
Right, I get it. They cut their hair and they turned from metal to hard rock.
They didn't cut their hair in this album. They cut their hair in their next album. That was the album Load in 1996.
They sold out.
Some fighting words, D-Fish. D-Fish is with me on our Metallica takes. You know that. Derek and Decker live right now. 97.1 LA, The Fan, joining us right now. Of course, check us out over on YouTube at The Fan LA. We do have that poll going up right now. And, of course, the question on the poll, is it okay for an athlete to bring their kids to the podium after a loss? We remember what happened with Joel Embiid earlier this playoffs. We see what the players are doing in the podiums this go, and nothing but excitement right now for the New York Knicks and their fans. Quite the opposite, I'd say, over there in Cleveland at the moment, D-Fish. After what we just saw, and listen, I know what everybody in LA is thinking. They think this show is just going to be the full-on, what's LeBron going to do next show? And that is just not the case. We're going to be talking all things sports all day long, but if we're going to sit here and pretend that LeBron James's offseason isn't an enormous story, and LeBron James's choice on where he decides to go doesn't have massive implications to multiple teams, most of all probably the LA Lakers themselves, I think people would just be fooling themselves. We kind of need to get to some details about LeBron James, don't you think?
Yeah, it would be no different if Tom Brady was in New England and
absolutely,
was making a decision about where he was going to play football next and what was going on. Like that would happen if Patrick Mahomes was a free agent in Kansas City and there were questions around whether he's returning or not. Like that would be the talk of the entire NFL offseason. Mm-hmm. So that it's not shocking necessarily, but it's something that we're going to talk about. And he's one of the greatest players to ever play basketball, regardless of how you feel about him personally. And so it's part of the news cycle in terms of sports. And basketball specifically.
Yeah, and listen, after watching this series, you and I discussed it last week, going like, well, if they bring back Harden, is LeBron a fit over there with Cleveland? And I'll just ask a very honest question. If you were the Cavaliers, we all agree what James Harden is. He's a phenomenal player. He always has been. But if you had your choice, if you're Cleveland, just say in a perfect world, you could choose between having LeBron or Harden, who would you pick, Derek Fisher?
That's a good question. It's Cleveland's in a win now kind of all-in situation just due to how their roster is set up from a salary cap perspective. So they're not in kind of like a reset, rebuild phase where you even need players that are going to be playing 3 or 5 years from now. Mm-hmm. Like everything's about right now for Cleveland. Otherwise, you'd have to start tearing the whole thing down and starting over. But they've been through that, post LeBron already. So my vote would probably go to LeBron if I'm looking for a guy that, can play at a certain level over the course of an 82-game season, but then also in the postseason can kind of help anchor and offset some things in a way that, in big games and close games, he has shown and I think for another couple years could continue to show an ability to elevate his performance in the postseason and also then elevate the performance of people around him. So that, that would probably be my choice, in particular if it's next to, Donovan Mitchell or you at least need one or two other like ball handler, playmaker type guys. Mm-hmm. But if I was choosing between those two guys and like we want to win a title in 2027, I would pick LeBron.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. And part of that is also kind of Listen, I know it's a narrative, and I know sometimes narratives can be lazy, but it's hard not to see the glaring fact of certain things around Harden when the playoffs hit. And, we all watched Game 1, and we all made our jokes about him not putting his hands up. But you made the eloquent point, listen, James Harden shouldn't be put one-on-one against Jalen Brunson to begin with. So he was kind of set up to fail in that particular spot. But Dom on the chat right now says, Harden is going to end up another Melo if he's not there already. Incredible offensive talent, but couldn't get the team to the promised land. What is your thoughts on that? I mean, by the way, it's not like Melo being compared to Melo is the worst person in the world to be compared to, by the way.
Right, true. There's some similarities in terms of, both guys are, probably scored 1 million points and are clearly, first ballot Hall of Fame guys. So there's some similarities, but, in a team sport, it's no one person's responsibility to get the team to the promised land.
Yeah.
You could argue there's been some things missing around those guys that, have limited their ability to get to the promised land, quote unquote. I don't know if you go back and break down the teams that Melo was on in Denver or in New York, the teams that James has been on in different places, like, if the roster was necessarily built to win a championship. I know for a fact the roster was not built to win championships when I coached Carmelo Anthony. That's why I'm sitting here. I don't know if James Harden has necessarily been in a situation where, like, everything else was in check. The boxes were all checked, and James Harden was the reason why they didn't get to the promised land. I don't know if we could really summarize it that way.
Well, let's find out. Let's get to the calls. 855-97-LA-FAN. Walrus in Encino. Talk to us. You're on with Derek and Decker.
Hey, good morning there, Cody. Good morning, D-Fish. Huge Lakers fan over here. Appreciate you, number 2. One thing I wanted to clear up for you guys. Those Knicks, they have 2 championships. Don't go ahead and forget about Willis Reed, Game 7, 1970, man.
Sorry.
That's when they first got it done. And then, no, it's all good. And then 94, you can't forget about that finals with Elijah one when OJ was on the screen at the same time.
I'm sorry, you're right. I was so locked into that trial. I completely forgot about that. My bad.
There you go. You're good. I'm not trying to show you up at all, man. I just love hoop, man.
My bad.
When it comes to LeBron, I really believe that something that needs to be factored in is Bronny, because if LeBron leaves the Lakers, I don't know how secure Bronny's going to be when it comes to the Lakers organization. I don't know if he'd be able to hop over to Cleveland with his father. In my opinion, LeBron has a year, 2 years, whatever left in his career. Bronny has his entire career ahead of him. So if I'm LeBron James, I'm really thinking about my son, who's starting to develop pretty nicely with the Lakers. And I don't really think he's going to go to Cleveland and win a title there. So what would really be the point? So that's really what I think about LeBron. Hey, great show, guys. Great show.
Appreciate the call, Wallace,
Yeah,
very, very much.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on that? The Bronny aspect, which, it's been mentioned, but we haven't really gotten into. How much do you think that plays? I mean, I doubt it's the main factor, but it's definitely a factor.
Yeah, it's a factor, but I don't believe it's a factor at a level that would prevent whatever decision LeBron is going to make. It will have been considered and factored in.
Mm-hmm.
It will have been considered and mapped out in terms of if it's Cleveland, for example, you better believe the necessary conversations around what would it take to sign Bronny or trade for Bronny or whatever that situation would need to look like. Or, if the Lakers were, okay, we're going to release Bronny so that he can sign with Cleveland.
Yeah.
And then LeBron's going to say, like, nobody, trust me, nobody's going to stand in the way of those two guys being able to be together if that's what they so choose.
Yeah.
Now, if LeBron decides he's going back to Cleveland and Bronny's staying in L.A. because the Lakers believe in him, J.J. Redick believes in him, and that's what's best for Bronny, they'll do that as a family. But trust me, if LeBron decides he's going to sign in Cleveland and they, as a family, have decided Bronny should be there too, it'll happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Will happen.
Yes.
Oh, I have one basis already to prove that one. I mean, fact. Let's go to Mitch in Cali. What's up, Mitch? You're on with Derek and Decker.
Good morning, Cody. Derek, good show.
Morning.
Love the station.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Mitch.
you. Welcome.
Hope Hope you guys had a good Memorial Day weekend. Sorry you had to work yesterday. I wanted to talk about a little bit about LeBron. I'm sorry, I don't give you a chance. I don't hear what you just said. My mistake. It's me, not you. LeBron and with James Harden. LeBron, small. I think they could use a small forward. Cleveland, he's small. The guy's like 6'8". I think he could play center, which if the Lakers put him at center, that'd be an improvement because he comes to play every day. He gives 100%, and he pulls through. So I hope the Lakers can add and keep LeBron. And with James Harden, good or win or lose, you gotta have the same positive attitude. So if somebody wants to bring their kids, and I'm sure James Harden has plenty of time, plenty of opportunities after his losses, all the postseasons he's been in and not come through. And another thing, Carmelo never had a great supporting cast. I mean, look at what James has. Look at the teams he's been on with two other Hall of Famers. Mm-hmm. With the Nets, I think the Rockets are a pretty good team. It's incredible. I can't keep up with him. He travels more than bands. Some bands don't even travel as much as he does. But maybe next year, like the old Brooklyn Dodgers. Wait till next year.
I love it. Absolutely love it, Mitch. Great
Thanks,
phone
Mitch.
call. And, yeah, there is that aspect that Harden has been filled with a lot of teams with a lot of guys on it. The Philly run, which didn't go well. The Brooklyn run, which you just mentioned, which didn't go well. Man.
Yeah, but those other guys aren't free of the same level of
You are absolutely
criticism.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why we've decided James Harden is the only
That
variable.
is interesting that he is the one we're all picking on.
Yeah, like the other guys that we're talking about also haven't won championships, as well. So I don't think it's just about Harden.
All right, well, guys, we're going to take a quick little break. But first, a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. Going to take a quick break. And coming up, D-Fish, let's hit it or quit it right here on 97.1 The Fan LA.
Next Gen. every moment, on air, on video, and in your feed. Take us with you on the always free Odyssey app. Search 97.1 The Fan. You've seen the headlines. Now see if Derek and Decker want to hit it or quit it.
That's right. We bring in the hype man, Raj.
What up, boys?
Chilling.
All right. Hey, Eddie Johnson, NBA radio Eddie Johnson, former All-Star and all that. He says LeBron James' now dead All-NBA team streak will never be matched. Hit it or quit it on that, Fish.
Oh, hit it. What was it, 22 straight seasons?
God.
That's what it was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not because there won't be we're watching Victor Wembanyama, we're watching guys that are going to be great, but the run of health that LeBron sustained is going to be hard to match. So I hit it.
Hit it. Not only is he going to be the only one that does it in this sport, any sport or its equivalent. I mean, 22. I can't. 21 years?
Yeah.
Oh, well, never mind.
21.
I take back everything I said.
Yeah.
I'm going to quit it now. I can't do anything for 21 years. Like, it's unbelievable that he's played at this level for 21 years, and he's going to do it again.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Hey, guys, let's face it. The NBA Finals are always better with the Knicks in it. Hit it or quit it.
I don't know about always.
But, it is better. If we had to choose for TV, it's cool. It's a fun little story.
It's fair. That's fair. Right. I'd hit it. Yeah, I think, New York fans are just insane about their teams. And, obviously New York's a huge media market and drives a lot of conversation in sports, fashion, entertainment, everything. So, yeah, sure. I'll hit this. I'm along with this. I'll go along.
I'm going to hit it too. I'm going to hit it too for a couple of reasons.
Okay.
One of which being I'm liking to see New York Knicks fans get the chance to embarrass themselves the same way that other fans do, because they never really get the opportunity. Because I was in New York the last 4 years, and I watched everybody at WFAN, and everyone complain about Philly fans like, oh, they're going to climb the poles? What a bunch of embarrassing trash. I watched what you guys did on 8th Avenue last night. I saw a lot of pole climbing, which... good for you. Enjoy it.
Sometimes pole climbing can be interesting, can be fun. Let's see. What, Derek? The Thunder. This is a thought or, a suggestion out there. I saw the Thunder should make a play for Giannis in an attempt to Wemby-proof their future. Just to Wemby-proof their future. Hit it or quit it that the Thunder should make a play for Giannis to Wemby-proof their future, Derek Fisher?
I don't know. I quit it.
Okay.
I don't think you can't Wemby-proof your future with less shooting. If you have too many guys on the court that have to get to the basket in order to be successful, you have no shot.
Right, yeah.
I would like to say, I'm going to quit it too. I don't think there's a world this happens, but I would like to say, 2026, they have 2 first-round draft picks. 2027, they have up to 3 first-round draft picks.
Oh, no. They have 13 first-round picks over the next, 6 years.
They're never going away.
No.
They're never going away. This is a nightmare. I actually hope they trade for Giannis so they can get rid of some of these picks over the next 5 years.
Lord of mercy.
Oh, my God.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Guys, we're in 2026. I know we have all had our complaints about Dodger Stadium, but entering the stadium last night was easy. Hit it or quit it.
Entering Dodger Stadium was easy.
Yeah, vehicle-wise.
I hit it because
you Ubered.
Oh, you cheater.
You cheated.
Oh, come on,
I
Derek.
drove the caddy to that place.
Yeah.
And I regretted it.
Why are we booing smart choices?
Because we're unfair around here, dude. That's just the way it is.
Explain that to me. How does the Uber actually get you? Did it take you to Sunset and you had to walk in all the way?
There's an Uber lane.
There's an Uber lane?
Yeah. You get dropped off at gate 11 or lot 11 or something. And it's a short walk right up to the entrance.
Dude, I had to pull like 9 illegal traffic maneuvers to get in. Like, because here's the thing, I tried to get, I pulled it off of like, the downtown LA exit, right? So like, I'm going into the one right field exit. I'm like, nah, it's backed up like crazy. So I go around the stadium. And I try to go with the Sunset exit. That entrance is backed up all the way back to the 10 freeway. So then I drive around it, flip a U-dog across a couple of solid yellow lines, hoping there were no cops around. Got away with murder, got into the stadium, but no. I'm quitting it. It was a nightmare to get into Dodger Stadium. Like, it's always a nightmare. That 70,000 seats and 4 entrances. 4 entrances?
Yeah.
4 to get into a ravine.
Yeah. Well, there's another stadium in L.A. we'll talk about later
it's
that
even
you
worse.
have a decision to make that isn't good either.
Worse.
That's why I'm going to ask you. Staying at home, just watching. I'm tired of going to games with this. Let's see. Jay Williams, ESPN's Jay Williams, he says the Thunder's foul baiting strategy makes them impossible to root for. Hit it or quit it, Fish.
I quit it.
Okay.
Yeah, is he specifically referring to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Just the whole
like,
team be flopping. Oh, Holmgren flops a lot, Chet. In that Lakers series, LeBron didn't touch him. He looked like he got hit by Mike Tyson or something in the face.
You did see the video of him falling down on the landing when Fox got out of his way, right? It is kind of funny.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that.
Oh,
yeah.
I gotta show it to you.
It's
kind of
like
funny.
that.
Yeah, I haven't. I haven't seen a lot of guys just fall down with zero contact. That's just me. A graze across the nose will take you down.
A slight breeze will take down SGA.
Okay. That's what you guys think. I quit it.
We'll see you, Decker.
I'm actually going to quit it too. I don't think that's not the reason to hate them. They're just sheer unadulterated dominance, and the fact that their dominance is going to continue for years to come because of those draft picks, I think is a great reason to hate them. It sucks that I'm hating someone because they're just so damn good at what they do and what they do in the front office, but that's why I hate them.
You guys realize OKC's only won 1 title, right?
For now.
Like, why are we acting like they've won the last 10 titles and nobody else gets a chance?
Well, that's how we feel.
Okay.
I mean, they're just so stacked in their future assets.
I'm scared.
Thanks
a
lot, Clippers.
God.
Man, if there's any reason,
man. You did this.
Speaking of the Clippers, later on we got to talk about the Clippers. They have the 5th pick in the draft this year, man. They're going to get a really good player.
They actually have like 4 more picks. That just OKC has them.
Man, yeah, we gotta talk about the Clips. And the draft is pretty thick this season, right? Pretty deep, I guess, is the way we say. Is that the way it is, Fish?
Yeah, no, it's a great draft. A lot of talent up and down the list. Guys, franchise players, some great future role players, I think, in this draft class as well. So the Clippers at 5 will get a good player, but I think no matter where you are in this draft, like, you can get somebody that can help you for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the thing that you saw that really – because you were just – those of you who don't know, you were over at the draft combine. What was that like? What things kind of stood out to you coming into this draft with what you saw?
I think not just like the depth of talent, but younger players just understanding the moment and where they are, and tons of people just complimenting how they carried themselves, how professional they were, and the interviews were going well in terms of team interviews, talking to players. And I think the added levels of income and kind of almost having to level up and be like a pro in college is actually better preparing them to be pros when they get to the pros.
That's phenomenal, because there was a part of me that was worried for the exact opposite reason, because you know how college athletes are often not set up for success when it comes to these things. So you just throw a bunch of money at college athletes, they don't really have the infrastructure usually to kind of succeed off of that. So I'm thrilled to hear that we're getting some success out of this.
Yeah, and I think financially you'll still see, up and down results there, just because for most athletes, or sometimes the people around athletes, like they don't have the experience necessary to establish or generate wealth from wealth even. So you'll still hear some issues around financially what's going on, but in terms of like how they carry themselves, how they speak to people and interact with people, like a recognition that they are a brand now, right? Like, you're endorsing things. You are an NIL advocate for a brand or a company. And so I think there's just more awareness of like how you carry yourself as a young athlete than there used to be, because you're getting paid to carry yourself a certain way. And I think that's a positive thing.
How often do you like look back at your college life going like, man, I was just the wrong time. Just the wrong time.
No, it was the right time for me.
Wrong time for me.
I wouldn't change a thing, bro.
Oh, I would change so many things. So many things. But, guys, that is it for this hour right here. We'll be taking a quick little break. And when we return, don't worry, Raj. I'm going to stretch properly. When we return, we got a lot going on in the second half of the show. We later on in the show got the legendary Jim Hill going to be joining us live here. Of course, later on, Crosstalk. We're going to be calling our shot on tonight's game for Game 5 of the NBA Western Conference Finals. Of course, we're going to talk a little bit more of the Eastern Conference Finals. And last night, coming up, Derek and Decker's night at the ball game. We're going to talk about it right here on 97.1 The Fan LA. L.A. Derek and Decker, and of course, D-Fish with Decker. What can I say? Professional. Broadcast professionalism, Raj. Listen, we've talked everything under the sun, and Raj, what do you got, Raj? What do you got?
Oh, no, I was saying you thought you would slip up in another way, a different show name, and you've done very well.
The fact that I haven't said Beadle and Decker like a dozen times on this show is a miracle, a full-on miracle. But you are listening to the new and improved Derek and Decker right here on 97.1 The Fan with Dave Fish and myself, Cody Decker. And we've talked everything. We've talked a lot about the Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks moving on. We've talked a little bit about the Dodgers. We've talked a little bit about the Raiders today. We got our top 5 favorite Canadians, and of course, we got polls. Raj, tell people about the results of our polls.
Well, the first one you mentioned, the top 5 Canadians, because it is the birthday of the great Mike Myers, the spy who shagged me, voice of Shrek, and Wayne's World, which was my favorite out of the 3. And the poll, who had the better top 5? You guys gave your top 5 Canadians, and I won't go over all of them, but the people like Derek Fisher, 60% like Derek Fisher's and 40%. Yeah, that's what you get for putting in Owen Hart or whatever, the little boring wrestler.
I said Bret the Hitman Hart.
Oh, sorry.
Not boring, maybe one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Embarrassing.
Raj, I just want to thank the fans for their support
There
this
you go.
morning.
There you go.
Thanks to all of our listeners
Guy
for
gets one win.
understanding that Cody's list was
Guy gets one win.
Just a list.
Yeah,
unreal.
And we have another poll.
Watch Shorzy.
Cody,
another poll. Go ahead.
I've supported Cody on his wins. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have.
And then as soon as I win now.
Then you throwing shade, Cody.
No. Those of you watching on YouTube, you know the looks D-Fish has shot me when I've won these games. It has not gone well for me at all.
I said, good win, Cody.
You know what that means? F you, Cody. That's basically what you're saying to me.
All right, and the second poll we had up is about athletes like it was Embiid, who after the win had his kid up, no problem. But after the loss, maybe used the shield, the tough questions. Well, should athletes be able to bring their kids up to the podium? 55% of the public say no. 45% say yes.
Ooh,
so
that's close,
a close
though.
one, but
that's close.
Yeah, with this one, I feel like this is like people complain about, athletes being too guarded, or we don't really know how they are at home. Or
yes,
in
we do
person,
get a lot of that.
And so, if you feel like an athlete is intentionally bringing their kids to soften the questions,
yes,
sure, no, they shouldn't do that. But I think for an athlete, male or female, that after a tough loss feels like maybe the most impactful, positive thing in their life they want to have close to them in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we should be questioning whether that's okay or not.
Well, I'll admit this. The way you described it, if your kid is up there and is going to give the brutally honest answer for you,
they will do that.
I will sign my ass up for that 10 out of 10 times. I cannot stress that enough.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that, if you're going to use your kid as a not a smokescreen, but as like an accelerant,
right,
then my answer is an absolute yes.
No, kids have no filter. They will give you the straight up answer.
By the way, D-Fish, and of course, those of you that have not listened today, we were at the Dodger game last night. And of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Dodgers got the win, 5-2. A nice comeback win in the fourth inning specifically. And listen, we had a great time at the game. We were sitting right behind home plate. I was rocking a lovely, not at all obnoxious 97-1 The Fan t-shirt. I was just billboarding it up. Like, I got like 3 texts like, Cody, are you like promoting Smile 3? What is going on? I was like, no, just enjoying myself a ball game with one of my favorite t-shirts.
Just happened to have this shirt on.
Who knew? Yeah. Who knew? Was it too many sizes too small? Probably. D-Fish just shows up looking like an actual person. I'm sitting there as a clown rocking like children's shirts. But I got to say, I did see us on TV, and I got to say, my arms look pretty good. They look pretty big in the shirt. So,
it
actually
all worked out.
I do want to thank the Odyssey for giving me such a wonderfully form-fitting shirt.
Yeah, it worked out, bro.
Yeah, I looked like The Rock in like Fast 5.
I feel bad.
Why?
I mean, you're giving them a hard time. They did ask me what sizes. And Derek, does he usually wear a medium or no?
I mean, I haven't seen the tags, but yes.
Would you like to see the tag on this?
So
no,
I did request a large for you, figuring it would look smaller, and that's how you like to rock it. And I get that too. I like the tight fit as well, but I didn't know it would be a child's large. I apologize.
It was definitely a child's large, and I did the best I could.
Raj, he did about 1,000 push-ups before he came to the stadium.
Whoa. One, yes, I did. And 2, how dare you judge me?
Tell us about you guys were on TV. Everyone could see you guys right behind home plate.
Okay,
I heard you took a stray from one of our hosts.
That's what I really want to get into right now. I don't want to get into the Dodger game. We knew the Dodgers were going to beat the Rockies. No problem, no harm, no foul. Great job by Sheehan, by the way. A really nice outing, 6 innings pitched, sitting right behind home plate, looking at the movement he was pitching with last night. Phenomenal stuff. That being said, that's not what this conversation's about. Last night, we're sitting there, we're doing our part, we're watching the game, we're getting a lot of people that are coming up to you and worshiping at your altar because you're D-Fish, and I couldn't get enough of it. Those of you that don't know, going out anywhere in LA with D-Fish is amazing because just people just come up to him as if he had fought wars for them and just like, thank you so much for your service, sir. Thank you so much. We love you. We love you, sir. They're just bowing to him. It's just people are opening doors for him. It was great. Until all of a sudden, it gets to the 8th inning, and I'm trying to hustle to my car. I'm trying to hustle out of the stadium, trying to beat all the traffic because I got to wake up at 3:45 in the morning, and, I'm going to catch the end of the game. But I finally find my car after 20 minutes of looking for my car because, of course, we didn't have parking at the game. So I had to park roughly on Sunset Boulevard. Got my car, and I turn on 97.1 The Fan. And those of you that have been joining us, you know this. We have an incredible lineup here on 97.1 The Fan. Really, really, really great people. And doing nights lately between 6 and 10 has been a very talented guy named Jeff Serrallo. And Jeff Serrallo has been, is it Serrallo? Am I pronouncing that correctly? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that correctly because I've listened to a couple of times and he's pretty damn good. You can check him out. He does work at Vice and he does work at CBS Sports and he's been doing a couple of nights for us here. And they start talking about us and they're mentioning that we were at the game. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. They're talking about us at the game. He's like, yeah, we're just watching behind home plate this whole game. It's been great. And then they said we were thinking about not kind of blowing them up and mentioning that they were there, even though I've been posting about it nonstop and we're at the game and also we're very visibly behind home plate. Couldn't be more visible that we're behind home plate. That being said, he starts talking about it, going like, yeah, I didn't want to blow anybody up or anybody's spot because, I didn't want people to come up to them and bother them and all that, of which case, by all means, come up and bother me all you want. I have no problem at all. But he's just like, yeah, but I was also thinking about the safety issues. And finally, the producer just goes like, yeah, but you could see them on TV, so it's not like we're really blowing them up. It's all good. He's like, and also, I don't think Decker and D-Fish are two dudes that just anybody's going to just roll up on. And then Joe said something interesting. He's like, yeah, especially Decker. Like, I've been seeing his lifting weights lately, and he's throwing around a lot of weights on his Instagram, which is true. Follow me, Anti-Hero Baseball. You see some impressive stuff. Then he just goes and says the word. And this is where we have the problem. He says, I think they have to be fake weights. I think they're going to be foam or something. I think he's making these up for the gram. Excuse me?
He said that on air?
He said that on air. He said that on air to a listening. He accused me of lifting foam weights.
You're on a Hollywood
for
set.
Clout on my Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fighting Words. I don't know what to say other than I didn't lift up that goddamn 600-pound deadlift to be accused of not lifting a 600-pound deadlift, sir.
Raj, we're going to have to bring the rack in here and put it on the wall.
Raj, we got a problem with our boy Joe.
We're going to put a rack on the wall over here,
This
man.
ain't I'm down. We actually have a rack downstairs. You think for 1 second we can't there's not enough weight downstairs, Raj, for me to deadlift down there.
Oh, he's fired up.
Oh yeah, I'm fired up.
He's ready.
I'm ready. That's Fighting Words, man. Listen, I only have an ego about a couple of things. Lifting is one of them. I'm pound for pound the strongest broadcaster in America. Have I looked that up? No, but I feel confident about it.
He'll be on tonight, so we'll see if he responds to the insults that he threw at you. I'm offended for you.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you. D-Fish, are you offended for me?
Yes.
That didn't sound real.
No.
Hold on. Cut. Let's try that again. Hey, D-Fish, you're offended for me, right?
I am offended for you because of how offended you are.
That's my guy.
I can feel the offensiveness.
That's my guy. See, that's my guy. That's a guy that's got your back, Raj.
Jeff.
Joe.
Oh, it's Joe?
It's Joe. No. Call him by the wrong name. He should be called by the wrong name. Huh?
It says Joe.
Is it Joe or Jeff?
It's Joe.
It's Joe.
It's Joe.
Joe Jeff.
All right, maybe it's Jeff on Instagram lifting foam weights.
Yeah, it's
not
me.
Joe.
Yeah, no. I'm lifting real weights, and I'm going to prove it later today.
All right.
I don't know how I'm going to prove it with a video.
Joe, if Cody hurts himself lifting weights and he can't come do this show,
this is on you.
It's going to be on you, bro.
It's absolutely going to be on you. What was your experience last night being at the Dodgers? When was the last time you've actually gone to just being in the crowd of a Dodger game or something like that?
I feel like the family and I went I feel like it was last summer or 2 summers ago. Just took the kids out, enjoyed a Dodger game. Yeah, it's always a good time though. I feel like going to Dodger games is something that I enjoy, but just the ins and outs and there's no easy way to even get to your seat, even though, even if you have great seats, there's still some turns and some escalators and some things you got to navigate to get to your seats. And I don't really, to keep it 100, I don't really love attention that much.
Yeah.
Which is odd to be on radio and TV where
you're not helping yourself.
But so when I go to, big sporting events or events, I'm literally trying to avoid extra attention.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to get as fast as possible from the car to the door to the seat, and then back from the seat to the door to the car.
Well, the good news is where we were sitting, because if you're in the dugout club, you're kind of in not necessarily a secured area, but kind of like a more special area where not as many people can get down to it. So we were in a cool spot. The game was awesome, but I don't know, man. You don't get. I know you might occasionally get uncomfortable with it because just you're that kind of nice guy, but I personally found it really kind of cool seeing the amount of people that were just excited to see you. It's very almost refreshing because it wasn't like anybody was bothering you or getting in your play, but they treated you with a certain reverence, and I wasn't kidding. 3 people just walking by you, thank you so much. And that's all they would say to you. Just walk by you, thank you so much as you're walking by. And I'm like, man, that's got to be kind of cool sometimes.
Yeah, no, it is. No, I appreciate people that appreciate people, right? But then, I think we all should try and at least have a feel or a sense of if I see someone that I do appreciate or have thanks for, depending on the timing and the moment, I don't need to blow that up into a thing. I should just maybe do something, in passing just to let them know, but let's keep it moving. And maybe there'll be a moment where you can blow it up and there's a picture or an autograph or whatever involved. But yeah, it's not for lack of appreciation, gratitude, and I still have to pinch myself sometimes. I don't really roll I'm me like that all the time.
Yeah.
I can get there. Like don't get it confused.
No,
like,
I
can get
believe
there,
it.
But I don't naturally just walk in the door like, yeah, I'm me. I'm here. Everybody come in, tell me I'm me. I don't need that. But is it appreciated and enjoyed that people like value literally by doing my job try to do my job at the highest level that I could, that people like genuinely appreciated that. Like, that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm not a musician or an entertainer. Like, I'm a basketball player for a long time. So knowing people appreciate that at a really high level is a good feeling, because all the hard work and sacrifice that went into it, it's like that helps you feel like it was worth some of those hard days.
And I have to say, it was just cool to see and be a part of and rub my shoulders around it. Very, very, very cool. But there was one thing that I just... Listen, I know we've mentioned it, and I know everyone mentions it when they go to these games. And how can you not? Dodger Stadium, when you're in Dodger Stadium, and I mean this, and I'm not saying this because I'm in L.A. and grew up in L.A., I firmly believe when you're in Dodger Stadium, there is no beautiful ballpark that exists. I really think that. I think the two best ballparks in Major League Baseball, I'm sorry, three best, two of which are in Southern California. And I think it's Dodger Stadium, and I think it's the San Diego Padres Petco Park. Those are two just unbelievably gorgeous stadiums. The one thing that Petco Park has on Dodger Stadium, and I think everyone would agree with it, it's just getting in and out of it. The parking there, the 4 entrances into Chavez Ravine, the lack of public transit into it. You know, the fact that they're sitting around, the city has been bantering around the idea of doing that, what is it, the gondola thing over the mountain from downtown. That's insane to me. I'm sorry. That's there's no. I'm terrified of taking a Waymo because I don't feel comfortable with a non-driver in front of me. There's no universe of getting me on the gondola. There's no universe. No shot.
Not to avoid 25-minute walk.
I would rather park in Chinatown and walk. That's what I would rather do. You know what I honestly think is I feel like we already missed like the most obvious thing in the world, because there's that train from Santa Monica to downtown LA now, and they're building more trains. Like there's the D line that's going all the way down Wilshire to downtown. How is there not a train stop in Chavez Ravine? Just some way. Even if it's just from downtown, how is there just not a trolley? The Dodgers used to be known as the Trolley Dodgers. That's what they were known in Brooklyn. That's why they got the name Dodgers. Their nickname was because to get to the field, people had to dodge the trolleys to get to the stadium, so they changed the name to the Trolley Dodgers, eventually just became the Dodgers. Now they're in Los Angeles. Build us some trolleys. Give me some trolleys that can get me into Chavez Ravine, and honestly, make the name make sense again.
Yeah, I don't, disagree with like getting in and out of there. I do feel like that contributes to how you feel once you're there, though. Mm-hmm. I think
because of the work you just had to put in to get there.
The work you just put in to get there, but also once you're there, like you're literally in a ravine. You're not seeing, other buildings or other structures. It's not close to an airport where there's constantly planes flying over. Like you're in like a baseball heaven, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And there isn't anything else that's really disrupting your sight lines and the way the park is designed. And so I think it contributes to what, like, the fans are locked in. They're there early. It's an experience. It's not just going to a sporting event. Like, it's an actual experience. And so once you're there, there's no better place, I don't think.
Completely agree.
It's just hard. Like you said, it's hard getting in and out. And any solve they find for that, they could probably charge more for tickets, which they'll be in a rush.
No, they will be afraid to do that. And here's the thing, the tickets are not cheap, but like watching Dodger fans roll up last night, like that stadium was packed. I've always really driven me nuts when people are like, oh yeah, Dodger fans, they don't show up. Yeah, they do. They always do. Look, why are there so many empty seats? I often attribute it to a couple of things. One, it's the traffic, because people are usually still trying to get to the stadium. But also, this is the big thing. That stadium holds like 67,000 people. Half empty is 33,000 people. That's more than any other stadium. The Dodgers have the highest attendance in Major League Baseball, and it's by a pretty wide margin.
It makes sense. I mean, even the upper deck, like far edges of the stadium last night were not as full, but it was still full.
Mm-hmm.
And so the other parks are 40,000 maybe?
Like anywhere between like 30 to 40 to 50,000, but usually around, I'd say the barometer, I'll look up the actual average, but I would guess the average is around 40,000.
Wow. So yeah, the Dodgers are getting, 50 to 60,000 per night.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously, the great playoff runs and World Series runs, that place is filled all the way to the edges, during those times of year. But the Dodgers, man, they're in a good spot, here in late May. Haven't played great. Injuries, guys, the bats aren't just super, super humming, but they have so many guys that, understand, like, they can get hits in a timely fashion. Even last night, they're kind of hanging around 2-1,
mm-hmm.
and then boom, 7th inning, that they can turn it on and get it going.
They really can.
And that's what makes them so unique in terms of possibly winning another title this year, man. They're looking pretty good.
They really are. And I've used the phrase playing with their food, and I apologize that I'm using that phrase, but I think it's accurate. This team just needs to get through the season healthy to be ready for October. And if they're healthy in October, that's a juggernaut that you're running into. It's a buzzsaw.
It is, both offensively and defensively.
Pitching.
That's the thing. Yeah. They really have everything that you need in order to be successful. I think it's really just, like you said, a matter of health, so that, Dave Roberts has all the tools in the shed, to be able to kind of, game plan for particular matchups and certain opponents. National League's tough. It's a tough divisional series and championship series. The Brewers, the Padres, the Braves, the Cardinals. Like, there are a number of teams in the National League that you have to be able to navigate and get through. So, but I think the Dodgers are in good shape for now. And then between now and All-Star break, just if they can make another push and just kind of keep making sure they have control of the division, because you want those games at home as much as you can get them.
Absolutely. And by the way, I did look it up. 41 to 42,000 seats is the average. Dodger Stadium, the most capacity, with 56,000 seats available at their stadium. We're going to take a quick little break, but first I want to give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Calcian Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And coming up, he is a legend in this industry. He's a legend in this city. The one and only Jim Hill joins the program right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1, The Fan LA.
Listen to...
All right, you forgot the music.
I hate it when I do that. 97.1 The Fan, L.A. Welcome back to Derek and Decker live here on 97.1 The Fan. And of course, you guys can check us out live right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And of course, that is at The Fan, L.A. The chat has been going off this entire show. We are looking very forward to our next guest. We're about to be joined by the legendary Jim Hill. And of course, we also want to hear from you guys. 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326 here on The Fan LA, the new home of sports talk here in Los Angeles. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and of course, we were talking a little bit about Dodger Stadium last night and how much fun we had. D-Fish, how many, I'm assuming the majority of, your experiences with fans that these things are always positive. Has there ever been, a negative one where you're like, all right, we got to get away from this?
No, not really.
I figured.
Not really. Yeah,
you kind of have that demeanor, people just like you.
Yeah, but even if they don't, I'm not giving them that energy, bro.
Smart man.
I'm out of here.
Smart man. Smart man. That's why you got to save your energy for the better people. And who is the better people? Well, he's already on the line. As a guy that's grown up in Los Angeles, California, I have been watching this guy my entire life, and so have you, Southlanders, because he is the one, the only Jim Hill, who you can always check out as the lead sports anchor and sports director at KCBS TV. Jim Hill, welcome to Derek and Decker, an absolute honor.
No. Believe me, the honor is mine. I knew there would be one day when Derek Fisher would be on the radio.
Yep.
I knew.
No, I didn't.
Well, let me tell you something. If you were around Derek Fisher when he was playing, you would always say, "Man, one day he's going to do it. He's got it. Whatever it is running his mouth. So he knows what he's talking about too."
Yes, he does.
Appreciate you, Jim, man. Thank you so much, man, for just joining us. I didn't grow up in L.A., but I grew up in L.A., if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean, yeah.
So, yeah, appreciate
Derek
you always.
Derek, y'all know, I appreciate you. Derek is one of the – Derek is up in a class by himself because whenever you wanted to interview him or talk to him, he always had something very, very important to say. Mm-hmm. He didn't give you any BS. He'd give you the straight scoop. He was brutally honest, whether it was praise or criticism about himself or one of his teammates. And if you didn't like it, tough. But you knew it was the truth, so you had to accept it.
Love that. Absolutely love that about him. I'm standing next to him every single day right now, Jim. I can't stress that enough. Jim, you've been basically the face of LA sports for decades, and you have been able to see almost every iteration of what this market and what this fan base has turned into in the last 20 years, especially getting back to new NFL teams, the resurgence of what the Dodgers are right now, of course, many of championships from the Lakers. How have you seen the sports landscape kind of evolve over the last couple of decades?
The best of the best.
Yeah.
The sports fans here expect championships, but more so than championships, they expect all-out play. They expect you to. They know that you can't win all the time, but they know that you should be able to give it your all every time you step on the court or the field or whatever. That was one of the great things about Derek Fisher. Whenever he stepped on the court, he gave it his all. Did he win every game? Almost. But was he a tough player? Hell yes. I mean, he gave it his all every time he was on the court, and the opposition knew it. So the sports fans in Los Angeles are very smart. They know hustle. They know excellence, and they know personalities. And when you add all of those things together, then you've got Derek Fisher.
Jim, talk to us about, we're NFL fans, right? And there's so much conversation around how different, today's game is than what the game used to be like. And players that played, in all sports, 10, 20, 30 years ago feel a certain way about the way the game is played now. What are your thoughts as an actual former NFL player when you watch the NFL today and you're there interviewing guys? What is it like for you and your experience?
Well, obviously, today the game is faster. There are the big guys run faster than the fat guys did a long time ago. But you got to remember one thing: if you can't block and if you can't tackle, you can't play. I don't care what anybody says. The fundamentals in any sport, and Fish will tell you this: if you don't have the fundamentals, you don't play. Now, the fundamentals of players that played a long time ago, like when I played, and now, and you still have to block and tackle. Now, the guys are bigger, faster, stronger now because of training, because of nutrition, and things like that. So I'm not one that's going to criticize guys of the past, because I was one of those guys of the past. And I'm going to tell you something. And when you criticize, you don't know what you're really talking about. Because to play sports, especially on the professional level, it takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
And you have the perfect person sitting right there talking in Derek Fisher. I can't think of a better person to talk about sports, about the nuances and the do's, but more importantly, the don'ts than Derek Fisher. How many people were more successful than Derek? How many rings does Derek Fisher have?
He's got 5, and I'm desperate for him to tell me where they are.
Yeah. Okay. See, well, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. See, he's got the material. Jealousy is a monster, and so a lot of times people want to criticize so they can get attention to themselves. Derek Fisher could walk into the room and say nothing, but say something, just by the way he handles himself. He just walk in and show his rings.
Oh yeah,
that tells you all you need to know about the guy. But if you know anything about sports in general and about basketball, you know Derek Fisher, and you know when he speaks. What's that saying? But when he speaks, everybody listens. It's the same thing with him. When he was playing, who did everybody run to get a quote? Derek Fisher. When he was playing, who did everybody really appreciate what they did? It was Derek Fisher. When you have the credentials that he has and has done what he's done, then you can talk smack about it. Now, there's only a few people that can do that, and one of the few is D. Fish.
By the way, we are speaking with LA sports legend Jim Hill, lead sports anchor and sports director at KCBS TV. And Jim, because of your legendary LA sports broadcasting career that spans the entire country, obviously, people always seem to forget that you were a first-round pick, 18th overall in the 1968 draft. You played for 3 teams: San Diego Chargers, Green Bay Packers, and Cleveland Browns. And you mentioned about how handling the broadcasting. How is being an ex-player at your caliber kind of not necessarily leaked in, but informed your way on covering all the sports?
I think a lot of times people forget that athletes are human as well. And Fish can tell you this. And sometimes when you walk off the court and you lose a tough game, it hurts. I will tell you this. I remember giving up the game-winning touchdown. It was all my fault. I still remember that today. I still have, believe it or not, I still have nightmares about giving up the game-winning it was my fault that we lost. When you care about what you do, like Fisher does, and Fisher still does, man, you want to win every time. You want to play your best all the time. You know you can't. But when you give up the game-winning touchdown, you never forget that. I will remember giving up the game-winning touchdown in Green Bay, Wisconsin, against the Minnesota Vikings forever.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Jim,
it's not fun either.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
With us too. Give us your thoughts on LeBron's possible return to the Lakers and just his free agency situation overall.
He can do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Yep.
No.
Hey,
I'm serious.
Yep.
I'm serious. How long has the man played?
Yes.
There's very few individuals that have played as long as he has, as hard as he has, and has achieved as much as he has. See what happens? Here's what happens. You get spoiled. You got a guy right there that spoiled a lot of people with Derek Fisher. Okay? When you perform at a high level all the time, you don't win all the time. You win 90% of the time, or 95% of the time, like Fish did. But when you win all the time and give it your all the time, people get spoiled. People are spoiled here. Derek Fisher helped spoil a lot of people. Sure, certainly in basketball, but in a lot of sports as well, because he gave it his all the time. He was very intelligent. He would when you talk to him, he had something to say. He didn't say duh-ruh and and duh-duh. Okay? You get spoiled. And in this is the sports capital of the world. We've got two of everything here.
Yep.
So when you step on the court, the sports dollar is at a premium, and fans have every right to cheer as hard as they want to, or to boo as hard as they want to. That's just part of it. If you can't stand it, what to say? Can't stand the heat? Get out of the kitchen.
Oh yeah.
But with Derek Fisher, Derek built the kitchen. He was a chef. He was serving up all the meals.
Yes,
and played with some great ones along with him, like Irvin Johnson Jr.
Well, listen, Jim Hill, an absolute pleasure. You are an absolute sports legend, lead sports anchor and sports director at KCBS TV. Of course, also check him out on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, because you can. Jim Hill, I cannot stress enough what an absolute pleasure and honor it is to have you on Derek and Decker today.
That's it? That's it?
I know. Yell at Raj. Raj is telling me that's it, and I think it's insane, too.
Who's telling you that's it?
Raj. It's all Raj's fault. In fact, when you get off here,
what the hell does Raj know? Who is he?
I've been saying this for weeks, Jim. It's been a problem.
You got Derek Fisher there, probably one of the top 25 players that ever played this game, and you talking about what's his name?
Yeah, Raj. I know. He makes it all about himself. He's selfish. It's the worst.
See, that's what I'm talking about. There's no room for people like that.
I agree. Raj, pack your bags, bud.
I file my resignation now.
The one and only Jim Hill. We cannot wait to have you back. And truly, thank you.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me. Keep the faith now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Of course. The legendary Jim Hill. Guys, we need to take a quick break. Coming up, we got ourselves a Game 5. And it is an interesting Game 5. We're going to call our shot right after this on 97.1 The Fan LA. 97.1 The Fan LA. Welcome back to Derek and Decker live here on 97.1 The Fan. Of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Raj, I'm not fighting you that this is somehow bad Metallica.
This is real Metallica.
This is phenomenal Metallica.
This is pre-sellout Metallica.
There is no sellout Metallica. There is just Metallica.
No, sounds like creeping death.
God forbid the metal artists get paid. What's the problem?
Well, they just changed their resume from metal to hard rock. I was disappointed. I'm sorry. I was young. I was impressionable.
They still thrash, man. They still thrash. By the way, it's one of the few concerts that's on my bucket list I have not gone to see yet.
I've seen Slayer live. Yeah, I've seen Danzig live. I've seen Suicidal Tendencies. I have not seen Metallica.
I've not seen Metallica. And they're like down to my one of my last 3 bucket list bands. I finally saw U2 at the Sphere a couple years ago. I finally saw Bruce Springsteen. Oh. Now that's all that's left on my bucket list bands is Metallica.
I saw Bruce Springsteen at one of the Super Bowls I attended, and he was the halftime performer. And I was like,
that was good.
I was like, what? But I was like, okay, he can play. Like I get it. That's a musician. Oh, we have our first fine. Yep, our first fine.
D-Fish, I just walked in from the restroom. D-Fish, it has been announced to us that we will be fined every single time we are late from the restroom. Granted, I am with you that we don't know when we're coming back from a bathroom break.
I don't even know sometimes.
Raj has no clue either. So it's kind of a crapshoot.
But and I will true paywall. You did set an over/under for Derek Fisher that first week of 4.5, and he came under. Thank you. Yeah,
big time.
Yeah, he really had no faith in you, Derek. He thought you'd be late every break.
We barely knew each other at the time. I just figured. I'm like, I don't know, because listen, it's been tricky because we don't know when our ins or outs
we don't. But it's just an internal clock you get in radio, and Derek is new with us. So one time when we were doing our lunch show, he went to Starbucks, he went to Target during the break. I'm like, bro, we're doing the show.
When we break, we break.
Yeah, we're going on a serious break. All right, so it's time to call our shots, D-Fish, and we got ourselves a Game 5, an incredible Game 4 where, man, it's just that man Wemby. And I know what I want. I could definitely tell you what I want. What I want is the Spurs to go on in the finals because I want to see more Wemby. There's no other way of saying that. When you get a unicorn in front of your face, I don't want that unicorn to go anywhere. Nothing against SG. I'm as much as I like making fun of the SGA and the and the Thunder flopping narrative, I don't get as bothered by it as most do. I think it's just part of the game, and it is what it is. There's something about just like how Wemby plays, the toughness on his defense, the overall just mythic size that he carries himself with, and I just want to see it in the finals. I really do. Get that magnetic New York crowd against this guy Wemby and the cast and crew that he's got surrounding him. Now that we're seeing Castle kind of become a star, dude, I can't get enough of these Spurs right now.
Yeah, but we say that now, right? And then as soon as they become like, if Wemby's going to dominate the league for the next 10 years. And then people are going to start complaining about
I will.
His greatness.
Oh, no, I will. I'm going to complain about it.
They should change the rules.
100%.
He's too tall.
Agreed.
They should raise the rim to 12 feet because Wemby's
Wemby shouldn't be allowed in the paint.
It's all
new rules.
Like it just is what it is. I don't disagree with seeing less of Victor Wembanyama. How he plays basketball, not just the physical, talent and skill, but he plays basketball still very well. He plays the right way. He makes the right passes. He's a great teammate. He's almost like a different version of Steph. Like Steph Curry in recent years kind of redefined what a franchise player can look like in terms of being the best player on the team, but also being a guy that everybody on the team loves to play with. Sometimes those things would be opposite of each other because the best player on the team sometimes can be too self-centered. And so then there's moments during the course of a season where it's like, this guy's, he's trying to do too much. He's making it all about him. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't work for everybody. But Steph kind of changed our view of that. Like, you could be the best player on the team, one of the best to ever play, and also be a likable guy that your teammates actually enjoy playing basketball with, that they don't mind you shooting the ball 25 times because they like you, actually. And I think Victor Wembanyama has also kind of captured that magic feel within the dynamic of the Spurs team. SGA has that feel within the Thunder dynamic in their team. And that's, to me, what makes it fun for, to watch these guys. Jalen Brunson has done that with the Knicks in large part. So it's like the NBA is just in this great window where the faces of these teams are also dudes that, for the most part, we love and respect, except for the narrative around SGA and the foul baiting and flopping. I personally still want to see the Thunder advance. I like it when it's similar to the Dodgers for me, right? Like, once a team figures out what it takes to win, I want to see them keep figuring it out as many times as they possibly can. Because most of the time, once that run ends, like, that's probably it. We won't see it for a while. So I want people to go on their run. So if the Thunder can win one more, I want them to win one more. Because guess what? The Spurs ain't that far behind if they're behind at all.
Oh, that's fair.
And once they win their one and they realize this is what it takes to win, they'll probably be able to win a couple because of number one on their team.
And then just wait for the Timberwolves to get theirs, and then
that's I like to see that. But I'm as a neutral basketball fan, I will not be mad at whichever team is able to win this series. In terms of calling the shot tonight, I'm going with the Thunder on their home floor.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that home court advantage can be a real thing, especially in OKC and the way they kind of roll up to that stadium. What are you expecting? How loud do you think that place is going to be today?
Oh, it is going to be deafening. And that's before the game even starts. I mean, I remember, postseason game, my first postseason game in Oklahoma City, what is this, April of 2012. And, I'm accustomed to many playoff runs with the Lakers.
Oh, yeah.
And, okay, before the game, warm up, and there's very few people. All the T-shirts are covering the seats, an hour before the game. But there's not that many people other than, media, teams, staff. They open the bowl about an hour before the game. But in L.A., there's not like 20,000 people rushing in when the door opens at 6 o'clock for a 7 o'clock game. However, in Oklahoma City, the arena almost fills up within the hour of the bowl opening, an hour before the game. So when you come out to warm up, like, it's rocking like it's game time already. So it's going to be crazy in there tonight.
Because you played there, is it because they're the only gig kind of in town? Like, Oklahoma City's a major city, yet, no other major sports franchise. I mean, there's a AAA team there, but that ain't a Major League Baseball team. So OKC Thunder, they're it in that town. Same way the Padres are it in San Diego.
Yeah, it's kind of what Beadle, shared with us about her experience as a Spurs fan growing up. Like, that's the show. That was the show. And so everybody literally in town is all in on that team and that group. And so it's the same thing in Oklahoma City. Like, the community has a very close connection and passion for the team because it's a representation of the entire community, and they cheer like it is.
Absolutely. Well, you hear what we think. What do you guys think? There is a poll up right now. Call your shot. Who do you got tonight in Game 5 in Oklahoma City? Do you got the Spurs or do you got the Thunder? Make sure you vote at the Fan LA. And, of course, we want to hear from you going into our final hour. 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Call in to Derek and Decker and let us know what you think. Coming up, oh, baby. Derek and Decker's night at the ballpark definitely took place last night. But is Dodger Stadium the best stadium in Los Angeles? What do you guys think are the best arenas in Los Angeles? Hell, what do you think some of the worst ones are? We're going to get into it right here on 97.1 The Fan LA. welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. It's Derek and Decker right here on 97.1 The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, get over in the chat on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Right now, we got ourselves a question for you guys all to call your shot. Spurs or Thunder in Game 5? We got it right now, leading at 67%. The vote is leading towards the Spurs taking Game 5. Of course, I picked the Spurs for tonight. You yourself picked the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm just excited to watch some really good basketball tonight. That's for sure, D-Fish.
That's what I'm excited for as well, Cody. Man, I think this is going to be a It's going to be a tough game right here, man, for both teams. I think this is going to be an absolute slugfest. The Thunder will respond and play better than they played in Game 4 in San Antonio. We'll see if, A.J. Mitchell at least is healthy for the Thunder. J-Dub may still be out with the hamstring, so I'm not necessarily expecting him to play tonight. But the Thunder for sure need A.J. Mitchell's return. Right now, the Spurs have really dialed in, how to make things difficult for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and without an additional ball handler and playmaker on the floor at a high level, it's just going to be tough for the Thunder to generate offense. And so that's why they were limited to 82 points in Game 4, man. It was just Spurs were literally like a blanket, just over the top of everything the Thunder tried to do offensively. So as long as the game is highly competitive and we see some of the performances we've seen in this series so far, ultimately that's what I want as a sports fan. I'm rooting for the Thunder. I think the Thunder will win this game tonight, but I'm a fan of just elite performance when it comes to sports. I could have a team, but I want to see both teams perform at an elite level.
Absolutely.
Because to me, that's more engaging for fans to watch when these guys or these girls are out here playing basketball at a level that's we may never see something like this before. That's what I like to see.
And I'd love your take on this, because I've been watching this whole season, and I just thought it's been two teams and everyone else. I've just been it's been OKC, it's been the Spurs since day one, and I'm talking not just the Western I'm talking the NBA, because looking at the Eastern Conference, kind of a down year again for the Eastern Conference. Yeah, the Knicks won it, they're in the finals, but now they have to wait 8 days to play a team, either of these teams, that I just think are just so much better than them. And it's not a knock on the Knicks at all. Maybe they could run into a heater and win a series from one of these two teams. But looking at these two teams and watching these two teams this year, I have no idea how the Knicks will even compete against them.
It's going to be tough for sure. It's probably the best thing about it is the Knicks will have 8 days to probably hear that from a lot of people. And as a competitor, as you know, hearing that people really don't think you can do it and aren't going to give you much of a chance and assume that either of these teams are just better than us, that'll keep them motivated over this next 8 days. But I agree. In 2002, the infamous series against the Sacramento Kings, Western Conference Finals. Kings had an opportunity to go up 3-1 at Staples Center, and another big shot by Robert Horry that secures the win for us. Big comeback in that game. I think we were down by 26 at one point.
I'll never forget that shot.
And go on to win that series, win Game 7 in Sacramento. The level of performance as a team that we got to in order to win that series, when we got to the finals against the New Jersey Nets in 2002, they had no shot of even winning a quarter in that series. We were just on another level of connectedness, of intensity, of focus. There wasn't anything the opponent could do. Same thing in 2001, to be honest. The level we got to eliminate the Spurs 4-0 in the Western Conference Finals, there was nothing Philly could do. They won the first game, but the rust was real because we had been off for 9 days.
Yeah.
And they won in overtime, and it was a wrap after that. And so that's the way I'm predicting, at least to the best of my ability, whichever team wins the Spurs Thunder series, the level of performance they will have come off of for 2 weeks, it will be at another level compared to the performance that the Knicks have had to get to beat the Hawks, the Sixers, and the Cavs. They've played great.
They have.
I'm not saying the Knicks aren't capable of winning the NBA Finals, but they have not had to reach the depths of performance and level that the Spurs or Thunder have had to reach to battle each other out. So that's the way I see that when we get there in 8 days. Tonight, we got a barn burner, I hope.
That's right. We got 8 days till we got to worry about that. And it's going to be a lot of fun discussing it as time goes forward, and I cannot wait for this game. You've heard us call our shots, but what do you think? Let's go over to the phones. 855-97-LA-FAN. Jordan and Corona, talk to us. You're on with Derek and Decker.
Hey, I actually hang up the phone because I got the Spurs winning tonight, and I also feel that really want the Knicks to beat the Thunder if OKC advances.
Okay.
Because none of my associates, acquaintances, his friends, or colleagues like the Thunder.
What about if the Spurs go forward? What are your thoughts on that, Jordan?
What?
What if the Spurs go forward? What are your thoughts on that, Jordan?
I lean slightly to the Knicks.
Okay. Like, listen, I actually, believe it or not, Jordan, I wouldn't say I entirely agree. I do think that, and I mentioned this to D-Fish yesterday, and you moderately agreed with me. I was thinking for a bit there, D-Fish, and Jordan, tell me what you think about this. I think that if they come against the Oklahoma City Thunder in the finals, the Knicks will just get wrapped up quick. I don't like that matchup, but I feel like they could get to the Spurs. What do you think, Jordan?
7.
All right, well, Jordan, we can't thank you enough for the call. Thank you for calling in from Corona. D-Fish, I know we got this barn burner. Is there a world, though, also on top of that? Because, man, is there a way that these two teams can beat up on each other too much to then get into the finals?
Possibly, but we won't see that until the final starts. The rust versus rest conversation is real. So the rust for the Knicks will be there game 1 of the finals. But the rest could prove to be advantageous as the series goes on. So as you get into game 3, 4, 5, 6 of the NBA Finals, that's where the amount of rest that the Knicks have had by eliminating, multiple teams quickly starts to kind of tip into their favor. Prior to this series, the Thunder had eliminated teams, quickly as well. So they do have some rest in the bank a little bit. Could the Thunder or Spurs be beat up from an injury perspective? Yeah, I mean, we've seen that, right? De'Aaron Fox is still navigating, I think, a right ankle.
Yeah. You mentioned J-Dub already.
J-Dub with the left hamstring. A.J. Mitchell seems to have something going in terms of why he missed game 4. And so, yeah, beat up from that perspective, yeah, both teams could have some things that they have to deal with. But, their performance level, though, the type of defense, if the Thunder are able to advance and you've played against the Spurs defense that has the ability to guard the ball on the perimeter the way they do, combined with the rim protection and length of Victor Wembanyama, and you somehow get past that, I don't know if there's a defense that can stop you after that, because you will have seen the best defensive scenarios you're ever going to see with Wembanyama floating around making everything difficult. If the Spurs are able to advance, I mean, the Thunder are an elite defensive team, always have been. They turn you over the most of anybody in the league. If the Spurs are able to get past that, the Knicks are a good defensive team, but are they as good as the Thunder? Is Karl Anthony Towns as good of a defender as multiple guys on the Thunder? Is Landry Shamet as elite of a defender as Lou Dort or Alex Caruso or guys that are coming off the bench for the Thunder? So though you start to break that down, you could lean towards either of the Western Conference teams. But the reality is the Knicks are there now. They're waiting for whoever comes. And as we've seen, winning games at Madison Square Garden is difficult to do.
Yeah, an extra factor right there.
That's an extra factor. And the Knicks have gone into other people's buildings multiple times and gotten the job done this playoff run. So they will have a chance. I just would lean towards whoever comes out of the West personally.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. By the way, it is in the chat right now. Gary in the chat. It makes a very good, simple question. What's the Knicks' answer for Wemby? And I'll give my answer for that. There is not one, but that's not a Knicks problem. That's an NBA problem. There is no real answer for Wemby.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
And I think more so than anything, it's defensively. There's no solve for like how he impacts the game defensively. Mm-hmm. Offensively, shooting comes and goes. There are some teams, even you saw the Timberwolves, like there are teams that kind of have guys that can physically frustrate them and, lean on them and beat them up, et cetera. So you could impact him in terms of like him not scoring 30 or 40 points a game. But defensively, I don't know how you eliminate or solve his ability to protect the rim the way he does. I mean, I've never seen as many NBA players as we've seen this playoffs in 2026 dribble towards the basket, have 2 feet in the paint, and just decide to, nope, I'm going to just dribble back around and go over here and try to figure out another way to try to score.
Was this like what people were so frustrated? Was this like what playing Wilt Chamberlain was like for everybody?
Probably so. That's a good comp. Like, it's just that I haven't seen that. Bill Russell comes to mind. Mm-hmm. In terms of his rim protection and shot blocking. So that's the part that is like there's no answer for that. Mm-hmm. And I think when you're hearing other players around the league kind of commenting, I believe it's a little bit more about like how do you even score on this dude more so than how do you kind of stop him from an offensive perspective, even though he's providing – some glimpses of not being able to stop him offensively either. He's hitting half-court shots. He's hitting logo threes. He's stuck with the ball, throws it up off the backboard and goes back and gets it himself and tips it in. Like he's also starting to show we may not be able to solve offensively either, but we definitely don't have a solve for him defensively.
Terrifying. Terrifying. And I don't even think we've seen the best version of this guy if he keeps going, man.
True. That's
just the wild thing. Hey, Raj, what do we got going on in the chat, my guy? I asked you right when you were eating, huh?
No, I don't be eating during the show.
Oh, really? What you chewing on, buddy? What is that?
That's me thinking, okay? Oh. Yes. Hey, we were talking about the Dodger game. Of course, my guys went there last night, Cody and Fisher, if you saw them. But Taval 943, you discussed the difficulties getting in and out of the stadium still.
Oh.
He says the easiest and quickest way to get to Dodger Stadium is through Lot B. I don't know if it's that easy, but
I mean that sounds wonderful.
Sounds
on
great.
Paper, but I've been going to Dodger Stadium my whole life. I went there as a player and struggled to get in. Like, I can't stress that enough. It's hard to get in and out of that place.
Yeah, that's why the Rockies cut you, being late.
That's not why the Rockies cut me.
All right.
But they had their reasons.
Okay. Steve, GC8H, says Cody and D-Fish behind the plate last night was legendary. They said they really liked that, seeing you.
Agreed.
Jeets22 says Brunson should have given the MVP trophy to James Harden. He said Harden was the Knicks' best player. Dude is trash. Cleveland should send him and his stuff in a trash bag. Wow.
Jeets.
You okay. And then finally,
D-Fish doesn't like that, Jeets.
Good Karma Sucks says today's Laker front office would have messed up and traded Derek Fisher before he became a star.
I hope not.
They waited until my star was a little dusty. And then
No, but the point is they would have traded you too early like they have some other players that you see out here thriving in the playoffs.
I mean, you say that, but I woke up today to every single tweet this morning, posting a photo of the Mavericks draft when they had both Luka and Jalen Brunson. I as much as I want to sit around and be very upset as a Laker fan seeing other ex-Lakers do well this playoffs, like, yeah, Julius Randle, even though the Timberwolves fell early, seeing Josh Hart get to the finals with the Knicks. I've mentioned Alex Caruso ad nauseum, what he's been doing to everybody. Imagine waking up being a Mavericks fan today. How about that? Just imagine that. Because not only is that Captain Clutch over there in New York who you used to have, we got Luka over here in L.A. I mean, it must be a nightmare waking up today as a Mavs fan.
Probably so. And, which we'll talk about more, right? It's probably why Kyrie Irving will not be traded to the Lakers at any point.
You have to assume they won't do that just to get the PTSD out of their fans.
Yeah, you would think. But, I mean, Cooper Flagg is starting to soften some of that angst.
Good.
Rookie of the year, face of the franchise now. Like, he has a long, bright future, but it's going to take a while for Dallas to kind of work its way back from, literally being in the NBA Finals 2 years ago. And we may not see them in the Western Conference Finals for quite some time.
Well, man, we obviously when we're talking about the Knicks, we got to hear from our good friend O the Great. What up, O? Talk to us. You're on with Derek and Decker.
Deck and D-Fish, how y'all living, man?
Chill.
Good, bro. Good.
That is really good. Before I get into the game, I got to say this. The hate that my man, Cody, don't know his middle name, Decker, had to take from y'all last week over some burgers on a damn grill. It's burgers at a barbecue. That's perfectly fine, Raj and D-Fish. Why y'all give my man so much hate? Like, good goodness.
We're fine with burgers at a barbecue. All we're saying is they got to stay over in the right lane, which is the slow lane, right?
That's insane.
On the freeway, just keep it to the right so that there's room for the barbecue. That's all.
Wow.
We just can't have burgers taking over the whole grill. That's it. The burgers and hot dogs get done early. Then they get out of the way. And then that way, or if you want to go out and do your chicken and ribs and slow cook them and let that meat tenderize and soften, then you can clear that, and then the burgers and hot dogs can be last. But it's okay, it's okay.
It's just y'all were hating. I get it. Put the burgers on one side, put your lobster tails over here, put your chicken over here. I get it. It's just like, goodness. I thought it was a bit excessive.
I agree. The burger slander was real, my guy. You know it. We all felt it.
It was, my dude. All right. I just got to say this. Like y'all had thought, and like I said, Knicks was going to do this, and they did. Look, I'm gonna go out on a limb, bump it. I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm on a limb right now by myself. I feel like Chunk and Goonies just sitting on that thing before I go over the boat. And shout out to you for Michael J. Fox and Logan as your favorite Canadians. Damn, Michael J. Fox is the man. I don't give a damn with nobody. That is my boy still. Love that man. All right. Knicks will win the NBA Finals no matter who they play. I don't care if it's the alien or I don't care if it's the MVP. Knicks will win it. There is no way in hell that the New York Knickerbockers are going to get this close to the championship and the NBA refs are going to be like, you know what? SGA fell again. Let me give him the call. No, I'm telling you, if they play OKC, OKC won't get any calls that they got this entire season for the last 2-3 years. They will not get those calls. And if they play the Spurs, that's going to be a different animal. Good luck with that cat, but I still think they can win it. That's what I'm picking. That's what I'm saying. I love y'all. Y'all keep doing y'all thing. I'm out.
Love you right back, O.
Appreciate you, O.
What do you think of that? I mean, I'm assuming they would put Karl Anthony Towns on a Wemby.
No.
No? What would they do?
No way. OG Anunoby will get some of the call. Mitchell Robinson, backup big. He'll get some of the matchup as well. Josh Hart will probably get some of the matchup. Karl Anthony Towns has a foul problem defensively. He gets into major foul trouble without playing against Victor Wembanyama. If you match him up with Wemby, it's a wrap. He fouls out in the first quarter.
Yikes.
It's going to go that fast. So you have to – Karl Anthony Towns will end up on whatever the best non-shooter they could find to start the game, that's going to be tough against the Spurs, depending on who they choose to start. But Karl-Anthony Towns has foul trouble issues. So it's going to be tough if they try to match him up with Wemby, unless every time he touches it, they're just going to double team him and try to prevent Karl-Anthony Towns from even having to guard him one-on-one. But I some of what he's saying is, I think, correct in terms of sometimes it's just your time.
Mm-hmm.
And, it could be just the Knicks' time. Like, we don't know this for sure. If we're evaluating it from a basketball perspective, I still think whichever team comes out of the West is going to be the team that is best equipped to win 4 out of 7 games in the NBA Finals.
Also, 8 days off in between games. That's a long time in between games, man.
Yeah, and like the Knicks are still you have the Josh Hart game that Knicks fans will always remember in this Cavs series where, he shot the ball 21 times. I think he made 6 threes in that game. But the Knicks are still heavily reliant upon Jalen Brunson production.
Mm-hmm.
And both the Thunder and the Spurs have multiple guys that they can kind of use to make it difficult for Jalen Brunson to be as effective as he normally is. And so that's where I also would lean towards these Western Conference teams have a level of depth in their scoring that makes them pretty unique and difficult to play against. Like, Wemby doesn't have to score 30 for them to win.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Brunson has to score 30 points for the Knicks to have a chance to win. 4 games out of 7 against these two teams.
Whew. And one of these two teams held the Oklahoma City Thunder to 82 points, which I'm saying that out loud, and it still doesn't feel real to me.
Yeah, think about how hard it is for Shai Gilgeous to score in this series. It's going to be really hard for Jalen Brunson to score if they play the Spurs or the Thunder.
Absolutely, man. And real quick, want to give a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. We're going to take a quick break here. And coming up, listen, LA, this is a UCLA town, and we all best get ready to just get on board with that. I'm going to tell you exactly why that is right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan LA.
For the longest...
we'll see. We'll see, Raj, if Cody's, ready to lock in and get us through this last half hour. And
like if we had something to tell us.
We need like a flashing light.
Like a producer or something to say, hey, we might be coming on the air soon.
I don't know. The damn rejoin music might be a clue.
Neither of us had our headphones in.
One thing to be late here and there, like not having an internal clock
that
like Derek might do, but you just sit there and just, nothing happened. Like you just sitting there at the beach or something.
We're just in here chin wagging about UCLA football and
we were talking about what we were about to talk about on the air. We were literally having the conversation. You just dropped in on it.
That's a great idea. Prep. I should try that one day.
Well, one of these days we will prep and discuss what we're going to talk about on this show. Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan LA. Derek and Decker here with you live, rounding out the final hour of this show. And listen, we teased it. We're going to pay it off. UCLA. I am a UCLA Bruin. I went to UCLA between 2005 and 2009, played baseball there for 4 years. I currently have a banner up in left field. Yes, I think that's stupid too. There are much better players that went to UCLA, but I will take it.
Oh, that's real cool, I think.
It's very cool. I love going to the games and seeing that they actually still have a banner up. The reason why I think it's funny is not that I wasn't deserving of a banner. They put it up for guys that go to the big leagues. But since I left, there's been like 15 guys to get the big leagues, and they're all, and I'll just be keeping a buck, they're all better than me. So I honestly think they should probably put somebody better than me up there. But as of right now, I will take it. I did set some records while I was there, so I guess they're keeping it up for that nostalgia. But UCLA baseball just did something very, very spectacular in the world of college baseball. And I'll just put it to you this way. How often do you see in like football, how often do you see in basketball, a team start the year number one and finish the season number one?
It used to be that way, when like the blue blood schools, powerhouse schools, UCLA basketball, back in the day. Duke basketball comes to mind. And football, it's really challenging because, you lose one game, you kind of lose that number one spot.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's rare, I would say.
So there are 56 games in a college baseball season. 56. UCLA baseball just won 51 of their games this season in the regular season. They started the season number one overall. They have finished the season one overall. They had 3 walk-off wins in their Big Ten tournament. This team is staggering. And I'll go a step further. Whether or not they win in Omaha at the end of this or not, I firmly believe this is probably the single best college baseball team ever assembled. And I'm not only looking at the baseball team, because the women's softball team, which is a very storied franchise, back in the Women's College World Series. So there you go. You got 2 massive UCLA teams absolutely dominating. Oh, don't look now. But all of a sudden, UCLA football wants to make a splash, which is something, as a guy that has been rooting for this school since I've been going there, which was over 20 years now. Since UCLA has joined the Big Ten, this is what they've looked like for the last 2 years. They were 5-7 in 2024. Rough start. 3-9 last year. They looked terrible. Got a new head coach in Bob Chesney, who everyone and their cousins said is the guy. He led James Madison to the college football playoff this year. They're sinking some money into the team. They just announced they have the 10th best recruiting class in the country. So maybe this might be a real new beginning for UCLA football. So that leads me to this question, because UCLA has been calling me a lot lately. And I'm not joking. They've been calling me a lot lately, offering me tickets to become a season ticket holder over at the Rose Bowl to see some UCLA games.
Okay.
And the reason they're doing this is because they are doing something, and this is why I actually feel a certain way, that UCLA football might really, legitimately, for the first time in a long time, be taking a step in a direction towards the championship level that UCLA is accustomed to in all of their other sports. They're sinking money into the Rose Bowl. In my time, I'll freely admit, I've hated the Rose Bowl. I've never liked the Rose Bowl. I think the Rose Bowl is harder to get to than Dodger Stadium is to get to. I think the Rose Bowl is a pain in the ass to actually watch a sporting event. I think the food and amenities there are atrocious, with the exception of one thing, and Raj did remind me of this. And Raj, I think you're dead right. UCLA's tailgating is phenomenal at the Rose Bowl. It's just a pain in the ass to get in there and get out of there. Way worse than Dodger Stadium. But now that they're building this new thing and they're sinking money into the Rose Bowl, it's got me thinking, maybe I do shell out the $7,000 or $8,000 they want me to shell out for these tickets that are apparently on the field. You ask me any other year, the answer would have been a hard no, borderline laughing at the person before they hear click. This go around, though, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think I need to jump back on the UCLA football bandwagon before the bandwagon takes off, because I have a feeling like in 2 years, these tickets are going to be costing this.
Well, I mean, I got a few things here on that breakdown there you just gave, which is great. One, I thought UCLA was calling you a lot because you still owe them money for parking tickets.
I also owe them money.
When you were still there. So,
I also owe them
you
money.
Clarified that it's for tickets to, football.
Yeah, it's tickets to football, but I do they do adamantly maintain that I owe them
colleges
money.
and universities don't play about them parking tickets, okay? Two, you know who set this in motion on UCLA's campus? UCLA women's basketball.
Oh, yeah. National championship, baby.
They forced everybody to look at themselves really hard here and say, what are we about? Mm-hmm. And that's what it takes, though. And so getting that energy going and the school, the university, seeing what it does for, just the pride on campus, the brand, getting back to being championship level student athletes. So now all these other sports got to follow. Baseball's doing their thing. Women's softball's doing their thing. The Rose Bowl, the investment there was some conversation around the possibility of
leaving going to SoFi.
So that got everybody's attention. Mm-hmm. So let's put some money into the Rose Bowl and make sure we make some of the improvements necessary to keep UCLA football right here for the foreseeable future. And so, I mean, all of that adds up to me, Cody, sounds like you might need to shell out, bro, and be a part of the catch it early, because if Chesney comes in and does a great job, recruiting and getting UCLA football going in the right direction, the number's only going to go up.
I know it's going to go. And that's the thing. I firmly believe. The other reason why I know it's going to go up no matter what. That's
True.
The other thing. Because
that's true.
They're not going to be sitting as a 3-9 team forever. I have to assume UCLA is not going to remain a 3-9 team. You get a coach like that in here, you got to do something. I'm just wondering, should I do it? I'm right on the fence, dude.
I mean, at least you'll be grandfathered into the price raises.
That I don't know. That's the other thing. Can I keep myself at that price range for a while, or are they going to screw me out of that?
No, you won't.
How dare you, Roger?
Yeah, you won't be able to stay at that price range, but the flexibility to try and, when they do increase the prices, the fact that you're a current season ticket holder, it will at least allow you an opportunity to keep the seats that you want or the location or whatever it is before you get priced out or moved to another section. Mm-hmm. With these improvements coming, the price is going to go up.
And by the way, I've seen renderings. It looks pretty. You know how hard you got to work to get me to say nice things about the Rose Bowl? I will freely admit, this looks pretty sweet.
So again,
it's so much money.
I mean, that's true, but how many Saturdays are you going to be there?
Dude, if I'm paying for these, I'm going every Saturday it's available to me. I guess it'd be 7 or 8 games, I would assume.
Yeah, of course, once you pay the money, but I'm saying without, if you didn't have season
tickets. If I didn't have season tickets, I wouldn't go to one. I wouldn't go to one game at the Rose Bowl. I didn't even go see Oasis at the Rose Bowl, and I love Oasis more than most deceased family members. I can't stress that enough. Granted, I saw them in Scotland, but that doesn't matter. I wasn't going to the Rose Bowl to see a concert.
Right. That changes things for me in my mind a little bit.
You know what it is? I think the reason why I'm thinking about it, legitimately thinking about it, I've been in this town my whole life, and the only time UCLA has ever been good, and there's been times where UCLA has been fantastic, it's never mattered because USC and the football side has always been just that much better. They've always been just that much better. We had Maurice Jones-Drew, who had a monster year. Well, they had Reggie Bush. So that sucks. We had one of the greatest running backs of our generation. They just had the best running back of the generation. It's just, this feels like an opportunity for UCLA to finally take a little bit out of the wind of the sails of the USC football world. And I don't feel like I've been in a position to say that for a long time.
Yeah, man, we'll jump in there and be a part of it. You know, we may not be able to take any holidays off.
No, who needs them?
After you spend this money on these season tickets.
Yeah, it's been a good run having money. Never know what that's going to be like ever again. Oh, guys, but what do you think? 855-97 LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. Of course, get in the chat here on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Of course, the Fan LA. Check us out there. We've been staying on everything. Not to mention, we still have a poll. Call your shot right now over there on YouTube. Who do you got in tonight's Game 5 matchup between the Spurs and the Thunder? It is currently D-Fish. 62% of the listeners right now think the Spurs are going to edge out the Thunder in OKC. So, man, I hope they're right. If nothing else, I just hope we have ourselves a badass game.
I mean, Wemby Mania.
Wemby Mania is right. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. And coming up, ladies and gentlemen, last spot of the day, it's time for Crosstalk.
Crosstalk.
97.1, the Fan LA.
Our critically...
Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan LA. And of course, Derek and Decker, we are finishing out our 4-hour extravaganza that is this show. And we've talked everything under the sun. We've talked Western Conference Finals, Eastern Conference Finals. Our absolute love of going in and out of the Rose Bowl is obviously something that was discussed today. We talked about the Raiders. And, of course, we interviewed the legendary Jim Hill. All that and more. And, of course, the phone number here right now, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, if you're checking us out on YouTube at The Fan LA, you know what time of the show is. It's your favorite time of the show, my favorite time of the show, and Brock and Alex's favorite time of the show. Welcome for some crosstalk.
What's up, foam lifter?
Oh, what's up? Yeah, you heard that too, right? What is going on? Foam weights.
I love that that's just
Foam
the
weights.
way to poke the bear.
Foam weights.
It's like, that's what's going to get him.
Excuse me. This granite didn't make itself.
Uh-huh. I got to say, you guys crushed those seats behind home plate last night, though. It was so funny because I forgot, and I was just watching the game. I was like...
Alex sent me a text. He's like,
that looks
I see
familiar.
you.
I was like, wait, they look so familiar. Oh, my God, duh! And it's so funny because, like, Cody is so aware that the camera's there, and like,
I just started waving at you.
He's perked up, so you,
oh, yeah,
you did a great
I put the chest
job.
out. I made sure everybody saw the logo.
With the 97-1, thank goodness a woman in front of you got up to leave.
She did for like 2 innings.
It was
I was
perfect.
like, oh, this is our moment.
So we can actually see the shirt. And D-Fish was just as cool as a cucumber. Just like,
Blending
just
in.
chilling, like watching the game. And Cody's like,
Yeah.
hey, everybody.
I was peacocking a little bit. I was letting the
Yeah,
chest out.
it was beautiful. It was
I was
perfect.
just like, get a look, everybody.
You guys
It
did
was-
great.
It's
Yeah.
kind of the perfect visual representation of your relationship.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I can't stress this enough. That shirt would not fit anyone in this room, including me. I know that because I was breathing heavily.
Dude, I got a double XL.
Oh, I didn't.
I got a double XL.
They gave me a child's large.
Oh, I asked for it, though.
I looked ridiculous. That being said, had a great time in the game last night.
So fun.
Wait a second. I got an issue.
What?
D-Fish, have you noticed something? This is the first time we've had a crosstalk, and Brock didn't sit down and with the opening statement, I got a bone to pick with you guys right now.
I was actually about to compliment you,
What?
but now I'm not going to compliment you. Instead, I'm going to ask, what was that spicy stuff you were talking about the Rose Bowl?
Which spicy stuff?
When I was driving in, I got out to go to the gym because I pretend to be healthy, but I swear I heard something about the Rose Bowl.
I wouldn't say it was spicy.
Okay.
We were talking about the Rose. So UCLA has been calling me lately. They've been
Yes.
trying to get me to get season tickets to this new seating area that they're currently building.
Okay.
And it's interesting me because I'm like, you know what? UCLA football has not really been much in a long time, especially these last 2 years joining the Big Ten.
Yes.
However, a new coach with quite the cachet and Bob Chesney, the 10th best recruiting class in the country.
Yeah.
Parts of me are going like, maybe. And they're putting money into the Rose Bowl. That is something they haven't done since Nom. So I'm
because they were
listening.
trying to move.
I know.
I think it's the Rose Bowl being like, hey, please
But
don't.
we'll do this.
Please don't leave us. We need you here. And you know what we'll do? We'll come in and we'll make a. Is it like a fancy seating area for alumni?
And it's on the field. Yes, and so they're trying to get me to join.
An experience.
And I'm sitting here thinking, I don't think I'm into it. But you know what? This might be a new beginning for UCLA that I should
definitely a new
maybe
beginning.
jump in on while I can.
Get on board.
It's interesting to me. But the problem is, I hate the Rose Bowl. I've always hated the
It's
Rose
so
Bowl.
fun.
Yes.
The Rose Bowl, everyone tries to say, oh, it's the best sunset in sports. The same sunset exists in the surrounding 100-mile area.
But it's
Los
close.
Angeles.
It's close to them, though,
San
right?
Gabriel Mountains. That is what makes the beautiful sunset. That's why you get the beautiful purples that you cannot get on the
Knock
west
it
side.
off, Monrovia man back there.
We're talking to Valley people.
I will say this, though. I will say this. I'm going to split this into two different conversations. On one hand, I want you to support UCLA and support the school
Yes, I
and
do.
they're rebooting things, and it may take a minute,
I'll
but they're
be at
going
the
to get there.
regionals this weekend.
On the other side of things, the absolute worst place to watch a football game is from the sideline. So it's funny that every school always sells a little sideline section. That's kind of like the new thing. It's like that you're not going to see anything.
You can't
like,
see anything.
The D linemen are 6'7". You're not going to see anything over there. But support your school.
I know, but can we also agree? And I hear what you're saying. I know you got some love for the Rose Bowl. I understand people that do. But it's harder and worse to get into than Dodger Stadium. And I don't know if you know this, I'd rather go to the DMV twice than go in and out of Dodger Stadium.
Yes, building a 100,000 plus seat stadium and having literally 3 ways in and out, and
Seems
all of
like
them
a
are 2
problem.
later.
Seems like a problem is all I'm saying.
In the middle of a neighborhood. Also,
But that's LA.
Yeah,
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
Welcome to LA.
It's also funny because during the summer they do a lot of concerts at the Rose Bowl, and you have, say, Coldplay, who can sell out 100,000 seater in 30 seconds. But as you know, the Rose Bowl is in the middle of a neighborhood, quite literally, and the last utterance of a sound has to be at 9:59 p.m. At 10 p.m., everything has to be shut off or you get fined $1 gazillion. So not only do you have to fight traffic to get there, the concert starts at like 6:30.
Yeah.
So
prime
everyone is
traffic
just backed up traffic in that neighborhood.
It's a nightmare. So do you also understand another reason now that I also might not want these tickets?
Blame the neighbors.
I want the tickets, but I also don't want the tickets.
Yes.
So
yes.
I'm battling with that right now.
But baseball's
D-Fish.
rolling.
Baseball's absolutely rolling. I will be at Jackie Robinson Stadium for all 3 games of the regional. I cannot wait to be there. Very fired up. D-Fish, you ever catch out some college baseball ever?
I have not.
Dude.
I want to go. I want to go to the Women's College World Series.
Dude,
in
yeah.
OKC. It is so
That's
cool.
what I'm talking about.
And then I would love to check out the guys too. But I grew up on like Little League World Series,
Yeah.
Women's College World Series, and then the guys
Hell
were
yeah.
like
UCLA will be at both.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully. I mean, UCLA's got to get to the
Softball's
regional.
a little shakier, but
But
they're-
but softball's already in the
Yeah.
College World Series.
Yeah.
Baseball's got to go through the regionals and supers.
Oh,
still.
that's what you mean.
So
Okay,
they got
gotcha.
some
Yeah.
time, but
Yeah.
hopefully they will be there. Did you guys see, by the way? And I showed D-Fish this earlier. Did you guys see that Texas Tech Florida softball battle?
What was that
No.
about?
Oh my God, it's
No.
amazing. So
Who was in the stands screaming? That's
former
that's what I got-
NBA
everybody.
Okay, true.
But
Who was
the former? But there was a former NBA
first
player. Who was the
person?
NBA player?
Jason Williams.
Jason Williams is who's the surrounding.
Point guard Jason Williams?
Yeah. So
So his
Jason
What?
Williams' daughter is actually the player on the field that got hit 5 times and homered a couple of times. So much. And by the way, it's against Florida. Jason Williams went to Florida. So Jason Williams is giving a pump up hype speech to the Texas Tech players to beat up on Florida. Florida got so mad they wouldn't shake hands after the game.
That was Jason Williams.
Yes, it was. Basketball players, man, you guys get it.
That's good.
Yeah, I feel like I think his daughter went to Florida.
She did.
And then
she
transferred,
transferred to
and now
Tech.
is whooping up.
That's the
Okay,
heat.
okay,
And so there was, some dislike or
Yes.
whatever from probably teammates that were with her before or whatever. I don't know.
because she was like 3
That's
for 3,
spicy.
and then they hit her
Yeah.
kind of on
Multiple
purpose,
times.
right? Yeah,
multiple
okay.
times,
Okay.
and then she kept hitting go-ahead home runs, and they didn't like that. Fish,
That was Jason Williams.
have you ever like had a game where you just beat the ever-loving hell out of an ex team?
Yes.
And on a scale from 1 to 10, how did it feel? 10 being the greatest, and why is the number 17?
No, I mean, because no matter how you leave the former team, there's always something in you that feels like they didn't quite appreciate it or get it, which is why you aren't there anymore. For some reason, whether it's you were older and they thought they could find a younger version of you, whether you had a bad year, but you had like 6 years before that were pretty good, and they kind of thought like maybe they're ready to turn the page. Like there's always something that's like, or you just make up something about the former team, and you're like, no, I want to beat these guys so bad. And yeah, that's the feeling going into it. I'm sure that's what she feels, and as her dad, he probably feels like they didn't really value my daughter the way she deserves to be valued, which is why she's at Texas Tech now. And so Florida's going home, Texas Tech advances, and they win.
I'm just imagining D-Fish sitting there in the same chair that Michael's just going like, and then I took it personally.
So are you like that at your kids' games?
No.
Oh, you're the reserve dad.
Interesting.
No way.
So you're the good one.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
My dad was not like that.
Does it come from being a coach and knowing how a hectic parent can ruin the dynamic, or is it two separate parts of your brain?
No, I think it's just two separate parts of my brain. Like when I'm watching my kids, it's their moment. Like it's not supposed to be anything about me. People aren't supposed to hear me, or even I go sit up in the corner the farthest away I can get, because I don't even want a slight comment of mine to be taken wrong by some other parent that I don't even know is sitting there. So I'm chilling.
That's the most aware parent comment I've ever heard in my life. Because I had to like tell my dad in college, like, you have to sit down.
I had to do the same thing with my mom.
He was on the sideline.
Same thing with my mom.
And he would be running with me on the soccer field. There's photos of me like this and my dad's like this on the sideline. To the point where I had, like, there was a conversation. Like, love him. He came to, never missed a game, was at every like nationals game, like high school, college, like on. But it was a thing. So I'm like, the fact that you are that aware and understand, it's just, I mean, obviously different case scenario when your dad's a 5-time champ. That's a little,
I'm telling
everyone's
you guys,
watching what he's doing.
You guys should have seen it last night. If I can suggest something to you two right now, go to any sporting event with Derek Fisher.
So he does not blend in well, is what
No,
I'm hearing.
he actually blends in amazingly well, but it doesn't matter because LA sports fans, even though he's got the hat down,
it's a smile.
Yesterday he
smile.
was dressed like Captain America and the Winter Soldier, like hiding from all the agents. And then people were still walking up to him like, "Thank you so much for your service. We appreciate everything you've done for us. You have no idea. It was like they've seen the Lord. It was amazing.
Look at, he's hidden. He's hidden, but he's there. Behind every batter. Behind every batter was defense.
He knows what he's doing. All right, well, guys, stick around for Brock and Alex, obviously, and we are getting out of here. Enjoy yourself some sports. I can't wait to find out what happens in tonight's game, and kick rocks. We'll see you tomorrow.
This is Brock and Alex, middays in LA on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone had the most incredible, fun-filled Memorial holiday weekend. We were here, so if you were with us yesterday, thank you. Whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. We want you to be a part of this conversation. And we had a fun time yesterday. I'm going to say about like 25% of our show was talking about barbecue, Memorial Day barbecue. Where are the best barbecue spots in LA? So if you have one, get in our DMs at the Fan LA. Let us know. But the best part was our entire show, minus me, went to go get barbecue right after the show. Where did you guys go?
We went to Bloodso's over there in the Fairfax area. It was a delicious meal. And when you spend 4 hours talking about barbecue and none of us had ate breakfast, we were just standing around after the show. You were hosting. You had places to
well, no,
be.
I had my child. I had to go relieve my
I guess that's
care.
also a factor.
Yeah. I got a 9-month-old.
And we realized, you know what? We are all starving, and we've been talking about barbecue. There's a barbecue spot 10 minutes away, and 5 minutes later, we were on the road.
Dude, I love that so much. And I may have actually forced them to get me a rib, and I don't know what else I have in there, but
you got some baked beans.
Ooh, okay, so baked beans and a rib, and we're gonna do a live taste test later in the show. That's gonna be a, you don't want to eat barbecue first thing before a 4-hour show. So we'll save that for the 4th hour. When Brock has his coffee, I will have my rib.
Okay, there we go.
And my baked bean. We will cheers to that. But yeah, fun times. I love that you guys just decided okay, we're going. We're doing it. Was it your idea?
We all knew that we were starving.
Yeah.
I brought up the fact that, there's a good barbecue spot just down the road called Bloodso's.
Yeah.
Nick Adgar, our video producer, had heard of it.
Yeah.
Shay is always down for a good time. And before you know it, keys are getting picked up and we are headed toward the door. We were on our way.
Oh, I miss those days.
Shout out to Bloodso's. Always a great meal there.
Okay. I got to check that out. You're giving respect.
I'm giving mad respect. When my dad comes to visit, that's where he always wants to go.
Wait, so it's like a thing. You guys knew about it.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
So the story of Bloodso's is it is a head chef who I believe was born in Texas, moved to Compton, brought his recipes with him.
Oh, so it's Texas barbecue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had good barbecue in Texas.
Very good, very good.
Good ribs? How, you rating it?
Ribs.
Is that what you got?
Fantastic ribs.
Okay.
You are in for a treat.
Okay. You're not going to give me your rating?
I want you to rate it.
Okay,
I don't want my rating to influence your rating.
Okay, hopefully
they reheat well.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see how it goes. Respect. Well, let's talk about some respect, because Luka, you guys, congratulations to Luka Dončić. All NBA first team. He got that honor for the 6th time in his career. That means 6 out of his 8 seasons in the NBA, Luka Dončić has been all NBA first team. He is the 5th player in NBA history to earn 6 first team honors by the age of 27.
Insane.
Or younger. Couple big names that he's with.
Is that right?
Yeah, LeBron James,
Pretty
Tim
good.
Duncan,
Pretty good.
Oscar Robertson,
Very good.
Bob Pettit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
so,
insane.
yeah, that is
LeBron, Oscar, Mike. It's fascinating because obviously those guys are much older than him. So you look back on their career and then you see Luka floating with them, and he has most of his career ahead of him. He's such a natural scorer, man. He is as smooth of a basketball player as I think I've ever seen. Is his game perfect? Absolutely not. Has he won a championship? No. But as far as putting the basket in the hoop, I don't know how many have ever done it better than him.
I mean, in March, he scored 600 points, joining Michael Jordan as the only player in NBA history to reach 600 points in the month of March. So we've been talking a lot about, can the Lakers compete with the two teams that are in the Western Conference Final right now? Obviously, OKC and the Spurs. The Spurs with Wemby, OKC with SGA. I've been having a really hard time. Like, I don't know if this is just because we talk so much Lakers and my phone hears it, and so it feeds me OKC hate. I feel like my algorithm is feeding me OKC hate right now, but like all
They're
the
very
videos,
hateable, though.
they are probably the most hated team in the NBA right now because of all the flopping and all the falling. I did not realize. Thankfully, people are putting together these highlight reel, the flopping reels.
The flop light reels.
Flop light reels?
Yes.
Love that. It is every shot in the fourth quarter. That is ridiculous.
It is not the game that you signed up to play.
No.
Meaning, as a fan, I sit down and watch a basketball game. I sit down and watch some of the best athletes in the world play a difficult game at a high level.
Yeah.
That's not what I expected to see.
No.
I went to see The Mandalorian and Grogu on Sunday night. If
Love
I
that.
sat down and a King Kong movie started playing, it may be fine, but that's not what I'm here to see. Like what
Nice
what they are
comparison.
doing
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not basketball, and it
not
drives
elite.
me crazy.
It's not elite playing, and it's hard when like they don't even need to flop. That's the thing. They're good players. Like you don't need to
You don't
fall.
have to do this right.
Every time you take a shot. Like people aren't even near them. And it's hard because like you see like obviously that's been the story of SGA, the back-to-back MVP, and then you see guys like Chet starting to do it too. And you know, we as Laker fans saw this firsthand in the series.
Yes.
And yes, OKC was better than the Lakers, but that added just acting. Like what is it? Like it is it is absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, no, I've been getting a lot of those highlight reels sent to me. So when you look at that's what the Lakers are trying to get to and compete with, Wemby's a different story. Like that we're dealing with a
Old school
Steph Curry shooting style, Mamba mentality, like real life Space Jam alien.
Likes the
just
taste of his own
beast.
blood. Psycho. Yeah.
Insane. Going and training in China. They have the nuns at the game blessing them before the games. You guys, that is like they have such good branding around them right now. Between the two teams, like the Spurs and Wemby and the nuns and everything that Wemby stands for, it's like they're there. They're like they're a part of the show. And then the OKC
we all
flop.
have someone we love.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if this was a real ad, but there was a Nike ad that was coming out with Wemby standing with all the nuns, and it could just I don't know if it was a real ad or whatnot, but it was
if it wasn't real, it will be soon.
like if you can't you can't beat them, just pray. It was just something like that. It was absolutely hilarious. But these are the two standards that the Lakers are looking at, and when you look at the Lakers core right now, they are building around Luka Dončić. That is the future. That is what we know from the old regime moving into the new ownership group, which is the Dodgers ownership group, that are a championship-winning ownership group that is trying to turn this Lakers team back into a championship-level franchise, which is what we've all known and what we all grew up with. So they have a lot that they need to figure out this offseason. So how do they build around Luka Dončić? What are all the pieces that are going to best equip him and this team to get them back to a championship, right? And and the first question is Austin Reeves.
Yes.
Right? Is he going to stay, or is he going to be a trading piece?
And it's important that the conversation starts with him, because one of the first things Rob Pelinka said when the season ended, he called this upcoming offseason, quote, an ongoing collaborative process with Luka Dončić. So if I am Austin Reeves, and I'm Luka Doncic's best friend, and the best version of Luka Dončić was seen when me and him were running the show as the 1 and 2, running the pick and roll, I'm coming back. And it would take a drastic, unforeseen, world-changing level of events for Austin Reeves to not want to remain a Laker. He famously told the Orlando Magic during the draft, don't draft me. I would rather sign as an undrafted free agent to be a Laker. He wants to be a Laker. He wants to play with Luka. The best version of Reeves came with Luka. The best version of Luka came with Reeves. That being said, what you need with a dynamic pick and roll is a front court. The big men down low.
Yeah.
And DeAndre Ayton, though he will likely opt in to his final year as a Laker this upcoming season, I would be shocked if he chose to be a free agent. He's not the answer.
No.
He cannot be the starter. Jackson Hayes, as as the reserve coming off the bench in some clutch minutes is fine. I expect him to come back because Luka and him are best friends as well.
Yeah, explain that backstory, too, because that was something that I had no idea that you shared with me, because we all see the Austin Reeves and Luka Dončić friendship and relationship. I mean, it's like big brother, best friend. They, like, make jokes about each other on the air, on the court. You see it. Like, it's like they are, like, homies. Like, they need to stay together. But it's also with
Jackson Hayes, who filed for Slovenian citizenship and has a Slovenian passport because he wants to play with Luka in international tournaments. So him coming off the bench, being the 7th or 8th man, him and Luka being close probably isn't as sexy as a story as him and Reeves, but by all means there is a brotherhood there. So he is, after Austin Reeves, Jackson Hayes is the next sure thing that is coming back.
That's crazy. And what the Lakers need is depth. So they need like 10 guys that you can count on. So to have Jackson Hayes, if this new ownership group honors the whole idea of like, we want to make Luka Dončić our star happy, because again, we don't know. This offseason is going to be very telling to see, are they just going to do, we got to do whatever it takes and we don't care what our star player thinks, or it is a partnership like you mentioned. And who was it? Rob Pelinka who mentioned that to Luka. So Rob Pelinka is a part of the
ongoing collaborative process.
So Rob Pelinka is a part of the Bus family regime. That's now, he is a part of the new ownership group. But as we know, they're also hiring 2 assistant GMs to help Rob Pelinka. So that could go 2 ways. That could go, hey, here's a safety net to make sure that we are getting the job done that we need you to, or like, hey, if we don't think you're doing the right thing, we have 2 people in place that we know that can step up. So it's really interesting. I think this is a big future offseason for Rob Pelinka. Yes, he got a contract extension from the Bus family, but that doesn't really matter. Like, you can, like, that can get bought out. Yeah. So the fact that it's Rob talking about the future and what they want to do with Luka, you kind of have to take that with a grain of salt. And
both of your worlds are kind of colliding. So Mark Walter is the head of the new ownership group. As we understand it, it's no longer the Bus family. It's kind of Jeannie, and everyone else was told
and
to
like kind of there,
get
but
out
like,
of there. Yeah,
just as a kindness of like, you guys, this has been your family's thing forever. So like,
out of
here,
respect, you can have an office, but we're not going by that office very often. Exactly. So Mark Walter's coming in, and he's bringing in Andrew Friedman to help facilitate the Mark Walter makeover, we can call it. Yeah. So Andrew Friedman said he looks at the Lakers, and they are pretty, quote, pretty antiquated in their ways. Andrew Friedman's best bud, Farhan Zaidi, who has spent time as an analyst with the Giants and the Dodgers and is a special assistant to Andrew Friedman now, both of them, Friedman and Zaidi, are sitting in on these meetings for the Lakers' assistant GM roles. Now, they did hire Rohan Ramadas to help with the salary cap, analytics, data, and TBD on another assistant GM. But it's clear that Mark Walter and Andrew Friedman want to introduce analytics to the Lakers.
Like this, like assistant GM that they hired is a literal rocket scientist. He spent over 12 years at the Aerospace Corporation, worked in engineering roles focusing on mission design, flight controls, guidance, navigation, and he's been based in LA during most of his aerospace career. But they literally hired...
This dude has a calculator on him at all times, probably. Just
like,
doing...
that is insane. Before that, he was a senior director of analytics and innovation with New Orleans. So it's like everything is built around analytics and the numbers. He is a rocket scientist. They are trying to moneyball, new era moneyball this situation in the best way that they know possible. Like, they know how to win on the baseball side, which is all analytics. Like baseball... I would say you could rely a little more on the numbers than any other sport.
I would say as far as analytics and high analytics go, it is the sport that most relies on it. I feel that the analytics most accurately portray what is actually happening in baseball versus basketball versus football. But if you're Mark Walter, you're saying it worked in baseball, and I am going to apply that same line of thinking with the Lakers. And it's important to remember that the Lakers have historically been a mom and pop operation. It doesn't seem like it because there's been superstars. You're in Los Angeles, but it has been a mom and pop show. And this idea of crazy analytics that a lot of other NBA teams are implementing, the Lakers haven't. So I wonder how this affects how they go about rebuilding this new regime. We keep assuming there will be superstars, but the baseball Moneyball way of doing things is let's get a lot of pieces that fit into a puzzle and create a superstar in the aggregate. So I am truly up in the air as far as what this team looks like come May.
I'm also curious because, like, obviously we're hearing, Lakers are looking to hire another assistant GM. There's going to be 2 assistant GMs, and you're like, do they really need all that? I don't personally know what the Lakers front office looked like compared to every other team in the NBA. So is this the norm?
Right.
Is this just the Lakers catching up to what every other team was doing, and they have this whole team underneath their GM? Like, that's something like I don't have the answer to, but that would be my question.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's a necessarily a dig at Rob Pelinka, but giving him the support that he needs. Because what I know comparison wise is the Angels front office against the Dodgers front office.
Sure. Actually,
night and day.
Can you dive into the differences there
without getting in talking negatively?
Very nice of you.
Yeah, about the Angels front office. It's exactly what you think it would be.
Okay.
So the Angels is very similar to a family-run franchise. And when someone leaves, they don't necessarily fill that position. It's more of other people are now taking on more than one job to make it work, opposed to, say, the Dodgers, I would imagine, and as we're seeing here, it's like, well, if we don't have it, let's get 2 people. And let's make sure we make this the best possible product that we can.
Right.
And you're seeing the results on the field. If you look at the difference between what the Dodgers have done in the last 10 years and what the Angels have done in the last 10 years, with that mentality and that system, with that new ownership with the Dodgers group and the Angels, as we've seen, the tarps off, sell the team, frustration.
2 different paths right now.
The Angels haven't had a winning season in those 10 years, and the Dodgers have won 3 World Series. So it works.
Yeah.
It works. And that's what we've seen and what we can actually compare to. So getting back to what the Lakers can do and need to do to build a championship team around Luka Dončić, because that's what it is. Like, they are building a future around a 27-year-old Luka Dončić. Like, that is their face of the franchise. So we don't know what's going to happen yet with Austin Reeves, but he is up for that max contract. Will they keep him to keep Luka happy, or will they sign and trade him as a piece to continue building? Then there's also the LeBron James farewell tour possibility. Will they be able to afford LeBron James? What is that magic number that's going to be digestible for both LeBron James and the Lakers? Because right now, this last season, he was making, over $50 million?
Over 50, yep.
I don't see it being less than half of that. And again, he's not making his money on this deal. This is a respect deal. This is an ego situation. And as we saw this part of last season, LeBron was able to put his ego aside as a superstar, as one of the greatest players in our game, and be the 3rd option on the Lakers team. As we heard him say, I have never been a 3rd option in my life. So you know that he's willing to work with the Lakers to make this work, because the Lakers took his career, and I don't want to say like it was them that took it to the next level. It was like the combination of him coming to LA. And it was the partnership between the Lakers and LeBron that helped each other. LeBron got the Lakers back on the map post Kobe era when they were one of the lower teams in the league. And he got them a championship in 2020. Like, however you feel about that championship or not, it happened. So what are they willing to do? And we heard Rob Pelinka talk about LeBron James and, just what he meant to this league, what he's meant to the team, and what his future will hold. Nobody knows. They're giving LeBron James that time, and he said it might be in August after he takes a step back and sees what the Lakers do and what other teams do in free agency. I got to go back to your Cavs take, because you were hoping they weren't going to do well, and then they were maybe going to get LeBron.
They
just got swept. Oh, ouch. Happy for Knicks fans, but yikes.
It wasn't a This sounds like cope because the Lakers got swept as well, but it wasn't a competitive sweep. It was you guys gave up. I will give the Lakers credit. Either you win or you lose, but they never gave up. There was not a single game that they folded.
And they're missing the star. They're missing Luka Dončić.
A massive part as well.
It wasn't equal.
There are 3 of the 4 losses where the Cavs gave up.
Yeah.
They folded. And yes, so in the world where LeBron wants a farewell tour, not as a Laker because the money isn't where he wants it to be. The hope was he goes back to Cleveland. He takes Bronny. Everybody understands
This was your hope.
Yes.
This is Brock's hope. This was like one of his dream scenarios. If it wasn't going to be in LA, this was a second scenario.
He would go to Cleveland, take Bronny, and do the farewell tour as a Cleveland Cavalier. They would be good enough to make the playoffs, but they'd probably get bounced before the championship, maybe similar to this year. And everybody's happy, and they make a documentary of it, and everybody can see it, and it would be wonderful, right?
The second return.
Exactly. But then the Cavs decided to go on a heater and take care of the Pistons, and then it got to a point where, okay, so maybe they aren't going to come off of Jared Allen and trade. They aren't going to come off of Evan Mobley. And why it would work so well for the Lakers is because that's what the Lakers need. They need a front court. They need Mobley and or Jared Allen. Now we can sign and trade. Now we can find a scenario where everyone's happy and everyone's paid. But the Cavs getting swept means that package may be back on the table. That was ugly. Usually you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals and you say, we're going to run this back. That was bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was bad. So, back to the Lakers convo of that. Do they offer LeBron James that farewell tour deal? We don't know. So, those are the first 2 big question marks I think that the Lakers have to figure out because they don't control those 2 decisions. Those 2 decisions are going to come from those 2 players. Does Austin Reeves want to does he want to stay with the Lakers if they offer him a max contract and build around Luka? If they give him the max, he'll definitely want to come back because he wants to be with Luka. He wants to be with the Lakers. And then LeBron, what do they build around that, right? Because he said during the regular season, this is not a championship team. We saw that run during March. That was incredible, where they went on that stretch. We also saw, Luka Dončić score 600 points. Only other player to do that in the month of March is Michael Jordan. So when you're in that company, you know it's, but it makes you remember and it makes you think because it's hard. Like, we have a short memory, and what we remember is the end of the season and Luka getting hurt, the Lakers getting swept, and you're like, are we ever going to get back to that championship way to be able to compete with OKC and the Spurs? Because that's the goal right now, to get back to the Western Conference Final and ultimately beat them in a 7-game series and get to the finals. So how do they do that? How do they build? How do they build around them? Because there's some big names that are being floated around the trade mill possibility. Obviously, the biggest one being Giannis. And we kind of talked about that yesterday. And I don't think the Lakers have enough to get Giannis compared to every other team that's going to be making a push to get him. I also don't think it would necessarily be a great fit for him to come here with Luka, the style of play with all of them, and then also the personality.
Right. What Milwaukee wants for Giannis is young players. Because Milwaukee is saying, we're blowing this thing up and we're starting over. What you want when you're doing that are young players and a lot of capital. The Lakers have capital because it's the NBA, and if you want capital, you can find it somewhere. But they don't really have a ton of young players to send over, which means Golden State could have a better package than them. Boston, because Jaylen Brown wants to go. He's not young, but now it's a superstar for superstar thing. If that wanted to happen, there are at least 8 or 9 teams that could benefit from having Giannis that could put together a better package than the Lakers can. And to your point, even in a world where it did happen, on paper, it looks great and everything, but you are assuming that 3 players, Giannis, Luka, and Reeves, who all missed time this season due to injury, are magically going to be healthy next year.
And
that's
who was
not going to be the case. Exactly.
And who was healthy this year?
Talking about Braun?
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And it brings up the point that Giannis is in his 30s, so OKC and San Antonio are built to do this for the next 7-8 years. Giannis, Luka, and Reeves, you have a 2-year window before you have to make a decision to get, so it's if everything goes perfect, you have a 2-year window to win a championship, and then you're probably starting over again. So you may as well just find young pieces that you can build around right now, or run it back with Braun, trading old guy for not as old but way more injured guy.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make
also,
sense.
you have to remember, Giannis has been the star of the show in Milwaukee
his whole career.
Yeah, and you heard LeBron James say, I've never been a third option. Can you imagine Giannis going somewhere and not being
They tried to make him
star?
a second option, and he didn't want
No, exactly. So, I don't see him going to a place where he isn't going to be star of the show or most important piece that they, partnership work around. Plus, DraftKings put out top odds of teams that were going to be on there. Lakers weren't even top 10.
Right.
So that's just an interesting conversation. But there was another name kind of being floated around. It's Kyrie Irving. And the idea sounds great. So positives about Kyrie, he has great chemistry with Luka and LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a Kyrie, you're getting LeBron back.
Yeah.
Because LeBron tried to get the Lakers to pick him up when he was available before he ended up with the Mavs. He made a final appearance with Luka in the Mavs. He won a legendary championship with LeBron in Cleveland. Now, the negative side of this is Kyrie's still under contract.
Right.
So that would mean the Lakers would need to trade with the Mavs. And after that Luka trade, I don't see them trading any star player to the Lakers again. Fans would eat them alive.
The domino effect of Nico Harrison's decision to, in the middle of the night with no warning, trade the heart and soul of the Dallas Mavericks and Luka will never sit right. Even if Nico Harrison is no longer there, it would be insane for Dallas to still have Rob Pelinka's phone number.
Yeah.
If his phone number is even in the Rolodex of the
new
Dallas
phone,
Mavericks.
who dis?
Exactly.
New phone, who dis?
Exactly. It's a bummer because on paper this would work. Like you mentioned, Kyrie has experience having great success with both Luka and LeBron. And in the sense of LeBron having to take less money, I feel it is a great incentive to take less money if you know that a guy who you've done great things with, who you tried to get here 5 years ago, is willing to come. Okay, yeah, I'll take less money for that.
Yeah.
But if he was playing for any of the other teams, I would allow myself to get more excited. But I'm putting a ceiling on it because it's Dallas.
You can't. There's absolutely no way.
Not a chance.
What would you do? You trade Austin again, and then you're going to make Luka mad and then double mad that you're sending him back to his old team.
And it's a situation where Kyrie, as a 34-year-old coming off of a torn ACL, not only are you concerned about the health aspect and the longevity, it's how long do you want to be here, right? Kyrie has worn out his welcome in a couple of places. A lot of this was when he was young and dumb, but he is a moody guy. And
emotional.
Luka's he's an emotional guy.
They're emotional. And you know what? Emotions are good. Emotions are good on the court when used properly.
Kyrie's emotions come off the court.
Yes.
And Luka's emotion is an emotional guy. And I feel that it would end with a championship, but a documentary after the championship about how much all these guys cannot stand one another. It would just implode off the court, but on the court, it would be great. But again, not worth the risk, and they're not answering Rob Pelinka's calls.
So does Luka's all-NBA season, do you think, put more pressure on the Lakers front office now? And there's not a lot of big name free agents available that the Lakers would be able to they'd be able to pick up and pay, but trade wise, who would also they be able to get, especially since Luka does not want them to trade Austin Reeves?
And that's the problem, is even if you were to somehow convince Luka that trading Reeves for XYZ is in the best interest of the Lakers and for you, even if he came to terms with that, it would have to be a sign and trade. Austin Reeves is going to opt out of this contract. So he has to agree where he's going to head to. And why you do a sign and trade is because the Lakers can pay Reeves, because he's currently a Laker, more max money than any other team could. So, hey, you're still going to get the money that we would give you just in a different jersey. But Austin Reeves has to agree to that new jersey.
Yeah.
So we have to find a place that has someone that can make the Lakers better.
Yeah.
That Reeves wants to go to, and that all the money can still work. And that really funnels it down to very few options. And quite honestly, I don't know of a single place that Reeves would see himself thriving in with his ability, because Austin Reeves is not a guy who you can build your offense around. He's a guy who, with a co-pilot, you can build your offense around. And that's not a knock to him. That's just the way that he plays. He's a pick and roll guy. And I cannot think of a team right now who has a point guard who can run the show with Reeves in a location that Reeves can find success in and compete for championships in, which means LeBron. How does $20 million sound? Because that's what we need from you.
No. Oh, you're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. If you're listening to us and want to be a part of this conversation, call in 855-97-LA-FAN. We want you to be a part of this conversation. And if you're watching on the live stream, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in the comment section. What should the Lakers do to build around Luka Dončić? Is it for sure like no questions asked? You got to keep Austin Reeves. You try to keep LeBron James. We got so much more. We're going to dive into this a little later. We're going to take a quick break here. But when we come back, the Dodgers finally getting some guys back. We'll dive into that when we come back.
Susan was...
On 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the iHeart app, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. If you're watching, get in those chats. Let us know what you're thinking. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We were just talking about the Lakers situation building around Luka Dončić. Is that Austin Reeves? Is that LeBron James? Do they try to go after a trade? Could they even? And it was Giannis and Kyrie were the top two names that we were talking about. We'll keep that conversation going a little later. But now, great news for the Dodgers, you guys. The Dodgers had their 18th comeback win of the season last night. Kike Hernandez is back and did not miss a beat. Emmett Sheehan, an absolute beast.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dodgers are 2.5 games ahead of the Padres, just keeping on pushing that space in the NL West, which we absolutely love to see. So let's go back and let's dive into that game, because the Dodgers are getting a little healthier, but the roster still feels like it's kind of being held together like day by day as we kind of saw the infield like, we know Muncy isn't feeling great.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was putting on a first base glove at one point, and like it was like maybe Freddie's going to go over to third base if we need it. But they're figuring out ways to win, and that's kind of what we saw last night in the 7th inning. I mean, unfortunately, the bullpen's legendary scoreless run
R.I.P.
came to an end.
But it was a legendary run.
Dude,
You're right.
it was legendary.
Yeah.
The magic number 12.
Mm-hmm. 12
different pitchers started on May 12th. Over the course of 12 days was just absolutely insane. But the bats said, have no fear. We are here. And it was actually Kike Hernandez drove in your boy, Haesung Kim. And that was just absolutely incredible. I was actually excited for you. I was like, oh, Brock's got to be pumped. He was so nervous yesterday that kid might be sent down.
Hanging on by a thread. No, it was Santiago Espinal who was DFA'd, of course, with the return of Kike Hernandez, Mr. Utility, one of the other utility members. Had to be sent down. Thank you, Santiago Espinal. And the way that baseball works, he may be back up. He may be signed again with the Dodgers at some point if they need him, if this team cannot get healthier. But yes, that 7th inning, Haesung flashing that speed, flying in. You better believe I was on my feet saying, you better not get rid of my guy.
It was great. We also had the morning show, Derek Fisher and Cody Decker just sitting directly behind home plate. So like anytime a batter was up, and it was funny because like I didn't even recognize, I forgot that they were there. And I was watching, I was like, that guy looks really familiar. And it was Cody, and it was funny. We were talking in Crosstalk this morning. I was like, he was kind of peacocking. He was like letting you know he was there. He had that big energy aura vibe going on. And he was wearing a 97 The Fan shirt, and he was so aware that he was on TV every time a batter was up. Meanwhile, D Fish is just as like, just so
I
cool.
hope nobody recognizes
me.
Yeah.
Hat down. Like, they were giving so much love to D-Fish on the morning show. Today, just the amount of fans that just walk by and say, thank you. Thank you for your service. Like,
thank you for everything that you've done.
Not even like they don't need a photo. They don't need an autograph. They just want to let them know, thank you. Thank you for bringing 5 championships to LA. That was like the greatest time of my life. Cody was like, it was like being with someone who was like in the service. Like, thank you for your service. And he was just like, yes, thank you.
They had a blast, and we should have asked them what their pep-up speech before the 7th inning was, because clearly the bats got hot in the 7th inning, and that was as fun of an inning as Dodger baseball has had this entire season. And you said it was the 18th comeback, correct?
Yeah.
Which means the Dodgers, who have 34 wins this year, more than half of their wins have been comeback victories.
But that was last year, too. They were the comeback kings.
True,
that was like very on brand for the Dodgers. It's like you can never count them out, and that's what championship teams do. That's what we saw even throughout their postseason run. It's like, we're behind. Don't worry about it.
No big deal.
We're not worried about it. We're going to be okay. But the other thing that really stood out was Emmett Sheehan. Like, he took an absolute rocket to his shoulder.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and you could tell, like, Dave got really nervous. Dave Roberts, like, he kind of popped up out of the dugout really fast, came out there. And this is something that we've been talking about with Shohei Ohtani, is protecting the player from themselves. We have different thoughts on the Ohtani situation.
Yeah.
But with the Sheehan, they like normally when something happens, you get a couple warm-up pitches like after a stoppage. They let him throw like 10 plus pitches. Like it was like a full like beginning of the game warm-up.
Yeah.
I think just to see if he was okay. And it's hard because in that moment, adrenaline's rushing and you don't really know how everything's going to do. I think today we'll get an update on it.
Hey, the adrenaline's wore off, and I have a massive bruise.
Yeah, it's probably hopefully it's just like a contusion and nothing that will affect his pitching, because the Dodgers cannot afford to lose another starting arm.
Yeah.
But it was just like it made you realize like how tough of a guy Sheehan was, because like even After that, he came back in the game, and you saw Dave Roberts go out there and try to take him out in another situation, and he made his case on the mound, which you don't see often. Once a manager comes out, like, that's it. You're handing them the ball, you're going in, guy from the bullpen's coming out. And twice, Sheehan made his case and stayed in that game.
It's impressive, too, because not only did he get hit by the pitch, so Sheehan is a righty, throws the ball. Obviously, when you finish, your right shoulder is tucked because your back is facing. The ball hit directly on that thing. I thought there was no chance he was going to even pick up a baseball for the rest of the month, let alone finish out the game. It was a testament to Sheehan, of course, but it's also a testament to this team. It was Dalton Rushing, I want to say, after the Padres series, when people started to talk about the streak that the bullpen was on. And he said just the mindset of the bullpen and all of these pitchers, like how tough they approach this, the sense of pride that they take, knowing they are surrounded by dogs and they're competitive with one another. And I love that mindset of, no, this is my game. I don't care how much my shoulder's stinging right now. I don't care how much my ears are ringing with my brain telling me take a seat because you just got hit by a 200-mile-per-hour rocket. Like that sense of toughness and competitiveness, and I don't want to lose my spot in this rotation. And most importantly, we're banged up. And Dave Roberts, even though you're asking me to give you the ball, I know that deep down you know that you need me to give you 2 more innings. And that's what he did.
I know. That was great. There was a lot of positives that came out of that game last night. And, maybe it was the good luck of the Fan LA being there right behind home plate, just putting it out there.
This was
D-Fish
all
vibes.
because of D-Fish. It was not Cody. It was definitely D-Fish.
I love your spite that you have going.
He started it.
Your spite list that you got
going
the record
with Cody,
show
he started
with Cody
it,
Decker.
right?
I want it to keep going, and I want this thing to be like 2 pages long halfway through like our first year in this. I want you to be like Jordan. I want you to put together a spite list. I want you to keep it. I want you to look at it, and I want you to come into Crosstalk every single day with some sort of gripe that you're going against, Cody. And this is going to be a beautiful end of the year, like like how Santa has like the good their list, and you're gonna roll out the scroll. Cody Decker. And he's Jewish, so like
I'm sure
it's gonna be beautiful that he's on the Santa naughty list. It's probably like that's very on brand for him. But we've got so much to get to, you guys. We've been talking about how the Lakers are going to build a championship team around Luka Dončić. The Dodgers are on the right path. 18th comeback win of the season. They're healthy. Guys are coming back. We got Kike Hernandez back last night. It seems like Tyler Glass now is inching closer. We'll get to that a little later. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, do you care, LA?
My favorite.
I don't know. That's next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. We've been having some fun today. We've been talking the Lakers and how they're going to build a championship team around Luka Dončić. Does that include Austin Reeves, LeBron? There's some trade possible rumors. I don't really know if they're actual possibility. The Dodgers are getting healthier. They had their 18th comeback win of the season last night. So we're feeling good here, LA. Are we almost like 2 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away from the World Cup?
I'll have to search that.
Dude, the fact that I have to ask that.
I know.
The fact that I have to ask that and I don't have the countdown, like it should be on billboards all over LA.
June 11th, which means we are 16 days away.
That's what I'm saying, little over 2 weeks.
Wow.
Almost 2 weeks away from the World Cup. Wow. I think the U.S. roster comes out tonight. If that's correct.
Okay.
Shay, yeah, if I get that correct.
You are very correct.
So this kind of leads in because
Never wrong.
I care, LA, and I want it to be more in my face.
Yeah,
I want the World Cup to be just like blasted all over LA.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see it enough. I want to see more of it.
Yeah, I feel like the World Cup is upon us, but it's not in LA. It feels like Europe is hosting it. Or
well, I mean,
Asia's
it's all over. It's all over. Like you have it in New York. You have it
right. But you would never think right now if you weren't in the know of sports that there's going to be games that
maybe because
you know what I mean?
It's so spread out. I don't know. We'll dive into that a little later. But like now, this leads us to our segment. Do you care, LA? Okay, because obviously we care about the World Cup and we want more of it. But Shay, producer Shay, lead us through on the different hot topics that are happening in the sports world right now. And Brock and I will say if we care or not.
Welcome in to Do You Care, LA. I'm going to try a new song until I figure out what is the right vibe for Do You Care. It might be a different song every time.
I'm always down for 80s.
80s. I want Latin vibes, Spanish guitar. Let's go.
We'll go. Maybe I'll fit the theme. Maybe we'll do a theme every day for Do You Care.
Okay, fine.
But on to the first one. Do You Care, LA? Closer to our guy Mitch in the East. The New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals.
Dude, I care.
Okay.
First time since 1999.
Mm-hmm.
I have a real fun list that I'm going to share later of what our world was like in 1999, the last time the Knicks were in this situation. But if you watched, like, all of the social media videos of Knicks fans just absolutely losing their mind, I think I care because of the way it happened. Like, sweeping the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals, like, that was insane. Like, and this was the goal, you know, when you move on from Tibbs and you hire a new head coach, the goal is you have to get to the NBA Finals. It cannot be just the same as last year where they got to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in, I think it was 25 years.
Yeah.
So the fact that they did that, accomplished the goal. The group of guys seems like they have so much fun together.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ego, and that's what it takes in order to win a championship, is like one collective belief that we can do this and you're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
And you can really see that with this group. And plus, if OKC makes it to the finals, which I really hope they don't, I want the Spurs. But if OKC does, then like I'm going to go all in on the Knicks and wanting them to beat OKC.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now with my fandom.
I will say I do not care, but I want to give credit to Mike Brown because you bring up a good point. Being hired by a team that just fired their coach who got bounced out the round before the championship means there's only one thing I can do to not get fired.
That's it.
And he responded. I don't care because New York fans are unbearable. And the other part of it is the Knicks have been so irrelevant for the majority of my life.
Well, that's why I care.
Yes,
for
but
the fans.
Okay, so we'll say the Utah Jazz, who haven't been playing high-level basketball since the late 90s, right?
But that's in Utah.
But because I have no issue with their fans, I can root for them. I can't stand New York fans, so I don't want to see them have success. So I'm on the no side.
So I could, like, they've never been, like, a threat in our lifetime. So that's why it's never, like, I don't have a problem. Like, I could never root for the Yankees. Absolutely never. But Knicks fans, it's like, oh, buddy, look, you're doing it. You're doing it, buddy. Let's go. It's like that. Like, Like, that's insane. It's insane. They haven't been here since 1999. And I have a lot of like diehard Knick fan friends, so I'm happy for them.
Okay.
I'm happy for them.
You can be happy for them. I will be hating from afar.
Good
unless they're playing the Thunder. Then,
Thank you. Then you'll jump on the board.
I'll join you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are hate watching the Thunder.
That's it.
People.
That's it. We're just hate watching OKC. That's all that matters.
We're all on the same page. This goes to the next one, though. This guy we definitely didn't hate watch while he was with the Dodgers, Chris CT3 Taylor. There was a little bit of confusion, but he is officially, and I promise you guys, he is officially retired. So he's not going back on this one.
So what happened? What was the confusion?
So there was a little bit of confusion whether he was retiring or going on the minor league IL.
Oh, there's no way.
Yeah, so
Absolutely
it was pretty obvious.
You're
what
not
he was
having
doing.
like a World Series champ go on the minor league IL.
When you spend the better parts of 10 seasons with the Dodgers, you win 2 series rings, and on top of it, you make an all-star series team and all this stuff. Like, you're not going to be on a minor league IL. But do you guys care?
No, I would say like I care in terms of like thank you for your service and what you did for LA, and congratulations on an incredible career. It's always weird to see him end that way. Like right now we're seeing Justin Turner, who also is like LA
one of the
royalty.
Fan favorites.
Yeah, he came up through the system. He's playing, I think, in Tijuana right now, but having the time of his life. And you know what? If that's how you want to finish off your career, amazing. It's just hard to go from the best of the best when you're on the Dodgers to any other team.
Fair. I will say I care, but I will admit it's a personal thing. Chris Taylor was the original Will Smith for me, meaning there were always better bats on the team, but I always feel a sense of comfort when Will Smith is up. When Will Smith is up, it doesn't matter what's going on in the game. I say something good's going to happen.
Yeah, his bobblehead night, he hit the go-ahead home run.
Exactly. So from 2017, when Chris Taylor had the co-MVP in the NLCS with Justin Turner, from then to 2021, I would say was his sweet spot. And during those years, whenever Chris Taylor came up to bat, I knew something was going to happen. And credit to him, I knew he was Mr. Utility. I did not realize he played literally every position except pitcher, catcher, or first base for the Dodgers. Credit to him. And my favorite Chris Taylor moment, the very first pitch he saw in the World Series against the Astros was a home run. Now, the Astros decided to cheat and win the World Series. But
the Trashos?
Yes, the Trashos.
Come on, let's get the name right.
But that was a moment of euphoria, of the very first pitch, sayonara, and thank you, Chris Taylor, for all you've done.
Yeah, and what an awesome career.
Yeah.
You know? Remember the good times.
Yes.
Remember the good times.
And now you ride off into the sunset doing whatever the heck you want to do, my friend. Enjoy it.
So real quick, talking about the good times, guys, the Savannah Bananas are setting records while giving out good times. They packed Neyland Stadium with an announced crowd of 101,000 for their game against the Texas Tailgaters, narrowly missing their own banana ball attendance record of 102,000 at Texas A&M earlier this month. Do you guys care?
I care. I love what the Savannah Bananas are doing. Like, this is the perfect a gateway for young fans to get into baseball because it's all the young kids that are obsessed with the Savannah Bananas. And I'm not going to lie. When I was out, we were out to dinner and I forget what games, but it was like a playoff game, and there was a playoff game that wasn't the Dodgers on TV, and then it was the Savannah Bananas on the other TV at the bar. I was watching the Savannah Bananas, and these guys are athletes.
Yes, they are.
Like, they are insane.
I need to catch a game, and we absolutely care about this.
They sold out Angel Stadium, like, tickets were $250. Yes, Savannah Bananas. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, are the Rams in win now territory, and are they doing everything to stay there? What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Hour 2. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us. If you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. If you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, thank you. Be a part of the conversation. Get in that comment section. And make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. Slide into our DMs. We want you to be a part of the conversation. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, that last Do We Care LA segment, I love that. I think we are all just on the OKC hate train. So we discovered that who we are rooting for now in the NBA playoffs, like Eastern Conference Finals, like Knicks swept the Cavs last night. That was beautiful, incredible. And I said, if it's OKC that beats the Spurs, and I want the Spurs to win, and I hope it goes to a Game 7, and it probably will, just what we've seen throughout the Western Conference Final. I just, whoever is playing OKC, I want the other team to win. I want the other team to win. And we talked about the Knicks. Last time that they were in this situation, the last time that the Knicks were in NBA Finals was 1999. Are you ready to hear what the world was like back then?
I can't wait.
Are you ready for
Let's
this?
hear it.
Because it's kind of insane, okay? LeBron James was in middle school. Mm-hmm.
Not even on a magazine cover yet.
No, right? Because
Wow.
when did he first get noticed? High school.
Say his junior year of high school was when I found out about him.
I think when the world got put on notice of like the future,
like,
the
hey,
king.
this guy's special. Yeah,
He is. We had some legendary shows that debuted that year.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Family Guy.
That's right, because it debuted, got canceled, then came back. 99?
99.
Wow, okay.
The Sopranos. Uh-huh.
Debuted in 99.
99. SpongeBob SquarePants.
That one I knew.
Oh.
I'm a big SpongeBob head.
Who lives
that one
in a
I knew.
pineapple under the sea.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
And keep going. I should know if we can.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Porous is he.
Social media did not exist. Like, at all.
Right.
The social media platforms that we have. It was AOL's AIM was Queen, the instant messenger.
Oh,
did you have?
I did.
Did you have
forgot
AIM
about
instant
that.
messenger?
Yes.
What was your handle? What was your name?
Oh my God. Okay, so actually,
yeah,
this was back when every rapper, the car that they would name drop was the Maybach.
Yeah.
I forget what the number was, but I know the word Maybach was in it just because every rapper that I listened to was
funny.
referencing one. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
But it was Maybach something.
I love so much. I was Allie Rose 16.
Ooh.
My middle name's Rose. And it's funny because like my husband was Surf Fanatic 13 and that's how we built our relationship. We were like late night AIM buddies. So that was kind of like the dating apps before dating apps.
Yeah, true.
Right?
True.
Okay. So yeah. Are you ready for some music that was happening?
Yes.
Eminem dropped Slim Shady LP.
That was 99.
Yeah.
Okay.
Livin' La Vida Loca was a #1 song on the charts.
Okay.
Upside, inside out.
See,
Livin'
in
La
my
Vida
brain, that's
Loca.
like 05, 06. That was way okay. That was 99.
Star Wars Episode 1 was dominating theaters.
That makes sense.
And the Yankees were on their way to winning back-to-back World Series. It's okay. They only had like a handful of years after that since the last time they won. The Dodgers are in the driver's seat there. But yeah, so the last time that the Knicks were in the NBA Finals, 99, all that.
That's why they don't know how to act right now. Dude. That's why they're climbing. New York
is going insane. No, that was a Philly special. I feel like New York doesn't know what to do because they haven't been here, so they're just copying. They're copying the Philly special. So I was actually in Philly covering the NL DS and CS, and when they won to go to the World Series, they beat the Padres.
Yes.
Yeah, which was
beautiful. Because the Padres had beat the Dodgers.
Yeah, that was a beautiful thing. And our hotel was like right downtown in Philly, and they literally grease the poles
so that they wouldn't climb.
so they can't climb on them or they slide down when they try to climb. Fans still figure out a way to get up there, and New York fans were doing that last night, which was hilarious. Like, I'm all for fans just absolutely losing their mind, especially for fans who like haven't been here in a while, which are Knicks fans.
Yeah.
Because it's been since 99.
This is uncharted territory for anyone in the fan base under the age of 35-ish, probably. Like they
30.
were alive, but they
I would say
weren't
30.
watching basketball, right?
Yeah,
right.
I would say 30.
That's insane.
Yeah. But you know who are not rookies
Who's
in
that?
this, veterans? The Rams.
Ah!
Yeah.
Yes. Back to the West Coast.
Back to the West Coast, the best coast. Hate us because you hate us. So the Rams. It's funny. So Rams are heading into this season as the Super Bowl favorites, right? They have one of the tougher schedules heading into this season. They have, I would say, the toughest opening game in the NFL because they're kicking off their season in Australia.
The other side of the world.
Against division rival 49ers. And which, again, Brock and I have a lot of feelings about that because the Super Bowl is in LA at SoFi. You're opening up the season against a division rival. Like, this game will have playoff implications and like seeding implications and who's going to win the division implications. Like, yes,
and we're sending
obviously,
it to Melbourne or Sydney?
Australia.
I
don't know.
Australia?
They're going to Australia, and I don't like it. I'm all for the international games, but ones that are manageable and they're like, I don't know, a 6-hour flight, a 10-hour flight, not like across the world.
And against the Browns, not your rival.
No. So especially when you are the Super Bowl favorites, win now Rams. Okay. And we know that the Rams are in their win now window because they just extended their MVP, the reigning MVP, Matthew Stafford, 1 year, $55 million extension worth up to $60 million with incentives. So now Stafford has 2 years and up to $105 million left on his deal. This is your Super Bowl winning, reigning MVP quarterback who turned this team into a franchise, like a winning franchise once again, and put them back on the map, being back here in LA. So we know the next 2 years, this is the window that the Rams are in the win now. Now, okay, you can go down the argument of like, well, they didn't draft for the win now because they got Ty Simpson. Like they're looking at the future. It's like, yeah, you have to do that as a business. You also need to protect the brand that you have now and the product that you have now. If anything happens to Matthew Stafford, you need someone that's going to be a solid backup and the future of this franchise that can learn from the guy who is helping you get to where you need to be. So when you look at everything else that the Rams, I guess, need to solidify and get into place because they are the most complete team.
Yeah.
Right? And that is why they are the Super Bowl favorites. I mean, the one weak spot that they had was corner, and they traded their second first round pick to the Chiefs to get
Trent McDuffie.
And that kind of took care of that whole situation. And that was their win now first round draft pick situation. So the next question is, what do you do with a Davante Adams, right? Because he's in the last year of his contract.
Yes, he is.
So do they need to extend Davante Adams? Because he's also, and we've talked about this too, the Rams are kind of a place for players to come and rehab their brand and get back to being the great players that
get some juice.
That we know they are. We saw that perfectly with Baker Mayfield, who came in, was like, oh, yeah, see, I can do this, and then became the face of the Bucs.
$100 million later.
Yeah. Davante Adams has been absolute dynamite for this team. And obviously, Puka Nacua, there haven't been any contract extension conversations, and there shouldn't be until the end of the season because of everything that's been going on off the field with Puka. Like, it is bad. And the Rams aren't a team that are in the media for anything other than what's happening on the field. So this is very off-brand for them, but also someone that they are developing and have developed into a top-tier wide receiver. So what do you do with these two guys heading into this season? What's the goal?
So Davante Adams had a transitional year last year in that everywhere he has been, as when he was with the Green Bay Packers, with Aaron Rodgers, and then he went to Vegas, then he went to the Jets. He's always been the guy. Last year was so interesting because it was Puka's show. right?
Yeah.
Puka Nacua was the number one threat far and wide. And last year was the fewest receiving yards Davante Adams has had since 2015, which was his second season in the NFL. But it wasn't a step back. What Davante Adams impressed so well with last year was accepting that number 2 role and becoming a true red zone threat. Puka's shines in very long crossing routes, weaving in and out of linebackers, catching the ball in front of safeties. He's not a precision expert, whereas Davante Adams shined in the red zone. He had 14 touchdowns because he
led the league.
Yes, he was the main red zone target for Matthew Stafford, and it was tied for the second most receiving touchdowns he's ever had in his career, even with the years with Aaron Rodgers. Majority of those coming in the red zone because he is such a precise route runner. If I could gush about him for a second,
please.
There is route running before Davante Adams, and then there is route running after Davante Adams. What he has done with something as simple as a slant route. Watch how every wide receiver runs their slants prior to 2017 and then afterward. There is a stark shift. He set the standard for route running. He is precise, and when you get to the red zone, there's less room. Puka Nacua is still growing. He's still learning. He is an insane athlete. He's incredibly strong. He's tough as nails, but he's not the precise guy that Davante Adams is. Why I bring this all up is Davante Adams, similar to Austin Reeves, shines better when there is someone next to him because Davante's 33. He's turning 34 in December. Oh, his birthday is Christmas Eve. How about that?
Yeah.
And he's entering his 13th season. He's past the point of being the number 1 option. So do you extend Davante Adams really comes down to, as unfair as this sounds, Alex, it comes down to is Puka going to act right?
Yeah, and I think the hardest thing was we forget how important mentorship is.
Yeah.
And Cooper Kupp was Puka Nacua's big brother mentor. And he talked about it. He took him under his wing. He took him everywhere. And we know how great Cooper Kupp is with relationships and partnerships because we saw it with Matthew Stafford and we heard about it the year that they won the Super Bowl. It was reported that they did everything together. They were eating together. They were walking
film,
everything.
Practice,
they just stayed together, and it made them the best possible duo that they had in that moment, and they went on to win a Super Bowl. So Cooper Kupp did that with Puka Nacua once he came in, and we saw the rise of another great receiver for the Rams that they're bringing up through their own system. And I don't think it was taken into consideration how big of a hit that was going to be for Puka Nacua to not only have his mentor be taken away, but now you're thrust into that wide receiver 1 role, which, you got to have a certain amount of confidence for that and a certain amount of swag, which he has, but it went a hard right direction that it shouldn't have gone. Yeah. And he didn't have that big brother there to be like, yo, what are you doing? Instead, he was competing with the guy, Davante Adams, because they were kind of like a 1-2 punch. It was, wide receiver 1 and 2, but it was, like you said, Adams led the league with 14 touchdowns, and he really became Stafford's red zone guy that he could depend on. So it wasn't one or the other. It was they were competing with each other, and I'm curious how much that kind of played into the whole mindset and mentality shift that we saw from Puka last year.
Massive, because in the same year, your mentor leaves, and Cooper Kupp did a great job being a mentor because before last season, what did we even know about Puka, right? We didn't read headlines about it.
No.
We knew nothing about
Which
him.
was great.
It was awesome.
All we know is what you did on the field.
Exactly.
And that's how the Rams do things.
Exactly. And Cooper Kupp was there to show him that. So over the span of just a couple weeks, matter of fact, Cooper Kupp was told he wasn't going to be coming back as a Ram, and Davante Adams was signed as a bang-bang situation.
Yeah.
All while Puka Nacua is saying, oh, am I wide receiver 1 now?
Yeah.
And I think it got the best of him. You're here in Los Angeles. You are now a superstar.
Oh, yeah.
And the streamers and the social media stuff, it got the best of him.
And the biting.
And
the anti-Semitic comments. I mean, that's bad.
It was very bad.
The drunken tweets that we saw him having to be helped into a car after Super Bowl.
Sean McVay giving a post-game press conference minutes after the game ended and being told, hey, why did Puka tweet this? And he's like, what?
What are you talking about?
Things that, one, Sean McVay does not stand for.
No.
And does not tolerate in his locker room. Two, clearly, despite the success he was having, Puka was going through things. And he has admitted as such, and hopefully the work that he's done will be enough. But Davante Adams was not in a position nor expected to be the mentor because he came over here
fighting
to get
for that
his.
also fighting for that number one spot and that number one role, as he should be. He's deserved that. Right. He has the track record to be wide receiver one. Puka's got he had two solid seasons at that point.
Yeah. Puka was clearly up next, but the way he was thrust into wide receiver one, clearly the level of maturity wasn't where Sean McVay and Les Snead and Puka's teammates was hoping it would be. So to tie it back to Davante, I would extend Davante Adams because he has shown, hey, I'm catching my second wind. I have altered my game, and I may not be as explosive as I once was, but I am still an elite route runner, maybe one of the best route runners that the NFL has ever seen, and I can get 5 more years out of this if I so choose. But you're going to need a speedster, a bruiser, a guy who can block basically everything that Puka Nacua does. So I extend Davante Adams if I know in the back of my mind if Puka can act right, then we need to extend him. But you have to give Puka at least the end of the season. I would be shocked if Les Snead feels comfortable extending Puka Nacua before the season's over. He needs to show you can go 20-something weeks acting right first.
Yeah, no, you cannot. We're going to dive into that a lot more throughout the show because I got some thoughts on that. We're going to take a break here, but a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Ruta Hero. We appreciate your partnership. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Coming up next, is Bronny a legit option without LeBron James? It's coming up next.
It's Brock and Alex, midday in LA on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Breen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here and being a part of the conversation. And you can be a part of the conversation. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Follow us on all socials at The Fan LA and be a part of the conversation. Slide into those DMs. Get in the chat if you're watching the live stream. Because we've had some good debate conversations, and I feel like this next one is going to get there too, because we talked a lot about the Lakers' future, right? And what it's going to look like. What do they need to do to build around Luka Dončić to compete with the two teams in the Western Conference Final right now, who are kind of the standard, like the OKC, Spurs, Wemby. I mean, as we're all learning here, we just are like, go Spurs, go Wemby, anyone over OKC right now, and the flop. But what do the Lakers need to do to get back to that championship level and compete and ultimately beat these two teams in a 7-game series to get back to the finals? And does that look like an Austin Reeves and a LeBron James? And when LeBron James comes in the conversation, you have to remember that he comes with a with a side piece. Like, LeBron James comes with it's 1 + 1 + 1 = 2.
Yes,
you're getting a package deal here, right? And that's his son, Bronny James. Now, Bronny got some real playoff minutes for the Lakers because they had a lot of injuries that they were dealing with. And we saw him come in to high-level situations, but there was always a because. It wasn't just for his play. It was because someone was injured or because they needed someone to come in and give some fresh legs. So the question is, if LeBron is on the team, is Bronny still a legit Lakers option? Because that is a real question, and that is a real situation that we are looking at right now, because we don't know what LeBron's future is going to be in LA come next year.
It is a fine and fair assessment to admit the past 2 years, every time we've seen Bronny, it is because his father is LeBron James. That is entirely fair. However, two things can be true, and Bronny has far surpassed the expectation that was set for him on draft night. The media criticism being the son of Bron, of course, was what was expected, and the conversation of nepotism and everything.
It is the epitome of nepotism. Right. There is no argument there. Like, the reason Bronny is on the Lakers is because of his father, LeBron James. That is the definition of nepotism.
And Jeannie Buss and the LeBron and Jeannie Buss tension kind of stems from that. She feels that, hey, I don't think you realize how big of a favor we've done you and your family. And LeBron does not see it that way. But anyway, as far as Bronny is concerned, he far surpassed what was expected of him. To be a mid-late second-round pick in your second season, to be playing substantial playoff minutes and making an impact in those games, he has already surpassed what the majority of second-round picks will ever do in the NBA. So what was he in the games because LeBron James is his dad and because everyone was hurt in the purple and gold? Yes. But did he far surpass what was expected in those moments? Yes. And next year, he has 2 years remaining.
Okay.
Next year, he could be there for $2 million. And then the following year, 2027, there is a club option in which the Lakers would decide, probably, if LeBron is here, you can stay. If not, maybe you're leaving for greener pastures. As we sit right now, I do not see how that $2 million can be better spent than just bringing back Bronny.
What?
Bring him back.
Dude,
bring it back.
No. Okay, so I'm going to say Bronny is going to be a huge factor in the LeBron James decision of where he ends up. the fact that he is on the Lakers is because his father made it very clear that it was his dream to play with his son, Bronny. And that man deserves that moment. And they got their moment. They got their moment in his debut. They got it in the playoffs when they had that pass situation, layup, scored.
Yes, LeBron assisted an alley-oop to Bronny, and then LeBron set a screen that Bronny came off of and hit a three in the Rockets. I want to say game 2 or 3.
So they've had their moments, and this was a part of LeBron James' end of his storied dream. And I get that. And we talk about sports all day. I've covered LA sports my entire career. And anytime I'm thinking about Bronny, there is not a moment that I'm not thinking about LeBron James without talking about his son, Bronny. And he is there because of his father, LeBron James. Like, who is Bronny without his dad? And being in this league, being on this Lakers team, it is because of his father. And I don't fault him, but that is the reality of the situation. He is on the Lakers because of LeBron James. And I think that's going to be a huge bargaining chip for the Lakers. But I personally cannot separate if LeBron James is not on the team. Who is Bronny even in these situations? Probably not. He is getting those situations because of his father and because of JJ Redick, who is also very good friends with his father and a fan of Bronny. And I'm guessing because of the whole family relationship dynamic. So I can't even separate in my brain what is Bronny like without his dad, because I know he is there strictly because of his father, LeBron James.
It is without question that the reason he arrived in a Lakers uniform for the past 2 years is because of LeBron. However, the next side of it, though, is after that, what has he done? And he has succeeded far beyond what if we were to list off every player that was drafted at the exact draft pick that he was, I wonder how high he would rank in regards to success. To be able to prove that you can play playoff minutes, and even though he was playing those playoff minutes due to injury, he succeeded. He was a net positive, and I'm not talking plus minus high stats analytic stuff. I'm talking about the energy that he brought. I'm talking about, yes, he was getting picked on defensively. So does Luka. So does Reeves often sometimes. And for $2 million, I do not see another player that you could bring in that can contribute more than Bronny contributed this season especially, but most importantly during that Rockets series. You look at Maxi Kleber, you look at Adutiero, you look at Dalton Connect, you look at Nick Smith Jr., you look at Jared Vanderbilt. Jared Vanderbilt maybe has a case, but Bronny James contributed significantly more than any of those other names. And for $2 million, just give him a spot, even if Bron is over in Cleveland. Now, if Bron is over in Cleveland...
No, he's taking Bronny with him.
I would be shocked
he's taking Bronny
that
with him.
you pass up that opportunity to bring your son with me.
Yeah.
But in regards to answering the question of how long of a career does Bronny James have when LeBron is not in the league, I don't know how long it will be, and I don't know if it'll be at the NBA level or the G League level, but I know for next season, whether LeBron is there or not, for $2 million... let Bronny rock.
Let him
rock.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. We appreciate you, the fans, listening to us. We're talking about LeBron James and Bronny. And is Bronny... Is he an option? Like, is he a legitimate option for the Lakers or any other team if LeBron James is not in the picture? I don't think he is. I cannot wrap my head around the idea and the thought of Bronny without thinking of LeBron James. I don't see him having this opportunity and possibility to get in a playoff game if it wasn't for his father having this be his dream and as being the GOAT and the greatest player playing right now and of our generation. Like, this isn't happening. So that's the hard part, is I cannot separate the fact that he is a package deal. I cannot separate the fact of who is Bronny without his father opening all the doors and wanting this situation to happen for him and helping his son. And I don't fault either of them. LeBron James deserves this moment.
I would do the same exact thing.
If this is what he wants to do. And again, like when you talk about nepotism, like I get it. Like this is all these kids know. They grew up literally like in the game, in the locker room, on the court, probably going out to his dad's training and practices. So he's been in the game as long as majority of the players in the NBA. Mm-hmm. But the difference is everyone else didn't have their father as LeBron James help get them drafted and help get them on the team and help get them playing time and help get them in a playoff game. Like that's the part that's hard for me to even imagine. What would he be and is he at that level yet without his father?
If I told you that a nameless, faceless basketball player, after playing, I want to say only half of a season in college, was drafted 55th overall, and in his second year was playing quality NBA minutes in a series that the team he was playing for won, you would say that is a success story.
There's a huge asterisk, though. And the only reason that he got drafted to the team he's on and the only reason that he is playing in those playoff moments is because of his father.
But when he arrived,
because no player is getting drafted after only playing half a year of basketball. And now I know it was a really gnarly situation. He had a health scare, and the fact that he is back to where he is incredible. But it's just hard, and that's that's the tough part of this whole situation. And it's like there's positives and there's negatives. The positives is that he gets to play in the NBA in playoff situations with one of the greatest franchises and players who happens to be his father. The negative is he's never going to be able to escape that shadow of you are here because your father is LeBron James. You are getting these opportunities because of LeBron. You are getting in these moments because your dad is LeBron James.
The best thing that could happen for Bronny, since they've already had the magic father-son, they set every father-son record that really could be set. And God knows if it'll ever change. I don't know. How old is Jason Tatum's son? I feel like that actually may be a thing.
Oh,
but
I
anyway,
don't know.
Yes, Bronny has benefited greatly from LeBron James, but in a world where you can remove his last name from his jersey and see what a 55th overall pick did, this is without question a success story. And quite honestly, the best thing that could happen for Bronny in the final year or 2 years of LeBron James' career is for LeBron to be playing elsewhere. I doubt that will ever happen.
He's going to take him with him, which even adds to my point even more.
Right.
There's no way.
But what I'm saying is why it would be the best thing for him is so that he could prove, if you are watching this game through Bron goggles and can only see him as his son, it is impossible for you to realize not only has he significantly improved, he's better than the most of the 12th men off of the bench for any other team in the NBA. If he was sitting here asking for a $10 million a year extension, like Cody says, kick rocks. For $2 million, there are not many better ways you could spend $2 million than a 55th overall pick who already has playoff experience, quality playoff experience, getting thrown in the fire, and can be a 12th man on somebody's bench.
I can't see it. I can't separate. I cannot separate it. And we want to hear from you, LA. Are you on the Brock side? Are you on my side? Do you think Bronny is a legitimate factor and it could be a good asset for the Lakers without LeBron James? You can call us 855-97-LA-FAN. We also want you to get in the chat. So what is YouTube saying, Shay? Because I have to believe that people are pretty fired up about this situation.
Yeah, and if you want to if you don't have YouTube and you have Twitter, I put out a Twitter poll there.
Oh,
so
there
follow
we
me
go.
on producer Shay LA,
it's official.
and then you could go on the Twitter poll. So if you want to vote that way. But YouTube is currently going a little bit in on Bronny.
No. Wait, in a good way or bad way? Okay, so they're on my side. They're on my side.
On your side.
They're on my side.
So No Drink Rob says Bronny gone once LeBron is gone.
Yeah, it has to be.
Dead Meow says no future. If the question being asked by Alex, what is Bronny without LeBron? That means he is not good enough on his own.
Yeah.
Greg Sauces says he won't last long if LeBron leaves. I don't want to comment on Bronny because the LeBron is going to try and fight me like Stephen A. Smith. It's everyone's on the same page, it seems.
See,
like.
that's the hard part too, is because like I understand why LeBron is doing what he's doing, and he deserves this moment with his son. But just as awesome as it is that they get this moment, it also hurts Bronny's situation because we don't know. We have no idea what Bronny would be if he had to do this on his own without the help of his father. I don't see it. I don't see him being in this moment.
I feel this, and I feel this confidently. If I were a big-time gambler, I would find one of the future markets and put money on it. But I will ask both of you, over, under one NBA game, how many NBA games Bronny plays after LeBron James calls it quits?
Well, so do 1.5.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Half of a game.
Yeah.
Half of a game. I'm betting over. I'm saying Bronny James will play in the NBA after LeBron retires. And it sounds
is that
like
on the Lakers?
No.
Or
Just
is that
in
any...
the NBA. Just in the NBA. Would you say over or under half of a game, meaning playing a single NBA game?
Now, this depends where he ends up. On the Lakers, no.
No, non-Lakers.
Non-Lakers.
Yeah.
So if he goes to another team, another organization, I think he's going to end up in the G League for a bit. And he might get that late season injury call-up on the bench. That's tough. Can you make it a little like, will he play like over under like 5.5 games?
Let's do this. Let's do this.
More because that's like one or none. Like he might get a couple games in, but I would do under 5. I would do under 5.5.
15. So 14 and a half games.
Oh, under for sure.
Really?
Under for sure. Yeah. Like he might get a couple opportunities there, but I don't see it being a long-term option.
I don't see Bronny having some historic career. Things can always change, but as it sits right now, that's not a crazy thing to say. I see at least one season where he is back and forth, two-way contract, but at least one season where he is involved in at least 15 NBA games.
Absolutely not. See, but again, like also prove me wrong. I love to be proven wrong. Go off. The moment LeBron James is out of the league, which that's another couple years, I think at least one more season.
At least one, maybe two, yeah.
If Bronny can literally just like blossom into this insane player now that he's not playing with and living under the shadow of being LeBron James' son, like go off. If he can go off and just prove everyone wrong, like please do that. Because again, we have no idea who he is and who he would be and being in these situations without his father. Because he's not in this situation without LeBron James asking the Lakers to draft him and without the Lakers asking to have him be on the Lakers and not the G League team and to have those moments that they had in the playoffs. Like that is because of LeBron James. And again, he deserves that. Like LeBron James deserves that moment. But we do not know who he is without his dad.
Which is why the best thing for him will be that year that he is still sticking around the NBA and LeBron James has called it quits. And you cannot tell me that the Utah Jazz, the Milwaukee Bucks, all these teams that are probably going to be terrible 2 years from now can't have even a 12th bench spot for Bronny James, who has already proven he can compete at a playoff level for 5 to 7 minutes a game. He has already accomplished more than most of his peers who got drafted in the picks around him.
Because he's getting the opportunities because of his dad.
And now he has taken it and ran with it and surpassed the expectation.
All right, we'll see. I love this debate. We're going to keep it going. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 FN. Be a part of this conversation. Do you think Bronny is a legit option without LeBron? I'm on the no side. Brock is on the yes side. Get in our DMs at the Fan LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We're going to take a break here, but when we come back to baseball, is Shohei Ohtani already considered a GOAT? I don't think this is up for debate anymore. We're going to dive into that next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. I hope you had an awesome Memorial holiday weekend and everyone's coming back to reality today, which is...
Reality is a good way to put it.
It is. It's like, because people were raging down at the beach yesterday. I forgot because we came to work and it was like, oh, no, people are like...
Still getting after
They're
it.
on a bender in the best way possible. And I hope everybody had like the best time for us.
Not naming any names.
What do you mean?
But there were some lovely peers down in the gym with the hangover eyes this morning. And I said, you know what? Sweat it out.
Yeah.
Sweat it on out.
I love that so much. So we just kind of got in a big debate about Bronny James and who is Bronny without LeBron, and is he a legitimate option without his dad? And we want you guys to be a part of the conversation. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. And right now we have Walrus in Encino. What are your thoughts on
Shout
Bronny?
out Encino.
Hey, good morning, Brock and Alex and Shay. So my thoughts are this. I'm a lifelong Lakers fan, and I've been watching Bronny since he's been on the team. The kid has incredible athleticism in a league that is getting more athletic. He is a professional. You don't always have that combination. He needs to get his shot going. That's really right now what's going on with that guy. If he can get his shot down, he can stick around the league like Brock is saying. And, yeah, I think LeBron James needs to consider his son's career in terms of this decision. If I'm LeBron James, I got a year or two left in my career. I want my son to be playing at least 10 in this league. Stick with the Lakers. They've obviously shown Bronny that they're going to give him time on the court, including in the playoffs. He didn't make a fool of himself. I think Bronny's going to stick in the league one way or the other, but he'll have much better options to do that if his dad stays with the Lakers. Great show, everyone.
Thanks,
thank you,
Walrus.
Walrus.
Appreciate you.
But that
Another
proves-
Bronny believer.
No, but that proves my point right there. He said if he wants his son to continue to play in the league, he's got to stay with the Lakers, which was my point exactly. Who is Bronny without LeBron James? I don't know if he has this opportunity and these chances. And he goes, he didn't embarrass himself in the playoffs. That's the standard. That's what you're focusing on. It wasn't like, oh, that was incredible. He did great. He didn't embarrass himself. And if LeBron James cares about his son's future, is what he said, he would stick with the Lakers, which is exactly my point.
Walrus brings up a great point as well regarding what Bronny can work on. So defensively, he's still getting exposed, not to the extent that it was last year. But you know what? So does Luka. So does Reeves. Some players don't develop a defensive ability until later in their career. With his current ability to score, we'll say 4 out of 10. If Luka is a 10, maybe like a 3 out of 10. He needs to have that defensive ability. He has increased his ability to shoot the three-pointer. If he can be a reliable three-point shooter and flash that athleticism and make an open bucket when they can get him the ball, he can get 7 minutes a game somewhere. But to your point, it is a double-edged sword. LeBron James is the reason why Bronny got a chance to be in the NBA. And LeBron James is the reason why people are unconvinced that Bronny can succeed without. And Bronny will show when he is on a roster for some terrible team for at least one season after LeBron James retires. I may not be a Hall of Famer, but I am an NBA player.
So you think one season?
At least one.
He's going to do one season.
At least one.
It's just hard because right there I can't separate.
I know.
I cannot separate. I cannot think of who he is and these opportunities that he's getting on the Lakers without his dad, LeBron James, making it happen.
I just look across the league at some god-awful teams like Milwaukee.
Is he going to want to do that, though?
Or Portland.
This is also like a son of a billionaire. Like, put that into consideration, too.
Yeah, true.
Do you see him going? And this would be the first kind of real reality test and, like, hello, wake-up call. Like, when your dad's not here, you're not getting to be in LA, close to home, on the Lakers, one of the best franchises in the league. You're going to have to go and just kind of figure it out on your own for the first time in your life.
I would say yes. And I love that you bring that up because Bronny went to USC. Our mansion in Brentwood is not that far away. I'm not on my own. From what I have seen and learned about Bronny is he would embrace the moment of proving that I am more than my dad's last name. And whether again
and first name.
And first name. TBD on the middle name. I don't know what their middle names are.
No, it's literally the exact same name.
But there's just no way you look across the league that if Bronny chose to, he could not, even if he's not playing, even if he's only coming in for a couple minutes every other game, you cannot tell me Portland will be in a situation where Bronny cannot contribute. Utah will be better going forward, but we'll say a Utah team or the Wizards. Like there's just no way of all the 30 teams, Bronny James, post LeBron James, cannot find 5 to 7 minutes every other game on an NBA, not a G League, but on an NBA roster. We will check in 2028. We definitely will.
Yeah, no, I don't see this happening. We're going to put out a poll. I'm going to put out a poll on Twitter at Alex_Curry in the next commercial break because we need to hear from you. And the Walrus who just called in from Messino. Is that a real name? Like also?
Thank you,
that's
Walrus.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What a fun first name to have. But he was agreeing with you, but unintentionally proved my point while he was agreeing
There are
with
a lot
you.
of caveats because people cannot separate the two.
No.
But
You can't.
if there was a blind resume, just absolutely blind, and there was no name at the top, people would objectively look at what he has accomplished in 2 years as a 55th overall pick and say, yeah, let's keep giving this guy a chance. Why not? And then only when you find out he is LeBron James' son do the gripes come in.
Nah, I don't see it happening.
He's going to prove it.
Nah, absolutely not. Like, he's not even in these moments and in this situation without his dad. And that's the hardest part for me to wrap my head around. But it's when you're connected with greatness and when you are your father, his dad, LeBron James, who is some would argue the greatest of all time. I would definitely say the greatest of our generation, absolutely changed the game both on and off the court. He deserves, I don't fault him for wanting the best for his son. I don't fault the situation for the Lakers to wanting to give LeBron James whatever he wants. And what are you smiling about?
I'm being a great co-host and listening to what you're saying, but I'm running through the list of god-awful NBA teams, and there's more than I thought. And there's more than I thought.
Where do you see him landing? Where could you see him landing? Because right now, the next year or two, wherever LeBron James goes, that's where Bronny's going to go. Like,
absolutely.
It's going to be a bargaining piece for the Lakers. Like, hey, come back at a discount. Not like a disrespectful number, because there's going to be a magic number that is not what he got last year, which was in the 50 plus million, and it's not going to be league vet minimum, which is below 5 million. It's absolutely no way. I think it's got to be half or above, so we're looking at like 25 to 30 million. I think is digestible and would be respectable for what he did and what he can do, especially with a team of players who all got injured last year, and who was the one healthy one? 41-year-old LeBron James, who was able to carry this team and win that first playoff series against the Houston Rockets. So you got to take all of that into consideration, but the biggest bargaining chip that the Lakers have is Bronny.
And I unfortunately have to knock that number of $30 million down to I think it has to be $20 million.
That's lower. That's less than half.
It would be the least amount of money LeBron has played for since 2015.
That's too.
And it is a tough ask, but LeBron is at a point where it is about, can I get a ring before I call it quits? Perfect scenario for him is to get a ring and a farewell tour in this next season, or if it takes 2 seasons. And the most realistic place he can do that at is for the Lakers. The only way the Lakers can do that is if they develop a front court. Jackson Hayes can be the backup, but you need a starting big man that is not named DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
And the only way to free up that kind of money while also keeping Marcus Smart, while also paying Rui Hachimura, whose price went up after these couple of playoff series, I don't know if you can give LeBron more than $20 million.
That's wild. And we also were talking about the possible trades that were floating around, the names, and we went through that. We went through that off the top of the show with Giannis and Kyrie, and are these actually possible options? Would they even work or make sense if they were
more
able
names
to happen?
will be floated out the closer we get to the end of the season,
Well,
or
yeah,
really just
after-
when the season ends.
Yeah,
but
after
those
the
are the
NBA.
two for now.
Yeah, after the NBA finals are done, that's when everything's going to get kicked into like a whole new gear. But yeah, the Lakers got a lot of decisions. They got a lot of moves to make, but I know for a fact that, not for a fact, but like I personally know that Bronny James is going to be a big bargaining piece for the Lakers and LeBron James, and getting him to come back on top of what they do during free agency. So we got a lot of fun stuff to get to. Hour 3 coming up next here on Brock and Alex, midday in LA. You're listening to us on 97.1 The Fan.
Bye.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour 3, we have been having a time.
We're flying.
We've been having a time. So thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on 97.1 The Fan or if you're listening on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being a part of the conversation. And you can also call in, you guys, 855-97-LA-FAN. We have had some good conversations today, debating most recently the LeBron James and Bronny topic. And is Bronny a legitimate factor for the Lakers without LeBron James? And can you actually separate the conversation? I can't do that. It's not happening for me. So there's been a lot of good things happening around here and on the show. And one thing we were talking about that I still don't understand, we are just over 2 weeks away from the World Cup here in LA.
Yeah.
Have you seen enough stuff promoting it, knowing that it's happening, where the watch party's at? I want to go to one of these rad, soccer fans are next level fandom.
Mm-hmm.
And I had the opportunity to cover the Women's World Cup back in 2019. I was a U.S. embedded reporter with the U.S. women's national team. And let me tell you, going to World Cup games there's not much that compares to it. Mm-hmm. When you have an entire country coming together and rooting and you just hear the entire stadium chanting USA is just the coolest feeling to be around and be a part of. And we get that here in LA at SoFi Stadium, USA kicking things off. I think it's June 12th.
Yes.
Yeah. Why isn't that plastered all over LA right now? Why isn't that everywhere?
I'm disappointed that it's not. The fever that was felt when Olympic tickets got released.
Yes.
It was pandemonium. It was group chat saying, "Hey, did you get yours? Did you get yours? Did you get yours? What events are you going to? What events are you going to?" But we never felt that for the World Cup, I feel. Never once has that pandemonium of 1 week of getting Olympic tickets for events that are 2 years from now even.
Yeah.
I mean, that smothers the highest excitement that we felt for the World Cup. Now, a huge part of it is that stadiums and arenas are kind of panicking a little bit because the resale market is kind of how they dictate interest.
Yeah.
Of course, you got your bots and stuff who just scoop up all the tickets. Well, but if people are willing to pay these high prices, it means, they're excited about this. They want to come. Ticket prices are plummeting.
Yeah.
San Francisco at Levi Stadium, they're hosting a couple matches. The last I checked, you could get in a decent seat at like the 200 level, for like $200.
Whoa.
As opposed to, as you know, spending $1,500 on World Cup tickets is more the norm right now.
Yeah.
So the excitement just isn't there. And again, if we were to walk down to Wilshire right now and ask 10 strangers, when do you think the World Cup starts? I wonder how many would say 16 days.
Probably not many, unless you see them wearing like a soccer kit.
Right.
Like it's the hardcore fans, like that's who know. And when I was working it and a part of it, I knew. But that's an interesting way to approach it. I want to do that when I'm out on my walk today, just like randomly on the strand. Like, hey, do you know when the World Cup starts? And see how many people just look at me like, what are you talking about?
Isn't that in Switzerland
like, what
or something?
Year? Like here? Like what? I'm actually going to do that today. So I will report back tomorrow.
Report back tomorrow. You know what? I will ask some strangers as well.
Okay.
Shay, you and Nick do the same.
We're all going to ask some strangers today after the show when we're out and about, hey, do you know when the World Cup starts? Like, I just want to know how many people are aware of it. And then hopefully us telling them will help spread the word.
Yes.
And us talking about it will help spread the word.
Yes.
But also, if you know of good watch parties and where they're happening around LA, let us know. Tweet at us at the Fan LA. Get into our DMs. Get in the chat on YouTube because we want to hear about it.
Other than rooting for the success of Team USA.
Yes.
I'm rooting for England because there's an authentic pub down the street from where I live, and I just want to watch England play somebody there, surrounded with a bunch of hooligans.
So there you go. You know where England fans are going to go watch it, but like what? It's here in LA and we don't know where USA is watching it.
Right.
Producer Shay, what are people saying? What are fans saying?
So it's funny. You guys mentioned this right at the time where On Big Fox, you can go watch the USA roster release
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
So I have a feeling that people are just on Channel 11 because that's what Big Fox is in LA.
Yes.
And now they're realizing, oh my God, we're less than 2 weeks away. Because they're seeing this right now.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to lie, I was watching this and I was like, okay, they're making it seem like it's something.
Yeah.
And I feel like today might be the day where
people learn.
That's so LA though. That's so LA. It's like last minute. It's like, oh, what do we do? Like, what's happening in the next like 2 weeks? Because there's so much happening in LA always,
Yeah.
whether it's sports, entertainment, Hollywood, music. We're now in like summer festivals happening and the summer series, like concerts everywhere. So there's stuff to do every day, every night. Is it like, does it seem, are they making it look good? Do you have the roster? Is it out?
The minute it's out, I will say it. I have it up. It looks like it's coming out in the next 5 minutes or so.
It says the show starts at 12 noon, so it's 12:09. They'll probably stretch this out for an hour.
As long as they can.
They're not naming this. So we'll have
We'll
it
know
at
before
the
the
top
show's
of
over,
hour
though.
4.
Yeah.
So we'll run through the roster release. We'll run through
Run through the roster release.
Roster release. I sound like Rooster.
It does.
It's like Rooster roster? Yeah, okay. So, okay, good. I'm happy that the news and word is getting out now. The World Cup, did you say 12 days away?
16.
You said 12.
Oh, is it 12
okay,
or 16?
so
Oh, shoot.
16 days.
16.
Okay. Thank you.
Did I say 12? Oh,
I don't know.
My bad.
Okay, 16 days away. That's my favorite number.
Okay.
All right.
Was that your soccer number?
It was.
Oh, nice.
And I think it's because my dad's birthday's on the 16th.
Oh, that's special.
Yeah.
I like that.
And that kind of
Cool.
became my favorite number.
Cool.
So,
I love that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get back talking some Luka and Lakers. Are you ready for this? Because we got to give a big congrats to Luka. There was, I don't want to say concern, but with the new NBA rules and the honors rules, every player has to play a certain amount of games to be considered, even for all NBA teams. And that was kind of the conversation. Like, okay, Luka, I think, was just falling short of the number of games that you have to qualify for. But we knew that his agent was going to be asking for an exception.
Appeal, exception, something like that.
Whatever the proper lingo is for that. And it worked because he was named all NBA first team for the 6th time in his career. That means 6 out of his 8 seasons in the NBA. He has been all NBA first team. And he is the 5th player in NBA history to reach that level. And he's with LeBron James, Tim Duncan, Oscar Robertson, and Bob Pettit to be the first to have 6 first-team All-NBA honors by the age of 27. So that's some pretty great company to be involved with.
It's fascinating, too, because when you think of elite scorers, which Luka is, and you think of the company that he has kept, not just in players who have made all NBA teams, but just really any record that Luka breaks, you look at the names that he's around and it's the greats. Why I admire his game so much is he doesn't lead with athleticism. Any NBA player is in the 1% of athletes, of course, but in regards to NBA superstars, his ability to dictate the pace of the game. Anyone who wants to appreciate Luka's game more, just watch how when the ball is in his hands, the entire flow of the 9 other guys on the court match his style. His ability to slow the game down no matter how quickly you want to play. It is electric. His basketball IQ, of course, he's been playing professionally since he was like 13 or something like that. There's no
the European way.
There's no fear in his game. He's so confident in his game, which is why he can just slow the game down and say, this is the pace that we are going to play. Are there some gripes about his game? Is he a perfect player? Of course there is, and of course he is not. But just as a true and pure scorer, to boil it down to the simplest thing, just putting a basketball in the hoop as many times as you can. There have not clearly.
Dude, he did that in March. He
there have
scored
not been many better.
600 points in March, joining Michael Jordan as the only player in NBA history to reach 600 points in the month of March. I'm excited because in just a bit, we're going to have Kobe Price, Lakers insider from the California Post, calling in. And I really want to dive into this topic and conversation with him because we know that Luka is a great player.
Mm-hmm.
He is a top 5, would you say top 5, top 10 player that that you build a franchise around, which is what the Lakers are doing, which is why it was such an insanely shocking, but in a great way, trade when they got him from the Mavs. But now that we've had a full season of Luka with the Lakers, obviously it didn't end great because he got injured. When you have a healthy Luka, is that enough for the Lakers to win a title? And what do they need to do to build around him? Because they need a big name center. They need depth. They need youth. They need defense. And the Lakers have a lot to figure out this offseason. Now, first and foremost is going to be Austin Reeves because Luka Dončić has made it very clear that whatever the Lakers decide to do, whether it's a trade, whether it's a sign and trade, he does not want Austin Reeves to be a part of that. He wants Austin as his number 2 on this team. And we know why. We've seen when everyone was healthy and they were gelling, like it looked great. But also their relationship on and off the court is like best friend, big brother.
Yeah.
And that goes such a long way for a long season and for a star player. Like locker room chemistry can change the entire dynamic of a team. And I've seen this. And I've seen when you have that one person and you make your star player happy, what happens. And my one example that I had just being involved with the team and seeing it was Torrey Hunter with the Angels and Mike Trout. He was his mentor. And I've never seen a happier superstar, and Mike Trout was on the beginning of his superstardom, but just what he did for Mike Trout in that he only got a year that I was there, a year with him, but what he did for his career and the future of his career and just the energy that he brought and how happy he made him. Like there was some stuff that went on behind the scenes, which is why he wasn't on the team after that year, but it made such a big difference. That clubhouse was never the same.
Yeah.
Clubhouse was never the same.
It is so important, one, to keep your stars happy, but to concoct the right chemistry, right? Like a head coach, a GM, a president, depending on the level of involvement, is basically sitting there with their beakers and lab coat, mixing and matching different potions to find the right chemistry.
Yeah.
You hear any World Series winning team, any Super Bowl winning team, any NBA championship team, and they talk about the guys in the room, the chemistry, the way that we practiced. We were all on the same page. There were disagreements.
You all buy in.
Yeah, there were bad moments, but you have to have the core, that center, that pace setter that everyone can feed off of. And Luka is a player who not only makes himself better year after year after year, but he makes the guys around him better as well. Guys thrive when they play with him. You bring up the point of health with Luka, and one of my only concerns regarding ushering in this new era of this is Luka Dončić's team is the only time he's played more than 70 regular season games was his rookie year.
Yeah.
So the Luka Dončić experience,
and that's 8 seasons.
Right. The Luka Dončić experience is not always a healthy one.
No.
So why Austin Reeves and LeBron being the number 2 and number 3 were great, because as they proved, we can win games when Luka is not out there.
Yeah.
So it's not just finding the pieces around Luka. It's finding the pieces where, hey, our ball dominant guy statistically isn't going to be here for 15 to 20 games.
Yeah.
Can you guys go out and win those games, or are these just going to be losses? And Austin Reeves and LeBron were able to rise to the occasion until they ran into the Thunder. But whether it is Reeves and Bron coming back next year or a different combination of guys, it has to be someone who can be ball dominant and control the game and get you wins when Luka's not playing.
Which is why I think LeBron is such an important factor for the Lakers, and especially if he is willing to come back as that third option. Because the Lakers, when they were at their best, that stretch this season, it was Luka, at 1, Austin Reeves at 2, and LeBron James, one of the greatest players of all time, taking a step down and being okay from what we saw from the outside, being number 3. But also, when you need him to be, when both Luka Dončić and Austin Reeves got plagued with injuries, you had LeBron James, and you were able to lean on him, and he is still can be that number 1 on the team. And you mentioned this with Luka about elevating players around you. This is what LeBron James does, and that's what we saw in that first playoff series against the Rockets is, and I call it it's like the LeBron James, and we saw it with Tom Brady effect. When they walk into a room, everyone around them wants to be better, and they elevate everyone else around them because you're playing with greatness. And there's not many athletes in any league that can do that. I'm sure Messi has that same kind of aura.
Once
he came into the MLS. But it's players that are at the top of their game, have been or are currently. Shohei Ohtani, you see that with the Dodgers. Like anyone that is around these caliber and kind of players want to elevate and be as great as them. So it's by having LeBron on this team, and we talked about it earlier with his son, Bronny James, that also being a bargaining piece for the Lakers for him to come back. A very strong one. But also what that number is going to be. Like, can you afford him? And can you bring him back? And does it make sense? And when you think about the names that have been kind of tossed around a little bit in the trade situation, whether it be a Giannis or it be a Kyrie Irving, I personally don't see either of these trades actually happening, but I'm excited to have a Lakers insider and Kobe Price that's going to be joining us in the next segment to kind of dig through all of this. He's a Lakers insider for the California Post. So I don't personally see that happening, but if you have the opportunity to bring back that number 3 in LeBron James, which is crazy to say, like LeBron James is your number 3. If you're able to bring that core back together and everyone is healthy, we saw what they're capable of. Now, if you build off that for a whole season, it's only going to get stronger, but you do have to get some core pieces around them. And it's can you keep Marcus Smart? Do you keep Rui? And how do you get, who do you go out and get and spend the money on a big name center?
We're going to be sitting and watching. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Eyes peeled.
Yeah, so it's there's gonna be some good names. We'll dive into that after our guest in the next segment, Kobe Price. But like I said, we're in the summer of LeBron James and Lakers, and we're just going to be on Laker watch and LeBron watch. I'm excited for that. But coming up next, you guys, we have a Kobe Price, Lakers insider, so don't go anywhere. I also want to give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Cal Shee and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We'll be right back with more Lakers Inside.
As you age,
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening to us on the radio on 97.1 The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here, or if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. Get in the comment section because we've been having some fun debates here, and I'm excited to kind of bring up these conversations with our first guest of the day, Lakers insider from the California Post, Kobe Price. Thanks for joining the show.
Oh, I appreciate you guys having me on. Really do.
So we've been talking about the summer of LeBron James, and with LeBron's future still kind of hanging over everything, what is the real feeling around the Lakers right now? Are they planning to bring him back for kind of that farewell tour, or are they just looking at the future, and if he decides to come back, they'll take him?
I mean, look, Rob Pelinka has been, he said this multiple times, and he talked to multiple people within the Lakers, and they reiterate it. The Lakers would be happy to have LeBron back. They want to have him back. Now, there are details within that of how much money, with the salary for LeBron after he made, I think, $52.3 million or $52.6 million last year. Like, is he willing to take a pay cut? I mean, he kind of has to if he wants to continue playing in the NBA. Not even if it's not for the Lakers, but that's one of the biggest questions. And then you mentioned within that question, bringing LeBron back next season for their farewell tour. Well, there's also no guarantee that it would be a farewell tour, right? Like LeBron could play 25 years in the NBA, 26. It's all up to LeBron, but at least as of now, just being around the team, talking to people, they're giving him the time, space, and opportunity to reflect. He hasn't confirmed. Now, I think most people do expect for him to play another season, where the people within the Lakers and outside of the Lakers within the league, they can expect him to continue to play. It's more so a matter of, again, what does LeBron want? And also the big question is, what will his salary be when he more than likely returns for a 24th season and potentially 9th with the Lakers?
And Kobe, when you mentioned that LeBron is taking his time, that's also somewhat admitting that there's not going to be some $50 million contract like you said. So we know there will be a pay cut. How much money can you give LeBron while also withholding enough to get some depth, get a front court? Is $20 million a slap in the face? Does it have to be 30 or more? What do you say is the right number where both sides are happy?
I mean, saying the obvious, only LeBron can truly answer that question. But, in my view, I mean, I think somewhere in that 25 range.
Yeah. Now,
you could give a little bit more, but 25-ish range. Now, if someone says 23.5, okay, that's why I'm saying ish, right? He's doing a lot of carrying right here, right? 25-ish million, somewhere between 22.5 to 27, even pushing up to 30. But I think that would be the right amount of money, at least from the Lakers standpoint, because we also have to keep in mind they have other free agents. They have Austin Reeves. He hasn't officially done so, but he has a player option. He's more than likely going to get a significant raise in his salary. And I'm just going to put it out at least 20. He's going to make at least 20 more million compared to what he made last year. So some of it you also have to balance out between Austin's pay raise. You have guys like Luke Kennard, Rui Hachimura, Jackson Hayes as free agents. Marcus Smart and DeAndre Ayton also have player options. And that doesn't even go into the other players the Lakers may try to sign, their own draft pick, or try to trade for who may command or who may be on higher salary. So that gives them a little bit more wiggle room just to, again, pay your star guard in Austin Reeves, give him the salary amount he deserves, but also still have wiggle room to make other moves to improve the roster.
Yeah, Kobe, I'm with you there with the LeBron kind of magic number. I think it has to be half or a little more than what he made last year to kind of be a respectable, digestible number for both parties. But how much is the fact that the Lakers are giving his son, Bronny James, such a big opportunity, and we're seeing he got that playoff opportunity, and he didn't, as we heard a fan say, he didn't embarrass the Lakers, but he performed at a level that was exciting to watch. But how much of a kind of a bargaining chip is Bronny for the Lakers for LeBron to come back?
I mean, LeBron's been honest about part of the factors, or one of the factors that are going to decide, whether he wants to return, and then also where he plays is going to be family. And when he answered that directly, he mentioned, mentioned his wife. He mentioned Bryce, who was at Arizona. He mentioned his 12-year-old daughter, Zuri. Bronny's, obviously Bronny's an adult. He's moved out the crib. Like, he's his own man now. But LeBron's also been very honest about, loving the fact, and I think it was Game 3 in Houston, where LeBron and Bronny rattled off 10 straight points between them to really give him that edge. Like, LeBron, he's spoken so highly about really appreciating the fact of being able to share these moments with his son. So that is, whether it's a bargaining chip or just something that LeBron enjoys, that is going to be a factor in his decision, just because, again, he may be an adult, but that's always going to be LeBron's son, regardless of what I think Bronny's 21 now and LeBron's 41. Like, whether LeBron's in year 25 and Bronny's in year 5, I think that would be there's always going to be that special feeling for LeBron.
Kobe, there's not exactly a long list of unrestricted free agents that the Lakers can go out and get. If they are to land a superstar, it may have to come through trade. So putting aside the fact that Austin Reeves would have to agree to a sign and trade, just what are names out there that the Lakers could find interest with? We know about Giannis. We know about Kyrie. Maybe Cleveland wants to make a change in their front court. Are those the hot names? Is there anyone else out there that may be in the purple and gold here in a couple months?
Yeah, I mean, there are other names. I think something that's also, keeping in mind when it comes to the Lakers, and the Rob Pelinka's been honest about it, they want to get younger and they want to get more athletic. And especially as they build around Luka, who is in the prime, or maybe entering the prime of his career at 27 years old, Giannis would be attractive, of course. There are a lot of players, but I would even look at a guy like Walker Kessler, a restricted free agent at Utah. Obviously, Utah, they have the opportunity, or they have the ability, rather, to match any offer that an opposing team or another team makes toward Walker. But the Lakers have really prioritized, finding the right center to pair with Luka. Walker Kessler, great rim protector, good finisher. He has the build, he has the skill set that the Lakers are prioritizing when it comes to finding a center around Luka. Same with Jalen Duren. I know he didn't have the best playoff run with Detroit. He'll probably stay in Detroit after making an All-Star team, after making an All-NBA team. But also another guy you could potentially see the Lakers try to make a run at, especially after they tried to do so, last February, try to trade for him last February. And then eventually trade for Mark Williams, and then that trade fell through. We know those details, right? So those, I would look at some of the center market, especially depending on what DeAndre Ayton does with his player option. That, to me, that's going to be a pivotal moment for the Lakers offseason. I would expect DeAndre to pick it up, but potentially he does not, or he opts out and looks to get a bigger deal because he did all of the stuff aside, DeAndre had a pretty solid season for the Lakers considering the expectations.
So in a trade scenario, if the Lakers go out to get a big name, what can they actually give up? What would they have to give up, and what do they actually have to give?
I mean, it depends on how big of a name, but they do have, when the draft comes around, in late June, let's say, was it June 23rd, I want to say, or June 24th, they'll have the opportunity to trade up to 3 first-round picks. Their 2026 first-round pick, which is the number 25 pick for this year. Then they'll also have the opportunity to also trade their 2031 first-round pick and their 2033 first-round pick, which feels so far away from now. But those are the draft, in terms of draft resources, those are the resources they're working with draft-wise. And then, they want Austin Reeves back on the roster. They've been adamant about that. Austin wants to come back. I know there are potential sign and trade opportunities with Austin. I would expect for Austin to be back with the Lakers for next season. Outside of that, I mean, you still have, and maybe the other part of it is the draft compensation is more of the sweetener because, they have a lot of free agents and it's hard to that's the one problem. They don't have a lot of high salary guys to trade when it comes to matching salaries within the trade. But even if it's more so a roster construction move where you trade off a Jared Vanderbilt or a Dalton Connect or a player in that ilk, and you trade one of those players, not necessarily get another player back, but just free up a roster spot. Those are also the types of moves that the Lakers could potentially make this offseason in terms of trades. And then the other big one, wrapping this up, the Lakers I would expect for them to be mindful of this whole apron world, this apron era, first apron, second apron. I'm sure at some point there'll be a third and fourth apron. We're going to be we're all going to be living under aprons at some point. The key, and you can see it with other teams, they're already prioritizing how can we get on these aprons, all the penalties that come with it. The Lakers should be opportunistic in terms of, hey, Denver Nuggets, we see that, you have a guy like Peyton Watson, right? That's another free agent, or restricted free agent I didn't mention. We see that you're trying your best to get under this apron, under this penalty. And then they can free up space for themselves, free up cap space, free up a roster spot, take back a player in addition to the player that they covet, and then also, get more draft compensation in addition to that. Like the Lakers, in Rob's favorite word, optionality. The Lakers have the potential to do a lot of different things. It's more so about the routes that they want to go down.
Hanging here with Kobe Price, Lakers insider. Be sure to give him a follow. He knows it all. Kobe, as we discuss change on the court, what about change off the court? This is the Mark Walter makeover. The Buss family is being ushered out. Mark Walter is bringing in a lot of his Dodgers buddies into maybe turn this into somewhat of a Moneyball situation. Has anything been said about how that process is going so far?
I mean, as of this point, we've seen a lot of Dodgers related or connected hires on the business side. Lon Rosen, president of business operations for the Lakers, the top among them. But we just saw them hire a new assistant general manager yesterday. I think they officially announced it this morning. They're going to hire another assistant general manager, more so on the draft and player personnel side during this offseason. So we're seeing the influx in resources, money. They're redoing or they're remaking their training facility to bring in more medical resources, and then they're also doing a practice facility. So we're already seeing, the difference, and it's been said a lot over the past almost year now since Mark Walter bought the franchise. And the difference between MLB and NBA, you have a salary cap in the NBA. There's a limit on how much, and aprons as well. There are aprons and limits to how much you can spend on players, right? But what you can have unlimited spending are the resources you use to support players or draft players, or having a bigger front office, having a bigger scouting department, the sorts of things that the Lakers didn't have advantages in for really the past decade, two or multiple decades. These are the areas that we're seeing Mark Walter and this new leadership really prioritize. And it hasn't even been a full year since the purchase was made, or since Mark Walter officially took over as the majority owner of the franchise. But we're already seeing the investment in non-on-court product, and that's how you have a better on-court product, or at least give yourself a better opportunity to have a better on-court product.
That's a great point. That's a great point there, Kobe, because it's interesting. When the new ownership took over, I was like, I didn't know. I was like, can they defer money? Can they defer as much money as the Dodgers did? Because we didn't really talk about deferred money like we do now until we saw what the Dodgers did with Ohtani and all the other contracts after Ohtani, and they can't. So putting that money into places that can better the product on the court is a great way of looking of like, this is what we can do with kind of unlimited spending. But with that being said, and with this new ownership group being kind of that championship or bust mentality, how much pressure is on Rob Pelinka to make the right moves this offseason? And will this determine this offseason kind of his future with this Lakers franchise?
There's a lot of pressure. They have been pretty clear about this is their best opportunity to build around Luka.
Yeah.
Up to this point, since they got Luka, they had, you typically have your transaction windows of the offseason, trade deadline, and then, you have, the buyout market. You have like the big windows. Mm-hmm. This is their first opportunity to have like a true window where they have Luka on the roster. He proved, I know the season didn't end the way he wanted to, but he proved that he is an upper echelon player, the type you build around. Like, this is the first opportunity to do so. So with that opportunity comes the pressure of, hey, you can't blow it. Like, after this season, if they still have Austin's going to be making a lot more money than he is right now. there's no guarantee. Like, if LeBron comes back, I've been saying this since last year, there's no guarantee you'll have a better, depending on how you see LeBron, a better third best player on your roster than LeBron.
Never.
Yeah, and that's just the reality, and not just exactly that's just the reality of it. So this may be your best opportunity, and I know it sounds crazy because I said this last summer. These may be the best opportunities to actually build the best championship roster around Luka, right?
With Austin and with LeBron James, keeping that core.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is and that was last year. I was saying that, and the more time passes, it just becomes harder and harder. So. There's a lot of pressure. Now, the advantage that Rob does have is Rob signed an extension. Luka's on a long-term deal. Luka's going to be involved in a lot of the the player decisions. Luka recruited DeAndre Ayton, Marcus Smart last year. I'm sure he'll be recruiting. So, question for you
with that though, because that was with kind of under a different ownership regime. Now that you have the Dodgers ownership controlling what's happening, are they going to let that happen? Are they going to give that much power to their star player?
I would admit, part of it also, I would say yes. Maybe if we're going to do a percentage of the pie, it's a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
But the other thing you have to keep in mind is you have a star player, right? But you also have to keep him happy because, again, I know some of these things can feel a little far out.
Yeah.
But Luka has the 26th this upcoming season, the 27-28 season, and he has a player option for the 28. I think he has a player option for not the next season, not the following, but the following season after that. So there's also a component of you keeping Luka engaged and happy, and you got him signed the extension, but there's a bigger looming date in 2 summers. Summer 2028 about how does Luka feel about this roster? Does he feel value? Are you building the right roster around him for him to contend for a title? Because he's competitive, and all of his, a lot of his peers, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's one of them, Jason Tatum's one of them, Jalen Brunson right now have, making their finals appearances, winning finals. He wants to compete, and the best way to, I guess, to make sure he's continued to be bought in is by seeking his input.
Kobe, you just gave Laker fans a whole other thing to have anxiety about. But we appreciate you coming on the show. We appreciate that insight. This was awesome. Lakers insider for the California Post, Kobe Price. Thanks for joining the show.
Thanks, Kobe.
Thank you. They're going to be anxious anyway, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, but you're just adding to the anxiety. I talk about this all the time, with my husband. I'm like, don't give me more anxiety. I'm already freaking out about everything all the time. You don't need to add on top of that. Now we're thinking about, we got 2 more years with Luka? Kobe. Yeah. We appreciate you though. Thank you for all that insight. It was awesome.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, we haven't even talked about that. We're 2 years away. Don't do that to us. Don't do that now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't do it. All right. That was great though. I didn't we haven't even gone that realm yet. Keep them happy because in 2 years you're gonna try to keep them.
It never ends with the NBA.
It never ends. The anxiety just builds.
It's a never-ending sprint.
Thank you, Kobe Bryce. That was awesome. I also want to give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters, like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And when we come back here on Brock and Alex, you guys, it is time to spill the tea with Brock Vereen. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Oh, we got like a double song switchover thing going on.
There.
Shay,
little blend.
what's up, buddy? We trying to DJ back there in the producer booth?
I was trying something out, but
that was a bad transition. I'm going to call you out. That was a bad transition.
It didn't work out.
Yeah. We got to work on that, buddy.
I was trying it out.
We were trying to big you up.
I was like,
we weren't acknowledging that it wasn't great.
I was like, what's
we were trying to hype you up.
What's happening here?
It kind of worked.
No, absolutely not. No, that was a fail.
It didn't work.
That was an absolute fail. What is
2 rap songs?
No. But, DJ, I don't, and I know that was not a good transition.
But I was trying to lie through it, and you guys just were not buying it
I can't do it. No. Brock's got that, like, pretty boy smile that, like, when he's smiling at you, you're like, what are you saying? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a lie. No, I have no filter, and I cannot lie, like, for anything. Like, if I'm lying about something, it's like my eyes are really big and I get really awkward, and everyone's like, what's going on? It's like, okay, I can't lie. I can't keep a secret. I can't keep a gift. I gave my husband his Father's Day gift last week, you guys. I gave my sister, I sent her photos of her birthday gift before I gave it to her. Like, and then I bought one for myself. That's what I do. When I buy people gifts, I like it so much that I buy one for myself. I am that kind of a shopper.
You are not alone. My wife is very similar.
Yeah.
She will get... My birthday is August 17th. She will try to get me to open a gift on like August 7th. Like once she, I am a Leo.
Yeah.
Once she knows what she wants to get me and gets it, she just wants me to open it right away. She'll have me opening Christmas presents on December 21st.
Yeah. Well, we don't do gifts. Like, we don't do gifts. In our family, we do experiences.
I like that.
And adventures. That's what my husband and I have done for the last 20 years. But because it was his first Father's Day, I wanted to do something cute, like with our daughter's face on it. And I got him
gifts on May 25th.
I got him these. I got him these socks with our daughter's face plastered all over it, and he was playing a festival for Memorial Weekend. So I was like, I really want you to wear these for the show, so it's like she's with you every time you're playing.
Okay,
Happy Father's Day!
That makes sense.
Even though like it's not for a couple of weeks. Happy Father's Day!
That's
and
cute.
It was so cute. He wore them on stage, and so she'll always be with them, and it's great. So I love giving giving people gifts. Mm-hmm. I'm not great at receiving them, but I'll give them to you right away. I cannot.
Why wait?
I cannot. Well, that's the thing too. It's like if I want something, I get it now. As you learned very quickly, my back was hurting day 2 on the show because I don't sit all the way back in the chair. Brock's like, oh, you should get one of those back support things. I was like, oh, really?
7 minutes later.
Not even. Like 4
it was
minutes
on the way to your doorstep.
I ordered it immediately, and I have it, and it is the best thing. Like, I get it now.
She does not play around.
I get
guys.
it.
I was
if
sitting
I want
here
it,
watching
I want it
her.
now.
Actually, it was less than 7 minutes. It was during a commercial break, so that's like 4.5 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
In 4.5 minutes, you learned about and had bought.
I found the one with best reviews, and I was like, this one arrives tomorrow.
You do not play around.
Done. No, I'm talk it into existence. If we're talking about it, go out and just do it.
It was impressive.
Yeah, that's
Respect.
the way I live my life. And you know how you live your life? Not having coffee until 1 p.m. in the afternoon. We are about 8 minutes away from Brock Vereen getting his first cup of coffee at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Will never make sense to me. But now, because of that, we have come up with a fun segment called Spill the Tea with Brock Vereen, because up until 1 o'clock, he drinks tea. And now it's time to spill it because we're making room for the coffee, but also he's going to give us the tea. Something that is going on that you're just going to share and just spill. Go, baby, go.
Today's tea.
Yeah.
We're talking flag football.
Ooh, love it.
I don't know the last time you guys have all watched Dark Knight Rises, but Anne Hathaway / Catwoman's favorite line is, there's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne.
Yes.
So I work one-on-one with kids who want to learn football, and some are really experienced and are in high school and are definitely going to go play in college, and some are 9 years old and just want to learn about football.
Yeah.
The massive uptick in flag football participants.
Yeah.
Flag football is going to be the biggest thing 2 years from now. If you have children and they even show a slight interest in football, get them in flag football. I am telling you right now, within 3 years, there will be college scholarships.
Oh, yeah.
And flag football will be an NCAA sanctioned sport.
It's an Olympic sport.
It's an Olympic sport.
For the Olympics here in LA in 28.
And the great thing about that is women's leagues.
Yes.
I would argue.
Let's go.
I would argue, and again, I can only gauge this off of the kids I train. I train more young girls in flag football than young boys. It is massive amongst young girls. And once the floodgates open with the NCAA and this becomes a collegiate sport, you are going to be kicking yourself if you have an athletic daughter or even a daughter who just wants to get into sports and play flag football. There will be scholarships to give once it is official. And if you have a daughter who has interest in football, get her out there. Flag football will be the biggest youth sport 2 years from now.
This makes my heart so happy because...
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
And that's the T.
And that's the T. Because I always wanted to play. I was a soccer player. I was fast, but I was like, they called me the bulldog. I was the enforcer. So I was like, football feels like the perfect crossover for me. But the only opportunity we had was like the Powder Puff game.
Right.
And it was juniors versus seniors. So you could only play for those 2 years. And it was flag football. And I was so fast. I was a running back. It was great. I had the moves. I was like, he can't catch me.
You're not touching me.
Hey. I was short but speedy. And to see now the growth of what this is, and just with all the head injuries that we're seeing in football, obviously, this feels like the next progression of
shift.
where, if you still want your kid to be playing football, but you don't want to risk those injuries, this is where it's going. But it's a different game because we've seen, what was the name of the tournament that Tom Brady put on at BMO? And they played against the U.S. flag football team, and it was like Tom Brady was a team. Oh, they smoked you guys. The flag USA's flag football team, that is a team that is like, I think it's the best team in flag football, is going to be representing USA in the Olympics. A lot of NFL players came out and they're like, yeah, I'm ready to compete against you. It is a completely different game because it's not about the juke moves. It's about protecting your flag. So it's like, it's spin moves. It's like, it's a completely different style of game on a smaller field. And it's a different skill.
I will give the NFL credit too, since you're talking about Brady.
Yeah.
The big shift towards flag football is due to the NFL. Now, it took them way too long to figure this out, but someone finally said, we have a lot of young girls who are fans, and there really isn't an avenue for them to play organized football with stakes other than Powder Puff, which really doesn't have stakes. So credit to the NFL. They have dumped a ton of money and a ton of promo. There are so many leagues popping up, and get your young girls in flag football if they have any interest. It has been so awesome to see.
And that's the T.
And that is the
from
T,
Brock
folks.
Vereen. So thank you for
Ooh,
that.
I like that. I like that jingle, Shay. There you go.
We're getting a little cafe music here. We're spilling the tea. I didn't know that you did that. I didn't know that you trained young athletes. Do you have like a program that people can sign up for? Do you work with like a youth group or anything like that?
Yeah. Just reach out to me. Just reach out.
Really?
And ask. Yeah.
Is that one of your many hats that you wear?
It has been one of the most rewarding things ever. So when I first stopped playing football, I coached an actual flag football team.
Really?
And then I got into broadcasting, and I can't broadcast and coach at the same time. But I have time for one-on-one training, and you can kind of fit that in whenever. It has been the most rewarding thing in the world. Coaching is so much fun, especially when they're so young and seeing their leaps and growth.
Well, the excitement too.
It is.
Like that's such an impressionable age.
It is. Yes. And they're having the time of their life. I'm having the time of my life. Just hit me up on Twitter, Instagram, whatever. If you're in the LA area, we have a blast. And
give your handle.
Oh, yes. At Brock Vereen.
Oh, my God. You don't know your handle. Shay, give his handle for him.
I had to look at you for reassurance.
Give his handle for him.
I went in his ear and I go, Brock, give your handle out. And I was like waiting. I'm like, why is he
doesn't
doing
know
it?
it?
He's just not doing it.
He doesn't know it. And then I actually called him out. I didn't know you were telling him to do that.
I'm over
this man,
here.
who is like an NFL player, all over the media, was
It's
on
absurd.
TV, now has his own radio show, doesn't know his social media handle.
I'm getting better.
It's
what is
literally
it?
Kind of
Brock.Vereen.
at Brock Vereen on Twitter.
Yes.
Instagram is at Brock.Vereen.
There you go.
Thank you, Shay.
It's
Thank you,
just
Alex.
your name.
Yeah.
It's just your name.
I know. It won't happen again. We're learning and we're growing.
You could have even just said at Brock Vereen and they would figure it out. I'm Alex_Curry. I wish I had the non-underscore. But it is what it is. This has been fun. And it is almost time for Brock to go get his cup of coffee. Hour 4 coming up next. Are the Rams really in win now mode? It's coming up next.
Middays in LA on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Marine. Hour 4. The day is just flying by. And we've been having a blast. We've had some really good debates today. Surrounding the Lakers, we gave a congrats to Luka for just making history and continuing to be that centerpiece for the Lakers in the future, even though Kobe Price, our last guest, kind of gave us like something else to be anxious
Another
about.
thing to worry about.
Now
yeah.
that like we don't have that many for sure years with Luka, and you better make him happy so he wants to stick around, or in 2 summers you might be begging him to
Starting
stay,
over.
figuring out a way for him to stay. So thank you for that, Kobe. But then we also got into the Bronny James debate, and I love that we just have completely different outlooks on this. So if you want to be a part of this too, follow us at the Fan LA or Alex_Curry. We put out a poll. Do you think Bronny James is a good piece for the Lakers without his father there? And could he actually make an impact?
I'm going to make my vote right now.
Oh, you haven't voted yet?
I got to hold it down for Bronny. Sorry, Bronny. It's taking me a minute.
You have not voted yet. So, yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of fun things. Or the Rams in a win now window. We went through that. So it's been a fun day. Can I also make fun of myself for a moment?
Please.
When we were coming into work today, you guys? It was a little, Seattle vibes, where it was like cold and like misty, and I'm in my car and I was like, oh, I'm freezing, man. I'm freezing. I mean, mind you, I keep my AC blasting at 60 year round, so I'm used to the cold. But outside, it just felt cold because there was like those like fog raindrops on the windshield, and I look at the temperature in my car, and I'm like, it's 66 degrees, Curry. Pull it together. Pull it together. If this is freezing for you, and beach girl, LA native.
Summertime for most everyone else in the country.
I know. Who am I? I am me, and I am not ashamed of that. And we are spoiled here in LA, and I love that. But yeah, no, I shivering.
66
shivering
degrees bring a shiver.
So you went and played in cold places and lived in cold places. I have been in Southern California my entire life. I was born and raised in Manhattan Beach. I went to college at San Diego State. I did 1 semester abroad in Florence, Italy. And it was kind of in their winter because it was second semester. But other than that, I haven't lived in cold places. Can I tell you the first time I covered a cold event?
Okay.
I was covering crashed ice in St. Paul.
Hey, there we go.
-10. I was outside doing sideline for like 3 hours in -10. I didn't know what that cold was going to feel like.
That was the Red Bull racing.
Yeah,
like
that was the Red
speed
Bull.
skating, jumps and stuff. Okay.
So it's like
Yeah.
hockey meets like a downhill race.
Yeah, like a BMX track almost.
It's insane.
Yeah,
it was
I remember
crashed
that.
ice. It was wild. So I did sideline for that. And I walk out of the hotel. I did not have gloves. I did not have a beanie. I had like one big coat on.
Did you have a weather app? Did you even look?
No, I didn't know. I've never been in that cold before. And I walk outside and my producer's like, do you not have gloves? Or how? It's like, what are you talking about? He opens the door and it was like, hit me like a ton of bricks. Like my nose hairs froze.
Yep.
Like you feel like you can't breathe. I like couldn't blink my eyes. I was like, how am I gonna work in this? My mouth, my lips aren't working. I can't put words together. And they immediately took me to the store and the swag box and just. I looked like a marshmallow. After that, I had like 10 layers. I was like, I get it. Okay.
Here's a fun fact for anyone like you who has spent most of the time in Southern California, but work may take you elsewhere.
Yeah.
At Minnesota, I had family and friends come to games all the time, and the biggest sign that they didn't know what they were getting into is, how your phone, if it's say you're at the beach and you leave your phone in the sun without anything over it, it automatically shuts down because it gets too hot.
Heat.
Your phone also shuts down if it gets too cold.
Oh.
And it's a thing at Minnesota toward the end of the season when it's freezing that people's phones people don't know when they visit that your phone can shut off because it says your phone is too cold right now.
It's like, nah, I'm over this.
And you got to put it in your pocket. Actually, you have to put it between your skin and your clothing to warm it back up. So both ends of the spectrum there for the iPhone.
No, absolutely not. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan, midday in LA. We just took a fun little left turn about... We're so LA, talking about the weather and how beautifully weak we are when it comes to cold weather. And I love that about all of us. But what else I love is that we have the back-to-back champs, the Dodgers, looking great. And we're starting to get healthier. And this was a really positive thing we saw last night. The Dodgers had their 18th comeback win of the season. Like, what did you say? How many games are total? It's more than half.
More than half of their games have been of their wins. Correct. Have been comeback wins.
Not surprised. The Dodgers are the comeback kings. And then you had Kike Hernandez. Did not miss a beat. Coming off the IL, back in the lineup last night. Emmett Sheehan, an absolute beast, and creating a little more separation between the Padres in the NL West. Only 2.5 games, but it's better than 1.5. That's what it's been. So we're just, we're going to keep climbing up. And the comeback win really happened in that 7th inning. Unfortunately, right before the bullpen's legendary scoreless run came to an end, but the bat said, "Have no fear, we're here." And it was Kike Hernandez who just really got it going there in the 7th. Shay, we got that sound of Kike. Let's go. Kike's at bat. Let's go.
Ripped down the line and a fair ball into the left field corner. Kim can absolutely fly, so he's got the green light. He comes home, and it's an RBI double for Kike Hernandez. Welcome back, number 8.
Yeah, and that really got it going for the Dodgers. What I actually thought about you in that moment, because Brock loves Ha-Seong Kim, and he was really concerned that with Kike coming back, Kim might be getting sent down, but he was not. He is here, and he not only was back, but he drove him in.
Yes, he did.
He drove him in.
It was just what a cool moment for Kike, who the last time we saw him was getting stomped on by Andy Pages as he jumped up to catch the ball in the World Series.
Was that the last time we saw him?
No, actually, because he did the double play. Actually, it was him who caught the ball for the double play. Okay, so he ended last year on a hot streak, and then, of course, finally needed to address his nagging injury.
Yeah.
And what a moment for the second pitch that he saw. It wasn't the audio that we just heard. That was in the 7th inning. But the second pitch that he saw in the bottom of the 3rd inning was a double. And right away, you're like, okay, Kike's back. And if you want to talk about one of the fan favorites, it is Kike Hernandez. And welcome back to him. But it did get me thinking.
Okay.
And this is kind of in line with Kim and who is the next person to be sent down once Max Muncy returns. And Tommy Edman is expected back in mid-June as well. I am not saying that this gentleman will be moved on from. He has done too much and given too much. And I'm not saying I'm currently worried about Mookie Betts. But I'm wondering when it's time to worry about Mookie Betts.
His last 7 games, you guys, he's got 4 hits at 29 at bats. So he's averaging a 138 right now, batting average.
Which is easily the lowest among
Dodgers. It just has not been. We've seen this entire Dodgers roster kind of go through slumps in this first part of the season. Mookie's kind of going through a little situation right now, but also he just came back. So you got to give the guy some time to get his timing back, to get back to Mookie Betts' form.
The Mookie Betts story over the past 2 years, right? So last year, he suffers an illness that I don't know if we even got confirmation on what it was. Some kind of stomach bug, drastic weight loss.
He lost over 10 pounds.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. I said 40. I meant to say 20 pounds.
Okay.
If Mookie lost 40 pounds, he would need to be in a hospital.
I was like,
I'm pretty sure
what?
he lost 20 pounds. It affected his swing speed. And Mookie, who's heavily reliant on timing, if that timing is off, if that strength is not there, last year he was clearly just not himself. He's a smaller guy. He's never been really a power hitter, and it was the worst hitting year of his career. This year, the weight is back. He's feeling great. He's working with Osamu Yada, a.k.a. Sensei Yada, throwing javelins with Yoshinobu Yamamoto's trainer. Like he is in, as they say, the best shape of his life.
Yeah.
Feeling great, understanding that last year was not good enough. I need to improve things. And then the oblique injury takes place. And we're through, I believe yesterday was his 20th game this season. So not enough to get a sample size. But if you look at his OPS over the years, I was holding out hope that I was overreacting until I saw this graphic. His OPS over the years, 2023, 0.987, fantastic. 2024, 0.863, still very good, trending the wrong direction. 2025 was 0.732, 0.710 is considered the mark of good or bad. And then as of right now, 0.610, far below where it needs to be. And the issue with Mookie is, yes, he's getting older, but it's just trial after trial after trial. And what was supposed to be the get-right season has been anything but.
Yeah, but again, it's still early.
It's only been 20 games.
And Mookie, he's 33 years old, so it's different in baseball, but it is a lot of it getting your timing. Even when you're off for like a day, your timing is off. So when Mookie was out, like this takes time. Like you have to be patient. Like this is why they have a month of spring training games, so guys can get their timing, they get their swing right, they get everything they need to do to get ready for this marathon of a season that is baseball, 162 games. He's going to be just fine. Ask me in a month, maybe even after the All-Star break, if Mookie is still having some issues, then we can have the conversation. But he is such a veteran that he's going to figure it out. He's going to get back to where they need to. And what makes this Dodgers lineup so special is that they have so many guys that it's okay if he's going through a little bit of a slump right now. Because you got Shohei Ohtani right in front of him, and then you got Freddie Freeman right behind him, and then you have the Dodgers MVP of the season, Andy Pages, Kyle Tucker. Teo has been absolutely crushing the ball. Will Smith. And then the bottom of the lineup, the mixture of different guys that we've had
Kike,
have been
Miggy,
Kim. Like they've all had the opportunity and have done a great job of stepping in and picking up this Dodgers lineup when they need it. On the other side of things, where I think there is a bit more concern and where we're seeing the injuries is on the pitching side of things, because we've had a couple guys, big names, both in the starting rotation, and obviously their closer in Edwin Diaz go on the IL. Edwin Diaz and Blake Snell with the same thing, the loose bodies.
Loose bodies
in the elbow. But then you have Tyler Glass now, who was spotted playing catch after having back issues, which was what paused his throwing progression. But he's now, he had been shut down after, was it spasms?
Lower back strain, spasms, something like that.
Yeah, that's so tough.
Yeah.
That's so tough. But before the injury, Glasnow was pitching like a true ace. He was 3-0 with a 2.72 ERA. He was striking out. His stuff looked great. So if the Dodgers, because I think my concern is not with the lineup, because you're going to go through kind of like a roller coaster. We're not in the dog days of summer. We're nowhere near the dog days of summer yet, but that's going to happen. Okay, Dodgers are going to go, each batter is going to kind of go through, each guy's going to go through their situation. We just saw it with Shohei Ohtani. Okay, if it can happen to him. If Shohei Ohtani goes to these slumps, all these guys are going to go through different situational slumps. My concern is the health of the pitching staff. Because that's kind of been a conversation too. Do they need to go out, and do they need to try to get a big name arm? And right now, I think the Dodgers are okay because they were so rich with starting pitchers that when you have two big name guys like a Blake Snell and a Tyler Glasnow end up on the IL, you're like, we're okay.
Right. That would derail most teams.
Yeah, we still have Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, Roki Sasaki, Sheehan last night showing us that, like, even when he gets drilled in the shoulder,
in his throwing shoulder,
he is going to do everything in his power to make sure Dave Roberts does not take him out of the game. Because Dave Roberts came over after he got drilled in the shoulder, and he got almost like a pregame warm-up on the mound. He was fine. And then after, you sit for half an inning in the dugout, that's when the adrenaline can start to wear off a bit. And he still went back out there. And even when Dave Roberts tried to pull him out again, you don't see this often where a pitcher makes his case to stay in and the manager goes, okay. Normally when the manager's walking out to the mound, almost every single time, if it's not for an injury, you're handing the ball over. But he made his case to stay out there. And then Roblinski has been awesome for the Dodgers on the mound. So they have done a really good job of figuring out of how to keep this a dominant starting rotation, even with two of their biggest names that were supposed to be an ace and a Cy Young winner and Blake Snell. We're supposed to pick these guys back up. That's where, if I have any concern for the Dodgers, that's where I'm putting my concern.
Yeah, it's a standpoint of we're not concerned about winning 100 games, winning records. We just want to make it to the playoffs, and that's when we turn it on. We are going for a three-peat. The only thing that matters, and the biggest lesson we learned last year was it doesn't matter what happens in the regular season. As long as you make the playoffs and you're healthy in the playoffs, that is the best way and the only way to win a championship. Which is why I know we discussed it a bit yesterday, and until the trade deadline arrives, it'll be floated around the future of Tarik Skubal and if he should be a Dodger. And it feels like an unnecessary panic. If another starting arm goes down, okay, maybe we need to figure something out. But the same way that when we were talking about the Lakers and Luka and how the core of your team, that chemistry, the GM or the head coach mixing and matching personalities and work ethics to find the perfect combination, that's what the Dodgers have right now. And this mindset across the bullpen and really just all the pitchers of, I'm a dog. I don't care if I get 1 inning or 10 innings. I love all you guys, but I'm going to go out there and show why I'm as pivotal to this team as anyone. And Emmett Sheehan choosing to pitch 2 more innings after taking a 200-mile-per-hour rocket to his throwing arm, staying out there, that's what I feel gets jeopardized by moving any of the current guys to land a 5-month lease on Skubal. And so hopefully that's more of just a pipe dream and just a rumor mill. But that's special. You've been around dugouts and bullpens, and when you know you're around a group of like-minded dudes that have something special, you just don't want to jeopardize
They
that.
don't need to jeopardize it because what the Dodgers are doing right now is sustainable if everybody stays healthy until you get Glasnow back and hopefully Blake Snell towards the end of the season. Because once you get to the postseason, you only need 4 starting arms that you're going to rotate really through a 7-game series. And the positive feedback that we got that Glasnow is trending in the right direction. We saw him playing catch, but again, it's your back. And with spasms, there's not really a timetable.
Like a hamstring that's never going to go away.
Have you had back spasms before? Like what is the scenario with that? Because I didn't have them while I played. I have them just as like age where I'm like
a human
picking up my 20-pound baby and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's why I got back support here on this show.
Yeah, it's like a hamstring in that it's just there. There's not some magical stretch or surgery or rehab that you can do to make it go away.
Just time.
You just one day wake up and you realize, oh, I haven't felt that in a couple weeks. I think it's gone. You know, it leaves on its own accord. Now, the Dodgers obviously have the best trainers that baseball can buy.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, Tyler Glasnow's body, and there's a lot of it. He's 6'7", so his back spasms probably feel like ulcers. No. But it's just going to take time, and all you can do is hope that he's ready by October and that you don't lose any more starting arms. And to the Dodgers' credit, they just keep finding guys. Eric Lauer is making his Dodgers debut. A rough stretch to start the season with the Blue Jays. I'm seeing here he never made it more than 5 innings.
Well, the good thing is that the Dodgers bullpen has been rolling.
And the bullpen's rolling.
If he can give us like 5 solid innings.
That's all you need?
That's fine, because we got Rockies at Dodgers 7-10 tonight. We're going to dive into a little preview when we come back. But I want to give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership, and we appreciate all you, the fans, tuning in and hanging out with us every single day. If you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we want you to be a part of the conversation. Get in the chat. You can also call us 855-97-LA-FAN. Be a part of the conversation. When we come back, Dodgers preview, and is Shohei LaGoat already? That's next.
Hey, it's Mike Sim.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. We got another 30 minutes of hanging out with you guys, and we have had such a fun day, right?
That's fine. Bye.
Flew by. Also,
I had to double check. I didn't think that you were lying.
Did you?
It was hard to believe.
You're like, are you sure, Curry? Everything's been you've been great, but like you could have been like a little better today. Who knows? It's the day before my birthday, so I am in we're in fun mode.
What is the what is the breakfast or the dinner that you request? Like, is there any special?
So I'm the cook. So
okay.
And I don't like eating big meals before show days. So like we're gonna celebrate on Friday.
Okay.
Go to my favorite steakhouse.
Which one?
Arthur J's in Manhattan Beach.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my ribeye. I absolutely love a ribeye with the garlic mashed potatoes. I'm going to get their Caesar salad. Might get some crab legs. Do a little surf and turf. Get a nice glass of cab, red wine.
Okay.
And then I'm going to get a massage on Sunday.
That is a weekend right there, people.
Like that is my ideal like birthday situation right now. I want to hang with family. I want to hang with my puppies. I want to have puppy cuddles. I want to have baby cuddles. I want to eat steak and I want to get a massage.
What's on the TV when you're lounging around with all this stuff?
Well,
like, is there a favorite movie on?
If
or
there's
something?
games on,
okay,
then we're watching games. Love some stand-up comedy. If there's a stand-up comedy special I haven't seen yet, I like to laugh.
Yeah,
I want to feel good and laugh. If we're this is a really fun fact. If we watch an intense show, I have to end it with a positive show. I can't go to bed. I have to like cleanse my palate.
I respect
of
that.
shows. Like if
Yeah.
we watch an intense show, it like affects my being and it affects. So that's why like I can't watch I can't binge or can't watch shows on like school nights. So I won't watch shows at all during the week. It's just games. It's strictly sports. And then if I have a day off, like the next day, that's when I allow myself, because I told you I have like an obsessive personality. I do everything to the extreme in a positive way, but I also like want to finish something and like have to know everything.
And it's the bone and ribeye for you said?
It's the ribeye.
Just any ribeye for steak. Okay.
Yeah, I just do the regular ribeye. The bone-in's a little big for me.
Yeah, it is. It is massive, and it never reheats the same. So
No.
even if you take it home, it's like
it's not
this
the
is,
same.
This is just
no,
any old steak
it's okay.
now.
It's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, their actual ribeye is bomb, and we know the head chef.
Arthur J is legit.
Yeah. Shout out to Chef David, who just makes incredible food. And it's fun. Like anytime any of the teams are in town, like when the Super Bowl was here, I think both teams had their before Super Bowl, all the teams together. Arthur J's.
Cool.
It's the spot. Shout out. Like, yeah. If you know, you know.
Love that.
You know?
Love that.
And
Steak by the beach.
Steak by the beach. Yeah, block up. Best way you can do it. And speaking of Super Bowl teams, the Rams, Super Bowl favorites, heading into this year. And we've talked a lot about just kind of the start of their season. Like, why would you give the Super Bowl favorites, ship them across the world to start the season? We've got thoughts on that we've done a lot of different segments on. But the conversation now is, are the Rams in win now mode? Right. And I think this conversation came back up because if you asked us this before the draft, you'd be like, what are you talking about? Of course, they're in win now mode. They were a play away from making it into the Super Bowl, and they are the Super Bowl favorites heading into this year. They have the MVP on their team in Matthew Stafford, who they just signed an extension, so they have him for another 2 years. Like, he is still the guy. They still have Devontae Adams for another year. They have Puka Nacua under contract until they have to talk about extending him for another season. So like they're set. And the 1 weak spot that they had in corner, they traded Trent McDuffie, the other first round pick that they had in the draft, to the Chiefs in order to fill that 1 weak spot. So yeah, you look at this and you're like, what do you mean? Are they in win now mode? Of course they're in win now mode. But the move that made everybody question this was when the Rams drafted Ty Simpson, a quarterback, with their other first round pick, especially because the Rams and Les Snead have had the mentality of F them picks.
F them picks.
Like that is
Quote
like, yeah, that is the Rams mentality. They don't make their big money moves in the draft. So you would think when there were still guys like Mekhi Lemon and there were weapons available.
Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah,
Yep.
there were weapons available that early in the draft when the Rams had the 13th overall pick, which is rare that they have that high of a pick. And I don't expect them to have that high of a pick because they're going to be a strong team for a bit here. So the fact that they went out and they got a quarterback had everybody question, are they in win now mode? And I'm going to say, yes, they are. Because you know what? When you are a billion-dollar brand and franchise and company, you have to not only think about the now, but you have to think about your 5-year plan. Mm-hmm. Matthew Stafford, yes, is going to be there at least for another 2 years if he stays healthy. And unless they go on and win the Super Bowl, we could see him maybe going out on top.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, this was a move that the Rams were making for a now backup plan and, more importantly, for their future.
Yes, everything you are saying is correct. I still feel uneasy about the pick because if you are in win now mode, which Les Snead perpetually is, you are never hesitating to strengthen your strength. You look at the Rams roster, and as you mentioned, the Trent McDuffie trade addressed, quite honestly, the only thing you could call a weakness on the Rams roster. So they entered the draft having every box mark checked off.
Yes.
But to strengthen your strength not only provides security, it just gives you an opportunity to maximize the things you are great at. So if you go out there and you get a Mekhi Lemon, you go out there and get a Kenyon Sadiq because Sean McVay uses tight ends really more than anyone else.
Dude, changing the game and how you use tight ends.
Absolutely. So to get a dynamic one who will make an impact day one would have been special. And instead, what Les Snead does is he plans for the future. And why it felt so uneasy was because that's not what he does.
No.
That's
it's not what he's known for.
That's not what he's known for. Is it a great idea? Of course. You look around the NFL, the biggest issue right now is there are not enough quality quarterbacks to fill all 32 teams. So if you find one that you can plan around and prepare and build around, then you have to get him now because there's really no guarantee that a college quarterback can make the transition to the NFL. I feel like the gap between success in college at the quarterback position and the NFL has never been wider. So then you lead to why Ty Simpson, and the pressure's going to be on Ty Simpson during training camp and really any publicly available practice to prove why he was taken so early. That's not his fault, but it will be his responsibility to show what Les Snead saw in me to where Mekhi Lemon and Kenyon Sadiq or any other player who could strengthen our strength wasn't the right call, but I was.
So I'm excited because we're having Bridget Condon back on the show, NFL reporter and insider. She's going to be at Rams practice on Thursday. So she's going to be calling us from Rams practice. So we're going to get what that vibe is like for Ty Simpson, his first, I guess, is it open? I don't know, but it's open to media.
The first part of practice will be open to media. Probably not the whole practice, but usually you get to see a 7-on-7 session or something. Yeah.
And you asked why Ty Simpson. It's hard because like we were talking about Bronny James and LeBron James, like Ty Simpson, whether you want to admit it or not, is probably in this situation because his father is good friends with Les Snead. And his father went to Snead for advice when asking, should Ty enter the draft or should he stay another year in college? And Les Snead said, he is a first-round pick. And if we knew that then, we should have known in that moment that the Rams were going to take Ty Simpson. I didn't learn any of this until after, that they were homies, that he gave him that advice, and then he ended up drafting Ty Simpson higher than I think most mock drafts had him. Because most mock drafts had him going second round.
Yeah.
There was a couple loud media people that had him going and were saying that he was better than Fernando Mendoza, which
the consensus was
Fernando Mendoza just
that it was
won a championship and literally won the highest level Heisman Trophy winner, like the two highest honors that you can get at the college level. You can't tell me that someone else is a better quarterback than him when he just won the two highest awards that you can win in college football.
And when they faced off against one another in the Rose Bowl, Fernando Mendoza won in dominating fashion and went on to win a championship, and Ty Simpson got benched. And that's the biggest reason I have a poor taste in my mouth is, hey, if you are Les Snead and you are going to go out and plan for the future, really for the first time since you've been the GM of the Rams, but at least pick someone where you see unlimited potential, a massive ceiling, right?
Yeah.
You go back a couple years. Why was Anthony Richardson drafted so high, even though he hadn't played in a lot of games and hadn't really won a ton of games? Because he had the strongest arm really anyone had seen in recent memory, and he was an insane athlete. He looks like a machine.
Mm-hmm.
So you can convince yourself. Now, obviously, it didn't work out, but you convince yourself, I see what you were looking at, right?
Yeah.
You look at a Lamar Jackson, who some people thought at the time was a reach to get, but you see, okay, he has an insane athletic ability.
Mm-hmm.
I see what we're looking for here, so we go out there and get him. The issue with Ty Simpson is, one, the last time we saw him on the field, he got benched in the Rose Bowl in the biggest game he played, and on the flip side, it's what attribute is there that justifies taking this big of a risk? He's accurate, but he can be better. He has a strong enough arm, but he doesn't have a crazy strong arm. And it's not like there was a ton of success. He had to wait his turn behind Jalen Milroe for a couple years. It took a while for things to come together. And even when they did, you got brutalized in the Rose Bowl. So I'm rooting for Ty Simpson's success when it's his turn because I'm a Rams fan. But it will be an uphill battle in convincing Los Angeles.
Yeah, you know who won the draft? Ty Simpson. Literally, best case scenario for him. He gets to sit behind the reigning MVP, a Super Bowl winning quarterback and coach in Sean McVay, who is also kind of like the quarterback whisperer.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how much truth is behind Sean McVay saying, no, I wasn't upset at the presser because of the pick. It was because of an argument that we got in, which I don't know how it could be anything else other than the pick from the moment the pick happened to when you walk out and you do that presser. So, and we also heard that Stafford wasn't, necessarily
over the moon.
Yeah. Like he didn't reach out. His wife, Kelly Stafford, reached out to Ty Simpson to welcome him to the team. So what is that quarterback room going to be like? And what are the vibes going to be like out at practice this week? That's going to be really interesting because, like, as we were talking about earlier, no matter what sport you're in, the chemistry in the locker room and on the field have a big factor, which also kind of bleeds into their wide receiver situation, right? Because they still have Devontae Adams for another year, and you have Puka Nacua, who obviously is dealing with a lot of really nasty off-field,
non-football related
off-field situation things,
legal things. Yeah,
I mean there were photos of the bite marks. So
a lot of it's factual.
And we saw the anti-Semitic stuff that was said on the podcast, and then apparently same thing that happened with the bite. We saw the drunkenness at Super Bowl, and we saw the tweets. Like you can't deny it, and you can't hide behind it. And when people show you who they are, you got to believe them. And we were wondering why the Rams hadn't extended his contract. Right? And then all of this stuff started to leak out, and you're like, oh, yeah.
Gonna have to wait on that one.
That's not the Rams' way. The Rams' way are win on the field, and that's the only thing people are talking about in the media.
Which is insane how well structured Les Snead and Sean McVay have the ship. To be in Los Angeles and really know nothing personal about most of the players is fast. Like Matthew Stafford, we know a lot about because his wife is a member of the media, and
she had a podcast.
Yeah, really, everything we know about him
still does. Maybe.
We've learned through her. I believe so.
Okay.
We didn't know anything about Cooper Kupp.
Nope.
We don't know anything about Devontae. We didn't know anything about Aaron Donald.
No.
We knew nothing about him. And even though you are in Los Angeles, it means there was a precedent set. Maybe it was a reminder from Sean McVay. Maybe it was blatantly said. Maybe it was an unsaid thing. But, hey, we're here to play football, and you are not to be a distraction outside there, which is not the case for most teams in the NFL. So the Puka situation is jarring. It was supposed to be not handing him the offense because he's not the quarterback, but you are going to be the face of this thing when Matthew Stafford takes off, and that's no longer the case. And he can rewrite his narrative, but it's going to be an uphill battle for him.
Succeed in silence.
It's going to be a long
Rams
journey
way,
for him.
And I think the biggest unfortunate dynamic on the team for Puka was losing Cooper Kupp, who was his mentor, and we saw firsthand how important mentorships are and how important it is to kind of have that older player, that veteran, to guide you in a certain way, because Puka became one of the most beloved Ram players his first couple seasons, and with Cooper Kupp being there as his mentor. And then this year, they hand him the reins of, hey, you're going to be wide receiver number 1. We're going to bring in Devontae Adams as that 1-2 punch. More of a competition than of a mentorship.
Oh, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. Right.
Situation. And very quickly, we saw the public downfall of Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
So, you wish people the best when they're going to get help, and he checked himself into rehab, and hopefully that helps him. And what we care about is, can he change as a person, but also, can he show up for his teammates and this organization on the field while also being a good person off of it?
Which absolutely matters.
Yeah, that matters a lot. So it's gonna be interesting. Because yes, the Rams, to go back to the original question, the Rams are in win now mode. They are the Super Bowl favorites, even though they're sending them across the world to Australia to start the season. Are we bitter about it? Definitely. But you know what? What we hope for is at the end of the season, back here in LA at the Super Bowl, like the last time they won the Super Bowl when it was here in LA. We're going to take a quick break here, but first I want to give a big thank you to a few of our early fan supporters like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. And you know what we have coming up next? We got Crosstalk with DMac and Ryder, but we also have the barbecue, you guys, that my team and the boys got me yesterday that we're going to do a live taste test here on the show. Don't go anywhere. Brock and Alex, Midday in LA, coming up next. Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Green. And as you can see, if you're watching us, we got DMac and Ryder in with us. And it's always like chaotic. It's the most chaotic crosstalk we've ever had. Like when we go on the morning show with D-Fish and Decker, like we're in here like maybe 3 to 4 minutes before we come back on the air.
It's because you guys
Ryder just like literally comes in like a storm. He's got mail with him. He's got all of his papers everywhere.
Notebook.
It's like straight out of a movie where it's like you fall and like everything goes everywhere.
Well, I have instructions from Doug. Do not speak unless spoken to.
Yeah.
I give him very strict guidelines.
Laugh at all of my jokes.
Yeah.
You do a good job of that, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to you.
He's funny.
No,
Is
it's
he?
good times. It's good times.
He's funny enough.
You guys. You
I
guys.
think he's funny.
Are you ready for this, though? So you're going to be in here for this. So we spent a good chunk of our show yesterday talking about the best barbecue places around LA. Remember, we talked about it with you guys, too.
Yeah.
So right after the show, my entire team, minus me, went and got barbecue. Now, this was because I had to go relieve my babysitter. So, like, that's totally fine. And they brought me a rib and baked beans that I'm going to try and taste test.
I was actually ready for them to pass us some food. Have a good one. And you just walked out.
Now you're going to watch me eat it. Here.
Oh, here we go. All right.
Okay, you know what? I might be able to cut this in a way. Whoa, those baked beans.
All you.
Those baked beans look
Smells
bomb.
fantastic.
Oh my God, I can't eat till 6. You're killing me,
Oh, I
guys.
forgot
We
that
are
you're a
torturing you.
faster.
Back-to-back days.
You guys, I forgot that you're a faster.
Smells
What is
so
this?
good.
Okay,
Look at all of
so-
that. You explain this while I cut this.
Yeah, wait, can you explain really quickly how you got into fasting? Because this is the ultimate test, I'd
I got
imagine.
fat.
Okay,
All
okay,
right.
that's a good reason.
Last July 1st, I stepped on a scale at my gym, and there was a crack in the universe. You might have heard the sound. And my buddy, who's getting divorced, had lost a ton of weight because divorced guys are like,
Yeah.
oh, I guess I have to. And I asked him how.
Get my life together.
He gave me an intermittent fast sort of program, and I thought to hell with it.
Okay.
And it just
man.
took. I actually love it. I feel
You
great.
guys.
All right.
So, as a reminder, this is Bloodso's Barbecue over in the Fairfax
I'm so
area.
excited.
They've been there for a little while.
Zah.
Guy's born and
Smells
raised
so
in
good.
Texas, moved to Compton,
Looks tender.
and he is
It looks
the man.
It looks tender and delicious.
It's so good.
Yes! There we go.
Is it good?
Out of 10, what do you give it?
Give me one more bite.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fair. It's a fair sample size.
So,
I like trying to get her
Bill,
talk with her mouth full. That's what he's doing, man.
Where's the deviled eggs?
Bill, I did not realize this. I knew you had spent time in Kansas City. I did not realize how much time you
My
spent
kids
in
were
Kansas
born there.
City. So your barbecue knowledge
Yeah.
is significant.
I consider myself an amateur barbecue aficionado.
Okay.
And I used to travel 28 days a month for work when I was a sports writer, and so I've Carolina barbecue, Rendezvous ribs. I think might be my favorite in Memphis. So Texas barbecue. So I do
That's
have
so
high
bomb.
standards. It smells
I've always
amazing.
felt final question. Oh,
Okay.
I should dive into
There
the
you go,
beans.
baked
I've always
beans.
felt
Okay.
you can always argue who's the best, but I've always felt Carolina is
That's
the
a
most
tough.
underrated barbecue.
So I like kind of a vinegar sort of
Mustard
base.
vinegar, yeah.
And I like pulled pork. Like
Yeah.
give me a
Okay.
So that Carolina all day long.
I'm right there
that's
with you.
Or dry ribs.
I'm
Like
right
a
there
dry
with you.
rub.
This is why I can't eat before I go on the show. It's in my
You're good.
teeth.
No, you're
So
good.
just no close-ups. No close-ups on this because I got it in my teeth. That is delicious. The baked beans, like 9
Maybe
out of
the
10.
highlight.
The baked beans
It
are
may
definitely
be the
fire.
highlight, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
I can't wait to like actually
Was it
eat
packed?
that
Was a lot of people there?
after the show.
On Memorial Day?
So,
would you like bites?
Yeah.
No.
final tidbit for Bloodso's, because DMac just brought this up. When you get there, you're going to see a massive crowd out front.
Yeah.
Push to the front and say that you want to be seated inside. It's usually not empty
going
inside,
back.
but half full inside. It's in an area where a lot of residences are, so a lot of people do takeout. And it looks like it's going to be a 1 hour wait, but you can walk right
Cheat
in
code.
typically if you just kind of.
That's a hack right there.
Yeah.
That is
Bloodso's
so
barbecue.
good.
Gonna bank that one.
You guys, the baked beans. The ribs I like, but I don't like that like within the ribs that there's like little stuff in them that I had to like pull out of my mouth.
Okay.
Like I just want like the one thick bone and then for it to fall off that one thick
You
bone.
like a beef rib. I
what
think.
is this? A pork?
That's a pork rib.
Yeah.
That's a pork
Yeah, we
rib.
have the pork side.
No. I like baby back ribs.
Okay.
That's pork.
Yes.
No, but it was good.
It smells.
I know.
You are
wondrous.
torturing him, and I find it so funny.
Smells so good.
I might have to crush whatever you don't eat.
Oh my God,
Alex! You sure you don't want to bite? When do you eat in like 5 hours?
Yeah, I'll eat when I get home at 7.
No.
Unbelievable.
That is madness. I don't know why you would do that to yourself.
Well, if you saw me 8 months ago, you wouldn't.
You've done it though. You did it. You like.
No, I've gotten there. It's fair.
Yeah.
I
give yourself some credit.
You get a crazy energy rush off it too, and you learn to exercise.
No, that means
through the
that
fast.
you're just living off of caffeine right now. How much coffee have you had today?
I've only had 1 cup, and I'm kind of mad at myself.
Yeah. Because the coffee from here?
I did try one of the coffees from here.
High quality, gourmet.
It was so gourmet that I had to spit it out and then dump it out. Yeah.
Don't you dare.
I did.
Don't you
High
dare
standards.
that
I do
machine
too.
that does
I'm a
right
coffee
by
snob.
me.
Same. Okay,
Yeah.
we had the same. I have a Breville, and
Oh yeah. See, I have a high end. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
And I like low acid.
This
I
is
think from
me too.
South
This is
America.
highbrow.
I'm very.
The coffee snobs
I'm
over
really
here.
I
strict.
measure the grams,
Yeah,
like a certain
same.
number of grams that go per. Oh yeah.
I have like the grind of like
Yeah.
amount. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
same thing.
you're on the same page.
See, but the problem is there are a lot of times you need coffee in dire situations, and you are not
Thermos.
going to be able
I
to
forgot.
get your fix because you can only go to some fancy schmancy spot.
I just make it. It saves me so much money, and I put it in a thermos. But I forgot the thermos today because Doug was sending so many funny text messages in the string that it just
I was on a roll.
me.
He
was.
What did you say? Let us take us.
I was on a
into the
heater.
group
They're
chat.
all great. Probably.
I mean, it was crazy.
I don't know what
He
he's
was just
talking
dropping
about.
joke bombs.
Take us into the group chat.
I actually just started drinking coffee when he started working here.
He did.
And I'm like, and I think I'm already building a tolerance. Like,
No, you're
Dude.
not.
I really am.
She shakes.
Yeah.
No.
I'm like, LeBron. No, but like,
okay.
yeah.
Speaking of that, we got to get you guys on this poll we're taking today.
Okay.
And it has to do with Bronny, his son. Okay.
So
is Bronny a legit option without LeBron James? Yes or no?
as a like a friend or a guy to hang out with or have a beer with?
Exactly.
I got to
On
get
the
free
team.
courtside seats.
On the
No.
team. Thank you.
Here
Thank you.
is
Absolutely
the
not.
over-under that we set. Whatever year it is, when LeBron James retires from basketball, that following season, over-under was set at 14.5 games that Bronny will just appear in.
He'll step on the floor and play at least a second.
Under.
Under 14.5.
Easy. Under.
I go over that.
Thank you.
I mean, if you watch the season, I mean, he did get minutes in garbage time, so that alone is probably
Because
going
of
to.
his dad.
Yeah.
It is easy
When
to
his dad
forget
is not on the
how
team,
many
that's not gonna
garbage
happen.
teams are in the.
There's
no way he can't for the Portland Trailblazers play 7 minutes every other game.
I think he could have actually developed into a serviceable NBA player the way that Gary Payton the second.
Yes,
He doesn't like to be called the Mitten, but the Mitten did. He went to college longer. He wasn't drafted. He got brought into a great organization eventually with the Warriors. They're built. Their combine numbers are almost exactly the same. GP2 couldn't shoot.
Slightly undersized, but very athletic.
Hustle, high IQs, high basketball IQs. The difference is the development sort of process, and Bronny hasn't had it. So I'm with you. I think it's over.
There's no way.
I hope I'm wrong.
He could retire before his dad. I mean, there's a world that happens there. I don't know.
Or they retire together.
Yeah, they retire together.
You guys are retired
I
together.
just laughed so hard. They just fell off.
Yeah.
He should be like at LMU, like in the Big West or something, like developing. I mean, that's the
He should
truth,
be.
right?
Yes.
I mean, but he did have some strides. Like if you watch he kind of went off with some G League games. I mean,
wow, he went off with some G League games.
He went, and also the playoffs
He was
against the
serviceable
Rockets.
in that
I mean,
Rockets series. He was serviceable.
There is
give him a
no
new
way.
contract.
You guys.
give him the max.
You cannot
No.
name 29 12th men on the bench that are better than Bronny, which is why he will be somewhere
No,
after
he
LeBron
won't.
retires.
No,
Love your
he
optimism.
won't. Yeah, absolutely not.
Agree with Brock.
And I think LeBron makes
always
his
agree with Brock.
decision based on where Bronny can go with him, which is probably back here in LA. That does it for us on Brock and Alex. Coming up next, we got DMac and Ryder. Are you going to finish my barbecue? Stick around to find out. They're
Want it so
coming up
bad.
next.
Real Ryder. Real sports talk. Real LA. Right now. It's DMac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan.
All right, what's up, LA? Welcome into the show. DMac and Ryder here on 97.1 The Fan LA. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Ryder. Hope you had a wonderful 3-day weekend. We were here yesterday, live, hanging out. But again, thank you to everyone who has served this country. My niece, actually, DMac, was in town yesterday. She had leave, and so we were able to take her out to dinner after the show. So thank you to her, to everyone who served, and of course, absolutely on Memorial Day, to everyone, particularly who gave their life to defend this country and the freedoms of this country. We appreciate you so much. We have am I allowed to say this? Is it too much braggadocio out the door to say we have a banger of a show lined up?
It's not. This is the definition of a banger, for sure. Lots of topics. We got some guests, exciting stuff.
You got a guess. So basically, DMac hit Adrian Gonzalez and said, can you come on and talk to us? And Aegon said, for you, DMac, anything you need. It's 4 o'clock.
Hey,
that's about right.
Adrian Gonzalez is one of the great ball knowers, one of the great hitting gurus. I'm very excited to talk to him about a restaurateur. He owns 2 restaurants on Sawtell. Great spots. We'll maybe touch on that. But I'm very excited to see what he has to say about Mookie, about Kyle Tucker. Also, about a question that you keep asking about Shohei Ohtani, pitching and hitting. So much to get into with Aegon a little later on the show.
That's going to be great. We've got a Dodgers wish list we're going to do in about 30 minutes. And weigh in on this for us. If the Dodgers and Andrew Friedman, armed with the second best or the best, depending where you look, farm system in baseball, just decided to hell with it, we're going to go get as many stars as we can and just get rid of these prospects. And DMac has some insight on the Dodgers thinking on that front. Who would you want? How aggressive would you want them to be? Call us, 855-97-LA-FAN. Text us, same number. It's easy, 855-97-LA-FAN. If you're feeling crazy, you could text us and call us. It's a little thirsty, but that's okay. Like, we want to hear from you. And if you're streaming us on any of the live spots where you can get us at the Fan LA, Twitch, X, YouTube, drop your comments in there, and we'll get to those. We're also going to talk. I've got a take on Bronny that I want to hit. We have a Bronny conversation coming up. We are going to get into a scenario that could materialize, according to some reports, that might pull LeBron James out of LA. We'll compare and contrast what the Lakers can offer from a winning perspective with what maybe the Cavs, newly kicked out of the playoffs and swept, might be able to offer. We'll get into whether or not Mookie Betts is washed. We're going to have that conversation later in the show. We'll preview tonight's Dodgers game. We'll do the Hero of the Day. You're going to throw a bunch of names at me, and we'll see what LeBron's LAQ rating feels like. Lots of stuff here on the program. But we'll start with what a win last night. 5-3 for the Dodgers. The bullpen did give up a run, so that streak has snapped, and Dave Roberts said we'll just start a new one. But a 4-run seventh when Will Smith and my favorite player in baseball, Hae-Sung Kim, came up, back-to-back walks. Miguel Rojas got hit in the left foot, I think it was, after a series of machinations you're going to walk us through, where both managers are playing a little bit of strategy. So bases loaded, nobody out. Shohei got an RBI fielder's choice that initially looked like a double play, but there was a challenge that went the Dodgers' way, so Shohei actually reaches base, so it becomes a fielder's choice. Betts got a sac fly that kind of felt like a grand slam for poor Mookie, didn't it? Got the run in.
You want to see any type of success, some results, and Mookie Betts definitely put the ball in play. But as you point out, the reason why that inning was extended was because the effort by Shohei Ohtani. It looked like he had grounded out into a 4-6-3 double play. Dude. He knew right away, too. He was calling for the challenge. He ends up getting saved. And it was just really an inning that the Dodgers offense woke up. It looked like they were sleepwalking through most of that game.
Freeman got the go-ahead double.
Yeah.
And then Andy Pages, hitting in the cleanup spot, got the single for the insurance run.
Yeah, it was that inning that really blew things open for the Dodgers. You end up taking that 5-3 lead, and Andy Pages continued his season with another big hit. But it's really the bottom of the lineup that was kind of the story, too, in that one, with Hae-Sung Kim having some moments in that one, and Miguel Rojas really coming through as far as a good at-bat. But the moment you're talking about in the seventh inning with the Dodgers is, well, there's a little gamesmanship, a little chess match there between Dodgers manager Dave Roberts and Rockies skipper Warren Schaefer. So Kike Hernandez, who was back yesterday in a big way, he had an RBI double early in the third inning after a leadoff single by Hae-Sung Kim. He scored all the way from first. I know you liked him, the comment with the wheels, getting the Dodgers on top 1-0 early. But later in that inning in the seventh, Kike was due to bat, and with runners on first and second, no outs, the Rockies had right-handed reliever on the mound, Juan Mejia, and Kike, being a right-handed bat, Dave elected to pinch hit for Kike with a left-handed bat in Dalton Rushing. They wanted to get the matchup advantage, the platoon advantage, and then Brandon Bernardino, he ends up going out there, and you end up seeing Miguel Rojas at the plate. He gets hit, and then we see the Dodgers end up getting a couple more runs after that. So big credit to Dave Roberts using the right levers pulled and going out there making the right move. And Miguel Rojas, that's a good at-bat. Who gets hit.
Who we're going to have on the show this week.
We are. Miggy Rowe joining us later.
Can we promote that?
We absolutely can. Yeah, Miggy Rowe join us on Thursday.
Thursday, okay.
Yeah, the big Dodger week here on 97.1 The Fan. But it kind of just shows that with Dave Roberts, a lot of times you only criticize him when things go wrong. But an inning like that where the Rockies are matching up, they're trying to give it the left-handed hitter and the left-handed batter, and you got Brendan Bernardino comes in. Dave Roberts says, okay, we're going to Miguel Rojas. He ends up getting hit, has a good at-bat, and then you get good results after that with Shohei Ohtani, and Betts gets a sac fly to tie it at 3. Freddie Freeman gets the big double to make it 4-3, and Pages add another run with that 2-out single. So this is what the Dodgers offense can be when the bottom of the lineup can get on base, can put some ducks on the pond, and then the top of the lineup can do some slugging. I will say, though, there were a couple moments last night, even though Mookie Betts did get that sac fly in that inning, where you are starting to see the team almost waste some productivity and some big hits and walks by Ohtani.
That 2 spot for the Dodgers has been I think you said it, a black hole with an utter and total lack of production. And it feels like, and again, I said it, Mookie Betts getting a sac fly felt like he drove in 9 runs on that. I mean, I was cheering out loud in my bedroom.
You were, yeah.
I mean, how often do you cheer for a sac fly when it's not, the go-ahead run in the 9th inning? I feel bad for the guy.
And we talked about this, right? That when Mookie is not having success in the 2-hole, what that does for the lineup and how it doesn't make sense to have Shohei Ohtani batting in front of him, because you see in this game, I mean, you're cheering, but you're probably also grimacing, and you're probably not happy.
I had no confidence in him.
No confidence. And that's the thing, too. So his at-bats are pretty similar, right? He doesn't strike out a lot, but what he does is he falls behind the count.
Yep.
He usually gets to 2 strikes, then he fouls a couple tough pitches off, will foul some pitches up out of the zone, and then he'll lead to a fly out or a ground out. There's a couple instances in this game that really point to the fact that this is not something that you can continue with if you're the Dodgers, because you look at the first inning. Shohei Ohtani gets a leadoff double to right. Mookie Betts, similar situations, falls behind the count 1-2. A couple pitches later, he flies out of just a harmless fly out, not really doing much damage on that pitch, not moving the runner across. And then the third inning, Shohei, after a Kike double to left, after the one that scored Kim, he gets a 4-pitch walk, and then Mookie Betts, he flies to center.
Hey, son Kim, by the way, a couple runs, 1 for 3, got on base a couple times. I'm making the case.
I think, yeah.
Kick the can down the road, as DMac, as you like to say here on DMac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA.
And that's certainly what they're doing, right? I mean, whenever Tommy Edman gets back, and he is starting a rehab assignment tonight, Oklahoma City, so he's going to be there for the full 3 weeks. He's getting a lot of bats. Reason why I bring up the Tommy Edman right now is look how good Kike looked yesterday, right?
I wrote you, he's back, and you thought I was...
I thought you were talking about Mookie. I was like, my play was on delay. I was cooking some deviled eggs at the time and some burgers, but it was Kike. He spent weeks down in AAA getting those at-bats, getting the time, and getting the spring training feel back. Mookie only played a couple games down there. Maybe Mookie would have benefited from some extra time down in AAA to get that confidence back, because an oblique can really mess with your swing. But this is, I'm not making excuses, or I'm not explaining why he's struggling. I think that there's been a long enough stretch here where I'm legitimately concerned. I've been saying this for a long time. I know everyone's jumping on this bandwagon now, but I have been concerned about Mookie in the 2-hole and batting the top of the line when you have some potentially better options. Now, Will Smith isn't at his best right now. Teoscar Hernandez is hitting, but it is the regular season. And I will say, Bill, if this was the postseason and the Dodgers were down 2-1, guarantee you they're not having Mookie in the 2-hole with these kind of results.
And we are going to do a deep dive on Mookie and where he's at and whether this is a permanent problem Adrian Gonzalez is going to be on the show at 4 o'clock, and Adrian Gonzalez in 2015 had a very similar stretch where it lasted 3 or 4 weeks where he hit a $181. So guys get into funks and then get themselves out of them. We'll ask Aegon about that, and we'll get into Mookie in a little bit. You made a great point, DMac. DMac and Ryder, 97.1, the Fan LA, about Dave Roberts and the credit that maybe he doesn't always get, right? He gets the blame but not the credit, and that's part of the job. That's part of the deal, especially when you're the skipper of a team like the Dodgers where the expectations are massive. But he has pulled every lever right lately. He, not aggressively, but publicly criticized Teoscar. That's worked out. He moved Pages to that sort of 4 and 5 spot in the lineup. Yesterday, in the cleanup spot, Pages gets that really important insurance run. And the bullpen's been dynamic, but still nice to get an insurance run. He pulled Shohei from hitting when he was pitching a few weeks ago. And then Shohei got the hot bat, and then Shohei said, I think I'm cool. And whoever made the decision, whatever leverage there was or wasn't, Roberts is the manager. Shohei goes back into the lineup on a pitching day, hits a leadoff home run. I'm sure there's examples that I'm not even remembering right now. It's amazing the degree to which, at almost every turn, outside of finding the right thing for Mookie Betts, that Dave Roberts this year has found a way to push the right buttons day after day, week after week.
He has, and he gets a lot of credit, too, for how he's managed the bullpen, right? So
right, yeah.
We will pour one out for the scoreless inning streak. Kyle Hurt gave the home run to Tovar. Really not the worst
one really
pitch.
Hurt?
There you go. That one hurt.
Slow start.
That one hurt, and now the scoreless inning streak is dead, right? So they got to start a new one, though, right? And that's what it's about. But the big difference between Dave Roberts is, look at all the guys, the Paul Gervaises, kind of deeper into this bullpen management, and he has had the right guys in there in certain situations. And I think from a lineup construction standpoint, just the conversations that he's had with guys like Kyle Tucker who are starting to pick it up. He moves him down to the 5 spot. And then the big one this year is going to be the decision he ultimately makes on Mookie Betts and kind of what he thinks he needs to do to get him right. But you got to look at the way he's managed the pitching. And I'm trusting guys. Look at a guy like Emmett Sheehan yesterday. He gets hit with a line drive there in the 4th inning, a 104-mile-per-hour line drive. It looks like maybe he's going to come out of the game. It was by Troy Johnson there in the 4th inning. But he was great. He gives up 2 runs on 3 hits. And it was a quality start. He completed 6 innings, had 8 strikeouts. The fastball was the best it's been. It's young guys getting confidence from Dave saying, hey, you don't have to look over your shoulder to see Dave coming in the baseball from you and taking out of the start. So there's been a lot of confidence there. They've allowed just 171 runs so far this season. That's the fewest in Major League Baseball at 3.17 runs per game. It's the fewest runs allowed by the Dodgers through 54 games since 1989. You got a plus 108 run differential. It's the 3rd best through 54 games since 2013. So reading off these numbers to you to say that it feels like this is not this all-time great Dodgers team, but we're really shaping up to, if they get fully healthy, if the bats get to where we know they can get to, and the bullpen with Edwin Diaz and everyone starts to get right, this could go down as one of the best teams.
Bullpens aren't sexy, right? Bullpens aren't sexy, but they're incredibly important. And when's the last time that there was a bullpen, let alone a Dodgers bullpen, that was this dominant this early?
Yeah, it's been a while. A couple years back when Evan Phillips and Blake Trinan were at their best, and you said Brusdar Graterol kind of doing his thing. They definitely have had some years, but this version of the Dodgers bullpen I think is a little different because there's new characters. Will Klein's been great. Tanner Scott has gone back to being elite. You got guys like Edgardo Henriquez and Alex Vesia has always been elite for this team as a left-handed reliever. They've all been great, but still, as good as they've been, I really do think you found a piece in Will Klein. And that's huge.
Yeah, he looks so good. That first save that he got last week, he looked incredibly nervous, but he got the save. And then I think the next game, he closed out the 9th, but it wasn't a save opportunity, if I remember right.
It wasn't, but yeah, he did
but
execute.
High-leverage situation. Yeah.
And he's got big stuff, too. So we've seen the past with this Dodgers bullpen where they're good in the regular season because they're pitching to contact. You have good defense behind you. This year, the strikeouts are up. They've got guys with big stuff like Will Klein, 99-mile-per-hour, 100-mile-per-hour heaters, where they can overpower hitters. That's what plays up in the postseason. That's what we saw from him last year in the postseason when he became this overnight celebrity, this overnight star for this team. So there's a lot of encouraging signs for this team. A lot of the advanced stuff says this is a really, really good team and still the favorites to win the World Series. I still think this is not the team we're going to see when the postseason starts.
Just say it.
But I do think
you want him.
Oh, yeah. And did you hear? I've heard the Brewers want him, right?
We're going to wish list this in about
We'll get to that in a little bit. So, but this team is really taken off at the right time in the summer when they really start to gain a cushion in the division. They're now 2.5 games up on the San Diego Padres in the NL West.
DMac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. Phone number 855-97 LA Fan. Great to see Kike Hernandez back in the lineup. Starts off with that RBI double that had me sending text messages that made people think that maybe Mookie Betts had actually remembered how to swing a bat. He went 2 for 2, and there's just an energy to have him back. And we're going to have a lot of Kike conversations throughout the show, including, this is Doug's thing, and I love it. I think it's accurate. Is Kike Hernandez the, what'd you say, 12th best player on the Dodgers, more popular than LeBron James? We will get into that later in the show. But he was interesting, Kike, after the game. It was a spark to have him back. And among some of the things that he said to the media after the Dodgers win, and after he played a significant role in that, and after his return was successful, he talked about his arm in part feeling like a blowtorch.
It was a rough year. The best description that I can put on is like every time I would get in my batting stance, I would feel like I had a blowtorch on, and it was kind of frustrating because there's not much we could do for it. But it's fixed, and I'm glad it's fixed, and feeling pretty good right now.
Brutal year. Not everybody comes back from injury and gets it going right away, and that's sort of, see Mookie Betts. Nice to see after so many struggles, Kike Hernandez be able to come back and succeed and contribute literally immediately.
It's exactly what they needed. I mean, he's a guy that's always just provided a natural spark, and for the bat to come alive and go 2 for 2.
He's got energy, right?
There's an aura to the guy. I mean, you go to a Dodger game, and you hear the lineup, and you hear the announcements of the players, and it's Mookie, it's Shohei, it's Freddie, all get big roars. But there's some nights, I'm not kidding you, there's some nights where Kike Hernandez will get a louder ovation than even Shohei Ohtani.
I love it, though.
Like, think about that. I mean, we're talking about a guy gets $5 million, not $70 million, right? We're talking about a guy that will not be in the Hall of Fame. He might be in the Hall of really good in the postseason, which he's one of the best ever. But he's so beloved by this fan base, and I think that it's very Kike for him to circle yesterday's date to say, I'm going to make my return not on the road in Milwaukee, even though I'm eligible to do that. It's going to be at home at Dodger Stadium against the Rockies when I feel comfortable, when I got the fan base behind me. And yeah, he's one of those guys where he's not even you never have to pay for a drink ever again, Los Angeles. He might not have to pay for anything, like houses, cars. Like, they love him so much in Los Angeles, the guy can just absolutely have this city wrapped around his finger.
Anything else telling from his comments, his return, that just strikes you as a guy, DMac, who's obviously, you cover the Dodgers, you're in almost every single game, you've been around this team forever. What struck you about not just his return, but some of his comments after the win?
So there's a lot of things really that stood out before the game when he was talking to reporters inside the Dodgers dugout. He talked about the blowtorch thing where it was like, wow, he was really going through a lot of pain, but he also mentioned his story after he re-aggravated it, and he was dealing with the elbow issue. He had 7 shots in 2 months, and nothing was working. So they basically did all this interesting stuff to where they had Dr. Neil Eltrach to get the bone to bleed with the needle so they could get the bone to heal. Went through all kinds of pain just to play last year. Then the offseason, he had the surgery. There was so much swelling. They tried to rehab it. He has the surgery performed by Dr. Neil Eltrach, the most famous sports surgeon in the world. And when he wakes up, Dr. Neil Eltrach told him, said, that is the worst version of this injury that I've ever seen for any player I've ever operated on. And so Kike, what did he do? He immediately grabs his phone, FaceTimes Dodgers president of baseball operations, Andrew Friedman, says, hey, Doc, tell him what you told me. And then he told Friedman, hey, I did this just for you. I played just for you, and I played through this injury, so you better re-sign me. So I think that my read on that is I think Kike might have been fearing that maybe they were going to move on from him, and they really proved to him, hey, we're always going to have a spot for Kike Hernandez.
And he proved immediately that there's a reason there should be a spot because, again, you said it, he was the exact spark that the Dodgers needed in this game.
Yeah, exactly. He was that spark. We see down the lineup what he's going to be able to do. And look, let's be honest. I mean, the 7-8-9 is the 4-5-6 for a lot of teams around Major League Baseball.
It really is.
Even the 1-2-3, right? If we're being completely honest with some of these teams in this sport. But what Kike brings to the team from a performance standpoint when he's right, that's a plus. But as you point out, the energy, how he keeps things loose. he's still always going to be funny and be the banana man and do that kind of stuff. But I also thought it was interesting what Dave Roberts said before the game just about the kind of role he could have for this team and that he's going to play some third with Max Muncy there. And by the way, Max Muncy, he was messing with his first base glove.
Yeah, I saw that.
He was going to go in yesterday.
He was ready.
So that's a good
Chopping
sign.
at the bit.
He really was. And then you're going to see him possibly get some days in the outfield. So it's the versatility of Kike. It's the ability to put the bat on the ball. You didn't need a couple right-handed hitters if you had Santiago Espinal. And I think they also want to make sure your guy Hesung Kim was safe for now. I think that was the Bill Ryder play on that because he's your favorite play on the Dodgers.
He is my favorite grinder on the.
You got to have
for sure.
You got to have the role players, and I think too that the bigger takeaway on the Kike thing, as it applies to Miguel Rojas, as it applies to Kike Hernandez, I don't think people out there realize how last dance of a season this year has the potential to be. We talked about the story from Ken Rosenthal where Freddie Freeman's already talking about maybe not wanting to pursue 3,000 hits and maybe calling it a career earlier than he anticipated.
I love Kenny, but I read that story. I read it a little differently.
There is a lot of talk that probably Freddie...
Because he did say in the story that he wants to play 3 more years.
But he needs to play... He really needs to play 4 to get to 3,000. So if he's not going to get to 3,000, I mean, he's at 519 now. You're probably looking at having to play 4 years. I mean, with the drop in production, the drop in hits, and we could miss games next season to a lockout. So
yeah, that's a huge factor.
Even if he doesn't retire, the production's been down. Mookie's production is on the wrong side. Guys are kind of going in a different direction. Even though they're a great team, you do have Andy Paz emerging, and Kyle Tucker adds that youth. But I think for guys like Rojas and Kike, if they don't win the World Series this year, this could be the year the Dodgers say, hey, we're going to try to develop some of that young talent and give them some opportunities, and it could be the reason to do that. So I do think this has a last dance season kind of written on it with this particular core.
DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA, 97.1 The Fan LA. DMac has a reported, educated theory perspective, having talked to people with the Dodgers about maybe what the Dodgers are looking to do with this very impressive farm system. So we're going to get into it, and we're going to ask you a question as part of that. We want you to give us a call or text us, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97, I can play, I like pointing, 855-97-LA-FAN. How aggressive do you want the Dodgers to be unloading their farm system to go get help? And if they did that, what are the names, who are the players, who are the stars out there you would want the Dodgers to target? And we're not just talking Skubal, but that's one of the guys. We'll get into those names and what the Dodgers might be able to do with a top 1 or 2 farm system in baseball next here on DMac and Ryder. Welcome back into the show. DMac and Ryder here on 97.1 The Fan LA. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Ryder, and I don't know how microphones work, but I'm learning. If you know how YouTube works and you're streaming us at The Fan LA, please push the like button, a thumbs up, right? Yay! And push the alarm bell. Well, that was a good little
pop sound.
You're good at sound effects, bro.
Yeah.
Get a lot of stuff.
Let's go.
Push the alarm button so you can watch the show, hear what we're saying, and listen to DMac's sound effects. Dude, do your lightsaber, please. It's really good. Now it's a lightsaber battle. 855.
Let's go.
97
Star Wars night. Dodger Stadium.
LA fan.
Already passed.
Adriel, I'm gonna butcher your name. I'm sorry. Adriel Ortiz 1193 on YouTube says, "This is my favorite news show. Always providing insightful takes." Adriel, thank you. Let us give you another one. Compliments of my partner, Doug McCain. So there's been a lot of pushback on go get anybody. Skubal's kind of the big name we've thrown out there. We've heard it from James Coe, who's done some shows from 6 to 9 p.m., who's I think is really good. I've really enjoyed listening to his work. We heard it on Brock and Alex Midday in L.A., there are fans out there. There are people that have been in the chat, DMac, who want the Dodgers to retain some of these prospects, to maybe have some more affordable options, to have some guys they can bring up if and when the Mookie Betts of the world do, in fact, start to come under the ill effects of Father Time, which we'll hit with Mookie later. But you were walking us through off the show earlier, and I'm excited for everyone to hear why, in your conversations with the Dodgers, you think Andrew Friedman and company's ability to put together a remarkable world-class top 2 farm system has a plan, and the plan is not bleed these young guys in over the next 3 or 4 years.
Certainly. I think that even if you're just looking at how this franchise has acquired their stars over the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, right? And we'll talk about to Adrian Gonzalez, right? That was kind of a big swing that they made in a trade to basically put a jolt through this organization, right? They've always looked for ways to acquire talent, and they've used trades to get it done, or free agency. I mean, just look at this roster as a whole from top to bottom. They just made Kyle Tucker the highest paid player ever through AAV when they signed to the $240 million deal, give him $60 million per season. But as far as the current farm system goes,
because it is good.
It's good.
7 top 100s.
It's good.
4 top 50s?
So right now, I mean, it depends on which list you're looking at. If you're looking at the baseball prospectus, or you're looking at Baseball America, I mean, you get 5, 6, 7. It depends on really who you're looking at. But as far as the elite talent that's in the farm system right now that you could use as a blue chipper, like Josue Apala, I think is the one guy. He's a number 9 prospect in baseball that could maybe become a superstar
For
one
people
day.
that don't know position.
So Josue
Apala
Apala is an outfielder. People have said he's kind of Juan Soto-ish, the way he swings.
With the other 2 guys?
He's a AA,
Yeah.
and I've talked to him a couple different times, and he's coincidentally, one of his fun facts, he's Stephon Marbury's nephew.
Really?
Yeah, so really interesting stuff. But the Dodgers and their build.
That's a trivia pursuit
yeah,
thing right there.
Super random. But the interesting thing is when you look at this farm system, and you look at where you would plug guys in, a guy like a James Tibbs, right, who probably is their next outfielder that would get called up if they needed one. How did they acquire him? They got him in the Dustin May trade. So just to rewind a little bit, when the Dodgers sent Dustin May to the Red Sox, they got James Tibbs. James Tibbs came from the Giants. He was in the Rafael Devers deal. He was an afterthought, and he's emerging as one of the Dodgers' best prospects. How did they get James Tibbs? Did they get him to the draft? No. They got him through a trade. The Dodgers, and the way the system is designed, the better you are, the lower you're going to be drafting. It's like in any sport, but it's different in baseball just because there's international bonus pool money that's taken away, and there's all these disadvantages. Right. So basically, all this is to say that when the Dodgers want to get premium talent at the best positions available, they're usually going to look external, right? And we talked about Tarik Skubal. We'll start there if you want. Everyone thinks that Tarik Skubal is going to cost the Dodgers their entire farm system.
And this is
That's not the
on,
case.
You think the Dodgers, and you've been led to believe the Dodgers view their farm system as an acquisition tool, not a talent promotion tool.
Absolutely. And that's how they view the farm system. Like what the Dodgers view their farm system is, okay, we're going to develop these guys as best we can. If someone is so good and they're knocking on the door, and there's an opportunity for them, sure, we're going to let them play and see if they can become a star for us, like a Corey Seager or Will Smith or maybe an Andy Pages. But as
you think
good
Pages qualifies as a star?
I think he's an all-star. I don't think he's a superstar, right? So
All-star's pretty good.
All-star's good, but if you're the Dodgers, this team has won multiple World Series because they have the best stars in the game. So I think the way this team is viewed is as good as the farm system has been. Everyone's like, oh, the Dodgers, top 5 farm system, top 2 farm system. Yes, there's a lot of good talent that has had the ability to develop players that can play for other teams, but what do they not have? There's no superstars. I mean, you Corey Seager, superstar adjacent, but really the only homegrown superstar that we've seen come out of the Dodgers farm system is Clayton Kershaw. And that was a long time ago. So what I think the Dodgers are doing, and I've heard this, I've said this, and it is they're trying to get as many top prospects as they can and blue chip prospects to when players become available, they can be the team to pounce on. I look at a guy like Tarik Skubal 1.
So let's go through the wish list.
Okay.
Because you threw some pretty interesting names at me earlier.
So Tarik Skubal's 1, but number 2 is Bobby Witt Jr.
My second favorite player in all of baseball after Shohei Ohtani, by the way.
So I know it sounds crazy, right? I know it sounds crazy. Bobby
like
Witt
fox.
Jr., if you look at the prime, look at the contract. He signed an 11-year, $288.8 million contract extension in 2024. That runs through the 2034 season. But where the Royals are at, they're in a position where there are going to be sellers this year where they're going to trade away some of their pitchers. And if Bobby Witt Jr. is going to rot in Kansas City, I've heard he's not a Mike Trout. I've heard he wants to win. I've heard he wants to compete at the highest level. I got a chance to talk to him when I was down in Miami during the WBC, and this guy's not Mike Trout. Like he's someone who was thriving on that big
Kansas
stage.
City, he's Bobby out of his wits.
He's Bobby out of his wits. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr. is certainly a special player, and he's certainly.
Oh my God, he's so good.
And you're the Dodgers, so where does Mookie Betts play in a couple years? At shortstop, and then if it's not shortstop, who's going to be behind him? There really isn't that
he's
emerging.
He's under contract through 2032 for $238 billion. That's not the actual amount of money.
It's close. It feels like it
does
based
like
on the current level of production and where he's at. But Bobby Witt Jr. is a guy that I've heard the Yankees have had their eyes on as far as a player that if he becomes available, we're willing to trade the farm for him. Bobby Witt Jr. could be a superstar shortstop for this Dodgers organization, and I just don't think he's going to finish his career there. So that's someone you keep prospects for. Another guy, Paul Skeens. So Paul Skeens, superstar pitcher, couple more years of team control. The Pirates are going to have to look to at least explore options when they have to start paying him because he's so good and the arbitration number is going to be so high. That's another name I could see the Dodgers going for. Even a guy like Gunnar Henderson. He's a player that I think these prospects should be cashed in on. Because, look, these prospects are lottery tickets. 70% of these prospects don't work out, right? It's not my money. It's their money, right? And I can tell you that one thing that's not really being talked about right now as far as the sustainability of this franchise and this winning run and this dynasty that the Dodgers are on, Freddie Freeman's days are coming to an end next couple years, 2-3 years tops.
Why are you retiring Freddie Freeman?
I'm saying 2-3 years.
Why are you kicking him out of baseball?
I'm saying 2-3 years tops, right? 2-3 years tops, right? 3 years, because you got to match the timeline.
Because he said to Rosenthal 3 years.
But you got
3 more years.
My point is though, you have to match the timeline of the current core, not with guys that are under contract for 5 or 6 years, with Shohei's 10-year contract, right? We're in just year 3 of a 10-year contract with Shohei Ohtani, right? So the core of Mookie trending in the wrong direction. I'm not pouring dirt on his grave. I don't think he's done, but his years as a...
We'll do that at 4:30. You don't think he's done?
I think he's done as a superstar.
Yeah.
Is he done as an above-average MLB player that can provide some value? I think the answer is no, but he's not a superstar. And you look at a Freddie Freeman. You look at a Kyle Tucker. He's going to be here for maybe a couple years. They need to start looking at who are those next stars that you can pair with Shohei to try to continue this run, or else you're going to fall off a cliff. Like, this organization could fall off a cliff because those guys that are coming up, there's not a real world where those guys all emerge as these stars that are put around Shohei. And I'll add on top of that, Shohei diverted his contract to be able to give the organization financial flexibility to pursue other stars. I don't think Shohei would have a conversation with the front office and think, oh, cool, I'm waiting for these guys as a big if they could be good.
Power rank for me who the Dodgers could go after on a 2 or 3 year timeline.
I would say Paul Skeens would certainly be there maybe after at the next winter meetings. I think Bobby Witt Jr., I expect that you look at where baseball is and the players that could be available. Bobby Witt Jr. is the next, I think, superstar player that could be dealt with a lot of team control left. Maybe 2 years down the line, but maybe sooner than that.
The Royals have maintained he's the face of the franchise, and we don't want to trade him. Do you think the Dodgers would have to just utterly blow them out of the water with an offer? And it sounds like you think, if so, they'd be willing to entertain that.
I think that right now they wouldn't entertain it per se based on where they're at. But I do think that
2 years.
I think 2 years, yes. I think now, though, they're in a position where they see the writing on the wall. They don't want to be the next Angels with Shohei Ohtani, the next Angels with Mike Trout. I mean, look at some of the top players. I mean, who would actually interest the Dodgers, right? I mean, a Cal Raleigh is not there. Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians is kind of on the older side. Juan Soto, Skeens is that guy.
Skeens makes sense.
He certainly makes sense. But I think you look kind of down the line, Lindor, Garrett Crochet, Yamamoto's already a Dodger, and you look at kind of where they're at from their standpoint. Skeens and Bobby Witt Jr. are the two guys. I mean, they would only go at the very highest level. They're not going to cash in on those chips anything less than that. But I do think that it's really pertinent information to, I think, link long-term Bobby Witt Jr. and the Dodgers, because there is no succession plan at shortstop long-term. And I'll tell you this, before they got Mookie Betts.
You don't think Kaesung Kim can be a world-class world beater?
Yeah, look, Haesung Kim is great in his role.
I know
he is. I love Haesung Kim in his role. But before the Dodgers got Mookie Betts, they wanted Francisco Lindor. They were interested in Corey Seager long-term. They traded for Trey Turner. So what have the Dodgers told us in the last 10 years? That they've wanted an elite shortstop. They haven't had one. Another fun name I'll throw out the very end, though, is Ellie De La Cruz. I talked to him last year a couple different times, once at the All-Star game and once when the Reds were in town. And his favorite video game is Grand Theft Auto, GTA.
Sure.
And in GTA, you're playing around L.A., right? So he considers L.A. his city. So every time I see Ellie De La Cruz, I say, hey,
it's amazing.
Is L.A. still your city? He goes, L.A. still my city, dog. So he loves it here. He thinks he's Hollywood. Ellie De La Cruz is a name that I think long-term, if you're looking at shortstop, I don't think he's at the level, of course. Bobby Witt Jr. is a guy who could win like 3 or 4 MVPs. He's that good.
He is that
good.
But,
hey, yeah, the Dodgers
Bobby
have the
Witt
move.
Jr. might be the 3rd best player in baseball.
I think he is.
I think he is, too.
I think he is. I think he certainly is. I mean, defense,
Ohtani,
offense.
Yeah.
Ohtani, Judge, Bobby Witt.
That's it.
And then Soto's that next tier, but he doesn't do it on both sides.
But I think Bobby Witt Jr. is in this. He's not Ohtani, but he's, man, as offensively, he does as much as anybody in baseball, those two guys.
I'll give you a stat on Bobby Witt Jr. that kind of puts into context how good of a shortstop he is, Bill. This year, in 54, 55 games, he's already accrued more WAR at shortstop than Mookie has last year combined. Like, he's that good of a player, and we're 1/3 of the way through the season. Hey, I'm just saying, you got to get more superstars for Shohei. The Dodgers are the only team really out there that has the surplus of quality talent to get a deal done for a massive player. And I guarantee you they're not going to sit back and just, we have the best player in the history of the world, and we're going to hope for these prospects, right? Hope is not a strategy, okay? And Andrew Freeman's not going to operate on that, in my estimation.
DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Ryder. The phone number
I get all worked up when we talk about
97 LA Fan. I love it. 855-97 LA Fan. Stream us live and watch Doug get all worked up at The Fan LA on Twitch, on X, on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, hit the little bell button, hit the like button. We're going to do our Rooter Hero of the Day. We'll see if DMac will nominate someone from his family, or I will. One of us is nominated, a member of your family, every show. Does the streak continue? We will find out next year on DMac and Ryder. Welcome back into the show. DMac and Ryder here on 97.1 The Fan, LA. These dreams of Sports Talk Radio are happening. Oh, there's a little, wait. So we've got the, but we don't have the actual, okay.
Yeah, the
part of the atmosphere.
This sort of vocalization is fine.
This is such a good song. It's hard not to sing it.
I know.
But I'm doing it for you, the listener, here on DMac and Ryder. A big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. Man, that's a classic song. Are you an 80s guy? 80s music guy?
I like some 80s music.
You like everything.
Yeah, well, not everything.
You're eclectic, I mean.
Yeah.
In your taste.
I go. Yeah. I mean, 80s pop for sure. Eurythmics, right?
I don't mess with country
Sweet
though.
dreams
That's
are made
that's a
up.
big.
Have you heard the Marilyn Manson
cultural
version?
blind spot for me. Do you listen? I don't listen to country music.
No.
Does Johnny Cash count? I'll listen to Johnny Cash.
Garth Brooks has that one, no, that's Billy Ray Cyrus. But Garth Brooks is the one who goes, I got friends in lonely places.
Low places.
But
I think they're also in lonely places.
Yeah, I got friends.
The lonely places is the more R-rated version.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah. No, not really.
Interesting, yeah.
I'll
It's a
listen
couple
to
country
Garth
bangers.
Brooks.
Think Morgan
the
Wallen.
river. I know life is like a river.
That's a good one.
Ever-changing as flows. I'm a great singer.
Don't tell
Everyone's
my
gone. Our YouTube numbers just crashed. No, they haven't. And thank you for streaming us on YouTube at the Fan LA. Please push the like button and the little bell button. It is time for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. We will nominate as many people as we can think of, DMac and I. Then Bursch and Sam will narrow it down to 4 finalists, and then you, the listener, will vote for Doug's family member, and that person will win. That is how the thing is going to play out. Who are you nominating from your family today?
The first one now, so...
Are you going to nominate somebody from your family?
I mean, I guess you threw me out. So I got home. Man, all right, I guess I'll start with the first one nominating my daughter again, Kira Rose McCain.
Okay.
My daughter and my wife went to the Long Beach Aquarium. And I hate snakes.
I love that.
You do.
Aquarium.
It's really cool.
Aquarium.
I'm sad I wasn't able to go. So I'm only afraid of like snakes and like turbulence. I'll do anything else.
Turbulence freaks you out.
Turbulence, yeah, we'll get into that. I mean, I'm not a fan of turbulence. Big hater of snakes, like Indiana Jones, right? I hate snakes, right? Not a fan of snakes.
Famous movie lines. I hate snakes, man.
And they bought this most realistic snake, and she put it in my bed under my pillows, and when I opened up my sheets, it was right there, and I literally screamed like,
what if you had a heart attack and just died?
I was freaking out. Like, ah! Like I ran around the house in circles. Like I was really, really upset. And even this morning, she came up to me and she did, and she tried to scare me again. So, hey, got to make her a hero for a successful prank. I was very terrified. We got to be an animal. You're not fun, right?
No, I do not like snakes at all. Your daughter's middle name is Rose?
Yeah.
We're going to go double roses then.
Really?
Because I'm going to nominate Leon Rose, who put together this Knicks team that is now in the NBA Finals for the first time in a generation. I was driving in today. I was listening to 97.1 The Fan LA on the FM dial. And on Brock and Alex Midday in LA, Alex was walking Brock through all of the things that didn't exist, or the state of things the last time the Knicks made the finals. There was no internets. LeBron James was in middle school, so on and so forth, according to Alex. And so it just struck me what an accomplishment. So Leon Rose, president of basketball ops for the New York Knicks, is nominated today.
Nicely done. Wow, topping my Rose. You rose the occasion there.
No, your Rose. We're
pedal to the metal here.
Wow.
No, okay. All right, let's get this.
A rose by any other name is a pun. Yeah.
Well done. Okay. All right. Next hero. I'm going Kendall George. I don't know if you saw this. Dodgers minor leaguer Kendall George. He's my hero because he looks like he avoided an injury by avoiding this dog. There was the bat dog that gets the bat down in AAA, and he left the game with an injury. It looked like he was visibly upset because he was avoiding that bat dog there. So, yeah, I see people were defending the dog, and they were like, it's Kendall George's fault for not making him feel like he's not a good boy. I'm like, come on, what? The dog's on the field, maybe leading to injuries. I don't know. Hero for Kendall George for me. The dog, I'm cool with. I like the gimmick, but maybe have it not injure players.
I think that's very, very fair here on DMac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan LA. I'm going to go with the obvious one, Kike Hernandez. Great return, great spark, couple hits, scored a couple runs, had that, RBI double to start things off, tricked you into thinking Mookie Betts had hit a home run. I was so excited. Yeah!
Yeah, I thought he was back, baby.
Kike!
Yeah.
So I'm going to nominate him just because what a great return after, as we heard from him in the first hour. I guess we are in the first hour. Whatever time. It's hard to manage, hard to figure out. A worrisome process back. He was worried about sort of what was going to happen, and he's not just back, but he's back with effect. Good for that guy. Great for the Dodgers to have him back in the lineup.
Absolutely. The fun is back with Kike, and the electricity is certainly there. He always brings that. I'm going with Dr. Neil Elitroch. He's been mentioned now a couple times on this show.
You bring him up every show. Do you get like a side? Is there a little, Dr. Neil Elitroch?
So I get my health insurance, right?
You love to say his last name, too.
It's a fun name to read and fun name to say. But how about this? I mean, it's kind of incredible that the Dodgers, the Rams, they have their team physician as a world-renowned doctor who's famous in his field. It's not just for what he did with Kike Hernandez, getting him back, but all the ones. I mean, he's the guy responsible for Shohei Ohtani's brace surgery and just everything he's done with Shohei Ohtani. And the Dodgers are just in great hands right there. It's awesome when you're with the best of the best. And honestly, this guy deserves a World Series ring. He's helped get Dodgers back on the field, back in action, and he has Shohei, second Tommy John, still delivering at an elite level. So Dr. Neil Elitroch, my third hero.
I'm going to you're glazing the Dodgers doctor. I'm going to glaze an employee of this company. Ooh. I'm a big fan of 97.1 The Fan LA. I like listening to all the shows when we're not on. I love the station, and I like everything we do. But I'm going to nominate Raj Grobes, who is the producer of Derek and Decker, and who is the associate program director. So he's one of the bosses. But I mean this. Of all the great things we do, my favorite segment, I think, at 97.1 The Fan LA is Hit It or Quit It. It's funny. It hits a bunch of stuff. This is on the morning show with the guys. And it makes Derek, in the beginning, uncomfortable. But now Derek's so into it. He's like, hit it! He just screams he's going to hit something. So Hit It or Quit It. You get it? It's a little double time.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
I'm gonna nominate Raj Grobes because I want to just you want to keep it in your actual family. I want to keep it in the 97.1 The Fan family.
Raj is awesome.
Or I like to say Fanamily.
Okay. Give the. Oh, no! A rare!
What?
Wow. No, Raj is awesome.
Boo you, Bersh.
Yeah. Hey, I love Raj. I told you, Raj, I added him on Instagram. We became Instagram friends.
Yep.
And I scrolled all the way down and liked some of his earliest posts.
No, I already nominated him.
You did?
This is mine.
I feel
Don't
like
even try.
I'm going to nominate Shay, the producer.
You told me before we were on the air, don't nominate Raj. I don't want him nominated. She said to me. I didn't like it.
All right, I feel good about my nominations. I feel good where I'm at. I'll take mine.
All right, Bersh, are there any more you want to add?
No.
Good. I'm not adding you. Boo. That was so good.
Wow.
Fanamily?
That was so good.
I felt great about it. Almost as great as I do about talking a little World Cup soccer. We're going to preview Group A because the World Cup is in 16 days, and we're going to actually get into the U.S. men's national team official roster. It's out. We'll dive into what it all means next here on DMac and Ryder.
Ryder. Real sports talk. Real LA. Right now. It's DMac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan.
All right, welcome back into the show, hour 2. Phone number, 855-97LA fan. He is Doug McCain, DMac_LA. I am Bill Ryder, sports writer, sports R-E-I-T-E-R, at the Fan LA for all the socials. You can stream us on X, on Twitch, on YouTube, again, at the Fan LA. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that little bell alert button, so when DMac and I start to do our thing, you'll know what's what. I got to tell you something. I'm okay with the intermittent fasting. I'm okay with being hungry. Alex shoving those beans in my face, that was tough. Because they smell. Could you waft it during the crosstalk?
I did.
Could you catch it?
And I'm not a big smelling food makes me starving guy, but that
Why
was
not?
the.
No?
I don't know. Usually it's like
Okay.
I wonder. I don't like smelling's not going to push it over the top for me. But in this instance, I think it did. I've been eating carrots all day.
You have been.
Yeah,
I
I've
wasn't
been
going to bring
crushing.
it up.
Okay.
You've been crushing an entire bag of carrots. You've gone so Bugs Bunny, and you're doing it in a.
What's up, Doc?
Wow, that was way too good. You're in a sort of floral jungle golf shirt.
This is yeah.
Are you allowed to wear that shirt sober? Isn't there a rule that you have to have had 2 beers?
No, this is you'll see a heavy dose of this when I go to Dodgers games.
You wear that to Dodgers games?
Yeah, I usually wear this with a vest. That's kind of my.
That's your look.
That's my look at a game. Just like a polo that it's breathable, good fabric.
Okay.
And sometimes you'll see some prints.
You can see it on the stream if you're watching on the Fan LA. So my sports writer / sports media member look has always been nice jeans, button-down shirt, untucked sports coat. Like classic.
Yeah, I noticed that from your
look.
pictures. The picture of you and LeBron, right?
Yeah, that was before. So that was when I was dressing myself, which is why the suit looks like it cost $11. When I got employed by places that required me to dress nicely, then they would pick out my clothes.
It's
like
a
I
good
was
look. It's
child.
a little snappy casual.
Little snap cash.
Yeah, I think they call that, right?
Little snap cash. I don't know. Do they?
Yeah, a little snappy casual. You're not, but you're not a big tie guy though, right?
I loathe wearing. I loathe ties. Do
Yeah.
you like ties?
No, not a big. Honestly, like I had a really nice matching tie on our media day when we rolled up matching.
Oh, I know.
And I was
so
like
put
wearing
out.
it.
Did you
Now-
take it off for the shoot?
I took it off before I got to the car to come here. I was like,
Okay.
I felt like I was choking. Like it was just like, it just really takes over there, and it feels like a very job interviewee. You know what I mean? Like,
But you deceived me on our first day working together.
And why is that?
Here on DMac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. Because
right.
we had the photo shoot, and you told me that we were gonna do suits and cash clothes, and then you didn't bring any cash clothes, so we had to take our photos together in suits. I hate suits. And then, as a make good, Doug McCain, you said on day 1 when we launched, which was 8 days ago, we won't wear suits, and then you showed up in a freaking Armani suit, bro.
Look,
that's a real thing.
It's like the first day of school. You dress up.
You began with a lie in this relationship.
Hey, no one said you couldn't wear a suit, man.
You did.
And look, it's
my partner told me.
Hey,
I believed him.
I kind of pulled a fast one on you. I really probably should have. But if I was going to wear the suit, you would have not wanted to wear the suit. I would have had to match you have to be in Barcelona gear, basically.
I don't know. I don't know. You just could have said, I'm going to wear a suit, and then I would have made an educated decision.
I will.
Because I might have gone sports cash. I might have wore the button down and the sports coat, and then had like you did yesterday, had the short shorts below the table that nobody could see.
With the jersey. I got the same
thank God
thing.
there's pants today.
I haven't changed. But yeah.
It's not a day off that you're working.
No, I've toned it down, though. Only thing I'm committing to on the show is jerseys on Friday.
Jersey Friday.
So first we had a Wayne Gretzky. We had an Ohtani. 2 in 1 week.
Let me just say that you also said, oh, yeah, it's Jersey Friday to me on Friday after I'd already arrived.
You wear jerseys all the time, though.
It is.
Burst wore a jersey when he had the chest hanging out with the Freddie jersey.
The taco meat?
Yeah, the taco meat. So
MacGyver?
Yeah, we're doing Jersey Fridays
Burst is
around
dead
here.
to me. He booed me last hour.
Are you still mad about the boo?
Well, then I told him, and he's like, oh, I didn't get it. That's a boo you.
That's right. No,
I understand. No,
Yeah,
I understand. I should get a self boo there. Here.
I let you down.
Here.
It's a self.
It's coming. I promise. There it is.
Okay, that was a very short boo. He gave himself the shortest boo ever. We are going to now do our daily World Cup preview. The World Cup starts in a little more than 2 weeks. Obviously, LA is one of the focal points in terms of sites and locations in this North American host situation. Mexico, Canada, and the United States of America, multiple cities across all three of those fine countries will be host cities. Do you want to do, it's just a simple World Cup Do you want to use your magnificent DMac deceptive voice to
World Cup preview 2026 World Cup here. There you go. I don't know.
That's right, everyone. This is the countdown to the World Cup. We are counting down to the World Cup. Of course, it's going to be right here in Los Angeles. 16 days now, 16 days away from the start of the World Cup, and we are covering it every single day leading up to the kickoff of the World Cup. Today, we're starting with Group A. So, Group A, we're going to dive into Group A. We're also going to get into the U.S. men's national team roster, which was officially released today.
Okay.
But first off, we're going to take a look at Group A. So in Group A, it is Mexico, Korea Republic, Czechia, and South Africa. Mexico, of course, is the favorite here. They are minus 110, according to DraftKings, to win the group. They are ranked 15th in the world by FIFA. This is called the Group of Life, by the way, due to the lack of a heavyweight, because Mexico...
It's so easy.
is the
Mexico got... It's a gift. Can I ask you a question that is part hot take, and I want you to judge me. I want you to assess me. Don't do any of this nice DMac garbage.
There's no nice DMac.
You're so nice.
Oh, mean.
Okay. I've already said that I kind of want Spain to win as much as the United States because it's such a Barcelona heavy. See a little Barca badge here. When the United States of America plays Mexico, I will aggressively root against Mexico because it's a great rivalry. But I love Mexico City. There's a lot of Mexico fans in Southern California, obviously. Some of my closest friends, that's their team. I kind of want to root for Mexico and Canada until and if they play the United States. But it kind of feels like maybe rooting for the Padres when they're not playing the Dodgers. Am I allowed as a U.S. men's national team fan? I'm a fan. I love Christian Pulisic, as we discovered yesterday. Am I allowed to root for Mexico when they're not playing the U.S.?
You already have 15 teams, all right? So you got Spain, you got Argentina. I know. I'm going to get to your rooting interest, right?
In the group, can I root for Mexico?
I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
I mean, for me, this city, it's such a diversity. Lots of fans of Mexico, though, right?
Jerseys everywhere.
I would not be doing this job if it weren't for fans of the city that are Dodgers fans of Mexico. I openly, outwardly root for Mexico. I want the team. I think the jerseys are great. I like the team. I think the rivalry is next level. There's a lot of tense moments, a lot of passion. I don't think you're wrong. I really don't. For me, there's no Champions League players I have to worry about. I've sort of some of my club teams that I care about. I think that's the thing too. It's
yeah, that's real.
Are your rival teams on these teams? And yeah, Mexico's always interesting, and their fans, they want it so bad. Doesn't feel like they're World Cup contenders, but
they're like us. They're like if they win a knockout game, if they should win their group. They're minus 110 to win their group. As Bursch pointed out, this is such a merciful group. Here's another thing I like about, so there's some storylines that I actually like about the Mexican national team. One, so Raul Jimenez is theoretically their best player. He's not at the level that he used to be. He's kind of like Pulisic maybe, right? Like he's the name for that team, but I'm not sure he's their best player. They've got a guy named Gilberto Mora, who plays, does he play for Tijuana? He's 17. He's incredibly dynamic. As a Barcelona fan, I'm used to watching all these young kids. He's too young to be a difference maker, but he's really, 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 really good. So I like that the young sort of up and comers. And then they've got a few people. Santi Jimenez, I think, plays at Milan still. He does. Vargas plays at Atletico. I don't really like Atletico because they knocked Barcelona out of the Copa del Rey in the Champions League, but he's a very good player. And there's a guy named Guillermo Ochoa who is going for his 6th World Cup, which is a record. So there's also just some cool young players and some cool veterans that make for good storylines.
Yeah, they've always been a team that's been able to develop some talent, some star players, like Chicharito, and in that whole era. I mean, the interesting thing that I came across with Javier Aguirre, basically going with that 4-3-3 setup there and kind of changing up a little bit. You've had success with that.
Yep.
So do they have the tactical advantage for the first time in a while and kind of merging that talent? It's kind of where I'm at.
It's also really nice to be able to play South Korea, Czechoslovakia. I guess it's now the Czech Republic. Is that I'm supposed to call it the Czech Republic? Good at history.
Czechia.
That works.
Czechia.
Yes.
Is that the English translation?
Czechia yourself or you Recchi yourself.
I'm not sure where that and why that started, but in the Olympics they were Czechia, and in the World Cup they're Czechia.
They're Czechia. And you Czechia'd it out? Okay, you can
Czechia, please.
Oh, that's a mercy cheer.
That's a make good.
That's a mercy cheer. What do we know about? All right, so Korea. I mean, I will say this: they have a guy named Son who came from Tottenham and now plays in LA, and he's a great. He actually didn't score, but he should be a great MLS player. He did not have sort of the impact we thought maybe that he would, but he was a world-class player 2 or 3 years ago. He scored the most goals in the Premier League. I think it was 2 seasons ago. So I'm stretching to even give you anything on why Mexico could even have any competition in this group. If there's any competition, it's almost certainly going to be South Korea, right?
I think that's kind of where I'm at too. I mean, Son is obviously a star. He's the captain. He's got the best ability to be that forward that could make some moments happen. That's kind of what you want, right?
Him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Played on big stages, play with big teams. He's the face of that team. So, yeah, you see his highlights and you read about him, and it's the way he reads the game, and it's the way he can finish in tight spaces, the capacity to just kind of bring his teammates and elevate them. So he could be one of the stars that emerges during this tournament.
The thing, you brought this up in the break, I will watch almost every single World Cup game, and you made fun of me for having 15 teams, but I do just fall in love with random countries over the course of these World Cups. And so maybe even though I said I'm going to root for Mexico, if Son starts to get some of that magic back, maybe I'll start to root for South Korea too.
I could see that. I mean, we know that they're a team that kind of captures the imagination of fans around the world, right? I mean, their cheering section, the players, and they're one of those teams where if you get a quick early upset in the group stage, all of a sudden you start to believe. So the talent is certainly better than a lot of nations out there. They're not one of these bottom feeders out in the 40 to 48 range, right? So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see who in that group can get that first win.
Anything? What do we know about Czechia? Because I'm not gonna lie, I know a lot about soccer. I don't know a lot about that particular team or the South African national team.
Czechia was a late clincher. They won one of the clinchers for UEFA at the end, so that's how they were able to get into the tournament, despite the fact that South Africa, by all accounts, is a lower-ranked worst team. But South Africa got one of those, I guess, automatic bids, and Czechia was able to get in. So not too much out there about Czechia. This is their first World Cup appearance in a handful of World Cups.
They're my 18th favorite team then. They fell. They fell in the rankings.
Yeah, in my research of this team,
tell me
what I come across. I think it was Patrick Schick. Is it Schick? Something like that.
Yeah, I think you crushed it.
Yeah, did I nail that one? He's the forward, and he's the guy that is physical. He's really their leader. 25 international goals, 7 is the last 11 starts for the national team. So he's someone that can put some pressure, and maybe him and Son, they're kind of those two guys that can finish goals, that can electrify. So there is some high-level talent. It's but certainly not compared to some of the other contending countries. Are you that impressed? But still, I mean, they're in the tournament, as Birch pointed out, one of the last teams to gain entrance. And they're going to be excited to be there.
Here's the big takeaway for me. For all 3 of the host countries, and we're going to hit this throughout the next few weeks, for the United States, and we're going to get to their official, Poch put out their official roster, so it's coming out. We're going to do it in a few minutes. It came out this morning. For the United States, for Canada, for Mexico, of course all 3 want to win the World Cup. Of course it would be amazing for any of those 3 to make a semifinal, let alone a final. It isn't very likely, and I think the standard of success is, I don't know, I bet I would be shocked if 2 out of the 3 host countries do what I'm about to describe. DMac and Ryder 97-1, the Fan LA, which is win a knockout round game. Get out of the group play, go to the knockout round play, and then win a game. Mexico has maybe the best route because this is such a weak group with South Korea and Czechia and South Africa that if they can just come in and dominate and put themselves in a position to hopefully get a favorable draw in the knockout round, maybe it sets them up with, because what you don't want to do is slip up a little bit if you're any of these countries that are in these groups and have to play in Argentina or Brazil or in England or Germany at any point early on. You want to take advantage to get the top seed coming out of your group, and Mexico's got a really good chance to do that. Now, the United States national team has announced its full roster. There aren't that many surprises, Bursch. What do we got here?
In terms of players who made it, the couple surprises people have noted is Alex Zendejas, a midfielder who had some injury issues in terms of whether or not he was going to make it. Also, Gio Reyna was seen as a surprise. Of course, he's been a feature of this team for a handful of tournaments now, but his injury history kind of put him in as questionable territory in terms of if he was going to make it.
Can I dive in on Gio Reyna a little bit? I'm very curious where you come down on this. So, Gio Reyna, I think, is the most talented soccer player on this roster, and he is also one of the most disappointing players on this roster. There's been injuries, there's been attitude questions. The former coach, Greg Berhalter, had this very public, crazy feud falling out with Gio Reyna's parents and with Gio Reyna. And if you remember, and obviously Gio Reyna comes from a very famous, I keep trying to say football, soccer dad, and they allegedly went behind the scenes and tried to get Berhalter fired after being friends with the family. I'm just glad to see Gio Reyna on the roster, regardless of whether or not he quote-unquote deserved it. Because if you're the United States and you're going to have any chance to sort of shock and surprise, you're going to have to make up for your lack of a talent advantage if you advance to play in Argentina or a Brazil or a Spain or in England or France or whoever I'm forgetting. And even in Uruguay, Uruguay's got some really talented people. I'm really glad Gio Reyna's on this roster, even though he can be, some people think he's a bit of a diva and a head case and a Nepo kid. He's still massively, massively talented. I'm glad that he's there.
Certainly the potential's there. I think that you're starting to see the conversation about him. Is he overhyped? Is he going to ever realize the potential a lot of people had for him? If you look at his recent club success, just one goal in his last 19 appearances.
Brutal.
for his club in Germany there in the Bundesliga.
Can you say that name?
That's a tough one. That's a tough putt there. Borussia Mönchengladbach.
I'm not a...
That was close.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's right.
There you go.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, yeah, a lot of times when you enter the tournament, you want that momentum, but still, there's always going to be a microscope over this guy because of where he comes from, because of who his family is. And that was the talk the last time, right? What we saw. So I still believe in him. I still think that you look at the upside, and that's what I'm looking for any of these guys, right? I mean, when there was the Bocanegras and the Clint Dempseys and the Landon Donovans, right? They were actually legitimate stars that kind of started to really get fans in the United States to tune into soccer, right? And I think that what they're lacking is a true phenomenon, a true wonderkind, a precocious type of player that can really grab the, not like a Tiger Woods, but something. That's what U.S. soccer needs. They need their Tiger Woods, right? And for a while, I felt like Reyna definitely was going to have a little more results when kind of match the hype a little bit. But I'm with you, though. I'm glad to see him on the team.
I have a, I don't know when I should tell it, but I have so I was borderline friends or social or emerging friends with Landon Donovan. And then I did something to him at a Manhattan Beach restaurant, and he never spoke to me again. And at some point and it was very, very embarrassing on my end. And so I will tell that story at some point. This is before I was into soccer,
That's
so
a
I didn't
good
even know who he
tease.
was.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you're a soccer player? Whatever, man. Cool. Let me teach you TV. I was very condescending about the whole thing. Here are a few of the. So you know when you try to impress the boss, and then you just earlier today, you guys were there. Andrew, our boss, was, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a big Pepe Ricardo fan. Yeah, his name's Ricardo Pepe, you moron. But I do love this guy. And this is another guy who, under Berhalter, so going in the way back machine, had some real success in some CONCACAF competitions for the United States men's national team when he was very, very young, was still playing in the States. And he won some games for Berhalter when Berhalter was on the hot seat that, in a lot of ways, people thought maybe helped Berhalter keep his job. And then Pepe went over to Europe, and that transition is really important for U.S. men's national team players, as we've talked about, and we know, because it's a higher level of competition. But it's in a tough adjustment, and Pepe did not. His name is Ricardo Pepe, not Pepe Ricardo. I do that all the time. I like a little dyslexic, so I'll just, I'll switch things around. You know what I'm saying, McCain, Doug?
Strike that, reverse it.
Hey, it could be his nickname.
I'm picking up what you put down.
It is
You got
now.
Pepe Ricardo over here.
He's playing really, really well. And one of the things about, again, I don't want to get too carried away. I'm not going to do this whole soccer's going to take off in America now. But you look like the biggest takeaway for me on the roster release isn't the names. It's the teams next to the names. Like, is Brandon Aronson a really good player? Yeah. But the fact he's at Leeds United is really important. Tyler Adams has always been good, and he's at Bournemouth. You've got guys that are playing at Villarreal. You've got guys that are playing at AC Milan like Christian Pulisic. You've got guys that are playing at Coventry City. If you sort of Balogun, who can score, is at Monaco. We knew that Weston McKennie and Christian Pulisic and Tyler Adams were going to be at European teams, but you kind of like you've got a guy at Bayer Leverkusen. I can only say that when I'm not on the radio. The talent level of this American team, it doesn't have any top 100 players. I don't think it has any top 100 players. Where did Fox Sports put their silly... Where do they put Christian Pulisic? They put him like 30-something?
He's in the 70s, actually.
That's so dumb. And I love the folks at Fox, and I'm friends with a lot of the soccer people. But I do think we have a ton of players who are in the 200s, right? Which is actually pretty good since it's a worldwide sport. And so looking at this roster release... And nothing against MLS, and I'm not hating on MLS, and way to go Columbus Crew, and all. It's nice to see so many guys with European experience, real European experience.
That was always the thing. I mean, are you going to maybe be a small fish in a big pond in Europe, or are you a big fish in a small pond in the MLS? The MLS has grown significantly. I think that for this country, just to get to where you hope it gets, you get the best players performing at the highest levels. And we see these guys in Champions League, in the Premier League, in La Liga, and Ligue 1, where my PSG play. And, I think that has to be the goal. I do find it fascinating, the whole Christian Pulisic angle of this whole World Cup, right? Someone's going to gravitate to a team's biggest star, and it feels like there's pressure on him, as Bursch mentioned, somewhere ranked in the 70s. Is he becoming a guy that we don't think that he's going to be the star that we thought he was going to be? It feels like he's a star, but he's not the transcendent superstar that the U.S. had hoped he would be.
You're 100% right. Last thought on this. End a little optimism for the U.S. men's national team. They have 6 forwards that are on the roster. Every single forward plays in Europe at a fairly real club. So there are goals in this team. There are some goals for the U.S. men's national team. It'd be nice if we were in Group A, playing against Czechia and South Africa. But we take what we got. DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA, 97.1 The Fan LA. We're going to get into the solution for Bronny James. There is some disagreement, and we had it in crosstalk, about whether or not LeBron James' son belongs in the NBA. We will tell you how he proves that, if he can, next here on DMac and Ryder. Ryder with you. Doug McCain with you. It's DMac and Ryder. 97.1 The Fan LA. Phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. And a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. Thank you to Ryan Bershinger and Sam Medina for their help. They're doing a great job producing the show and working on the social media aspect. Doug McCain, thank you for being you, pal. You know what I'm saying?
It's all I can be, right? It's all I can do.
Yeah,
I'm doing a pretty bad job because I can't get this mic to stand up.
You know
there
what?
We go.
Some things don't work.
Here we go.
Like microphones at times, like Bronny James at times. I was driving through LA today. I was taking Lori and my son Henry to school. I did a little drop off. Are you drop off, Dad?
Yes.
Me too.
Yes.
Mine's
I'm
early,
drop
though.
off, go in, quick cry, and then I'm out.
All right. My kid, my family don't cry. They're just like, see you later.
Bye.
Bye. And I was listening to Derek and to Cody sort of talk about LeBron James and Bronny James, what happens with Bronny. And Derek Fisher said this.
Trust me, nobody's going to stand in the way of those two guys being able to be together if that's what they so choose.
Yeah.
Now, if LeBron decides he's going back to Cleveland and Bronny's staying in L.A. because the Lakers believe in him, J.J. Redick believes in him, and that's what's best for Bronny, they'll do that as a family. But trust me, if LeBron decides he's going to sign in Cleveland and they, as a family, have decided Bronny should be there too, it'll happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Will happen.
Yes.
And their point is, it's a really good conversation. You should listen to the podcast version if you missed Eric and Decker from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. today. You should listen to that show every single day. They're doing a great job. But Derek's point is right. If LeBron and Bronny want Bronny to go with LeBron to Cleveland or to the Warriors, that'll happen. LeBron's going to get what he wants. Whoever gets LeBron is going to get Bronny if that's what they want. Can I give you I have a solution for Bronny James. I have the thing that actually he needs to do. And this is really hard for Nepo kids. But just because your dad got you a job doesn't mean you're not good at the job. Bronny James in this transition, whether it's LeBron James transitioning to the third most important player on the team and taking a pay cut for the Lakers or transitioning back to Cleveland or going somewhere else, if Bronny James really cares about his NBA career and making it on his own and proving that he's the guy, he should insist on playing somewhere that his dad does not play. This whole, and Derek didn't mean it this way. I'm not putting this on Derek Fisher, but Derek's right. Derek is right. If LeBron and Bronny want something as it relates to Bronny, it's going to happen. But we all know that's not because Bronny has power. That's not because Bronny has weight. That's not because Bronny has leverage. It's because his dad does. And so really what we're saying, what is true, is that if LeBron wants Bronny to be somewhere, he's going to be there. That is destructive to Bronny James' ability. You think, and Brock thinks from Brock and Alex Middays in L.A., that Bronny James can succeed in the NBA. I thought that he could if he had gone back to college longer and he had not been his dad's shadow, and I think he's probably been ruined. But I think the reality is we don't know. And his best chance to prove that he belongs, his best chance for Bronny James to go the route, the comp for me is Gary Payton's son, GP2. GP2, at the Combine, his measurables were almost exactly the same in every way. His vertical, his height, all of it. His wingspan, they're almost exactly the same. Bronny James needs to be somewhere else. And that probably means that if LeBron needs to leave for what's best for Bronny. And especially DMac for me, if LeBron James doesn't stay with the Lakers, if they don't find an accommodation, if LeBron is a Cavalier or he's a Warrior or he's a surprise team somewhere else, Bronny needs to insist on staying with the Lakers, where they will treat him not like LeBron's son. They will treat him like a second-round basketball pick, and he can try to prove himself and learn and earn his way to be an NBA player. The best thing for Bronny James is to not ever again play with his father.
That's certainly, I think, what you would want to see as far as the movie, right? Oh, LeBron and Bronny, they're not together, and Bronny figures things out, or at least he has an opportunity to earn his way onto the court with some minutes. I think what he really is, he's going to be a certified end-of-the-bench player. I think that's what he is. He's a certified end-of-the-bench player, whether it be with the Lakers, whether it be with another team. That really is his ceiling. I just think
right now he's dad's security blanket.
I mean, he's one of those guys where he's on third base and he acts like he hit a triple, right? He didn't hit a triple. He didn't even draw a walk. He didn't hit a single. He's there because of his dad. I mean, there's the corporate ladder. Some people take the ladder. Some people get in an elevator. He got in the elevator and went to the top floor, right? Because he's LeBron James' son. I mean, not many players are going to get 4-year guaranteed contracts where you get $7.9 million guaranteed when you go 5-2-2 in college. Is it the best thing for Bronny? I 100% agree with you. I mean, I think it'd be the most awkward, weirdest thing ever to be in an NBA locker room with your dad when everyone knows that you're there because of your dad, when you haven't earned your spot. Like I said on Friday's show, we did our top 5 most liked and most disliked.
Oh, yeah.
Bronny James was on there. And the reason is because, I mean, when you take an opportunity that someone has earned, that means someone that has earned an opportunity doesn't get it. So I think for me is, do I think that he's deserved it? No. Do I think that at 6'2", a guy averages 21 at the G League level could be the end of the bench guy?
I hope so, dude.
With an expanded, remember this too, there's going to have an expansion rosters if you get new teams down the line. Is LeBron James' son? He's going to be a victory cigar for a team. I think that's kind of where he's at. But there could be occasional games in there where maybe he gets double digits when it's garbage time.
And I'm with you. Look, I want to believe in the upside. I'm never going to lie here on DMac and Ryder, neither are you on 97.1 The Fan LA. I don't think Bronny's good enough anymore, but I want to be wrong. I don't need to be right on this. I want to be wrong. And I went to the Combine, I guess it was 2 years ago in Chicago when, I'm just throwing stuff here. This is jumping out.
Just throwing it out there.
I went to the Combine too. If you're watching on the stream, you know. If you know, you know. And I talked to Bronny. I didn't talk to him one-on-one, but it was like me and 5 other reporters talking to Bronny James. It was the first time that he really publicly, as a would-be NBA player, was available. And I was shocked by how composed he was, how mature he was, how likable he was. Here's the thing about his dad. And I've covered LeBron for most or much of my career. I don't think LeBron means to do it. He's like the giant who doesn't know his own strength. LeBron sucks the oxygen out of every room. LeBron is in charge of everything. LeBron has to be the center of every conversation, every moment that he's around. I can remember with Jim Jackson, who you're friends with as well. I hope Jim doesn't mind that I'm telling this story, but I'm going to tell it. Jim and I were covering the NBA Finals together for Fox Sports 1 back in the day, and he left his backpack in the practice. You do availability at the Finals, then they close everything down, no reporters in the teams at practice. You're not allowed in there. And Jim and I were going to get a lunch or something. He's like, oh, I forgot my backpack. Let me go get it. I'm like, you can't go in there. And basically, he's like, I'm Jim Jackson. I can do whatever I want. And you've met Jim. You know how cool he is. He's like, he should be the Dos Equis man. He's the world's most interesting man. We walked in, and LeBron James was running practice and telling then head coach David Blatt to be quiet, and was basically like, put Blatt in a corner. It was because they thought there was no media around, and I wasn't supposed to be there. And to my NBA PR friends, sorry, I was there. I saw it. My point is, LeBron controls everything. And in that environment, not everybody likes LeBron, but everyone pretends they do. Not everybody wants to be around LeBron, but the juice was usually worth the squeeze. I think it would be brutal to be his kid in that environment. It's not just that you're LeBron's kid and everyone knows why you're there. LeBron carries himself in a certain way that LeBron can deal with the consequences because he's that talented. His son cannot. And it also runs the risk, in my opinion, of warping Bronny James' understanding of how you're supposed to be treated when you are not a star player. Because Bronny's not going to be treated the way that Bronny James should be treated. He's going to be treated the way LeBron James gets treated. And that's not good for hunger, development, understanding, being forged in the fire. I love my son as much as anyone on earth, along with my wife and my daughter. I love my son. I understand the pull of wanting to spend time with the person you love that much. It is, but sometimes as a father, you know this, it's not in the best interest to do what you want. It's hard love. And if LeBron can't do it, Bronny needs to. Just be like, bro, dad, I got to be somewhere else.
That would, like, if he actually did that and Bronny went to his dad and said, hey, I want to forge my own path. I want an opportunity somewhere, and he did it from his end, I think he'd earn some fans. I think there's a lot of people out there that say that his ceiling probably end of bench, like I said, a victory cigar. I look at a guy like Aaron Holiday, right? Like someone like Aaron Holiday, could he even have that level of career? And it does feel like this was a move where you robbed him you robbed him of his college years, right? I mean, he could be a guy that was back at USC or in another Big Ten power conference program scoring double digits. I mean, a 15-point per game guy at a really good college program, and then you're saying that, oh, he deserves to be drafted there. The development is ahead of schedule, but unfortunately, I think this will always follow him for the rest of his career, and when he does ultimately end his career in the NBA, whenever that is, whether that be he goes to a G League team and then the team kind of quietly moves off, or LeBron retires, then he retires, it's got to be a tough pill to swallow for LeBron and his son, knowing that, hey, I'm the reason you got here and you didn't succeed. So I think ultimately it's going to be a short career, but I think that it's a big league. More teams are coming. and you need end-of-bench guys. You also have tanking teams, too, that might buy into the sideshow of Bronny James on their team to try to maybe get a higher lottery pick.
I've known a lot of Nepo kids in this business that we're in, and some of them are incredibly impressive. And some of the reason they're impressive is because their dads or moms got them a job, but then let them go do it. I've also known some Nepo kids who got jobs from their parents, and the parent was always there and always hovering and they were important people, like always, and just were basically babysitting their kid like the ugly soccer parent. And that's what LeBron, I think, has become. What's not ugly is this show. DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan, LA. I know because a lot of you are saying so, including Don Tekelian, who was just listening to our soccer U.S. men's national team roster reveal sort of reactions, and we're doing a Group A preview. We will preview the World Cup every single day here on the show. And he hit us up on YouTube, DMac. He said, was listening to the show on my phone app, had to come in here and shout out an actual local American radio station, really talk about the beautiful game props. Don, props to you for finding the show. Thanks for hanging out on DMac and Ryder. Thanks for chilling on 97.1 The Fan LA. Doug and I both love football/soccer. We love soccer, and we're going to give you a preview of every group over the course of the next couple weeks. And DMac's going to rub in our faces when PSG wins their second consecutive Champions League final. But that's okay. I hate you guys, but I don't hate you as much as Arsenal. So I'm kind of rooting for you. It's weird. Enemy's enemy is my friend.
Join us just for temporary. It's just one day. Be a PSG.
Right.
Yeah,
now that Mbappe's gone, I kind of like it.
Yeah, Mbappe's gone. Neymar's gone. It's like
rub his face in it.
Yeah, PSG. And look, I appreciate the love. By the way, a lot of people giving us some props, some shout outs. To give my own ex. Wow, DMac talking soccer.
So you got shouted out.
It's football.
Well, you're reading DMac praise.
No, you're but this on my own account. But
Let me
obviously,
read a couple, Bill.
You are.
Just DMac's a genius.
No, my friend, by the way, loved the Barca shirt yesterday and all the gear. He really looks out for it. So
Barca fan?
Yeah,
don't even try.
So he's a Manchester United fan. But
that's a rough.
Yeah, that's a
rough.
dark times for them. Yeah.
DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan, LA. We love the beautiful game, but we also love real football, American football, the football, and that includes NFL headlines and a surprise headline that you don't want to miss. Let's get an eyebrow raiser. It's next here on DMac and Ryder.
Every 36.
DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. 855-97 LA Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. On Twitch, on X, on YouTube, The Fan LA. The Fan LA. Want to take a phone call?
You got one?
Let's rock it. Let's
Fire it
rock
up.
it.
I just tweeted out the
Noah,
number.
You did. This is probably a DMac inspired call. Noah, appreciate you listening, buddy. You're on DMac and Ryder.
Hello.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man? I'm very proud of you, DMac. Been following you since 2020, man. I'm so happy for you. I'm very proud of you. You've gotten better and better every year. I'm so happy to see how successful you've gotten, man.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, dream come true. Talking LA sports, talking Dodger baseball with my guy Bill Ryder.
You're gonna go there.
He's been amazing. Hey, thank you so much. Hey, I appreciate the love, rocking with me. One of my day ones calling in, Bill. Love it.
No, what's up, buddy? What do you got?
Cool. I wanted to say that Kike coming back with the Dodgers is amazing because something that he has to offer that no other utility guy is he can do both the infield and the outfield. Hyesung Kim doesn't have experience being in the outfield. Espinal, he was mostly an infielder. And Alex Call, he doesn't play the infield. But Kike can do literally everything except for catcher. Heck, he can even pitch, literally.
Yeah,
So-
and let Kike catch, right? That's what we said a couple years ago. But yeah, I mean, certainly right. I mean, the fact that he can play in the outfield, play the infield, and you can play him at third base, you can play him at second base. They've tried to work Hyesung Kim in center field as an option behind Andy Pages, but he's doing what that they hoped Tommy Edman would do, right? Tommy Edman, he's been out, he's going to be back, but Kike does that at such a high level, and that's what he brings, is that versatility, brings that spark. And last night he brought the bat, too, so it's great to have Kike back.
And Noah, you brought that spark. Thank you for calling in at 855-97 LA Fan and for riding with DMac all those years. You know, we know he's amazing. It's amazing to have him as a radio partner here on 97.1 The Fan LA. By the way, Noah, everybody else, because Noah was watching on YouTube. He was streaming the show. Everybody watching on YouTube, hit the like button, Noah. Hit the little bell button so that you know what's what when DMac does his thing, including right now, moments like this one, NFL Report. I like the music. I like when we rock a little music.
Yeah.
That's right. This is the NFL Report, where we take a daily look at what's going on in and around the league, not just in professional football, maybe college football as well. That's a tease for later. But first off, we're going to talk about A.J. Brown. Of course, A.J. Brown's trade market is still a thing. Technically, he has not been traded to the Patriots just yet because they had to wait until June 1st. So people are still trying to connect some dots and see if Brown can go to a different team. In fact, Christopher Knox of Bleacher Report argued that the Raiders should explore adding a veteran receiver, and Brown would be a perfect fit.
Here's the thing for me, DMac. I understand why the Raiders would be interested. Why would A.J. Brown want to have anything to do with the Raiders?
New culture, you got a new coach, you got Kubiak, you got Fernando Mendoza, and also you just want out of Philly in general.
Right. But if New England's a possibility, if the Rams might be a team that would take a look, I'm not sure how. You say Mendoza, he's not going to play the first 3 to 7 weeks.
But here's the thing, though. He just wants to get his numbers, right? Even if it's Kirk Cousins, the Raiders have a glaring vacancy at the receiver spot. You need some production from that position. Maybe he just wants to go up there, put up big numbers, live in Vegas, wear the silver and black. There's the appeal there.
This sounds like he's miserable every other time he goes somewhere. Don't you think? Okay.
I'm just saying, hey, he has his ring. He wants to get his numbers. And
he just wants to get his.
And he hasn't really shown that much regression. 1,000 yards,
the guy can
6
play.
times.
The guy can play.
He can play. He can ball out.
You know? Has Ruggini reported anything on this?
Get the dump button ready. Get the dump button ready.
Let me check the Twitter account.
I don't know her. I should be
there.
nice.
Can you imagine him and Brock Bowers, though? That might be electric.
Okay.
I
feel bad that I took a Ruggini joke.
That's okay. That's okay. It's too late now. It's out there.
Not bad enough.
Get the dump button ready.
The Rams posted a video to their socials. We're moving on. The Rams posted a video to their socials where they asked the players what game they're the most excited for on the Rams schedule. Trent McDuffie, of course, is excited for the Chiefs. It's a Thursday night football game this season. He gets a little revenge on his former team. Kyron Williams, Ethan Evans, Blake Corum among those mentioning Christmas Day, which is, of course, their first game with the Seahawks this season, which comes late in the season. Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, a handful of others mentioned the opener in Australia, and Jared Verse said all of them, every single one. He celebrates all 17.
Man, Jared, that's poetry. That's a song. That's a verse, if you will.
You're well versed on the schedule, I see. I like it. No, all those games are going to be electric. For me, it's that Christmas matchup. Last year, Week 16, the Rams losing to Seattle. It was an epic meltdown. It really led to the collapse of their season because that was the end of home field advantage, and you have to show the Seahawks that you can beat them in the regular season and put yourself in a position to win the Super Bowl. Also, the Niners, man. Australia, first game of the season. A lot of tension there. Big rivalry. I got to go with that one, too.
By the way, I am highly skeptical when any athlete says that they want to be at a Christmas Day game. Having covered many Christmas Day games, most of them just want to be home with their family. Only LeBron's ever been the one that really publicly complains about it, but everyone thinks it.
And that one's going to be a unique one, right? They're trying to take over Christmas.
Yeah,
the NFL is trying to take over every holiday and every day of the week, and it's only a matter of time.
I don't cover the NBA anymore full time, but when I did, my answer was you can have it. I would much. I've spent a lot of Christmas days in places that were not my home, and I missed you. I didn't even know you yet. And I missed
you missed you for it. I like it.
I missed you, man.
Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned, we could explore some topics outside of the NFL, those who are potentially playing in the NFL one day. Let's look at something going on in college football right now, SEC Media Days this week. And SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey is insistent that he isn't bothered by being the only holdout so far against a 24-team playoff. The Big Ten's coaches and athletic directors put up a united front in support of expanding to 24 last week at that league meetings in California. Sankey acknowledged that his league will not have the same unanimity, a fact that didn't seem to concern him. He said, quote, "Doesn't bother me." When asked about being the last so-called holdout for expanding to 24, people tell me that, but I don't know. If you pay attention in college sports, positions seem to change a lot.
I should have made him my Ryder Hero of the Day nominee. The 12-team playoff works great. It's perfect. The format's great. I don't want 24 teams.
I don't want 24 teams, but I will say that the one tweak you can make to the 12-team is where you're not giving the automatic bids to the two lanes, those teams of the world. I want all the superpowers, all the brand names. You just base it on the 12 best teams. Teams like Texas didn't make it last year.
I don't mind
Notre Dame
a couple
got shafted.
Teams sneaking in. I don't mind. Here's the thing. They already killed off the Pac-12 through their greed and through their avarice. I don't.
Just give them money, though. We did not need to see James Madison versus Oregon. We did not need to see that match. It was the lowest-rated college football playoff game. Give me the superpowers because we're in the NIL. We're in the super conference era.
Why don't we just do the SEC versus the Big Ten? I mean, I'm okay with. James Madison was an anomaly. I don't think will repeat itself again. I hear you. I'm still pissed off and put out that the Pac-12 doesn't exist. That it was the Pac-2 and it was the Pac-0. I like the system the way that it is, and I do not need. If we're just gonna have the SEC and the Big Ten just be the only conferences and then gobble up everybody, let's just be honest about it and just take over now.
I'm here for that. Give me the super conference.
Are you?
Yeah, because it's not the NCAA tournament basketball. You have a whole roster of. I mean, Ohio State's roster is like $41 million this year, right? So there could be with USC and all the big powers and Bama and Georgia. So it does. Give me the super conference. Give me the super 12 best teams, and 24 is way too much. I don't want to see 24, so I like this.
24, and the entire system could Sankey into the ground. DMac and Ryder,
really sank your teeth into that one.
97-1. I'm keeping track, by the way. You're way behind. 97-1 the Fan. LA. I just got a dirty look. 855-97 LA Fan with your eyes. With your eyes. Adrian Gonzalez joins next on DMac and Ryder.
Clock out. into LA's pregame with Doug McCann, and Bill Ryder. Real sports talk, real LA. Right now, it's DMac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan.
All right, welcome into the show, DMac and Ryder. He is Doug McCann. I'm Bill Ryder, and we are very, very lucky to be joined right now by a Dodgers legend, by a 5-time All-Star, by a 4-time Gold Glove Award winner, by a restaurateur. Nice walk-up song. Check out Sliceria and Trace Dos Trace over at Sawtell and Olympic. The one and only, and a great guy, the one and only Adrian Gonzalez joins us right now on the show. Adrian, thank you so much for joining Doug and I.
Adrian, what's up, my man?
How's it going? Thank you for having me. This is a treat. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, we're always excited to talk baseball with you, especially Dodger baseball. And really the big story today coming from Dave Roberts is that Mookie Betts moved down to the 4th spot in the Dodgers lineup, hitting 165 with a 572 OPS. And does it feel like this is something that could ignite Mookie? Do you like the fact they're kind of moving down the line? But just kind of what have you seen from Mookie at the plate so far to start the season?
Personally for me, I don't think the lineup where he sits in the lineup is going to fix the issues or the things that he's going through. I don't think it's a change in the lineup type thing for him. I think from what I see is that his timing is off completely. He looks like he's in between a lot. It looks like he's either thinking mechanics or telling himself, I need to get a strike when he's, getting ready for the pitch. And whenever you're in that mode where you're either thinking mechanics or you're trying to make sure you swing at a strike, you end up being slightly late with your timing. And you either pop up the fastball, you're a little late on it, you pop up, or you roll over because your shoulder has to come open, and you're slightly out in front of all the off speed, which you end up hitting it off the end, and the balls that you think are going to go in the gap or you think are going to be a line drive, they end up being hit a lot softer than they really are. So for me, from what I see, I don't think it is a lineup change. I think it's I don't know exactly which is the factor into why he's being late. I don't know if he's thinking too much mechanics or he's trying to make sure he's swinging strikes. It's one or the other, but I don't know which one it is. Until he can fix that and he can just get himself ready timing-wise and put his foot down in time and, be ready for the fastball, stay mechanically square and recognize, where he hits in the lineup is not going to change anything.
We are talking to the one and only Adrian Gonzalez here on DMac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan LA. Adrian, in terms of trying to get out of these kind of slumps, and in 2015 for the Dodgers, you had a great season. You drove in 90 runs. You hit a bunch of home runs. But you did have a streak in mid-August to early September where you went through a slump, a pretty serious slump. And obviously you played at the highest level for a long time. It's going to happen. When you were struggling at the plate, when things weren't clicking, what did you do? What was successful for you to try and find your way back to swinging the bat the way you were accustomed to?
Well, for me, I know 2015, end of 2015 and all of 2015, it wasn't the time. Yeah, that was a mechanical issue. I was thinking 2016 because 2016 is when I started to have my back issues. So 2015, usually when you go through any of that, it's something that caused it for you to get into a mechanical flaw. Sometimes you don't even know why it happened, but once you're in it, you got to find, the right formula, right? I think some of the things that I can remember vividly, guys doing something different is like Justin Turner, would stand taller, get closer to the plate, move farther away from the plate. It's just, for me, I would do similar things where I would stand a little bit taller or squat down a little bit more. Just things to change up slightly the mechanics and focus on, trying to be more simple, more basic, more stay on your backside, put your foot down in time and let the hands work type of thing. But while you're in it, it takes a while. And sometimes you end up going down a big rabbit hole where, you overthink it, you do too many things and you try to fight through it. And, a lot of times you have to get to the point of, what we call like the bottom of the barrel where you're just like, I don't really care anymore. I'm just gonna hit. I'm just gonna put my foot down and hit and just gonna battle. And then all of a sudden you start hitting because you start just thinking about the simple things. So It can happen. I mean, we've all lived through it. It's baseball. It's a game of failure, and unfortunately, everybody goes through a slump at some point in their career.
And that's interesting you point that out, Agon, because that's what Mookie said last year. When he just stopped caring, that's when he really started to see the results. When he stopped caring about the numbers and trying to chase those numbers. But he's 79 at-bats into his season. He's coming back off an oblique. How many at-bats are you looking for as a player for an evaluation? Is it 100, 150? And do you think this is a little bit of an overreaction considering that, hey, you probably still have 500 at-bats left to go this season?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he got off to an okay start, and he got hurt. And then he came back, and sometimes I feel like you do end up chasing numbers at this point of the year so you can get to a place where you feel comfortable. And I think that could be part of, all this formula into his struggles is that he wants to see doubles and home runs and, runs batted in and this and that. I don't think it's a batting average type thing because, as a hitter, the batting average should be there at the end of the year if you stick to your routine. But the power numbers you can definitely chase, and that's something that can get you in trouble. As far as at bats, that's tough because, a lot of times you go into spring training and people talk a lot about how many at bats you need. And you start the season, how many at-bats before it counts or before you kind of start seeing where you're at and, where you need to get to. It can change because, you can break out of a slump from one at-bat to the next, or you can fall into a slump from one at-bat to the next. So just from me saying, he needs 100 at-bats, that doesn't mean he's all of a sudden going to start hitting at 100 at-bats, or 200 at-bats. It can be he can start hitting today. And all of a sudden, when he gets to 150, his season's normal. So that the number of at-bats conversation, I don't think is a very valid one.
Watch five-time All-Star, four-time Gold Glove Award winner Adrian Gonzalez on Spectrum Sportsnet. Remember to check out his two incredible restaurants over by Sawtell and Olympic, Sliceria and Trace Dos Trace. It's a pleasure, Adrian, to have you here on DMac and Ryder. In our second week at Under 97.1 The Fan LA, as we've just got started last week, you talked about how in 2016 you were dealing with some back things. In 2015 it was more of a mechanical issue. When you are struggling, you often know what's what. I'm sure Mookie Betts has a lot of insight into Mookie Betts. For us on the outside looking in, it's sometimes hard to know what's actually going on. How long of a slump does it take? And hopefully the answer is not now for Mookie because he's got, 6 years and a lot of money left for the Dodgers, but he is 33. But how long can a player of Mookie's caliber struggle before it's legitimate for baseball fans, for Dodgers fans, for media members to start to worry that this isn't a temporary thing but potentially a decline? What is the sample size where you can start to have that conversation?
That's a tough one. If we're going down to what is our expectations of Mookie starting today going forward, I think that's a good one to have. I don't think we can have the, perennial MVP conversation finalists for him, but we can definitely have the, showing that he can play great defense, great shortstop, run the bases great, hit 300 for average, and, have decent, on base and slugging. I think that's a conversation that you can have, and I think he can do that for a while. I think for the next 5 years, he can hit around 300 if that ends up being his goal. And he, starts to think, I'm not a power hitter. I'm a, line drive, top of the order, get on base, steal base type of guy, and the power numbers will be what they will be. But I don't think we can think of, he's going to be a 30 home run guy, from here on out. I think we can realistically say he can be a 15 to 20 home run guy. He can hit a bunch of doubles because he can use his legs to leg out some doubles, and run the bases really well and be a key piece into continuing winning championships like he has been.
And speaking of, we're like, 10 minutes into an interview, haven't brought up Shohei Ohtani, which has got to be some kind of record. Adrian, Shohei of late, he's really started to pick it up since May 12th, hitting .415, a 12.69 OPS, 2 homers, also a 0.00 ERA in his last 12 innings. At the plate, he's gone through some struggles this year. We've seen him talk about the posture, kind of cutting through his swing. I'm curious, what have you seen from Shohei at the plate with his swing? And do you have any thoughts about when to pitch him, when to hit him? Should he do it on the same day? Does that impact his performance at the plate? Seems to be some debate about this year.
So the reason he's hitting is because he's staying square. He was going through a really bad phase where his hips were pulling off the ball. And he was just his swing was long, and he wasn't able to cover anything middle in, to be honest. He wasn't able to cover anything inside on the hard fastballs inside, and he was out in front of the off-speed down the way. So I don't know what led to him, pulling off so bad, but he's fixed it, and he's putting his foot down and staying square, and, his body's up the middle, and he's allowing his hands to work to the inside of the baseball and keep a short swing to the ball with the extension that we've all known for him to have. So he fixed what was happening to him mechanically, and that's the reason he's hitting. The only time I pitched and hit and played the field and all that stuff was in high school.
Yeah.
But knowing I guess, you could say it takes a toll, but at the end of the day, I think he's fully capable of hitting and pitching on the same day. I think you treat him like anybody else, and you find, an off day, and you could give him back-to-back days off for him to rest. And if you need to push him back a day for pitching, to make sure that everything's in line, you do that. But I don't think the conversation of when does he hit, when does he pitch, can he do them on the same day is one to have. I think you just treat him like any other player, where if he needs a day because he's fatigued, you find that off day so he gets back-to-back days off so he can have 2 full days off. I think holding him back was more because of his hitting mechanics, and it was almost like he's better off where he's not thinking about the hitting and he's just focused on pitching, and he can go out there and go 7-8 innings shut because he doesn't have to think about the hitting side, and he doesn't have to get frustrated because he just rolled over and now he's at the mound and he's thinking about him rolling over. So I think mentally it was a little bit of an issue, if anything, but not physically. I mean, we're still in April, we're in May. It's something that he was just not right mechanically hitting wise. So it was like, why not just, let him pitch and not worry about his swing.
Talking to Adrian Gonzalez here on DMac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. Adrian, you were involved in a couple big trades, including one that brought you to the Dodgers. I know it's not the same thing as, say, Kyle Tucker, but it feels like every year the Dodgers bring in a pretty big name with big expectations. In your experience, if you can give us some insight, what is the adjustment like, and what is the way to speed up that adjustment when you go from one team to another team and there's expectations that you deliver with a new group of guys in a new clubhouse?
I've seen it from both sides. I've obviously, like you said, I've been a part of a couple trades, and I was always a guy that, I put high expectations on myself, but I'm not trying to live up to somebody else's expectations of me. So for me, I was just going to be myself and try to be the best version of myself that I could be. And so I didn't really pay attention to the outside noise or the outside conversations of what they expected of me. But somebody that can or will, I've seen it where they start listening, to the news right nowadays, look at social media and all these things. And then all of a sudden they put pressure on themselves because of what others expect of them. That can be a tough situation. It can be tough. And if you get off to a slow start, then you're trying to catch up. And like I said, with as a hitter, you start trying to hit to the numbers. That's a bad recipe. And so, I think Kyle had a slow start, but he's starting to slowly come around and show, what he's capable of doing. And I really like what I've seen from him lately. And, I feel like he's starting to really get comfortable and show, the type of player he is to Dodger fans.
Yeah, and Adrian, you got out to the fastest start that Edwards got to from a Dodger. Hit a home run the very first pitch off Josh Johnson against the Marlins. We'll never forget that day at Dodger Stadium. I wanted to ask you about Andy Pages, one of the breakout stars for the Dodgers this year. Offensively, he's been great, 11 home runs, the batting average, the OPS plus. It looks like this is an all-star caliber hitter, but the defense, too, one of the best defenders in Major League Baseball. Does it feel like you play with the Corey Seagers? You saw kind of the pipeline of guys coming up when you were here. Does it feel like this is sustainable, like this is the version of Andy Pages and that the Dodgers have truly developed their next great homegrown star?
Yeah, Andy's a great player, and he's shown, both on both sides of the ball. I think he's really made some great, I wouldn't say mechanics, but he's shown his ability to really take what the pitcher gives him on offense, and he's not trying to, I keep talking about like when you chase certain things, they're not going to be there, but he's a guy that's just staying square, staying inside the baseball, taking the fastballs, middle away, the other way, and getting your hits, and then catching the off-speed pitches that are hanging out in front. And he's gotten to a place where he's so mature that he doesn't let certain situations, allow him to take a big swing. And when you get to a point where you can do that and you have the ability, you're going to have success. And he's showing that he can have that kind of success. He got off to such a hot start, and, for me, I knew he wasn't going to be able to sustain that 400-plus average and all that, but he's definitely a guy that's capable of, hitting right around 300, if not over 300, and hit his home runs and driving his runs and be an all-star. So I think he's a great player. I think he's definitely a guy that will be there and will show, a lot of talent and be an all-star. I think he's definitely a guy that you can say that, he's been brought in and brought up and has found success here in the big leagues.
This is DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. We're talking to Adrian Gonzalez, 5-time All-Star, longtime Dodger, 4-time Gold Glove Award winner, the owner of Sliceria and Tres Dos Tres, 2 great restaurants over at Sawtell and Olympic. Adrian, if you would, weigh into this conversation we've been having the last few days on the show. The Dodgers have massive win-now expectations. They're trying to chase a 3rd consecutive World Series. They've also got the best or second best or third best farm system in baseball, depending on sort of where you look and how you measure it. For your money, what's the right balance? How aggressive do you think the Dodgers should be in taking some of those prospects and chasing and trying to trade for big-time impact players or not?
I think you assess where you are as a team and what players or prospects are worth keeping and worth trading. If you're looking, if they have a great prospect that's a catcher, you can trade him because you have Will Smith and Dalton Rushing. If you have a first baseman that's in AAA that's ready to come up, which I don't think they do, but, you could trade him because Freddie will be here for the next few years, right? But if you have, I know there's a bunch of outfielders right now that are ready to make a call and put themselves in a place to get called up soon. So, maybe you take the 2 or 3 guys you want to keep and the rest of them you can trade because you're not going to be able to have all 6 or 7 of them playing at the same time in the big league. So, you take those pieces that you will need in the next 2 to 5 years, to continue the success, and you keep those. And the other ones that, you think, why keep them if I'm not going to be able to play them? Now you can see if you can turn that into a big piece come July. So that's how I would approach it. I wouldn't just say, sell the farm system for, a Tarik Skubal. But if you can put together a package that the Tigers like, then you make it happen. It's not hey, you have to go give out everybody because somebody will want those prospects and they'll give you, whatever it is that you're looking for in return to help this team now.
I love it. Seems like you go all in at the right price. Seems like the roster is still in a really good spot to go after a 3rd straight title. One thing, Adrian, they've been asking me for over the last week is the impact of Dave Roberts as a manager. What is his strength as a manager? How much credit should he get for this run? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, Doc is one of my best friends, and I think he's done an incredible job since he came. And I think, he's shown the ability to manage the clubhouse and manage the team and do everything that needs to be done. So I think he does deserve a ton of credit for the championships and the run and everything that's happened. I think the other side of that coin is that you can be the best manager in the world, but if your players don't perform, then people say you're not. So, there is a little bit of credit to say the players have come through, in the playoffs as well. So the manager, his job is to keep everybody happy, keep everybody engaged, keep everybody motivated. And I think Doc has done an incredible job, and he deserves all the credit for that.
Adrian Gonzalez, you've done an incredible job. This was an amazing interview. We appreciate you so much. It's so much fun, by the way, watching you and everybody over on Spectrum Sportsnet. But DMac and I are partial to Jay here. You guys are great together. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the insight. Appreciate you being on 97.1 The Fan LA.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And thank you guys for the plugs on 323 and Sliceria.
Thanks, Adrian. Really appreciate it, my man.
Thank you, buddy. Adrian Gonzalez on the show, hanging out, chilling, giving us some insight. We're going to move a few things around. We were going to talk as Mookie Wash. We're going to do that tomorrow because we've got some breaking news. Derwin James, for the second time in his career, is the highest paid safety in the history of the National Football League. $75.6 million 3-year extension with almost $58 million guaranteed. We will get into what that means and why this gentleman deserves it. Way to go, Rams. Way to go, Derwin James. We dive into all of that next here on DMac and Ryder. Welcome back into the show. DMac and Ryder. 97.1 The Fan LA. Thank you for hanging out with us. Phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. That was a great interview with Adrian Gonzalez. And that is a DMac exclusive.
He's one of the great ball knowers, and he gets real technical, breaking down swings.
Cool.
For nerds like me, I just eat that stuff up. I really do.
It was really good. If you're streaming us live on YouTube or Twitch or X at the Fan LA, you can drop your comments in any of those spots, and we will we'll use them on the air. DMac and Ryder.
Also, he is on team Let's Trade for Skubal at the right price, guys. So
he's
on my side.
No, he was a lot more.
Yes, he was.
Everybody's at the right price. What is the right price? You are
to give significant prospects, but just not give the entire farm.
He was not on Team DMac there.
Oh, he 100% was.
No one is. I mean,
you don't have to give only someone that does understand the price of a guy that's a 4-month rental would think you have to give an entire farm.
You understand there's more than
Skubal.
one buyer, right? You understand that AJ Preller can make a call. Like, it's not just the Dodgers aren't the only team in the market.
Certainly, but they're one of the teams that can give up 2 top prospects. They can afford that.
I believe your argument was these prospects are not there to be brought up to the majors, but to be traded. It's okay that Adrian disagrees with you.
You can keep some
I'm
for
Team
Skubal.
DMac on this.
You can keep some for Skubal. You also keep some for Witt and for Skeens and whoever else is down the line.
It depends on the price. All right, so we are going to get to Dodgers preview in about 30 minutes or so. Little news on that. Mookie Betts is in the cleanup spot, and so we'll talk about that. And DMac's got a very interesting theory, approach, perspective on where that could lead. But Derwin James, who's a Charger writer, is now, for the second time in his career, the highest paid player at his position all time in the National Football League. According to, I'm assuming this is Adam Schefter who's reporting this. It's nice to see Schefter finally break some news, you know what I'm saying? It's nice to see him, have a little come up.
He's got one, right?
Yeah, he got one. James has agreed today to a 3-year, $25.2 million per year extension. The big number, that includes a $57.5 million guarantee, his agent told Mr. Adam Schefter. So you're looking at $75.6 million, 3-year extension with, again, a little over $25 million in guaranteed money. And we sort of knew this might be coming because a Chargers bigwig yesterday had said that he wanted Derwin James to be there for all the days that exist in the universe.
Yeah, and he's a big part of it. I mean, like I said, he really epitomizes what that defense is. He's their best player, one of the best in the league, a culture guy. And the Chargers have really made some good moves this offseason. This is definitely the next one in line for it. So I know we weren't big on the Chargers in our win totals for this season, but the potential's certainly there.
You had them winning.
I had them
a game that they also lost. It's optimism.
Well, come on. But this is certainly a deal that was inevitable. They needed to get it done for Derwin James. He is certainly a player that I think you look at the Chargers coming back to Los Angeles and which of those guys represent the move. He's just been a stalwart for that organization, so he certainly deserved it. No doubt about it.
One of the challenges for the Chargers, and I'd be curious your view on this because you do a great Rams podcast. It's I'm not taking shots at the Chargers and I'm not taking shots at the organization, but they obviously left San Diego. The Rams are the bigger team here. It sometimes feel like the Chargers, even though they share SoFi, are just the step cousin who sort of lives in the broom closet without the wizarding powers. And the Raiders might be the second or even the first most popular football team, NFL team in LA. But this is a win kind of city. You win, you succeed, you've got some glitz, you got some glamour, things can go well. The Chargers have a quarterback, and you brought up this guy's arm. What do you call it? The arm? What's your go-to thing when I'm criticizing Justin Herbert?
Arm talent?
His arm talent. But wasn't there like an eye test? I thought you had a combo. Arm talent, eye test?
Yeah. Look,
they've got a hardball.
Yeah,
I mean, they've got the best player.
They got McDaniel.
One of the best defensive players in football. If the Chargers could put together a season where you win the AFC West, it also just makes a big difference in trying to carve out a little more Q rating, a little more love, a little more shine in the City of Angels.
For sure. I mean, you bring a guy like this, you secure that. He's the heart and soul of your defense and one of your leaders. He's outspoken, right? He's someone that isn't afraid to get a quote from him. Herbert is someone who's very low-key. He doesn't really own that title as someone who's big and will have his voice heard. Derwin James is that guy. So as far as the city goes, they need to make splashes. And they really, one of the big criticisms about Horwitz this offseason was he wasn't aggressive in free agency. Well, now we know why, right? I mean, one of the reasons why is they want to get a deal done with James, but they need to do something big. So the Rams, they did something very big. They won it all. They were the team that was here before. The Chargers need to get to or win a Super Bowl, I think, to get a buzz for themselves, to actually get fans that are obsessed with them. They grow up being a Chargers fans wearing a Justin Herbert jersey, a Derwin James jersey. There were a lot of fans here in Los Angeles, the ones that flooded my DMs after our prediction episode, that said that, hey, when LA didn't have a team, the Chargers, that was the closest team, so we gravitated toward them. But I think the pecking order right now, it's a Rams-Raiders, right? And then you got the Chargers.
1A, 1B, like tied-ish, same range.
If you look at the polls, I mean, the Rams actually, in the last LA Times poll, they won as the most popular team in Los Angeles. And then you win a Super Bowl, you have stars
If the Raiders have won 12 games, what do you think that would look like?
The Raiders have a very big following here.
They really do.
I would say if they're in double-digit wins, you're going to see a lot of silver and black around this town. Having said that, though, I mean, the more time that passes where they're not making the playoffs, where they are pretty much irrelevant when it comes to Super Bowl, the more time that, hey, kids grow up being Rams fans. So I would say it's Rams, Raiders, and then a big gap. And then, honestly, you're talking about the 49ers and Cowboys might be more popular in this town than the Chargers.
There's an opening, though, and we've discussed this on the show. DMac and Ryder, 97-1 the Fan LA. It is an open question to what degree Patrick Mahomes, when he returns from injury, will be Patrick Mahomes. We just don't know. And we don't know, as a result, to what degree the Chiefs are going to be the unbeatable force, at least in the AFC West. It's felt like that they have been over the last, many, many years. They've made those runs. The Chargers have, with the Chiefs, the best odds, actually, to win the AFC West this year. And for whatever reason, the Broncos are just behind them. And these sort of shift day to day. And if you were going to rank every football player on the Raiders, on the Rams, on the Chargers, if you power ranked all three of those rosters, I mean, first sort of thought, doesn't it feel like Derwin James is 2 after Matt Stafford? Matt Stafford's the reigning MVP. You get to be your number 1. Is there a better football player in any of those rosters than Derwin James and his, with the newly minted $75.6 million 3-year, $25.2 million guaranteed extension that the Chargers just gave him?
I think Puka's ahead of him.
Do you really?
Puka's all-pro this past season.
Yeah,
I mean,
Derwin James is. I mean, I hear you.
2018 or something. He's been really good for a long time.
Puka Nacua is a
but
good
Puka
call.
is arguably, along with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, the best receiver in the National Football League. He could have easily won the award for Offensive Player of the Year. So, but he's in the conversation, right? You got guys.
I mean, Derwin James is top 3 defensive player in football. Top 5. I mean.
It's. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that high. I mean,
I think he's that good.
He's a really good player. He really is. But I mean, I think you look at the position. He's a. And then he's in the secondary, very important. Safety. I still look. I mean, Justin Herbert, I would say, is at his best.
More important, but not as good.
Not as good at his position, but as more valuable. But if you're going to draft. If you were going to draft players.
But you'd always draft. I mean, quarterbacks are going to get. I mean, that's why the number 1 pick in every draft is a quarterback, even though they're not necessarily the most certain best football player.
I would say he's ahead of Trent McDuffie, the newly acquired Rams cornerback, but McDuffie's actually made a more recent All-Pro team. So, but the bottom line is, that is top-level talent for the Chargers. And you look at the Raiders, I mean, you got Max Crosby, right? I think Max Crosby, I'd probably take Max Crosby over Derwin James.
I guess his sort of general discontent and the traded, not traded thing makes me just wonder to what degree, what his impact will be.
That's always the case. I mean, for him,
that's fair.
For Crosby, he's elite when he's right. Has dealt with some injuries.
Yep,
that's been a bad team, and I think
his feelings have been injured.
The feelings have been injured
lately,
and he's the buy-in as far as it's still been there from a performance standpoint. But he's a guy that he was traded to the Ravens then wasn't, right?
So wanted out.
Yeah.
We think got out. Just kidding. Physical failure. Yeah. I mean, regardless, congratulations to Derwin James, who has made a whole bunch of money today.
Got the
well-deserved.
bag.
The 5-time Pro Bowler is now. How many bags? If you were going to announce this with emojis, because you were making fun of my emoji game on the DMac and Ryder 97-1 the Fan you complimented it, but I felt like it was like an actual kind of making fun of me. How many bags of money? 3 bags of money? 3-year extension?
75. Is it
75 bags?
Is it 75 M's?
I don't have what is it? Where you're verified? I don't pay for the verification. I can't do 75.
The 250 characters.
Yeah, I'm not giving Elon that X money so we can go to Mars.
Yeah. Hey, look, this is the Chargers' time. I mean, like, this is $75 million. That's a good chunk of change for a guy. 3-year deal. Chargers fans love this guy. They want to build a statue of him outside of SoFi Stadium. Like, he's so beloved by Chargers fans. So they got what they wanted. They got the news they wanted today.
What are we going to go to more games of together? Like, Derek and Decker, I saw them behind home plate, and I was jealous just because I'm like, why aren't we doing that? Are we going to go to more NFL games together this year or more Dodgers games this year? There's obviously more options for Dodgers games, but I love going to NFL games, and SoFi is very close to my house.
SoFi is a cathedral, man.
It's
SoFi
so
is, I think, from a just modern football cathedral, I think it's the greatest stadium on the planet right now. As far as the modern amenities, it's open.
Yes.
Just the seats, the
Have you been to a
vantage
concert there yet?
points. I have.
I went to the weekend there.
I went to the weekend, too.
You did?
Yeah.
I went with my son for his birthday. He wanted to go for his birthday.
I think I heard you singing, right?
Do you hear me singing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a
big blinding lights
angelic voice. Wait, what? There were a bunch of shows, weren't there?
There were.
I wonder if we were next to each other.
It's a possibility.
I
I got suckered into dropping a couple Benjamins on some merch.
I was next to 14-year-olds who screamed at a shrill pitch so that I had to leave for I was such an old man. Even my son was like, told these ladies to be quiet. They were his age. And they didn't listen. It was a shrill screaming for 2 hours.
Hey, he's a superstar.
I want to hear the music, man.
He's a star boy, man. He's a superstar. Did you cry?
Did I get emotional and cry? No.
So you saved your tears.
I did. Oh,
come on!
Hey, look at you.
Burst is taking a nap here.
Oh,
okay.
You can't beg for him.
Don't make this. That's not two. Okay,
it's two. Yeah.
You ignore it, but honestly, SoFi, the weekend,
right?
Kendrick. It's a great venue.
Oh, you saw Kendrick there?
Yeah, I saw K-Dot
and
SZA.
Anybody else you want to share?
A big concert.
Anybody else you went to? You want to share? Anybody else want to share? I'm just asking questions of my friend DMac.
I can't think of
any. Okay, nothing comes to mind?
Nothing comes to mind.
Are you sure?
Off the top of the dome.
Okay, there's nothing out there? All right.
I think of multiple nights.
I don't want you to jump out of this conversation.
Playboy Cardi.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right.
Is there a eject button on the seat?
Should we on my seat? I don't know. Maybe. What are we doing here? Are we going to Hardwood Headlines? We have had to mix everything up because we've had breaking news and stuff's going on. I feel like I'm on a spaceship that's just going somewhere. Let's think. Oh, it's a song. Yeah, let's do Hardwood Headlines next year on DMac and Ryder.
As a teacher.
Welcome back to the DMac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. I am Bill Ryder. I'm 48. He is Doug McCain. He is 25. What?
I just can't. No more interacting between.
What do you mean?
That's a new rule.
How are we going to become best friends if we don't interact with each other?
No, good stuff. Awesome stuff, man. What an electric day here at 97.1 The Fan. We had A-Gun.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's
talk to me.
I mean, I just love it. I love breaking news. I love big theories. I love your thoughts on any player that's last name is James. That always gets me fired up. That always gets me going.
Look, man, I love your youthful energy. You're on 97.1 The Fan LA. 855-97 LA Fan. Do you want to do the it's time for hardwood headlines?
All right, it's time for hardwood headlines. Kind of mailed that one in.
Yeah. He did.
Thanks, Doug.
You want to do it again?
Okay.
It's time for hardwood headlines.
Bam! I believe in you, dog.
That's like a C.
There we go. Get that.
C+.
The music was too low because you were too low.
This beat always just gets me, man. It's a vibe.
This reminds me of somebody, and I can't place who it is.
Like the artist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
YG?
I don't know, man. It's hard for me to remember. What we got here, Bursch?
All right. It's
don't let the bubble burst here.
Oh no. Oh no, wait. No.
No. You're getting your you know what kick, bro.
There's no way you got that one. Any pun related to Bursch should be eliminated immediately.
In fairness, why?
I don't know.
You should have thought of it yourself, man.
All right.
This is hardwood headlines.
Oh, that was a dirty look.
Was it?
Wow.
What we got?
In hardwood headlines, we're taking a look at what's going on and off the court around the association.
Yeah.
And, of course, a lot of action on the court last night. The Knicks completed the sweep of the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks going to the NBA Finals. James Harden had a rough go of it for the Cavs in this series. Guys, what do you think?
I mean, James Harden. So, I like James Harden. I think he's a very good player. I don't think it's debatable anymore whether or not he is good in the playoffs or not. And I've heard people try to debate this each of the last 5 postseasons. He sucks when it matters, right? I mean, is there any legitimate pushback on this?
None whatsoever. I mean, when you need him the most, he's the worst. He's the definition of that. I think you can make the case he's the worst MVP caliber NBA player on a big stage that we've ever seen. Yesterday, 12 points, 2 of 8 from the field, 0 for 6 from beyond the arc, 5 turnovers, a -19 in 33 minutes. The real James Harden stood up, and he didn't show up. And that's what we've seen his
when
career.
There are flashing lights, he can't handle it.
Oh, man.
I mean, this guy runs away from the moment. You know what I'm saying?
He runs away, yeah. The life of Harden.
I honestly wonder what he is thinking when it's the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Well, he's not thinking about winning. He's thinking about going to somewhere else after the game where he likes to play loud music and have fun and eat at the buffet.
Brian Winters is reporting that they're going to bring him back, that they're going to give him a contract extension, that they're going to get him under the second apron. And they're between a rock and a hard place. I get it. What alternatives do you have? He's just. This is annoying. This is the thing that annoys me about professional athletes. Can I be honest? Because I love covering athletes, and there are things about the media that are awful, and athletes call that out, and they should. I get it. It works both ways. I don't understand why, if we're allowed to celebrate people for being clutch and being amazing under pressure and point out what Jordan could do and Tiger at the top of his game and whoever else was supposed to point out, the opposite can't be true. If clutch exists, if some guys are amazing under pressure, then that's because some guys aren't. James Harden is the anti-Michael Jordan. Michael never missed a shot when it mattered, and I don't think Harden's ever made one.
No lies detected, right? I mean,
no lies detected.
The kids would say you're spitting facts, Bill.
That's a little heartless.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I'll get back to it. But I do want to point out, though, that one of the things about him is the real issue is that the team can't play with any pace when he's out there offensively. So it's not just I'm missing shots. It's with the ball in his hands, bad things happen. I mean, on deeper analytic type of cuts, right? And things like that. Or
that's a good call.
Or where you are with James Harden, too, is you're kind of in a position where you kind of have to pay him if you want him back. But it's kind of one of those things where, give me $100 million or I will stay on this team. It's like, do you really want that? I fear that for the Cavs.
Hell yeah, dude. It's a great shout.
Well, if James Harden is coming back to the Cavs, apparently he'll still have the same head coach. Shams Charania confirmed today that Kenny Atkinson will return as the Cavaliers head coach.
So I find this moderately interesting in the context. It's interesting that he's back given his silly comments, Atkinson, that they won 2 out of the first 3 games analytically. They obviously got swept. There was some thought out there, speculative perspectives, not reporting, that since LeBron James is close with Jason Kidd, and since Jason Kidd doesn't have a job anymore, and since maybe Kenny Atkinson could be in trouble, maybe LeBron and Kidd could team up in Cleveland. And I suppose I should have listened to our own segment yesterday. LeBron doesn't have the leverage he used to.
He doesn't. And do you really want to play for a coach like that? I think it was just a mess. It was a really messy exit for the Cavs this year. The Donovan Mitchell stuff, the coach stuff. You had people saying, oh, they hang we won the analytic playoff series banner in Cleveland. So it's not a good look for them. It really, really isn't a good look. And you look at James Harden, you look at Atkinson, none of them could perform when they were under all the lights. They really couldn't.
You can't tell me nothing, man.
They need to get stronger this offseason. They need to get stronger this offseason.
I'm just trying to help Doug.
They need to get stronger this offseason.
I'll give it to you.
It feels like a ghost town here.
Okay.
All right. Well, who will the Cavs be?
All of the punts. What's up?
The Cavs will not be playing anyone. Who will the Knicks be playing in the NBA Finals? Well, that is still to be determined. Game 5 between the Spurs and Thunder tips off tonight in about 35 minutes. Series tied at 2 games apiece.
Yeah, this is they've had some record ratings for Western Conference Finals games. I'm riveted, but DMac, I don't know where you come down on this. I'm not riveted because of the Thunder. And the Thunder are amazing. I'm riveted because I want to watch Victor Wembanyama play in a conference finals. That's why, for me, it's must-watch TV every night.
I do too, but I also think there's something about the mystique, the magic of New York, everything that team has accomplished. They almost feel like they're an amazing NCAA team making their way through a NCAA tournament, right? It doesn't feel like they're going to be here forever. This is going to be everlasting. They're going to compete for championships for years, but they've captured the imagination of New York. San Antonio and Victor Wembanyama, you hope that is the matchup if you're myself that wants to see the game get the best product possible. But the Knicks, don't sleep and count out the Knicks. You got Jalen Brunson. They got that special sauce this year. And they've swept their opponents, right? They've dominated in these closeout games.
They've lost 2 games by a total of 2 points, 3 points. They lost 2 games to Atlanta? Feels like a million years ago.
That just feels like
to nothing, by almost nothing.
Yeah.
By the way, a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Ritter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. I'm with you on the partnership the Knicks have put together. There is a special sauce there. There's something really cool that is shaping up the same way it is here on 97.1 The Fan, where you can watch Derek and Decker every morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. That show is outstanding, followed by Brock and Alex midday in L.A., and we are live and local, DMac and I, every single afternoon from 2 to 6. And by the way, we're also live and local after this show. The Fan is 97.1 The Fan. James Coe is going to be in tonight, every night till 9 p.m., and I'm excited. We're not doing, but we got to ask James Coe because he kind of went after you a little bit. Went after me a little bit. Well, really your take, but I loved it. I support you. I'm your guy.
Bring it.
I know. We'll get a little Dodge.
I want all the smoke, baby.
I think James Coe has done a really great job.
I will say, I agree with that. He's been fantastic. I really catch on my way home, my 5-minute drive to my spot.
He has been so good. The Dodgers lineup is out. Mookie Betts is sitting somewhere different. We will dive into that and all things you need to know. Dodgers pregame next here on DMac and Ryder.
It's DMac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan.
Final hour of the show here on DMac and Ryder today on 97.1 The Fan LA. Text us, call us, 855-97-LA Fan. And a lot of you are in traffic. You're driving around. My commute is brutal. Yours is not as bad. But I will tell you that listening to Sports Talk Radio, 97.1 The Fan LA, on the FM dial when I'm in the car, is a bit of a balm against the brutality of the road out there. We'll get to listen to James Coe on the drive home. And to all of you listening to Doug and I, DMac, Doug McCain, I'm Bill Ryder. Thank you for hanging in and chilling. We appreciate you. Thank you. We are going to get into a little Rooter Hero of the Day reveal toward the end of the show. We're going to preview Dodgers in about 30 minutes. Just a quick heads up. We do have Mookie Betts dropped down, or it's so weird to say down, but he's in the cleanup spot. And Andy Pajes goes to 2. So it's Ohtani, Pajes, Freeman, Betts, Tucker, Teoscar Hernandez, Will Smith, Rojas, and Enrique Quique Hernandez is 1 through 9. I know we're going to dive into this more, but a little preview. You like this for Mookie, and you think maybe this could continue, the direction he's heading, maybe it could continue.
I do, and I've been mentioning this for the last couple of shows, that when Dave moved him down to the cleanup spot in Game 6 of the World Series, it sparked something. It put him in a position where I'm going to drive in runs because there's runners on base. You see different pitches. So hopefully something clicks with Mookie, something turns around. Like Adrian Gonzalez told us, sometimes just one game and all of a sudden it feels right and you're starting to produce again. I hope that that's the case for Mookie. Also, too, it's a testament to Andy Pajes.
Yeah.
They have the confidence that they can have him in the 2-hole like that. Says a lot about the year he's had.
Whether it's the 4 spot or it's the 6 spot, I really hope he can not be Mookie Frets. Because it's just been one of those. I'm already writing down the cheer before I heard it, by the way. 8-5, yes?
I think that he's going to turn around. I'd place those Mookie bets. That's a boo.
Deeper.
That's a boo.
I've got to make sure that his stats get padded.
Don't do it. 855-97 LA fan. I've taken my pun game to another level because you dominated me last week.
Hey, I'm impressed. I like it.
You really did. All right, we're gonna turn the Pajes on this one, and
I think I hit the Pajes one like 2 years ago, but
yeah,
we could bring it back.
If only the radio show existed then, but 97.1 The Fan LA is only 8 days old, so I guess it kind of is what it is. All right, so you've made this point, and I love it. It's so good, DMac, that, and I took it as a joke, but it's actually a truth. Is Quique Hernandez? This is your point, not mine. DMac has pointed out Quique Hernandez might be the 12th best Dodger and much more popular than LeBron James in the most dynamic city and sports city on the face of the earth. That is crazy truth.
It's a wild thing to think about, and I will preface this by saying that I am by no means a LeBron hater. I think he came back, helped deliver a championship, but based on shows that we've done, based on polls that I've run, based on just the sentiment of the fan base on social media, message boards, Reddit, just the kind of the overall feeling towards LeBron. Finger on the pulse. I got my finger on the pulse here in LA. But I would say Quique Hernandez kind of represents everything that you want an LA athlete to represent, right? He connects with the fan base. He comes through in the biggest moments. And there has been a loyalty that Quique's had with this franchise where he's been here multiple times, and he shows up and he makes these comments where it really gets fans excited. And it's just Quique. Like, it's tough to put your finger on exactly what it is. But
you saw it yesterday.
The magnetic feeling that he gives you, he's just been that for that team. So it's so wild to think that Quique Hernandez, who, like you said, I mean, as far as overall performance, he's a utility bench player. Is he more popular than someone who's arguably the best player on the planet in a town like the Lakers? I think that you could possibly make that case. Now, we're going to play a little game here.
Okay.
Because we were talking about this before.
Okay.
Because I
Are we going to rock music or just silence? Just awkward silence? Okay.
So
you and I don't do well with silence.
LeBron, well, I'm going to not be silent.
That's fair. So you'll do
fine.
You're
to be.
I see.
Motor mouth over here is rolling. Okay, don't worry about us. But you look at this, and I know, look, this doesn't. I don't speak for all Lakers fans, and I think that a lot of Lakers fans would have LeBron. But let's start with Dodgers players.
So what are we doing here? This is
athletes that I think are more beloved in Los Angeles and more popular in Los Angeles than LeBron James now.
I don't speak
and they're current
until you name someone.
And you cannot speak until I name an athlete that you think LeBron is more liked than.
Okay. Sports figures, athletes in LA, I am silent until you say
and they have to be current.
That LeBron surpasses in popularity, Q rating, love,
exactly.
affection.
It had to be current. Okay. Let's start with his own teammate, Luka Dončić. J.J. Redick. Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Kike Hernandez. Freddie Freeman. Mookie Betts. Shohei Ohtani. Dave Roberts. Matthew Stafford. Sean McVay. Sean McVay's got a lot of love. Puka Nacua. That LeBron's his idol. Then you kind of go further. Tyronn Lue. There you go.
Slight noise. What are we doing a tie?
I mean, okay, the
thing is, Ty Lue's not hated. He's respected.
He is. Okay, let's keep going here. Okay, go back to silent mode. Andrew Friedman. Mark Walter.
Place. Sorry, hold on. I'll go back. Wait, go back. Sorry. I broke the rules. Oh, no.
Then I think this is kind of where it starts. I mean, you go, if there are any more Dodgers, Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, they're stars. Would you put them in that category? That's up to you. That's up to you. He's still silent. Miguel Rojas, World Series champion. World Series hero, Mookie Betts. I mean, this is really a very Dodgers-centric. Dodgers are in their dynasty mode right now. Then you go to hockey players, Kopitar.
I don't know hockey players.
We're not going there.
I'm out.
Okay, so this will be the kicker. Ready? Kawhi Leonard.
I will speak now. I will plant my flag. I will plant my tree on this spot. Can I give you a couple?
Sure.
All right. You're not going to be able to not talk, dude.
I will. So I'm under the same rules.
Yes.
Okay.
So you will speak when I say someone that LeBron James is more popular than.
Yes. Well, popular is different. Beloved.
Beloved. Liked.
Okay.
Genie Bus. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's not really a figure, but he writes for Substack, so he's still in the mix.
So we're going to former. Okay.
You're talking.
No, mine was.
You're talking.
Mine was current, so I just want to establish that. So now we open.
You're good at this game.
Okay, let's go.
Have you ever won the silent game? No. Just car ride with your sister. Okay. All right, kids, play this game. I lose. Okay. Mike Trout.
Yeah, he's more popular than below than Mike Trout. Like, Mike Trout is hitting.
I don't know, man.
Mike Trout's in Anaheim. And say what you want about LeBron.
People hate LeBron.
Yeah, people aren't big fans of LeBron. But
okay, I got one more.
Okay.
Bursch. Just kidding. Bronny James.
Bronny. That's a good one. That's a good one. Tied for dead last. No, but
pity can be a form of affection.
I do think that people probably that have an issue with LeBron about Bronny are probably out on both of them, to be honest.
Okay, by the way, we've talked a lot of Bronny today. I do want to say this. Whatever the issues you have with Bronny, and they are fair and reasonable and legitimate, and the guy is a professional athlete who makes money playing for the Lakers, you put yourself in the firing line when you're a public figure. So criticism is absolutely fair, and I don't want to hear the opposite. He is a professional athlete. I blame his dad. For every ounce of ridicule, angst, anger, mockery, disdain, you had Bronny on your top 5 least favorite LA sports figures. Very reasonable. All right. I just think it's LeBron's fault.
That's fair. I mean, he put him in this situation. But I mean, I think, too, so if you're Bronny, right, initially it probably sounded like a really good idea. It probably initially was like, hey, you go to the Lakers, you get to stay in LA, he's your dad.
You take his advice.
And you want to do the whole Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr. thing, right? Playing in the same game. They made history. But then after it's like, yo, like, I'm cool with my dad, I'm cool with my parents, but I don't know if I want to work with them and have other of your coworkers kind of feel awkward around you.
Was it Jaylen Brown who got caught lip reading?
Yeah, it was Jaylen Brown.
Bronny?
So what he was saying was he's not an NBA player, right? Remember he was ripping. He's not an NBA player.
He was talking to 2 WNBA players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and LeBron actually fired back at him multiple times and wasn't really happy about it. But yeah, I mean, but what would you do, Bill, in that situation? You're Bronny James. You only have a choice. But yeah, I think for me,
So here, no, it's a good. So here's the problem, and it's not just LeBron; it's the entire clutch apparatus. You have this machine of basketball NBA power that, at least for now, I'm a little skeptical of the degree to which clutch is going to matter in 10 years. I will be very curious how much weight Rich Paul can continue to carry in the NBA post LeBron, and maybe he can't. Maybe he's established himself. You've got your dad, who's the best or second best or third best player of all time, telling you to do this. And he's your dad. You love him. We all turn to our fathers for advice, of course. You've got Rich Paul, this agent. You've got this machine that's always been on LeBron's side. So in Bronny's case, to answer your question, I would have gone out on my own. I would have taken a path of staying in college longer, gotten an independent agent who's not going to sort of adhere to my father, found someone at Clutch Sports who's in the mailroom or working their way up or is a new young agent. You have to have trust when you have an agent. Everyone will tell you this. But I understand why Bronny, and I would have, if I wasn't draftable, if they told me I wasn't a draftable player, then I will go back to college for another year, and I'll transfer to a place where I can play, and I'll find a coach that will develop me, and I'll go 3 or 4 years. That's what I would have done. But to your point, it's LeBron. LeBron's your dad. Rich Paul's your uncle. He's your guy, your godfather. You've got Clutch Sports at your beck and call. It is hard to have perspective when you're raised as a prince, even if you're not capable of ruling the kingdom. It just is.
I agree with that. I think that's sound, but I will say this. It's not like Bryce James, the path that he's on. I don't think he's going to get the same opportunity. Shaq's kids didn't get the same opportunities. Jordan's kids didn't get the same opportunities because Bronny, his career high.
Jordan's kid would have if the age had overlapped and Jordan had insisted on it. If Jordan had insisted on it.
So you think that Marcus Jordan could have had a career high 17 points in an NBA game and a career high 39 points in the G League? Like, my point is that
I don't know if he would have, but I'm saying the opportunity.
The opportunity may have been there, and of course it's Jordan. He's going to get what he wants.
I'm not saying Bronny couldn't have been an NBA level player. I'm saying that the likelihood he is now an NBA player is so small. Look, we've seen guys who aren't named after LeBron James come to the league way too early and fail. It happens. It's an NBA reality in a way that maybe baseball's not the same because it's a minor league system where you can hide a little bit. In life, you have to be able to fail without everybody seeing you, and that's harder to do in the NBA, and I guess it's a G League reality. But normally, a player who's not ready for professional basketball doesn't get brought into professional basketball. My issue with Bronny and his abilities isn't that he's not talented enough to maybe make it. It's that he's not talented enough to skip all the steps he got to skip because of his dad, and that's ruined better players than Bronny James. Going too fast, too soon.
Certainly, I think that's spot on. I will say though, like I feel bad for Bronny, but I feel LeBron in this. Obviously, just imagine what LeBron was doing behind the scenes, right? Imagine the communication. He was probably throwing out borderline threats, right? I mean, all just is complete speculation, but LeBron was with Clutch, with Rich Paul. And they made it very clear to the Lakers. They probably gave him an option. It was like, you're drafting my son.
100% right.
And you know that if they had pushed back on that LeBron would have done what LeBron does is throw a hissy fit behind the scene and do what he does behind the scenes where he's a very different guy on camera when he's in interviews, when he knows it's something that is to benefit him, when it's something that's self-serving versus the other way around. So it is a tough spot. I think too, long term, it's like kind of like one of those things where it's like a pageant kid, right? Like when they're young and like kind of the tiger mom thing, like later in life, it's like there's some trauma there.
Yeah.
Does Bronny James, how does he look at, does he become some streamer 5 years from now? Does he continue his career? Clearly there's some talent there. Clearly there is a guy that from a physical standpoint can be in an NBA game and score points and be the end of your bench guy. Does he deserve it? But let's not act like nepotism started in the NBA and things like that. But LeBron deserves all the blame for this.
And I'll just remind people who are listening that when Bronny James came out to be drafted and he was projected to go in the second round of the Lakers, there were almost no other teams that were reportedly interested. And I had done a lot of reporting because I was an NBA insider at the time, DMac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. And most of the all the GMs I talked to, everyone I spoke to said this kid's not an NBA player. And then remember the Warriors. There's a report that bubbled up that maybe the Warriors were going to take him. And my personal view of that is so they could land LeBron eventually. And LeBron and Clutch let the message be known no one was supposed to draft him. Like, he didn't only forced the Lakers to draft his son. He reportedly put out the word through Clutch Sports, like a thread, because Clutch is powerful. Don't draft Bronny if you're not the Lakers. That level of involvement, that heavy-handedness from a dad, is so destructive to the son's ability to just function in a normal way in the NBA. It's crazy, man.
I agree, and I also think, though, the Lakers don't get enough blame in all this, too.
Yeah, that's great.
Because
Paul, that's a great point.
How much, I need to see the number, how much money did the NBA, did the Lakers, did people profit off of those Bronny James jerseys? I mean, those were selling like wildfire.
Are people wearing those still?
I don't know if they're still wearing them.
Is it ironic?
It's a little bit. It's kind of like a deeper pool type of jersey. He does have big. Here's the thing, though. We are in the social media age, right? There's a lot of followers for Bronny. People watch his streams. He has the following that LaMelo Ball had without the game, right?
That's interesting.
LaMelo Ball was an all-star, and I'm not saying LaMelo Ball is even a top 10 to 15 player in this league, but
I think LaMelo Ball could ball, though.
He can. I mean,
when he's healthy,
dude, he's a 25-20.
Yeah.
30-point per game score, right? He legitimately is an all-star player.
I mean, he can be like a 25-6-6 guy.
He absolutely can. Maybe inefficient,
right?
But in a league where not every team wins a championship, LaMelo Ball, I mean, he had a game winner in the playoffs this year, okay? So LaMelo Ball has made strides. He belongs in the league. Bronny has that level of following because of who he is, because of where he came from, because of Sierra Canyon and being Bronny James and all those things. But his ceiling is not all-star, right? And what makes me kind of sad about, too, for Bronny James is the thing that he needed to do, as you already point out, was go the natural route of going to college and earn his way to the NBA. And I don't think people would be scoffing this as much if he averaged 14 points a game at USC or at another college or even in the Mountain West somewhere, he transferred to Ohio State. But there was the health issue they dealt with at USC that people kind of point to as the reason why the numbers weren't there. But still, it feels like it's unearned.
Because it is unearned. And it's one of the realities. A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support, and to everybody listening here in our second week of DMac and Ryder and our second week at 97.1 The Fan LA. We appreciate you, whether you're listening on the FM dial. We're the only all sports talk radio station in Southern California on the FM dial. If you're watching us on the stream at the Fan LA, thank you for doing that. Derek and Decker, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Brock and Alex, midday in LA, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Doug and I doing our thing until 6. And then James Coe will be here tonight from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. So we've got you covered, LA. We appreciate you, and we're so thankful that you're spending time with us. All right, we're going to break a little early here because I want to give us some ample time on Dodgers and get your perspective, DMac. We've talked a lot about Mookie Betts, a lot about his struggles, a lot about that bat that's just been absolutely anemic. Dave Roberts, we praised him earlier in the show for pushing all the right levers, pulling all the right levers, pushing all the right buttons. That's how buttons and levers work.
Nicely done. Yeah.
That's how those things work, dude.
Well done.
Does this lever that Dave Roberts is pulling in putting Mookie Betts in a new spot in the lineup, does it lead to a little bit of a change, get him out of this slump? We'll get into it. We'll speculate. DMac will walk us through what the Dodgers and Dave Roberts are thinking next here on DMac and Ryder. Welcome back into the show. DMac and Ryder here on 97.1 The Fan, LA. I like Bursch's music. You like Bursch's music. We like Bursch.
It's sublime, man. It is.
Stream us live on YouTube, Twitch, X at The Fan LA, The Fan LA. And a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. Lineup is out today, and we'll get into sort of what all this means. Shohei is hitting in the leadoff spot. Mr. Pajes is going down or up to the 2-hole. Freddie Freeman 3. Mookie Betts, the struggling, slumping Mookie Betts, will hit and clean up. Kyle Tucker, Teoscar Hernandez, Will Smith, Mr. Rojas, and Kike Hernandez. And Eric Lauer, the newly acquired pitcher, is going to lower the standards of this Dodgers team with his 6.69 earned run average. This is your guy. You love these guys. You love these trades for these guys.
It keeps the six-man rotation intact.
The standard. Whoa! I was proud. I thought of it 2 hours ago. I've been sitting on it. Shame on you, Bursch.
Look, they're not looking for a lot from him, right? Like I said, when they got him, they're going to use him like a rented car, drive up the speed bumps.
Even though he'll lower the standards. The third time's the charm.
Lower the standards. Look, that was
counts.
That was a lousier joke. No.
No, you meant it.
No, that's one slipped. But the story
He's
tonight,
1-5. This guy's awesome.
1-5, a 6.69 ERA, I believe. He led the American League in home runs, allowed with 11 before he came here. But the velocity's been down. He's hit 90 on the gun. Velo's been down. But you're just hoping that he can stay competitive,
right?
Give the Dodgers a chance to win.
You've said the Dodgers are great at sort of figuring out, looking at things and making adjustments that maybe other teams aren't able to point out.
Yeah, and sometimes it lasts for a couple of weeks. I mean, we saw Lance Lynn a couple of years ago, last for a couple of months in the postseason. He gave up tons of home runs against the Diamondbacks. We've seen a lot of examples where it hasn't worked out, too. I mean, guys like Noah Syndergaard, didn't work out for him, right? So there's no guarantee, but clearly they just want someone serviceable just because, like I said, you want to
Lance Lynn become Lance Wynn?
Lance lost a lot. He just gave another home run. Legend has it right now. I think he just gave another home run as we speak to the Diamondbacks.
I don't know why that joke makes me laugh.
No,
because I get it, because he's so bad.
Yeah. There's another one. It's just Marte went deep against Lance Lynn. There you go.
Wow.
Hot with the.
I love cheer for Bursch.
I love the crack of the bat.
Can you give yourself a cheer?
I love the crack of the bat sounds from Bursch. So, getting to Mookie.
Yeah.
In the 4 spot.
Yep.
So that's going to be the story tonight, right? Like, will Mookie have a moment? Will he get a big base hit? Will the contact actually lead to results? Because one thing that I have kind of dubbed some of these players is they become the metric man, right? Where anytime a player's struggling, you say, oh, but he's hitting the ball hard. Oh, but the batting average on balls in play is low. Oh, but the results are coming. It's just he's unlucky. At some point, you need the results. We said this about Michael Conforto last season, that he was hitting the ball hard. And what do we call him on we used to call him Michael O for Forto, right? Like, he was really bad, and he never really saw those results. Mookie's a talented enough hitter still to know what's going to work for him and try to get him out of this. What I do like about this is you don't have this overreaction from Dave that's going to really send a shock through the system and put him right through the 6th spot. Because if we're being honest, based on the results...
You think that's where he's headed?
I think it's kind of one of those things where the fire alarm hasn't gone off, but there's smoke, right? And then it's getting to the fire alarm, and this is kind of that first thing you do, is you say, okay, we see how he performs batting cleanup. If you don't see the results here, then you have to move him down to the 6th spot. And if that doesn't work, well, then maybe even moving lower than that.
If you had to bet DMac and Ryder 97-1 the Fan LA, and by the way, Kyle Freeland is going for the Rockies tonight. He's not exactly having an incredible year. I can't make a lower your standards joke because his last name is Freeland, so it's it's not the same thing. But Mookie Betts also just going to get some swings against a guy that's not pitching particularly well, and that doesn't mean he won't pitch well tonight, but a little positivity. If you had to guess between now and let's say All-Star game and the break, where Betts is going to settle into this lineup, 2, 4, 6, somewhere else, what would be your best bet, DMac?
I would say right now I still have some confidence just because it's not like he's striking out a ton, right? He's still making contact, and he's not being overpowered, even by high velocity. He's still putting the ball in play. The big issue with Mookie last year, and he actually talked to me about this, was he was using his home run swing essentially right when he got back. And he lost 20 pounds of muscle, and he was trying to almost use a launch angle that was designed to hit ones over the fence. And what Mookie told me was, hey, when I hit home runs, it just scrapes the wall, right? I'm not hitting it 20 rows deep like Shohei Ohtani when I'm leaving the yard. So when Mookie, without the strength, without the launch angle to hit a home run, you saw a lot of lazy fly balls. As we saw yesterday around the sac fly, right? In a year prior, maybe that's better contact than actually goes as a home run. Mookie needs to get back to using that line drive approach where he's consistently getting hard contact, but it's not where the launch angle is to the point where it's 13 degrees or it's somewhere where it's not in a position where he's pressing for that. I think what this does for him, batting cleanup, take some pressure off. You saw how it helped Kyle Tucker. I'm going to say right now that cleanup could be the home for Mookie Betts. I think that, to answer your question, a month from now, I think you see some production there, but I think that cleanup is a kind of a happy medium behind doing the dramatic thing and throw him into the 6th spot, and then also doing the thing that I think hurts the team.
Do you think he's locked into this spot for a while? I mean, do you think DMac and Ryder 97 won the Fan LA? Swings a good bat, swings a bad bat tonight, the next few nights. Do you think, knowing Dave Roberts, is this probably a 2 or 3 game run minimum in the cleanup spot?
So you talk to some of these hitting coaches. I talked to Aaron Bates about this. We talked to Adrian Gonzalez about this.
Who didn't think it would matter.
Who didn't think it really matters as far as the lineup, even the at-bats, right? It can kind of click. But a lot of these guys will tell you, you really don't start to make some overcorrections or getting to the bottom of it and changing your approach until you hit 150 at-bats, right? So right now, less than 80 at-bats.
No, I just mean, where do you think Dave Roberts will keep him in this?
So I think that once he gets to 150 at-bats, if he's still struggling like this, then I think that.
But he has been moved to the cleanup spot. Do you think he stays there for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, that's why I said I think that you're going to see some level of success. Hopefully, being optimistic, knowing that the last time that this happened, Mookie did see some results. But you have to go here so you can go there, right? You're not going to go from 2 to 6 for a future first ballot Hall of Famer like Mookie Betts, a guy that's been the face of your franchise, at least one of them, before Shohei showed up, and you're not going to do that to Mookie with less than 100 at-bats. Like, Dave is too loyal. Also, from a baseball standpoint, you have to hope that the real Mookie Betts shows up at some point, so you don't want to do that to the confidence. You don't want to throw him there because you hope that he can help you and be an advantage. Because here's the thing. You need some right-handed at-bat. You need some right-handed hitters, right? Will Smith is not having a great year. Paz has emerged. Teoscar Hernandez of late has really improved, but this lineup needs Mookie Betts.
Andy Paz is the best right-handed hitter in this lineup.
Oh yeah, full stop. I mean, by a mile,
by a million miles.
Yeah, like and Smith has been down. So I think part of the calculus in all this is knowing that. And like I said, I mean, this team needs to get younger. This team could use another infielder. I mean, I don't want to just rush to judgment on potentially adding someone like that. But I mean, that's where you'd want to go as a right-handed bat, an infielder, someone like that could provide a spark if Mookie can't get it together and be the player he's been for most of his career.
And Adrian Gonzalez did tell us here on DMac and Ryder that sometimes it's one swing or one night gets you out of a slump. Let's say that Kyle Freeland becomes Kyle Freefall. You like that one?
I did.
Was that a mercy laugh?
No, a
little mercy laugh. It's okay.
I'll laugh pretty easily.
I'm pushing now.
Yeah.
I'm pushing because you.
That's a genuine.
That's a fake laugh. Oh my God! Let's say Mookie has 2 homers tonight.
Yeah,
he's hitting in cleanup going forward.
I would say he's going to be cleanup for at least, like I said, the next 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, regardless,
no matter what. I think the only thing that you could see is with a righty on the mound, things might be a little different. If Shohei takes a day off, if Freddie takes a day off, I think there's an opportunity to play some higher in the lineup if they think that it would give this team a better chance to win it. And I think, too, if you're Dave Roberts, you understand this. It takes more than one game to get into a slump. It takes more than one game to get out of a slump. So what you're hoping to see for Mookie, I think, is being aggressive earlier in counts to actually put the ball in play. Because if you watch his at-bats, most of the time he's falling deep in the count and he's seeing a lot of pitches. Usually for a hitter like a Max Muncy or a Freddie Freeman, guys like that, they want to be in those counts where you're making the pitcher throw 5 or 6 pitches. I think you're going to see Mookie more aggressive early in counts because sometimes the very first pitch is the very best pitch you're going to see during that at-bat. And I think that for Mookie, he realized that, hey, if Shohei's at second, if Freddie's on board, this is the time to be aggressive. So I think you're going to see a much more aggressive version of Mookie Betts. I think tonight, watch those at-bats. I think you'll see the ball being put in play in the first 2 or 3 pitches.
DMac, interestingly, the protection for Mookie Betts, the guy hitting behind him in the 5 spot is Kyle Tucker, the $60 million man. And this has been maybe somewhat eclipsed, or he's been a little protected. Just the Mookie's been so bad. Mookie Betts has struggled so much. I'm not sure we've talked as much about Kyle Tucker. We have. But going back to that Freeway series, going back to when the Dodgers sort of turned around their team struggles, this dude, Tucker, is hitting .212. He does not have a home run over that stretch. He's only driven in 6 runs. I mean, it's not like he's playing particularly well, even though the Dodgers have won 7 of those 9 games. Any level of concern for Tucker? Because he's not been a Dodger before. Or is this just kind of like Mookie? He'll figure it out. They'll pull whatever levers and push whatever buttons. See, I figured out how that works. Pull the lever.
There you go.
Push the button.
Mastered it.
We haven't talked about Tucker as much, but he's not exactly hitting the cover off the ball either right now.
Well, I thought you had asked a great question to Aegon that I was thinking about hitting with too, is because he's been through that experience, right? He's been a big addition. For him, it was a trade. He was the new guy, and he performed right away, right?
Yeah, you brought it out. I forgot that.
Yeah, he had a home run. First pitch.
I knew it was first at bat.
Very first pitch. Just electric stuff. It wasn't the case for Tucker because he was so aggressive early in counts. That's not his style. When Kyle Tucker is right, he's walking more than he's striking out. We didn't see that for the first couple of months of the season. We're seeing that now, and the reason why I'm very encouraged, very optimistic about Kyle Tucker, and I do think he's going to make all of these fans out there that are saying, oh, he's overpaid at $60 million per year, that he's the next Michael Conforto and this and that. Since Dave Roberts did the right thing and moved him down the lineup, when he's batting 5th, he has a .944 OPS. OPS, of course, on base plus slugging. How many times you get on base? How much do you slug? That's doubles, triples, and home runs. He's been successful. And then you take it one step further when Kyle Tucker was in the cleanup spot, an .801 OPS. So basically all this is to say is once they move Tucker down, he's been the player they hoped he would be, hitting doubles, hitting triples, hitting home runs. Yes, it's a smaller sample, but we've seen in Major League Baseball, I mean, take your pick, whether it be Juan Soto, Lindor, Trey Turner, even Mookie Betts. I mean, a lot of these guys, when they change teams, it takes a while to get acclimated. It takes a while to really feel comfortable with a new organization in a new lineup. Now,
he doesn't look comfortable. I mean, look, this is like the eye test, but I'm playing armchair psychologist. You just watch sometimes, just watch him in the dugout. He doesn't look like a guy, and it's hard to fit in sometimes.
I don't think he looks comfortable even when he's playing well.
He doesn't, does he?
Like I went back and I used to watch him with
you're talking like back last year.
Yeah, the Cubs or the Astros.
The Cubbies.
This is kind of who he is, man. He's a different guy. Let's put it that way.
Wait, is he like a loner? Lone wolf?
He's a little bit of a lone wolf vibe. But here's the thing, though. Even for as underwhelming as his season has been through 52 games, he's one or two really good weeks away from kind of putting up Kyle Tucker-like numbers. And here's the thing.
Is he?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the overall numbers, he's 16% above league average offensively. Last year, he was 36% above league average offensively. When he's at his best,
what's the measurement you're using there?
So that's a weighted runs created plus. So how many runs he creates. It's pretty much the standard for how you evaluate offense. So he's not that far off. And I think for Tucker, it doesn't matter what you do in March, April, May, June. You still are 2.5 games up in the division. You're still contributing. He's ultimately going to be judged by how he
really
hits.
Nice to Kyle Tucker. I think
I'm being straightforward with him. I think that the worst thing you can have.
I don't think he's earning his $60 million just yet. And whatever the numbers say and how
when
close
you
he
look
is
at
to
how big of an
striking
upgrade
distance.
he was to Michael Conforto,
But that's not the standard.
But here's the thing,
I mean, you're an upgrade to Michael Conforto.
Hey, Michael Conforto was balling this year, by the way. I don't know what happened here, but if Kyle Tucker was the version of Kyle Tucker that we've seen throughout his career, would the Dodgers have that many more wins this season? I think the answer is no.
I mean, that isn't the point, though. I mean, the reason the Dodgers are winning is because the bullpen has been literally unhittable until yesterday, and they've had some really timely opportunities to drive runs in. At a certain point, and you're the one that keeps pointing out correctly, DMac, that when the Dodgers hit home runs, they do well, and they don't. Kyle Tucker has got to be one of the offensive sureties for this team. Like, that's why they paid him. They didn't bring him in to be Michael Conforto, and they didn't bring him in so that he could sort of struggle while the bullpen carried him. It's supposed to be the other way around.
I mean, he's got 827 OPS this month. I mean, he's trending in the right direction. Trust me, I'm the first guy in this space to be like, if a player's underperforming, I'm the guy to say he's overpaid. You don't think
he's underperforming this season?
You can't turn your season around in 2 games, right?
Nope.
There's a path
when you get off
upward.
that bad of a start, trending or not, you're underperforming until you get. He's still underperforming.
But look at
now.
A 549. Oh, so league average for hitting for OPS is 710 to 730 on any given year, right? First couple of games in March, 549 below league average. Then April, 739, right at league average, and now we're at 8. We're now at 827. So everything is pointing up for Kyle Tucker, and I think the most important thing is how he looks after the All-Star break and the postseason.
I agree with that. I'm not.
Yeah. And
I'm not judging him for what he's doing.
For the Dodgers, he's
10th.
worth the money. Like $60 million for the Dodgers is different than $60 million for the Royals, right?
Sure, but I will just say, and I know you know that Andrew Friedman isn't trying to spend money poorly, whether or not they have more of it than other people are not. But let's keep this conversation going. We'll take it on the other side. We'll get to the Rooter Hero of the day. We'll see if another DMac family member is the winner. I think that maybe that person
did she
is
make
trending.
the Final Four again? Come on.
She made the Final Four.
Gosh.
Who is the Rooter
That was a good
Hero of the day? Next, we'll find out on DMac and Ryder.
Aging well.